Chapter 91 Silent Bidding. While other players were holding up the escape dagger, Zhang Heng and Ding Si opened the tablet in front of them. It was the first time he saw so many game props. There were more than 80 pages, and most of them only had a photo, with a name, quality, and a few short sentences of introduction. Zhang Heng knew that this was to maximize the interests of buyers. For Death Dream, if the trigger and death conditions were known to others, its value would be greatly reduced. Of course, this is not without risks. For example, escape dagger. Because there is no detailed transmission distance, buyers can only rely on the quality to estimate it themselves. If there is a deviation from the expected value in the end, they can only suffer a loss. Zhang Heng noticed that Ding Si didn't look at the items in front, but turned to the end of the list first. Seeing Zhang Heng looking at him, he smiled and explained, "There are still 200 unidentified items in this auction. They are at the end, and they are the most demanding. If you are interested, you can also take a look. The reserve price of these items is unified as 100 points. But most of them are F level, and there are a few E level. In very special cases, you may find C level or even B level items. I know a guy who was lucky enough to find a B level item among the unidentified items in the auction 2 years ago. But this is only a very rare case. Most players who bet on unidentified items will end up losing money, because those who sell unidentified items in this way must have done a lot of homework before, and basically determined that the value of this item is less than 100 points. Zhang Heng flipped to the back and saw a series of photos with only serial numbers. Some of them had people already made offers, but most of them were still blank. Ding Si then reminded him, "Some people will try to chase other people's offers if they are unsure. But this strategy is quite dangerous. If you don't have a rough estimate of the value of the item, you won't know when to stop. In fact, if you really like something, you can consider making a move at the last minute." Zhang Heng thanked him. Although these were not secrets, they were obviously Ding Si's experience accumulated in previous auctions. The fact that he was willing to share them with him for free was worthy of thanks. Ding Si said, "You're welcome. Just treat it as an emotional investment. If you want to buy and sell items in the future, you don't have to wait until the end of the year. Our fullest prices are also fair." Zhang Heng did not rush to study the unidentified items at the back, but first glanced at the quotations of the identified items at the front, and had a general understanding of the approximate market price. Basically, the points of an E-level item are between 80 and 100, and those of D-level are between 300 and 600. The differentiation of C-level items is even greater, and they are basically thousands. Of course, this is not absolute. The value of the item ultimately depends on its function. If it is particularly outstanding or bad, it may also deviate greatly from this price range. Escape Dagger. The final transaction was completed at a price of 2050 points. Ding Si made a judgment from his professional perspective. "It's a bit high. Although this thing is good, it's not that good. 1500 is a more reasonable price. However, life-saving props are very popular. Maybe the person who bought it needs it urgently." Soon, the auctioneer took out the second prop. He opened the wooden box made of tule wood and showed the players present the bone fragment inside. Molesby's bone. Quality C. Function creates a time loop. Remaining number of uses 2. Detailed information can be obtained after the auction. Starting price 1,900 game points. Single bid increment 50 points. 3 hammer falls to complete the transaction. And now enter the bidding stage. This time, the auditorium suddenly fell silent, and no one made an offer for half a minute. Unlike the escape dagger, it was difficult to tell what the Molesby bone was used for from the vague description, and the base price of 1,900 points was quite high. However, all the props tonight were sent to the organizing committee 2 days in advance for valuation by professionals, and no one doubted that it was not worth 1,900 points. They were just worried that they would not be able to use it after buying it. After all, it was worth tens of millions of RMB, but it could only be used twice. Even the top rich people had to think twice. "This thing is interesting," Ding Si said, stroking his chin. "Why?" Zhang Heng asked. Of all the people tonight, perhaps only he knew the use of the small bone fragment on the stage, because he personally gave it to the bartender for appraisal, and he also entrusted the latter to put it up for auction. He just looked through the catalog list in his hand but couldn't find it. At that time, he was a little suspicious whether this thing would be included in the 12 items for auction. He didn't expect to come across it again so soon. Time-related items are rare, Dingxi said. There's nothing wrong with this price. But it's hard to get much useful information just from the 4 words time cycle. So will this thing fail to sell? No. 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 It's impossible to fail to sell. Time-related items are definitely worth a gamble just based on their rarity. No one is raising a sign now. Probably because they are all weighing the value of this thing in their minds. As soon as Dingxi finished speaking, someone on Zhang Heng right had already raised a sign, with the first person taking the lead. The second and third people soon followed. However, unlike the previous hot scene of the auction of escaped dagger, the people raising signs this time seemed a little cold and deserted. And sometimes there was a lull in the middle, until the third hammer was about to fall. And then someone made an offer. Thus, an extremely strange situation was formed. There were not many people bidding. But the auction would never end. 10 minutes later, the old man in charge of the auction frowned and announced, "From now on, the single bid increment will be changed to 100 points. This way, many people would have to think twice before bidding." There were fewer people bidding, but the speed was actually increased, because there were only 3 buyers left. These 3 people were also the most determined to bid. But when the points reached 2,600 points, one person decided to withdraw. When it reached 2,900 points, another person began to hesitate and finally gave up the bid. So the final price of Molesby's bone was also fixed at 2,900 points. This price is quite high for a sea-level item, Dingxi commented as usual. But this time, he did not give a target price. Even a professional like him would find it difficult to price a time item without a complete evaluation report. However, Zhang Heng knew that the person who bought the Molesby bone did not lose money, because this thing was quite useful. It could create an independent time loop of 60 seconds. No matter what was done in this time loop, it would return to 60 seconds ago. In theory, as long as the holder was willing, he could stay in this time loop until someone broke the loop. Chapter 92 Arrow of Paris. Zhang Heng was also very interested in the effect of Bone of Moresby. He tried it once after the appraisal results came out. Unlike the props he had before, the triggering conditions of Bone of Moresby were very harsh and required a pre-ritual. Fortunately, the materials to be prepared for the ritual itself were not complicated, but it took about 9 hours from start to finish. After completing the ritual, the holder of Bone of Moresby would enter the time loop. This is an empty white world, with nothing but the constantly resetting time. Not even death. But at the same time, this is also the best training ground. Take archery as an example. Because of the time reset, you can't feel hunger and fatigue, and you don't need to eat, sleep, or recover your physical strength. As long as you want, you can always brush your archery skills to the maximum level. But in fact, no one can endure this monotonous cycle for a long time. Zhang Heng estimated that even a strong person would collapse after half a month. This place is too desolate. Zhang Heng doesn't know how the monster named Moresby stayed here for tens of thousands of years. Just like when he entered, he also needed people outside to perform a ceremony when he came out of the time loop. This is why Moresby was completely trapped here after the demise of the Alkis people. If the Tangsu weirdo hadn't accidentally broken the balance of time, the monster would most likely have been sealed in this cycle forever. However, even so, it is difficult to hide the value of this item. The immortality feature in the time loop alone is enough to make people excited. However, because Zhang Heng had an extra 24 hours, he was not so eager for this item. He hesitated and put it up for auction. The main reason was that he had just joined the game and had only experienced 3 rounds of dungeons. Although the speed of earning points was considerable, it was still a little less accumulated. After deducting the 5% handling fee, Zhang Heng finally got a total of 2,755 points. With this income, he finally turned from a spectator of the auction to a participant. Zhang Heng swiped the tablet in his hand and was attracted by something on the 4th page. Arrow of Paris quality, D. The function is to hit the target's weak point after leaving the string. Current bid, 410. The name and function of this arrow reminded Zhang Heng of a bedtime story he had heard when he was a child. Achilles, the most powerful hero of the Greek coalition in the Trojan War, was said to be the son of the Argonaut hero Peleus and the sea goddess Thetis. There are many versions of his story. One of them is that his mother Thetis learned from the goddess of fate that her son would die on the battlefield. So she soaked the infant Achilles in the sticks to make him invulnerable to swords and guns. However, because she was holding Achilles upside down, The ankles and her hands were not immersed in the water of the Styx. So that became the only weakness of Achilles. In the subsequent Trojan War, Achilles killed countless enemies and won every battle. He killed Hector, the first warrior of Troy. But later he fell out with Apollo, the sun god. According to the records of German author Schwab's Greek mythology, Achilles was eventually shot in the heel by Apollo with a magic arrow and died. But in Homer's epic, the person who killed Achilles became the Trojan prince Paris, whose arrow, guided by Apollo, hit Achilles' heel. Now this game item is very similar to the arrow mentioned in Homer's epic in terms of both name and description. After learning about the dangers faced by players in the real world, John Hung also wanted to find some props to arm himself. This arrow of Paris is very suitable for his level 2 archery. As long as he can hit the target, this arrow will automatically hit the opponent's weakness. Moreover, since this type of props has a narrow scope of application and is only for players with archery skills, the competition is not that fierce. In more than half an hour, it only climbed 65 game points, which is relatively quiet compared to other popular props. As the auction progressed, Ding Si's phone kept ringing, and it was obvious that there was a business call. The latter was not surprised by this. People who came to the auction wanted to see if there were any game props suitable for them. If the bidding was fierce and the points were not enough, they would naturally seek help from the Chamber of Commerce, or directly exchange or mortgage the props on their bodies. In the next hour, Ding Si's fingers were busy, completing one transaction after another. However, when he got up and went out, he finally received fewer messages. I just received a big order, and I have almost exchanged all my points. My work for today is also completed. Ding Si's face was full of red when he came back. Congratulations. John Hung congratulated, and the online auction was coming to an end. The price of the arrow of Paris that John Hung valued rose to 445. John Hung added 20 points at once. This time, no one competed with him again. And finally he successfully won the item at a price of 465. In addition, he also liked a pair of earrings that could protect the holder from being burned by flames. But the price was too high, so John Hung finally gave up. As for the unidentified area, he simply flipped through it. The items inside were very mixed. There were some things that looked very old, and some modern items, such as Samsung mobile phones and Gucci handbags. It was difficult to judge what these things were used for just from the photos. If it was just a matter of luck, the risk was too high, and there was no need. John Hung was about to close the product page when his eyes were suddenly attracted by a photo. It was a key, and the carving on the tail looked a little familiar. John Hung remembered where he had seen this pattern. He had looked into the eyes of this crow in the dark before when he used Shadow Moment. He was very familiar with the eyes. Although the photo was a bit blurry, he still recognized the crow from the carved pattern. John Hung's heart moved. Among all the game props he had, only Shadow Moment had an unknown origin. Perhaps he could find some clues from this key. Moreover, Shadow Moment itself was a D-grade prop. By analogy, this key was probably also a D-grade prop. Now no one bid for this item. John Hung only spent 100 points to easily get it, so he now had 2,292 points left. John Hung did not plan to continue buying, so he closed the tablet in his hand. The auction was about to end, with only the last item left. Chapter 93: The Troublemaker. Many people already knew what the last auction item was, but when the old auctioneer took out the item from the Thule wooden box and displayed it, it still caused quite a stir. Death Dream. Quality B. The effect is to give the target a deathly dream. The remaining number of uses is kept secret, and the detailed information will be known after the auction. The starting price is 60,000 game points, and the single bid increment is 500 points. The deal is completed after 3 hammer falls, and the bidding phase will begin. The old auctioneer acted very professionally. His skinny face still maintained a serious look, and he announced in a calm tone. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out from below. No need to bother so much. Just start from 70,000. There was an uproar in the auditorium. No one expected that this was the first time the bid was directly increased by 10,000 points. This opening was a bit too exciting. Ding Si had finished his work for the day and entered the viewing mode. Hearing this, he said, "There are currently 3 super large guilds with more than 2,000 players in the player circle. After these years of crazy development, they have accumulated a lot. Only they can offer such a high price. So the last round tonight should be their performance. Dingxi paused, then continued. Death Dream, no one would trust this terrifying weapon to be in the hands of others. The president of Silver Wing, one of the 3 major guilds, is a precedent. So the next bidding will probably be fierce. It turned out to be just as Dingxi expected. The price of 70,000 did not scare away potential competitors. Within 10 seconds, someone followed suit. And then, there was a bid from the other side. There were so many players tonight, but only 3 people were qualified to raise their cards. Needless to say, they were all backed by their own guilds. B-level items are rare, and the effect of Death Dream is outstanding even among B-level items. At this time, the 3 major guilds will not be polite to each other. So in less than 10 minutes, the price has risen all the way to 87,500 points. At this price, even the 3 major guilds have to be cautious. And the speed of quoting has begun to slow down. When it reached 89,000 points, one guild was the first to be unable to bear it and decided to withdraw. So only 2 people were still quoting. This actually cheered them up again. The price of Death Dream quickly jumped a little bit and broke through 90,000 points. At this time, the other party fell silent. There are many ways to kill people, and it is far less than 90,000 points. If it is just from the perspective of defense, this price is a bit too high, seeing that the game between the 3 parties was about to be decided. At this time, someone in the corner of the last row of the auditorium suddenly raised a sign and said, 100,000 points. The whole auditorium was in uproar. There were many people interested in Death Dream tonight, but everyone knew that Death Dream would eventually belong to one of the 3 major guilds, because only they had the willingness and financial resources to buy it. Now that the good show was about to end, a 4th person suddenly appeared out of nowhere and raised the price by another 10,000 points. A bid of 100,000 points was crazy enough even for a B-level item. So the next moment, all eyes were focused on the troublemaker. Due to the rules, no one could see her face. They could only barely see that she was a tall woman wearing sunglasses. After shouting out the price, she quietly chewed gum. For a moment, the auditorium was full of whispers. Players were whispering to each other, trying to find out the origin of this woman. But they found that no one knew her. The 3 major guilds were obviously not prepared for this unexpected situation. And the 3 people who made the offer were a little overwhelmed. John Hung noticed that Dingxi looked a little strange and asked, "Why? Do you know her?" Dingxi shook his head. "I don't know her. But 40 minutes ago, she came to me and borrowed 4,500 points from me with 3 C-grade game props, which is basically all my remaining inventory." John Hung raised his eyebrows. He also remembered that Dingxi went out that time. When she came back, she was in a good mood and said that the work had been completed ahead of schedule. Is it possible that she borrowed points from other chambers of commerce and finally collected 100,000 points? In theory, it is possible. There are many chambers of commerce on the ship, all of which are preparing to do business and have a lot of points on them. If she has contacted them all, she may be able to collect this number. But this is not very realistic. It is impossible for someone to have so many props as collateral. Dingxi frowned. The 3 major guilds are in trouble this time. The points they have when they come to participate in this auction cannot exceed 100,000 points. Death Dream is good, but it is not worth the price. The problem is that if this thing falls into the hands of some guys with ulterior motives, then their previous work will be in vain. As Dingxi was talking, his phone vibrated again. When he put down the phone, his expression was full of surprise. This is impossible. All the chambers of commerce have no points left. Could it be that she really loaned them all out by herself? Who is this woman? On the other side, the 3 people who had made the offer before also began to sweat. Death Dream, of course. It is most reliable to have this kind of thing in your own hands. But if it really doesn't work, it is acceptable to have it in the hands of the other 2 companies. Although the relationship between everyone is not good, they are still acting within the rules. The worst case scenario is that this thing is taken by another lunatic, and the tragedy of the former president of Silver Wing may be repeated. The only way now is for one company to borrow 10,000 points from another company, so that they can surpass that woman. But the price of 100,000 is too expensive, and no one wants to be a sucker. Dingxi analyzed, but seemed a little absent-minded, his palm stroking the black briefcase on his knees. It was the first time that John Hung saw him nervous. On the other side, the auctioneer had already dropped the hammer for the 2nd time and entered the countdown stage. The three major guilds had not yet discussed the result. They wanted to apply for a pause first. But they were also ignored by the old auctioneer on the stage. The woman in sunglasses chewed her gum faster and faster. 3 seconds later, the auction hammer fell, and the old auctioneer announced the end of the last round of auction. The woman next to her brought the Thule box to the woman in sunglasses. She had just spent 100,000 to buy an item. But she didn't even do the most basic inspection. She grabbed the things inside and threw them into her small handbag. Then her body disappeared from the seat, obviously leaving the copy. And at the last moment before she disappeared, Dingxi suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted, "Quick! Quick! Catch her!" Chapter 94 Storm. Dingxi shouted a step too late. But in fact, even if he had shouted a few steps earlier, it would have been useless. Players in this special copy of the auction are not restricted and can leave at any time. Dingxi obviously knew that his actions were futile. This was just a subconscious reaction when people were desperate. Watching the sunglasses woman's body disappear, Dingxi pulled his hair in pain. And he was not the only one who felt regretful in the auditorium tonight. Soon a scream came from the other side, and a young man fainted directly on the chair. And then several other unwilling roars sounded. John Hung was closest to Dingxi, so he saw it most clearly. When the sunglasses girl was about to leave, the restless Dingxi couldn't help but open the black briefcase and took out the 3 Thule tree boxes inside. As a result, he found that the game props inside had disappeared, and only 3 smiling faces made of plasticine were left, grinning, as if laughing at his stupidity. Dingxi lost all his strength after shouting that, and collapsed on his seat. It was obvious that it was not only Full Chamber of Commerce that was fooled tonight. Almost all the chambers of commerce with points in their hands were deceived by the sunglasses girl. The Thule tree boxes were opened one by one, and the colorful plasticine inside was stinging everyone's eyes. John Hung was also quite surprised. With the eyesight and experience of Dingxi and others, they should not have been fooled by such a low-level trick. Moreover, they were still in the dungeon and could directly check the information of the props from their personal panel. Under such circumstances, the woman in sunglasses deceived everyone with a few pieces of cheap plasticine, and finally snatched the death dream from the 3 major guilds without spending a penny. This kind of thing sounds a bit like a fairy tale. However, such a fairy tale is now happening in front of him. The only person in the entire auditorium who was not affected was probably the old auctioneer on the stage. After selling the last auction item, he also completed his work tonight. He made a simple closing speech, and took off his gloves and walked off the stage without paying attention to the commotion of the crowd below. When they realized what happened, the heads of the various chambers of commerce were the first to leave the copy. They suffered heavy losses this time, so they must report to the Chamber of Commerce first. At the same time, they will also try to find the whereabouts of the sunglasses woman in the real world. Dingxi disappeared from his seat without even saying hello, and the other players either whispered to each other or left in groups. Zhang Hung received the Arrow of Paris and the unidentified key from the organizing committee. Seeing that time was running out, he also chose to return. He returned to the lounge, but the light music in his ears had changed to jazz. The bartender seemed to be in a good mood. She hummed along with the melody while fiddling with her new work. She threw the cut durian into the rum and stirred it. "This is a night worth celebrating. You should have a drink to celebrate yourself for becoming a wealthy person." Molesby's bone was sent to the auction by the bartender. She certainly knew the value of it. However, John Hung took a look at the glass of durian-flavored rum and declined the former's kindness. He handed the unidentified key and the necklace he got from Simon to the bartender. "Please help me identify these 2 items." After a pause, he continued, "Also give me a permanent membership card and a mission failure exemption card." John Hung had long wanted to buy a mission failure exemption card just in case. As for the membership card, he did hesitate. But considering that he would stay here for a while if nothing unexpected happened, it was obviously better to buy this kind of thing as early as possible. "I appreciate men who know how to spend money," the bartender praised. She took out a calculator and clicked it, and got the final result. A total of 1407 points. Very good. As a result, John Hung game points were reduced from 2292 to 785 points. After paying, he thought of another question. Taking advantage of the bartender's good mood, he asked, "Do you know that the information displayed on the personal panel in the dungeon can also be wrong?" The bartender raised her eyebrows, a little surprised by this question, and almost blurted out, firmly, Impossible. The information on the panel is more accurate than the time before the nightly news broadcast. But after saying that, she hesitated again and added, but if there are special game props, this kind of accident cannot be completely ruled out. But it must be an A-level game prop that can achieve this level. What happened? Did you encounter it? What happened at the auction tonight is not a secret. I believe it will soon spread among the player's circle. There is no need to hide it, John Hung said truthfully. Someone used plasticine to deceive all the chambers of commerce on the ship, and used the money to buy the last auction item from the 3 major guilds. This technique sounds a lot like that guy's style. TSK. He showed up too. He really can't bear to be alone, the bartender muttered. But she didn't intend to explain in detail. She just said, you'd better be careful when dealing with other players in the future. There have been more and more troubles recently. It seems that another storm is coming. This time, John Hung left the City of Desire much earlier than usual. It was only 23:16 when he walked out of the door. There was still some time before the time stop started. John Hung wanted to try the arrow of Paris he had just obtained to see how effective it was. However, he had left his SF recurve bow at school recently, so he had to go back to get it. John Hung swiped a yellow bike and rode to the nearest bus stop. At this time, it was in the industrial area, and there was no one in front of the night bus station. John Hung parked the yellow bike on the side of the road. When he lowered his head to lock the bike, he suddenly heard a rustling sound from the green belt beside him. John Hung immediately became alert. He turned around, held the arrow of Paris in his hand, and took 2 steps back. Both Ding Si and the professor had said that the player's circle was not safe. The shocking scam at the end of the auction taught him a vivid lesson. Therefore, John Hung has become much more cautious about the things around him. He said in a deep voice, "Who?" The rustling sound stopped after he opened his mouth. The guy behind the green belt seemed to be scared. 5 seconds later, a figure rushed out from the bushes. It was a black wild cat, which quickly disappeared into the night with its tail between its legs. Was it just a false alarm? It happened that the night bus arrived at the station. John Hung put away the arrow of Paris in his hand, took a last look at the bushes, and got on the bus from the front door. Chapter 95 Exam Weekend Dinner. I don't know if it's because of his posture. John Hung tried shooting the arrow of Paris a few times, but found that this feather arrow worth 465 points seemed to be no different from ordinary arrows. Of course, it is probably related to the target he chose. In theory, the 10 rings are not the weakness of the target. As for apples and cups, it is also difficult to define where the weakness is. John Hung estimated that this thing may only be effective against living things, but he couldn't find a test object for the time being. 3 days later, the appraisal results of the necklace and key came out one after another. John Hung received a courier from the bartender, opened the package, and took out one of the cards. Name, Hunter's Blessing. Quality, F. Effect, increased the chance of encountering prey. The necklace Simon gave him is very similar to the lucky rabbit's foot, but it is hard to say whether the increase in the chance of encountering prey is a positive or negative effect. For hunters, carrying this thing can naturally increase their gains. But if they don't want to hunt, carrying this thing on their body may also cause some trouble. John Hung bought a small Thule box from the bartender to put the necklace in, and then looked at the key he bought at the auction. Name, Shadow Key. Quality, E. Function, can transform a target item into a shadow form for 3 minutes, under the condition that shadows can be produced. Can be used 3 times. The price range of E-quality game props is generally between 80 and 100. John Hung spent 100 points to buy this thing, which is slightly overpriced. But this is also normal. The unidentified items are mainly of F quality, and E-level items only account for a small part. The probability of D-level and C-level items appearing is even lower. And as for B-level props, they have only appeared once. John Hung was more interested in the connection between it and Moment of Shadow. When John Hung used Moment of Shadow twice before, he always felt that the crow standing in the dark seemed to have something to say to him. He had a hunch that if he could find out the background of the crow, he might be able to understand more about the origins of these supernatural objects. Of course, there was another more important thing in front of him. That was the final exam. After New Year's Day, it was officially the exam week. From the 3rd to the 7th, there were public elective exams. And then, there were professional courses. The time was quite tight, because the dormitory power is turned off on time every night. If you didn't review well before, You can basically only stay up all night in the corridor. In fact, before the New Year's Day is over, the corridor party has already dominated the corridor. John Hung went out at 12 o'clock in the evening, and often saw a group of students studying hard outside the door. Among them were Wei Jiangyang and Chen Huadong. The latter was catching up with a new series on the computer while brushing professional courses, which was also a way to have fun in hardship. In addition, John Hung also met Shen Cici twice in the study room. Since that awkward encounter that night, the two had not had much contact. When they met on the road, they just nodded. However, Su Jing, the legal loli, was quite familiar with people. Because of the incident that John Hung returned to the tent and took out a bow and arrow to scare off the yellow-haired man on the night of the camping. She gave him the nickname Iron Man, which she called out loudly every day. Once when they met in the cafeteria, Su Jing enthusiastically shouted Iron Man from 5 meters away, which made at least half of the people in the cafeteria turn around. As the last exam was over, John Hung put down the neutral pen in his hand. He knew that his life in the first semester of his sophomore year was coming to an end. Chen Huadong tore up the printed review materials and threw them into the trash can in the bathroom. He laughed and went out. Halfway through, he found that the cup fell into the pool and turned back. On the other side, Wei Jiangyang was also very excited. He and Chen Huadong stayed up all night last night. They relied on coffee to keep going during the exam. As a result, he was refreshed after the exam and didn't want to catch up on sleep in bed. He simply suggested going to the food alley for a meal. Everyone had no objection to this. So Wei Jiangyang contacted his girlfriend again. It just so happened that Han Xiaoxiao and her roommates also wanted to celebrate. So Wei Jiangyang arranged for both sides to celebrate together. However, the atmosphere at the table this time seemed a bit strange. Ma Wei was not a person who liked to talk or get along well with girls. He basically just kept eating and drinking. Chen Huadong and Su Jing were the two people who liked to make noise the most on both sides. It would not be boring if either of them was chatting. However, when the two of them got together tonight, they were both silent. In fact, when Chen Huadong chose to go to the amusement park together on Christmas, John Hung realized that something might have happened between him and Su Jing. After camping, they were in a honeymoon period for a while, spending every day together, and were just about to break the last layer of window paper. However, they suddenly stopped contacting each other at some point, and now they are basically strangers. Others can't interfere in emotional matters. Shen Cici has the highest emotional intelligence here. She is the best at dealing with such situations, but she is obviously absent-minded tonight. She takes out her mobile phone from time to time and glances at the messages on it. So the last meal of the first semester of the sophomore year ended in such a hasty manner. And the most embarrassing thing happened after the meal. When everyone walked out of the hotel gate, they found a black Mercedes parked at the door. This time, John Hung saw the person in the driver's seat clearly. Unlike the greasy bald old man in the rumors, the driver was very young. Judging from his age, he should also be studying. He was in good shape and should have maintained exercise all year round. When he saw John Hung and his group coming out, he pushed open the passenger door very gentlemanly. Shen Cici showed an apologetic look on her face and said, "I have something else to do, so I leave first." After that, she got into the black Mercedes. Han Xiaoxiao seemed to want to say something, but she didn't say it after all. After the car disappeared from her sight, Han Xiaoxiao sighed. I asked her privately before, and she said she didn't have a boyfriend. She just wanted to do something meaningful, but she didn't refute the rumors outside. I used to believe her, but now I don't know whether I should continue to believe her. Su Jing then said, "Anyway, I support Cici unconditionally." Chen Huadong sneered, "Because you and she are the same kind of people." Seeing that the two were about to explode, the others hurriedly tried to smooth things over, and finally diverted the matter. Wei Jiangyang smiled bitterly and said, "Two heroes. The next is winter vacation. After not seeing each other for a month, can't we spend the whole year in harmony?" "Right." John Hung. Wei Jiangyang wanted to seek help from the friendly forces, but he didn't expect the latter to be a little distracted at the moment. Looking at the direction where Shen Cici left, Wei Jiangyang's heart skipped a beat. If the matter here was not resolved, what would happen to John Hung when he saw this scene? You know, he and Shen Cici had been rumored to be ambiguous before, although most of them were just bystanders. But who knows what the parties were thinking? John Hung retracted his gaze. knowing that Wei Jiangyang had misunderstood something. But he did not explain. And nodded. See you next year. Chapter 96 Black Sails. After the exams, the long-awaited winter vacation finally arrived. From now until March 4th, the school will no longer have any courses. Most of the students left the school. Many people left on the first day after the exams. Wei Jiangyang from Zhang Hung Dormitory was the first to leave. He and his girlfriend Han Xiaoxiao planned to go to Qingdao for a tour before going home. Chen Huadong was the second to leave. He left in a very casual manner. He didn't take anything with him, but put the 2 precious hard drives filled with anime in his pockets. Ma Wei planned to make some more money before the Chinese New Year. He booked his train ticket the latest, the night before New Year's Eve. He took on 4 tutoring jobs in a row during this period. After the exam, he only rested for 1 night before he started working on his high school physics and chemistry workbooks. The other 3 people in the dormitory actually admired Ma Wei. He had never concealed his family situation since the first day of school, nor had he used this as an excuse to take advantage of others. Instead, he had been doing his best to silently share the burden for his family. Zhang Hung asked himself that it would be difficult for him to do better than Ma Wei in his position. He patted Ma Wei's shoulder. Zhang Hung bought his own ticket for next week, but he had something to do before leaving. 2337 Zhang Hung pushed open the door of the lounge on the 2nd floor of the bar again. He greeted the bartender at the bar, walked to an empty booth with ease, set the alarm clock under the seat to 2355, closed his eyes, and began his new journey. Player identity verification in progress. Verification passed. The 4th round of copies are being randomly drawn for player number 07958. Drawing completed. The current copy is Black Sail Pirates of New Providence pose a serious threat to the maritime trade in the region. The laws of any civilized country should regard pirates as the public enemy of all mankind. Mission objective: gain a foothold in Nassau and establish your own power. Mode: single player. Time flow rate: 3,600. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 150 days in this game. After 300 days, the player is forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Zhang Hung was still thinking about where the New Providence in the mission background was, and the next moment he heard a loud bang in his ears. He opened his eyes and found that there was a big hole in the cabin partition on his left-hand side. A solid iron cannonball smashed the table beside the bed and rolled on the floor. It was the first time that Zhang Hung encountered such an exciting opening. Even in the Soviet-Finnish War, he had a short period of safety after entering the dungeon to let him get familiar with the surrounding environment. But this round of the game directly gave him a welcome gift. But what was worse was that this was just the beginning. Zhang Hung then heard the roar of artillery and the chaotic footsteps coming from the corridor outside the door. He looked around him as quickly as possible. Zhang Hung had a certain premonition when he heard the word pirate before. After scanning the cabin, he could finally confirm that he had encountered a non-modern society copy again. Whether it was the furnishings in the cabin or the clothes he was wearing, they looked very classical. It was estimated to be the style of ancient Europe, but he didn't know the exact time. The history of piracy can be traced back to the Lucans in the 14th century BC. The ancient Egyptians recorded their attacks on Cyprus. Later, the Viking pirates from the 8th to the 11th century AD were also very famous. They were not numerous, but they were extremely brave and fearless in battle. Later, a game company created the berserker profession based on them. In addition, Fujian and Guangdong in the Xia dynasty in the 17th century were also plagued by Japanese pirates. However, the golden age of pirates was from the late Renaissance to the early Enlightenment. With the opening of new routes, the expansion of colonies, and the continued rise of maritime trade, pirates also ushered in their own glory. They could be seen on all trade routes. Powerful pirates would fight with government forces and even attack colonies. However, as the strength of the navies of various countries grew, pirates gradually withdrew from the stage of history. Now there are probably only some small fish and shrimps in places like Somalia. After a brief review of the history of pirates, Zhang Hung did not stay in the cabin any longer. From the direction of the shells, he could tell that he was now on the side of the battle. So the most urgent thing was to leave the danger zone first, so as to avoid a second shell flying. At that time, he might not be so lucky. Zhang Hung hurriedly pushed open the hatch, and ended up bumping into a sailor dragging ammunition. The latter got up from the ground, He was not very old and looked like a child. His childish face was full of fear. He didn't care to say anything. He got up and ran to the deck with the box of shells. However, the next moment a shell flew out from an open door and hit him in the chest. John Hung ran over immediately. But the young sailor's chest was completely sunken, and it was obvious that he could not survive. In his dying moments, he held John Hung's hand, his eyes full of the last lingering love for the world. John Hung had experienced the Soviet-Finnish War, so he was not unfamiliar with such things. He knew that there was not much he could do now, and he could only keep repeating in the former's ear that your injury was not a big deal, and he would get better soon. However, less than half a minute later, the young sailor stopped breathing. John Hung was silent, stretched out his hand to close the other's eyes, and then dragged the box of shells to the ship's ladder. He wanted to know what was happening outside. And just at this moment, a face peeked down from above. It was a man in his 40s or 50s, with bronze skin, who looked like a man who had been living on the sea for many years. He was stunned when he saw John Hung. And then he said angrily, "Didn't I tell you that the armed forces on the ship are insufficient, and there is no manpower to protect you? Can't you just stay in the cabin?" John Hung was relieved to hear that the other party was speaking English. He was most worried that he was on a Spanish or Portuguese ship, and that he would be unable to communicate and the situation would become even more chaotic. John Hung moved aside, revealing the box of ammunition behind him, and the body of the young sailor not far away, and said, "Your men were unfortunately hit by bullets. I came to see if there was anything I could do to help." The old sailor on the upper deck was a little surprised to hear this. But now was not the time to chat. The cannons on the ship were running out of shells. He waved and urged, "Quick! Give me the ammunition first." Taking this opportunity, John Hung also came to the deck, and the whole place he saw was in a mess, with broken and damaged planks everywhere, and several bodies lying on the ground. And on his left-hand side was a three-masted sailing ship with a black sail. Chapter 97. The slightly fat man wearing a tricorn hat should be the captain of this ship. He was standing by the ship holding a copper telescope, nervously looking at the enemy ship opposite. A young man beside him kept persuading him, "Father, surrender. Our ship is not as fast as theirs, and the number of cannons is less than 1/3 of theirs. There are only 15 muskets on the ship. This battle cannot be fought, while everything is still possible." The captain glanced at his son, then turned around and shouted to the sailors behind him, "Where are the shells? Have the shells been delivered?" The old sailor nodded. "Wait for your order, Captain." The captain looked back at the young man and gritted his teeth and said, "Gunner, stand by." As soon as he finished speaking, a cannonball hit a cannon that was being loaded. The heavy iron barrel fell off the base and hit the two gunners behind. The two men screamed and then fell silent. At the same time, the three-masted sailing ship with black sails accelerated violently and rushed over fiercely. The captain commanded the gunners on the ship to fight back, and shouted to encourage everyone, "Hold on, everyone. As long as we hurt them and let these bastards taste our power, they will give up on us and turn to weaker prey. When we arrive in Boston, each person will be given a bonus of 6 pounds." The sailors' originally low morale was rekindled by the heavy reward. When the enemy ship approached and entered the range, the 15 muskets on the ship also decisively began to shoot. However, it can be seen that they did not have enough time to practice. The trajectory of the bullets was crooked, and most of them fell on the side of the three-masted sailing ship. Such an attack was like scratching an itch, and what they got in return was a fierce firepower counterattack from the opposite side. After a round of volleys, 9 more sailors fell on their side. The morale of the people finally collapsed completely. No matter how high the reward was, it was not as important as their own lives. The sailors began to abandon their weapons and flee. The captain knew that the situation was hopeless and stared blankly at everything in front of him until he turned his head and found that his son was also lying on the deck. The latter covered his chest with his hands, and blood oozed from his fingers. The captain took off his cocked hat, knelt on the ground, and held his son in his arms with a dazed look. At this time, John Hung had already come to the captain's room. After seeing the three-masted sailing ship, he guessed the outcome of this battle. Even if he joined the battle now, it would be useless. The ship he was on was just an ordinary British merchant ship, in order to carry as much cargo as possible and ensure profits. The ship was only equipped with 8 9-pound light cannons, and the ammunition was insufficient. The three-masted sailing ship with black sails on the opposite side had at least 30 cannons. If he hadn't wanted to capture both the ship and the people, he might have been drifting on the sea now. Therefore, instead of making a meaningless resistance on the ship, it is better to take this opportunity to do something meaningful. John Hung took advantage of the chaos and loss of order on the ship to find the captain's room. In the past, this room would be the most heavily guarded place on a ship. But now it is empty. John Hung ignored the valuable furnishings on the side. Even if he brought these things with him, he would not be able to keep them after the pirates boarded the ship. John Hung walked quickly to the wooden table on the west side, opened 3 drawers in a row, and finally found what he was looking for. The logbook. Basically every ship has one to record the date, wind direction, weather, and major events that happened on the day. What John Hung wants to know most now is the exact time he is in and the basic conditions on the ship. The logbook is undoubtedly the best choice. He spread the logbook on the table. 3 minutes later, accompanied by a loud bang, the ship suddenly shook violently. John Hung almost fell to the ground. When he stood firm and pulled open a small section of the curtain, he saw a huge gun muzzle. John Hung closed the curtains immediately. He knew that he didn't have much time left. The 2 ships joining together meant that they had entered the boarding battle stage. With the armed forces on the merchant ships, the battle would not last too long. Fortunately, John Hung had almost finished checking what he needed to check. The time was now 1712. If he remembered correctly, Spain had declined from prosperity due to the War of Succession in 1701, and Britain had acquired many overseas colonies that originally belonged to Spain through a series of treaties, becoming the new maritime overlord. At the same time, this was also the most active era for pirates. The merchant ship he was on was originally planned to sail from London to Boston with a cargo of woolen cloth for sale, and then to bring the locally produced tobacco back to England for sale. Unfortunately, when it was about to reach its destination, it was attacked by pirates. Seeing that it could not get rid of the pirates, the captain, who had served in the Royal Navy, planned to show the spirit of a professional soldier and fight to the death to protect the goods and his own honor. However, judging from the screams from above, his plan did not go smoothly. In addition, John Hung also found the location of New Providence on the nautical chart on the table. It is located in the north-central part of the Bahamas Islands in the Bahamas, and Nassau is a small town on the north shore of New Providence. John Hung wanted to continue reading, but there was no time. The pirates could come down from above at any time. John Hung knew that he could not stay any longer. He put the logbook back into the drawer and left the captain's room quickly. He originally planned to go back to his residence, but changed his mind halfway. John Hung first came to the kitchen and hid the lucky rabbit's foot, hunter's blessing, and arrow of Paris in his hand under a wooden board. However, when he walked out of the kitchen, he ran into 2 people head-on. One of them was running away in front, while the other was chasing behind. The one running away was hit by John Hung and fell to the ground. The one chasing behind was obviously not a crew member on the ship. He was holding a bloody hand axe in his hand. He looked at the fat man on the ground crying and crawling forward. A bloodthirsty look flashed in his eyes. When he saw John Hung standing on the other side, he was not panicked but more excited. But he didn't expect that the other party moved faster than him. John Hung didn't hesitate. He kicked the hand axe in the bald man's hand with a karate step and side kick. But the latter's punch came very fast. John Hung stretched out his hand to block the punch, but his arm was numb from the shock. On the other hand, the bald man on the opposite side was fine. He grinned and drew the dagger from his waist. John Hung realized that he might be in trouble. Close combat was not his strong point. From the punch just now, he could also feel the difference in strength between the 2 sides. He was afraid that he would not be the opponent of the pirate in front of him in a head-on battle. Chapter 98. John Hung retreated all the way back to the kitchen. His left arm was cut because he couldn't dodge in time. Although it was only a flesh wound, it was a bad sign. He could only retreat 3 steps to the wall at most. As for the fat man who was chased all the way before, he couldn't be relied on at all. The latter was curled up in the corner, holding his head and trembling. It seemed that he was completely scared. John Hung knew that he had to find a way by himself. If it were him before, he would inevitably have distracting thoughts at such a critical moment of life and death. However, after experiencing the baptism of the Soviet-Finnish War, he became calmer. He still had moment of shadow in his arms, but this item only had one use, and the time of this copy was particularly long. so he didn't want to use it so early. John Hung recalled the time when he and Simon went into the mountains to hunt bears in Sweden. He caught a glimpse of a potato peeling knife on the chopping board on his right hand. However, his little move did not fool the bald man opposite him. Just as he was about to move, the dagger in the latter's hand stabbed him fiercely. But John Hung just daggered and rushed to the left. The bald man reacted and immediately turned around and followed aggressively. Seeing that the dagger in his hand could cut open the opponent's heart, John Hung slid past him and finally stabbed the dagger into the large piece of bacon hanging behind him. The bald man was also angry. Someone's slick fighting style made him feel a sense of frustration that he couldn't use his strength. He was fed up with this hide-and-seek-like battle and pushed the bacon away. However, the next moment, he was greeted by a sharp harpoon. John Hung had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Compared with the bald man, his biggest advantage was his familiarity with the environment. Although both of them had just boarded the ship not long ago, he had roughly walked through the kitchen when he was looking for a place to hide things. He knew the location of the harpoon. The only thing left was how to lure the opponent here. Simon once said that if you want to hunt those big beasts in the forest, you must first make them believe that you are the hunter. When the time was right, John Hung showed his fangs without hesitation and stabbed the harpoon directly into the bald man's neck. He acted quickly and did not give the target time to react. He killed him with one blow. The bald man did not even fully realize the danger, and death had already come. The ferocious brown bear finally stepped into the trap set, staggered, and reached out to pull out the harpoon. But the huge body finally staggered and fell to the ground. After John Hung completed this fatal blow, he also sat on the floor. The fat man, who had been holding his head on the other side, was startled by the sound coming from his ears. He raised his head tremblingly, but found that the result in front of him was different from what he imagined. He seemed to be a little bit unbelievable. After a long while, he hesitated and said, You won? You can still sit there and ask such meaningless questions. So yes, I won, John Hung said. The fat man blushed. He also knew that his performance just now was really too bad. He stuck his head into the sand pit like an ostrich, and didn't care about John Hung's life or death. He said, Sorry, I was really scared before. I just opened the door to see the situation outside. I didn't expect him to rush towards me without knowing the truth. I thought I was dead. By the way, my name is Malvin. My father is a farmer in the colony. I plan to go over to help him. I saw you on the ship before. You are a traveler from the east, right? Call Zhang. Zhang. Marvin. I'm afraid now is not a good time to reminisce. The pirates have already attacked the ship. If they find one of them dead here, we will all be in big trouble. John Hung spoke quickly. He was a little helpless in the current situation. He could not change the outcome of the battle outside with his own strength. In his original plan, he would hide his things and find a place to stay quietly and prepare to surrender. But he didn't expect to run into this as soon as he went out. Under the circumstances at that time, he had no choice. If he watched the fat man die at the hands of the bald pirate, the latter would definitely come after him after killing people due to his excited state. So Zhang Hung had no choice but to take action. But this also made his situation dangerous. Ah! Marvin panicked again when he heard this. Then, what should I do? I didn't kill him. I didn't do anything. I just squatted here, motionless. John Hung frowned. He didn't expect Marvin's subconscious reaction to be to get himself out first, even if he didn't take action purely to save people. It was a fact that the latter was saved because of him. However, before he could say anything, he heard footsteps coming from a distance. Half a minute later, two figures appeared outside the door. One of them held a musket, and the other held a British saber. They were not sailors on the ship. Seeing Zhang Hung and Marvin standing there with their hands raised, they shouted, We found two more. Then they waved their weapons a few times and warned the two. Be honest. Your captain is dead, and this ship belongs to us now. Don't try to be clever. Marvin nodded desperately. The fat on his chin kept rolling, and sweat flowed down his cheeks like clothes that had not been wrung out. The pirate holding the British saber was stunned when he saw this. What the hell? He looked around the kitchen and didn't find anything suspicious until his eyes fell on the big wooden barrel behind the two of them. Then he pushed Marvin away and opened the barrel. There was only a pile of smoked fish inside. Another pirate urged impatiently. Are you ready? If we delay any longer, we will miss the celebration banquet. By the way, where did Vic go? I think I saw him coming in this direction before. To be honest, I don't want to see that guy at all. He's a lunatic. Every time he comes on board, it's like a slaughterhouse. If it weren't for his bravery in battle, he would have been kicked off the ship long ago. The pirate put the British saber back into his waist and pushed John Hung and Marvin. Let's go. Gather on the deck. The two were escorted to the deck, where they met other passengers on the ship and the 7 sailors who survived the battle. Everyone looked a little panicked, not knowing what fate would await them. Chapter 99. 2 pirates came forward and searched John Hung and Marvin. They searched every pocket, even the boots on their feet, to ensure that nothing valuable was missed. Afterwards, John Hung and Marvin were also pushed into the crowd. The latter looked terrified, especially when he saw the bodies of the captain and the dead sailors on the other side. He began to tremble uncontrollably again, which also caused the surrounding pirates to laugh. John Hung's wallet and a snuff bottle were searched away, but the shadow key and shadow moment were still on him. The latter was his life-saving trump card. In order to prevent the pirates from searching him, he had to use the shadow key twice to transform both items into shadow forms. However, unlike the previous situations, he was now in the vast ocean. Even with the shadow moment in his hand, he didn't know where he could escape to. In the shadow state, he could certainly imprint himself on the sea. But once the 3 minutes were up, he would become a drowning person. If he was lucky, he might be found and rescued by a passing ship. But the greater possibility was that he would be eaten by a fish, or first be dehydrated by the scorching sun, and then eaten by a fish. A moment ago, everyone was a passenger on the ship, looking forward to a new life in the colony. But now they have become prisoners of pirates, and their lives are uncertain. Although most people are not as miserable as Marvin, pessimism has begun to spread. About a quarter of an hour later, there was a sudden sound of banging in the cabin under the deck, mixed with a few gunshots. When everything returned to calm, a figure appeared in front of everyone. I'm sorry. There are some fools on every ship who don't know the current situation. I had to spend some time to persuade them. Fortunately, the problem has been solved now. Please allow me to introduce myself first. I am the helmsman of the Sea Lion. You can call me Mr. Orf. The man looked to be about 40 or 50 years old. A little bald, but he looked in good spirits. Compared with the ferocious pirates around him, he was more like a reasonable person. In fact, the position of helmsman does require extraordinary communication skills. It is the second most important position on a pirate ship. The helmsman has a close relationship with the sailors, represents the interests of the sailors, and is also a bridge of communication between the sailors and the captain. He has the right to question the captain's orders when the interests of the sailors are violated. His appearance gave many people hope. Some passengers begged, "Please, sir, let us go. We are just ordinary people. I have a wife and children waiting for me at home." Orf nodded, and then he drew the short musket from his waist and pulled the trigger at a sailor who had surrendered his weapon on the ground. The latter was hit in the head by the flying lead bullet and fell to the ground. The splashing blood was sprinkled on the helmsman's linen shirt. Witnessing this cruel and bloody scene, the captives panicked. They remembered the stories they had heard about pirates before. They were a group of lawless, cruel and bloodthirsty people. No one knew whether they would kill everyone on the ship on a whim. This shot was undoubtedly a bad omen. Marvin was so scared that he peed his pants. However, Orf took back the short musket and said, "I'm sorry, but this is what I have to do. This guy killed 2 of my brothers when he boarded the ship. Don't think that I will ignore the previous things by lowering my head. I may be old, but I am not so forgetful. Blood debts must be paid with blood. This is our usual style of doing things." His words drew cheers from the surrounding pirates, who clapped their hands on the railings in agreement. At the same time, the captive passengers felt a little relieved. Although what happened just now seemed cruel, it was not too much from the perspective of revenge. These passengers had long forgotten who had protected them not long ago. In order to survive, everyone chose to remain silent at this time. The remaining 6 sailors surrendered early, and their expressions were somewhat complicated. On the one hand, they were ashamed of their own performance, and on the other hand, they were secretly glad that they did not participate in the battle. Now that the old accounts have been settled, we can now talk about the issues that concern you most. Orf continued, "As you can see, the ship you are on now belongs to us. Not only the cargo on the ship, but also your wallets. all the valuable and worthless things, including the ship itself. But we are not unreasonable people. Worf changed the subject. Out of humanitarian considerations, we will prepare a small boat for you, 2 barrels of fresh water, and perhaps some biscuits and bacon, although it is not enough for you to row from here to Boston. But fortunately you are now on the trade route, and the weather in the past 2 days seems to be good. If you are lucky, a passing ship will find you, and you will be saved. His words did not reassure the crowd, but instead triggered a new round of riots. A small boat, 2 barrels of fresh water, and 30 passengers. This combination was unreliable no matter how you looked at it. Any wind and waves could cause the people on it to be doomed. Not to mention the passing ships that might appear at any time. The hope of being rescued was far less than the risk of death that would be faced. Someone begged again, hoping to win the pirates' sympathy. But this time Orf seemed to be determined and insisted on this condition, and would not change it. I know the risks of this matter, but we are pirates, not philanthropists. I'm afraid you will have to find a way to solve the problems later. Orf turned and left. The pirates beside him prepared to launch the small boat into the water. But the boat was too small. Even if it was full, it could only accommodate 20 people, not to mention fresh water and food. At this time, a burly pirate came over and said, "Do you have any cooks or carpenters here? We are still short of 2 carpenters and a cook on our ship. If you want to join, you can follow me." Compared to waiting to die in a small boat on the sea, this way undoubtedly has a greater hope of survival. As soon as he finished speaking, a captured sailor immediately raised his hand and said, I am the carpenter on this ship, and I am willing to join you." As soon as he finished speaking, someone on the other side of the passenger also spoke up. "Although I have not been out to sea much, I have made some furniture in town before, and I have also built shelves for people. Do you think I can do it?" The burly pirate thought about it and nodded. "Sure, you can be his assistant first." The passengers looked at the two with envy. Professionals are always welcome wherever they go, and even ferocious pirates will treat them with courtesy. "There is only 1 seat left here," said the burly pirate. "This opportunity will not be available again. Is there anyone willing to come with me?" I am willing," a voice spoke. No one expected that the person who spoke was Marvin. Chapter 100. The burly pirate looked at Marvin and raised his eyebrows. "Are you a cook?" It's no wonder he was suspicious. Marvin's clothes were far from those of a cook. The farmer's son looked quite upper class, with a wig, lace embroidered on the cuffs and collar, and a coat sewn close to his waist. But now he only had white silk stockings on his feet, and the beautiful boots were counted as spoils when he was searched. He nodded hurriedly. My mother opened a small hotel in Canterbury. I will help when there is a shortage of staff." The burly pirate looked a little skeptical, especially when his eyes moved to Marvin's wet crotch. A flash of contempt flashed in his eyes. Marvin obviously knew that he had made a bad first impression on the other party, and added in a hurry, "I cook delicious food. When I was on the ship, the cook would ask me for advice. If you don't believe me, you can ask those friends. When they found me, I was in the kitchen." That's right. The 2 pirates who found John Hung and Marvin nodded in agreement. Marvin looked at the burly pirate nervously. The latter touched his chin and said after about half a minute, "Then you can try it. But I warn you, if it doesn't taste good or makes us sick, even if I forgive you, they won't let you go." He pointed at the pirates around him while speaking. Marvin hurriedly thanked him. "Okay, gentlemen. The quota is full. Recruitment is over. I wish you a pleasant journey," the burly pirate said, and prepared to leave with the 3 people. However, at this moment, another voice suddenly came from behind him. "Wait." The burly pirate stopped. He did not notice that Marvin's face suddenly became nervous when he heard this voice. The latter looked up at the place where the voice came from, his expression full of pleading. John Hung ignored the hint given to him by the farmer's son, stood up and said, "I will join too. The risk of drifting on the sea is too high, and food and water are seriously scarce. If he were alone, he might choose to fight. But so many people would make the situation more complicated. Not to mention that he still had props left on the ship, and he couldn't get them back if he left." The burly pirate frowned. "I appreciate your enthusiasm. Really. But as I said before, there are only 3 places for this recruitment, and now we are full." Faced with the other side's refusal, John Hung just said calmly, "Give me the gun." Perhaps he was moved by someone's confidence. Or perhaps because of the booing of the surrounding pirates. The burly pirate finally handed a short musket to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng took it in his hand and checked it a little. After experiencing the script of the Soviet-Finnish War, he also did some homework on firearms. Now he is no longer the white man who knew nothing at the beginning. What he holds in his hand now is a flintlock rifle. Compared with a matchlock rifle, it simplifies the shooting process. Uses flint to ignite the gunpowder. Has a faster shooting speed, less recoil, and higher accuracy. It was developed in the mid-16th century and began to be widely distributed in European armies in the mid to late 17th century. The later American War of Independence was also the stage for flintlock rifles. But in the final analysis, this thing is the terror of the times. Not to mention modern firearms. It is far inferior to the M28 he used in the Soviet-Finnish War. The so-called simplified shooting process is only relative to the matchlock gun, because the bullets and gunpowder at this stage are loaded separately. It takes a long time to load the bullets and gunpowder after firing a shot, and the range is only about 80 meters. Zhang Heng looked very carefully, and it took a full minute. The pirates watching the excitement around him started to make noises, and the burly pirate in charge of recruiting people also began to show impatience. At this moment, Zhang Heng suddenly raised the short musket in his hand without any warning and aimed at Marvin. The latter was horrified and thought that Zhang Heng wanted to kill him to silence him. But the next moment the bullet flew past his ear and hit the apple core in the hand of a pirate at the stern, which scared the latter. The pirates were stunned at first, and then burst into cheers. The distance between Zhang Heng and the pirate who ate the apple was more than 40 meters, and the ship was tossed by the waves, so it was very difficult to shoot. The rapid shooting action learned from Simon was so coherent that it looked like he was not aiming at all. In the end, this magical shooting skill won applause from the whole audience. In a sense, most pirates are simple people, on the sea that believes in the law of the jungle. They always respect the strong. I don't know who started it first, but the pirates around shouted together, "Accept him! Accept him!" The burly pirate in charge of recruiting frowned, but in the end, he couldn't resist the overwhelming public opinion behind him, and said helplessly, "Well, a sharpshooter. No one should be able to refuse. Anyway, I have already recruited 3 people, and I don't care about one more. Come with me." The 4 followed the burly pirate down the deck, who introduced himself as he walked. "My name is Owen, and I'm the bosun of the Sea Lion. No matter what you've done before or what your background is, you're all a member of the Sea Lion now. Of course, we can't trust you like we trust others, but it doesn't matter. Let time tell." Owen paused, then continued, "But there are some things you need to know in advance. Listen, gambling, theft, and private fighting are strictly prohibited on the ship, unless there is a notary present in the duel, and deserting during a battle is a capital crime." When he said this, he looked at Marvin, who wiped his sweat and smiled. Owen continued, "During the plunder, it is strictly forbidden to hide the spoils, except for the enemies you killed. You can choose one thing first, and then all the gains will be divided equally among everyone. The captain and the helmsman will get 2 points. The doctor, carpenter, gunner, cook, and bosun will each get 1.5 points. Others who performed well in the battle will also receive additional rewards. If you are disabled, you will receive a pension. The amount of the pension depends on your years on the ship. Oh, and most importantly, everyone has equal voting rights in all daily affairs on the ship, including the appointment and removal of the captain and the helmsman." Owen looked at the 4 people after he finished speaking. "That's all for now. Do you have any questions?" Marvin raised his hand and smiled. "I state in advance that I don't want to evade responsibility. I just want to know that. Does the cook have to participate in the battle?" Owen glanced at him. "Normally no. But if it really comes to a critical moment, everyone has to take up arms. Speaking of this, you will go to Dufresne later and ask him to equip you with a musket, and I will tell him about this." He said the last sentence to Zhang Heng. "And the rest of you can also go to Dufresne to get a weapon. This is a benefit for newcomers. As for the future, if you get it damaged, you will have to pay for it, which will be deducted from your next spoils of war." Chapter 101. The merchant ship had been bombarded before, and the hull had some damage. Although it was not serious, it was definitely not okay to leave it alone. The 2 carpenters quickly devoted themselves to their work. After Owen left, Marvin finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed. It was a close call. It was so terrible just now. I thought I would be squeezed on that small boat and die alone on the sea. But now the good news is that we all stayed. Although we joined the pirates, we can at least survive on the bright side. When I spoke on the deck, you seemed very nervous. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will take your place? John Hung said. Ah? Marvin smiled and said, No. 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 I'm afraid that they will hurt you. These are guys who kill without blinking an eye. You are brave. I didn't dare to look them in the eye when I talked to them. I'm curious. Marvin, if I really plan to take your place, what will you do? Will you tell me what happened in the kitchen? John Hung said calmly. How is that possible? Marvin shook his head like a rattle, but his eyes kept dodging. You saved my life. I will never betray you no matter what. That's the best. Because I can assure you that if you expose this matter, you will not be able to escape. Marvin laughed dryly, but from his expression, it can be seen that he did not believe this sentence. Do you know why I stabbed him 3 times from the back with a potato peeler even though he was already dead? You? Marvin's face finally changed this time. He had never understood Zhang Hung's unnecessary action, thinking it was just a simple act of venting anger. But now, he finally realized what his purpose was. It is difficult for a person to leave wounds on the chest and back of another person at the same time. But with help, this matter can be easily explained. You can tell your story, and I can tell mine. But in the end, the corpse will prove whose story sounds more credible. As the two were talking, there was another shout from outside. Vic, where the hell have you been? If you don't come out now, you won't get any of the spoils. Several pirates walked through the corridor cursing. Zhang Hung stood up and patted Marvin, who looked ashen. It's getting late. I have to go get my musket. And you should go cook. Tonight, when everyone is asleep, we will work together to throw the thing buried under the smoked fish into the sea, so that both of us will have no more troubles. After solving the problem of the farmer's son, Zhang Hung received a musket and a notched dagger from Dufresne, who was in charge of the weapons on the ship. However, before he had time to get familiar with his new weapons, Zhang Hung received his first task after becoming a pirate: cleaning the deck. Yes, the lives of pirates were not much different from those of ordinary sailors when they did not raise the black flag. In fact, many of them were sailors before, but they could not stand the captain's oppression, or they were eager for adventure and freedom, and to get rich overnight. In short, various reasons made them choose to become pirates in the end. However, no one likes to stay in a dirty and bad environment, even sloppy pirates. This has nothing to do with misophobia, but because there are too many deadly things on the sea. Maintaining a good environment not only helps to stabilize emotions, but also effectively reduces the risk of sailors contracting diseases. Therefore, pirates will also clean the deck regularly, especially after a big battle, when there are corpses and blood everywhere. Zhang Hung and 5 other people worked for 2 hours to make the blood stains on it a little lighter. Marvin also cooked dinner before sunset. I don't know how he did it, but the taste was unexpectedly good. Zhang Hung knew that he had also passed the most difficult stage and could stay on the ship. Don't underestimate the value of a good cook. Sometimes pirates go out to rob not necessarily for money, but also for people. Life on the sea is boring, especially when there are only hot-blooded men on the ship. It is easy to cause riots over time. An excellent chef can relieve the mental stress of the sailors to a certain extent through delicious food. Therefore, there is a rule that the cook who does not participate in the battle most of the time can also receive the same share of spoils as the most dangerous gunner in the battle. And no one has any objection to this. Night came quickly, and the captain and the helmsman returned to the Sea Lion after the battle. They took away about 2/3 of the pirates, and the remaining 1/3 was under the command of the boatswain Owen, who also became the temporary captain of the ship. The pirates were in a good mood tonight. They had just experienced a battle. They had suppressed their opponents from beginning to end and captured the ship without bloodshed. The price they paid was only 3 deaths and 5 minor injuries. This result was enough for them to have a drink. Someone started playing the Irish organ, and some pirates mentioned Vic's name. Most people thought he had sneaked back to the Walrus. Some people talked about the money Vic owed them, wondering if he had sneaked away, which made everyone laugh again, until Owen appeared in the dining hall. He swept his eyes over the pirates and said, "News just came from the Sea Lion. They are very sure that Vic is not on board. Who was the last person to see him today? The pirates looked at each other in bewilderment. Generally, there are only two outcomes in a battle. Either dead or alive. There has never been a case of a living person disappearing before. Is it possible that he fell into the water? Someone speculated. Impossible. I checked before sailing, and there was no one nearby who fell into the water. Another pirate shook his head. Then someone else echoed. Yes. I saw him rush into the cabin under the deck with my own eyes. He was one of the first people to go in. I haven't seen him since then. The pirates were discussing, but no one could explain why Vic was missing. Owen's eyes moved to the new recruits. But Marvin was still in the kitchen. He didn't see anything unusual on the faces of the remaining three people. They behaved differently from the pirates. They basically sat in the corner and ate their dinner quietly. However, considering that they were the ones being robbed before, this behavior was quite normal. So Owen turned his eyes back. Okay. Who will be responsible for counting the spoils this afternoon? Come to the captain's room in 5 minutes. Chapter 102. It was not until after dinner that John Hung had time to check his character panel. And his information was updated again. Name, John Hung. Gender, male. Age, 19. Player ID, 07958. Number of game rounds experienced, 3. Current game points, 777. Possessions, Shadow Key, E. Shadow Moment, D. Skills, Piano LV1. Language Proficiency LV1, 3 languages reach the level of daily communication. Modification and Repair LV1. Skiing LV1. Rock Climbing LV1. Archery LV2. Wilderness Survival LV2. Car Driving Skills LV2. Shooting LV2. Evaluation. This player is protected by the shadow and has car driving, shooting, wilderness survival, and archery skills. He has a certain self-protection ability, but no obvious strengths. It is expected that he can pass 7 rounds of the game after 3 months of practice in the real world. With 48 hours of training, John Hung rock climbing finally broke through from LV0 to LV1. Now he can climb most artificial rock walls with his bare hands. For natural rock walls, it depends on the situation. The angle and rock quality may affect the difficulty of climbing. Shooting and skiing are 2 new skills he got in the last dungeon. Shooting is also the most talented skill he has shown so far. It only took 1 month to upgrade from a rookie who just touched a gun to LV1. Later that night, he and Simon escaped from the guerrilla camp and fought with a mysterious master by the lake, which also stimulated the potential in his body. In the end, he not only won the life and death battle, but also improved his shooting skills to level 2. And this is not the end. He stayed with Simon during his life in Sweden. The two often went hunting in the mountains together. Simon taught him all the skills including rapid shooting. Therefore, John Hung's current shooting level has actually far exceeded level 2. But he doesn't know how far he is from level 3. In fact, he also found that when a skill reaches level 2, it will become very difficult to improve it, because it means that you have reached an extremely outstanding level among ordinary people, and the room for improvement will become narrower and narrower. Taking his level 2 archery as an example, John Hung has felt that he can only maintain this level at most by practicing alone. If he wants to advance to the next level, there must be some other external stimulation. It was like the life and death duel by the lake that night. But this kind of thing is not so easy to encounter. If possible, John Hung even hopes that he will never encounter it. Understanding the current situation, John Hung closed the character panel. After nightfall, the wind and waves on the sea surface became stronger. John Hung lay in the hammock and felt that the dinner he had just eaten was swaying back and forth in his stomach. He had taken a sea boat before, but the time was not long. Only half a day. And the wind and waves on the sea were relatively calm. So he did not get seasick. But the situation was obviously different this time. Especially in the crowded sailor's cabin, lying with a group of pirates who had not taken a bath for an uncertain period of time. The air was mixed with various unpleasant smells. So it wasn't long before John Hung couldn't help but vomit. The pirates burst into laughter. What a joke. Are you a rookie going out to sea for the first time? Yeah. I'm starting to regret letting him join us on the deck before. Another pirate echoed. Life on the sea is boring. So finding fun is also a basic skill for pirates. However, there are also helpful guys among them. A black pirate handed John Hung a wooden barrel so that he could vomit in it, and also poured him a glass of water. Thank you. After vomiting, John Hung felt better. He rinsed his mouth with fresh water and thanked him. You're welcome. Don't take their words to heart. Those guys just have bad mouths. They are not bad people. You will find it after staying for a long time. The black pirate extended a hand. Goodwin, the gunner of the Sea Lion. John Hung. John Hung held the barrel with one hand and shook hands with the other. I saw your performance on the deck before. It was very impressive. What did you do before? A soldier? Goodwin said excitedly. Almost. I did participate in a war before. Did you win? Not really. But at least I and the people I care about survived. You are so lucky. I also participated in a war. But we lost. Goodwin opened his collar and revealed a brand on his left chest. My tribe was defeated by another tribe. They killed my father and mother, as well as the elders in the tribe, and sold me, my brother and my 6-year-old sister, to a slave-catching team. I don't remember how long we were on the ship. At that time, everyone was shackled and squeezed in the narrow cargo hold on the bottom floor, one next to the other, unable to move. In fact, there was no room to breathe. When we arrived at the place they called the New World, there were only less than 80 people left out of the 300 black people on the ship. My brother died in my arms. I'm sorry to hear that, John Hung said. The slave trade began in the 15th century and reached its peak in the 17th and 18th centuries. The reclamation and construction of colonies required a large amount of cheap labor, which was obviously unrealistic to rely on the few European immigrants. So merchants turned their attention to Africa, where European countries competed to set up trading posts and fortresses, or to stir up relations between tribes, purchase war prisoners, or hunt slaves themselves. John Hung is now in the era of the flourishing triangular trade. Merchants set out from Europe to Africa to buy slaves, and then transported the slaves to America and sold them to American plantations and farmers. Then they transported American gold, coffee, cotton and other specialties to Europe to make amazing profits. This situation did not improve until the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century, when Britain, France, the United States and other countries gradually banned the slave trade. However, although the government no longer supported this behavior, private smuggling was still rampant. The real decline of the slave trade had to wait until the 1860s. That was a later story. I was bought by a coffee plantation owner in Charleston, where I worked for 8 years, and then I was sold to a ship as a sailor. I did the most work, but had the worst food, until she found us. Who? The Sea Lion. She gave me my freedom, accepted me. The people on it treated me as a companion, a brother. We looked after each other's backs during battles. There is no master-slave system here. We are all equal free people, and we all have a common home. Where? Nassau. Chapter 103. This was the first time John Hung heard this word from the pirates. The main task of this dungeon was to establish a foothold in Nassau and build his own power. Of course, he wanted to know more about that place. However, before he opened his mouth, a strong feeling of nausea rushed to his forehead. John Hung couldn't help but open his mouth and hugged the barrel tightly in his arms. He felt like he was going to vomit his stomach. Goodwin stood up and patted him on the back. You should rest early. You will feel better after a good sleep. I won't disturb you anymore. John Hung also realized that his current state was indeed very bad. Not only physically, but also mentally. He couldn't concentrate on thinking at all. He had originally made an appointment with Marvin to deal with the body in the barrel in the evening, but he was definitely unable to do this in his current state. John Hung felt like he was thrown into a drum washing machine. The whole world was rolling and shaking. He vomited again and again while holding the barrel. He tossed until the second half of the night and fell asleep in a daze. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar face. Are you awake? Marvin said excitedly, picking up the food on the other side. I made fish soup for you. I used the fish I caught this morning. It's just right for you to replenish your body. The farmer's son's eyes revealed concern, as if he sincerely hoped that he would get better soon. John Hung glanced at the bowl of fish soup and the biscuits next to it, but did not touch them. Instead, he asked, Why are you here? Oh, Goodwin told Mr. Owen about your illness. Mr. Owen asked if anyone was willing to take care of you, so I volunteered. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do after making 2 meals a day. Marvin seemed to know that John Hung didn't trust him very much. He took a big sip of the fish soup and ate a bite of the biscuit next to it. He chewed and said aggrievedly, You don't have to be so wary of me. We were all on the same boat before. But now there are only you, me, Bruce, and Kenny. At times like this, shouldn't we work together? Marvin looked around furtively and confirmed that no one was around before he lowered his voice and said quickly, "They searched the entire boat again this morning, looking for that guy named Vic. But fortunately, the kitchen was not checked much. What should we do? Will they find us again later?" John Hung drank a mouthful of fish soup and glanced at Marvin. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that the latter's acting skills had improved a lot. The farmer's son's face could not hide anything. But now John Hung found it difficult to tell what he was thinking. Sure enough, the worse the environment, the faster a person's growth. However, John Hung knew very well that Marvin was a completely unreliable person. The things that happened before had proved that his selfishness was rooted in his heart and could not be changed. He only had himself in his eyes. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely sell out the people around him without hesitation in exchange for a better life. However, for now, the interests of the two were temporarily consistent. Because the corpse in the barrel that John Hung killed became their common trouble, Marvin could only hope that he could get rid of the corpse quickly. Before that, he didn't want John Hung to have any problems. However, things didn't go as planned. John Hung vomited again not long after resting after drinking the fish soup. He spent the next week in this way repeatedly. He lost a lot of weight. Some people even thought he couldn't survive. There were too many similar things. Due to the poor sanitary conditions, people often contracted diseases when they went out to sea. With the medical level at that time, even if there was a ship doctor, it would be difficult to save them. But what everyone didn't expect was that John Hung finally withstood it all with amazing perseverance. However, when he was able to get off the hammock and no longer be affected by the wind and waves, his weight was only a little over 100 pounds. "My God, you look like a landlubber who has never been to the sea. But how is this possible?" Goodwin was surprised. "Didn't you drift on the sea for a month and a half before?" "This is a long story." John Hung got off the bed with the help of the gunner and came to the deck. He greedily breathed in the fresh air. It felt good to be reborn. John Hung never thought that one day he would even have to look at the sun above his head again. He stayed in the dark sailor cabin for too long and almost forgot what the outside world looked like. But anyway, welcome back, my friend. Goodwin saw Marvin looking over here not far away. Paused and said, "I remembered that I haven't maintained my weapons yet. Let's talk later." After Goodwin walked away, the farmer's son walked over quickly, with a trace of anxiety on his face. As soon as he met, he hurriedly said, "Thank God you finally woke up. You don't know how I got through these days. Every time someone passed by the kitchen door, I was worried. The thing in the barrel has been stored for too long. And now I don't know how to describe the smell. In fact, if it weren't for the smoked fish covering it up, it would have aroused suspicion long ago. And I just heard from a sailor that it would take about 3 days to see land. What should I do with the thing in the barrel then? If we are discovered, we too may become the shortest-lived pirates in history. I fully understand the difficulties you are facing now. But you have survived so many days, so you should not mind waiting one more day. With my current physical condition, I can't do anything even if I want to. Let's wait until tomorrow night. At the latest, tomorrow night, we will solve this problem together," John Hung said. Although Marvin was anxious, he also knew that John Hung was telling the truth. According to the original plan of the two, they should have dealt with this hidden danger 10 days ago. But no one expected that John Hung would start to get seasick all the way. Seeing that they were about to reach the land, there would be many people and eyes, and there was no guarantee that there would be trouble. Marvin had no better idea, so he could only nod. In fact, if he had the courage, he could have thrown the body into the sea by himself during these days. But the fear in his heart eventually overcame his courage, and he still felt resentful. It was John Hung who killed the person, but now the result was that they had to share the risk. He felt extremely aggrieved. Chapter 104. John Hung used these 2 days to do some exercise. His physical strength was also recovering rapidly while eating the food carefully cooked by Marvin. By the second night, he could move around effortlessly, but there was still a big gap from his peak. But there was no time left for him. At their current sailing speed, they could reach Nassau at the fastest tomorrow morning. He and Marvin had to deal with the body in the barrel tonight. Owen visited John Hung after dinner and exchanged a few words, asking him to take a good rest and not to worry about work. John Hung expressed his gratitude, and then Goodwin came over to chat with him about his life as a sailor on the supply ship. At midnight, all the sailors climbed into the hammocks. John Hung was not in a hurry. He waited for another hour to make sure that everyone fell asleep. He got up from the bed and walked into the kitchen through the snoring. Malvern had been sitting there on pins and needles for a long time. The candle on the table had burned more than half. He held a potato in his hand and pretended to peel it, but his mind was not on it at all. Hearing the footsteps outside, he immediately said subconsciously, "Mr. Dufresne, I be done soon. And I go to bed right away." He looked up and saw someone coming in, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. A little annoyed. "Why are you here so late? Do you know how many times I've been asked why I haven't gone to bed yet? If this continues, I be suspected. Find an excuse to explain why you don't sleep or drag this thing out when everyone is awake. Which behavior do you think is more dangerous?" John Hung asked. Marvin smiled awkwardly. "I'm not blaming you. I just think maybe we have a safer way." John Hung interrupted him. "The sooner we solve this problem, the sooner we'll be out of danger, whether it's me or you. So if you really care about your safety, we should do it now." Marvin finally didn't say anything this time, and lifted the barrel with John Hung. The two walked out of the kitchen, passed through the corridor and storage room outside, and came to the door of the sailor's cabin. Marvin took a deep breath and was about to move, but was pulled by John Hung. Then he saw a pirate rubbing his eyes and climbing up from the hammock. The latter probably drank too much rum during dinner, and was awakened by the urge to urinate in the middle of his sleep. He hurriedly left the sailor's cabin. After a while, he staggered back with his pants held up and fell headfirst onto the bed. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, John Hung nodded to Marvin, and the two continued to lift the wooden barrel. The farmer's son felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He didn't know how he moved step by step to the front of the ladder. This time seemed as long as a century. Any pirates turning over or whispering in his dream made him tremble with fear. It was not until he walked out of the sailor's cabin and went up to the upper floor that Marvin's tension was slightly relieved. He lowered his voice and said, "What should we do? Go to the deck? No. There are people patrolling there, and someone is at the helm. It's hard not to be discovered by them if we go up," John Hung said. "The rooms on this floor were originally prepared for passengers. The windows are large enough to send the bodies out. How is the matter I asked you to check before?" "Well, our original room is now occupied by the Vanguard team," said Marvin. "But there are 2 rooms that are now empty because they were too badly damaged. The main reason is that there is not enough wood on the ship, so the places that do not affect navigation can only be placed there for the time being." "Very good. Then lead the way." The two of them rested for half a minute. Marvin was in front and John Hung was behind. They carried the wooden barrel to the second to last room at the end of the corridor. Marvin glanced at John Hung beside him, reached out his hand, and knocked gently on the door. There was no movement inside. The farmer's son then bravely pushed open the door. As expected, there was no one in the house. In the previous battle, this house was unfortunately hit by 4 shells, and the side walls had almost disappeared. However, because it was far from the waterline, it was simply nailed with a few wooden boards, and it was still leaking. After putting down the barrel, Marvin closed the door immediately and said hurriedly, "Since we are here, let's throw the body off the boat quickly." John Hung was standing in front of the broken wall, looking down, and then shook his head and said, "No, there is almost no wind and waves tonight, and the landing point is too high. The sound of the body falling into the water may be heard by the people on the deck. What should we do?" Marvin's face changed when he heard this. "We can't wait any longer. This is the last night. If we can't get rid of the body, I didn't say I won't deal with it." John Hung frowned. "It won't do me any good to drag it down. Let's find a rope and wrap it around the body. Just let it down slowly, and it will be fine." "That's a good idea." Marvin immediately changed from worry to joy and praised, "You are still thoughtful. Travelers are different. I will go find a rope now." As he spoke, he opened the door again, but the smile on his face froze completely. The farmer's son's eyes were full of horror, and his bones were shaking uncontrollably because of fear. "Sorry. Did I interrupt your date?" The uninvited guest outside the door spoke slowly. He was an old pirate with a beard on his chin, a tattered gray hat on his head, and a mouthful of rotten teeth. When he smiled, his eyes fell on the wooden barrel behind Marvin, and he raised his eyebrows. So, poor Vic has been staying there all these days? John Hung made a judgment in the shortest time possible, and took out the short musket from his waist as quickly as possible, pointing it at the old pirate. But the latter's expression did not change. Believe me, kid, I have been pointed at by guns more times than you have eaten salt. Let me tell you what will happen next. You pull the trigger and I will be shot to death. Well, I have no doubt about this. However, the gunshot will wake up the vanguard next door. You will either be hacked to death in the resistance or be executed after being caught. I don't know which situation is worse. Considering your age and my age, this deal is a bit uneconomical, isn't it? John Hung was silent for a moment after hearing this. He had realized that it was not a surprise that the old pirate appeared here tonight. He might have been eyeing them for a long time, but he had waited until now to show his hand. However, on the bright side, the old pirate did not seem to intend to give justice to the bald man in the barrel. Otherwise, he would not be the only one standing outside the door now. John Hung decided to listen to the other party's intentions first. Chapter 105. Seeing John Hung put down his musket, the old pirate grinned. A wise move. Then he turned to look at Marvin in front of him. I don't mind standing here and talking to you. But if someone happens to pass by the corridor, how are you going to explain it? The farmer's son had lost the most basic ability to think because of fear. He turned back and subconsciously looked at John Hung. Seeing the latter nodded, he quickly moved his bloated body to make way. Thank you very much. The old pirate took off his hat, walked sideways into the house, and then closed the door. In order to ensure that our communication can proceed smoothly, I would like to state in advance that I am not friends with the guy in the barrel. In fact, I personally don't like some of his behaviors. But we are here to be pirates on the sea, not to make friends. You can't like everyone on the ship, right? How did you find out? John Hung was the first to ask the question he wanted to know most. You are very calm. You are not very old, but you seem to have experienced a lot. I have only seen two people who are naturally so calm in my life. One is you, and the other is... The old pirate paused, but did not want to continue. But your friend is not so good, especially when you were seasick. He has been taking care of you. It is very touching. But he came to see you 7 or 8 times a day, which is a bit abnormal. Especially when I see him being so anxious every day. I always can't help but ask myself, what makes a cook so nervous? Tomorrow's recipe? Marvin's face turned pale when he heard this. He looked like he was about to cry. He suddenly knelt down on the ground. Don't believe him. This matter has nothing to do with me. I was also coerced. I didn't do anything from beginning to end. The wound on my back was added by him later. The old pirate looked a little surprised. He glanced at John Hung beside him, and found that the latter was just standing there, looking coldly at Marvin, who was kneeling and begging, and was indifferent. The farmer's son grabbed the old pirate's trouser leg and cried for a while. He also found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. He raised his head awkwardly. The latter patted his shoulder and said kindly, Don't worry. If I really planned to give justice to Vic, do you think I would be the only one outside the door when I opened it just now? What do you want? John Hung didn't want to watch Marvin's poor performance anymore, so he took the initiative to bring the topic back on track. It's very simple. Just a little kindness and a few trivial favors, the old pirate said. As you can see, I'm already very old. After I go back this time, I don't plan to go to sea again. I have to start preparing for my retirement life. So I need someone to help me get back the debts I was owed before. Is it just this kind of thing? John Hung frowned. I'm not a person who likes to push for more. And the person you killed just happens to be someone I hate. So yes, it's that simple. You should have a lot of friends on the ship. Why don't you ask them for help? You have to understand that once money is involved, the situation will always become complicated. But it's different for newcomers. If you dare to swallow my money, I will naturally find a way to make you spit it out again, the old pirate said. I like the gun skills you showed on the deck before. Our cooperation will be very pleasant. It seems that we have no other choice. You are a smart person. It is always worry-free to communicate with smart people. However, for the sake of caution, I still have to take insurance for our cooperation. The old pirate's eyes moved to the barrel on the other side. I already know the trouble you are in. How about letting me handle this trouble? What do you mean? I know what you are worried about. We will arrive in Nassau tomorrow, and someone will count the items on the ship, including the previous food reserves. If you don't deal with the contents of the barrel tonight, then your secret will no longer be kept. Unless, the old pirate paused, unless someone knows the person in charge of counting the items and tells him not to count the things in the kitchen. And then find someone to secretly pull the barrel off the ship and deal with it. There are not many people on the ship who can do this. But fortunately there is one in front of you now. After that, you can use the contents of the barrel to threaten us for the rest of our lives. John Hung said calmly. Like I said, I'm planning to retire. I won't come to you again after this time. Perhaps you should be more careful of other people on the ship than a harmless old man. For example, our enthusiastic black friend Goodwin. He is very likable. Isn't he? He has such an unfortunate past. But he can still face life positively. His optimistic attitude infects everyone on the ship. And he always appears when you need him most. The old pirate smiled. I don't like to sow discord, but I did hear similar rumors. Our beloved gunner friend wants to replace Orf as the new helmsman of the Sea Lion. He has won over quite a number of people. If this matter smoothly enters the voting stage, he will need your vote. Well, there are 3 other people. As survivors on the same ship, you may choose to advance and retreat together. If you are lucky, he may be able to win 4 votes at once. And the price is just a few considerate words. This deal is a good deal no matter how you look at it. John Hung was finally a little surprised this time. Why tell me this? I have reason to ensure your safety before you fulfill your agreement. In addition, I personally advise you not to get involved in this matter, because our captain is too capable. Many people think that Orf, the helmsman, has done almost nothing to make everyone applaud over the years. But in fact, it is the opposite. Orf is a very smart person. He knows how to perform his duties under a strong captain. Anyone who underestimates him will pay the price in the end. Who are you? Marvin couldn't help asking. It's not a secret. Now I'm just an old man preparing to retire. As for before, the old pirate put the tattered hat back on his head. I was the captain of the Sea Lion for a while. In fact, the ship was originally mine. Chapter 106. In the early morning, the pirates in the sailor's cabin were washing and making noises. And suddenly someone rushed down from the deck. We saw land. We are home. The pirates were stunned, and then burst into cheers and ran to the deck. John Hung and Marvin were also taken out of the cabin in the crowd. When the 2 came to the bow, they also saw the seaport in the distance. During this period of time, they had heard the sailors on the ship mention this place more than once. They praise it, curse it, sing its praises, and spit on it. But there is no doubt that everyone cannot live without it. This is Nassau, the capital of the Bahamas in later generations. Located on New Providence Island in the northernmost part of the western Indian Ocean, it has the best seaport in the entire Bahamas. The indigenous people on the island are the Lacaos, who have lived a fishing and hunting life for generations. Columbus discovered this place in 1492. And then in 1647, the first group of European immigrants set foot on the land here and built a settlement. You will love this place. If you love freedom and adventure, it will be hard to resist its charm. DeWin introduced the 2 people. This was once a Spanish colony, and then it was changed to Britain. What about now? The farmer's son asked curiously. Now, this place belongs to us. Goodwin showed his white teeth. Welcome to Nassau, the home of pirates, the land of freedom. The merchant ship followed the Sea Lion into the bay. The pirates happily put the small wooden boat into the water. And then, they couldn't wait to row to the shore. After more than a month at sea, everyone was exhausted. Now they were thinking about how to get ashore and release. Except for those who still had responsibilities. Everyone rushed off the ship. Dufresne ordered more than 10 people including John Hung to start unloading the goods. Marvin looked a little nervous and couldn't help looking towards the kitchen until the old pirate patted him on the back and said, "Don't worry about the barrel. When you finish your work, come to the tavern to find me." After that, he also got on the boat. John Hung and the farmer's son worked until the afternoon to move all the goods to the exchange on the shore. The person in charge of inventorying the supplies did not enter the kitchen. When Marvin went back to check, he found that the barrel containing smoked fish was gone. Dufresne called the 2 men over. "You are not supposed to participate in this robbery, but it is not right to let you go off the ship penniless." He took out a purse. "Here are 50 silver pesos, which is an advance for you. It should be enough for you to live on the shore these days. If you want to make money, you can find some work in town. But don't sign a long-term contract. Someone will notify you before the next sea. After thanking Dufresne, John Hung and Malvern left the exchange. However, not long after leaving the house, the latter immediately asked for a share of the money. John Hung knew what he was planning. On the way here, the farmer's son had always been secretly looking at the ships moored at the dock. Nassau was very close to the American colonies. It would not take long to get to New York and Boston from here. Being a young master on his own farm was more promising than being a cook on a pirate ship. However, John Hung knew that he could not escape. If the pirates could not even prevent such a thing, they would not let the two of them get off the ship so confidently. However, John Hung did not remind Malvern of his intention. Seeing that the other party wanted to break up, he readily agreed. The two sides divided the money, and each received 25 silver pesos. Malvern obviously didn't want to fulfill the agreement with the old pirate. Seeing the silver coins in his pocket, and the money for the boat ticket, he hurried to the dock. John Hung looked at the town where he was now. In the 18th century, Europe's productivity had developed to a very good level. The Renaissance had just ended, especially in the upper class. The aesthetic level of architecture and decoration had reached a new height. But it was different here. The first impression of Nassau was that it was messy. There were no theaters, no towering churches and bell towers, no ladies and gentlemen dressed gorgeously to attend the ball. There were low and dilapidated wooden and stone houses, and countless palm trees, just like a huge slum. Special workers in revealing clothes are soliciting business on the roadside, exposing their chests to passing men, and little devils are running barefoot on the dirt road. At this time, every traveler must pay attention to his or her wallet. The streets are full of pirates with weapons, walking in groups of 3 or 5. They just came out of the tavern and dived into the casino. In addition, there are fishermen and peddlers selling their goods in the market, and young priests are talking loudly in the open space, telling how people can wash away their sins. However, beneath its crude appearance, there is a tenacious prosperity and vitality. John Hung is standing here now, and can feel the prosperity of this town. The time flow rate of this round of dungeons is the longest he has ever experienced. A full 300 days, plus an extra 24 hours. He will stay in this world for 3,900 days, which is more than the sum of all the previous rounds of the game. This will be an extremely long journey. John Hung does not know what is waiting for him ahead. Now that the game has begun, he can only move forward. John Hung sorted out his belongings. He had taken out the props hidden under the floor before getting off the ship. In addition, he also had a short musket with 2 initials FH engraved on the handle. But it was estimated that its owner was no longer alive. A dagger that was usable, but would not sell for much even if taken out. And 25 silver pesos. A Spanish silver coin that was quite popular in the colonies. The above was all his wealth. In addition to these assets, he still had a debt that he hadn't paid off. John Hung visited several taverns in a row, and finally found the old pirate in the 4th tavern near the reef on the west side of the city. The latter was sitting there admiring the striptease on the stage. Seeing John Hung at the door, he knocked on the seat on his left-hand side. If I remember correctly, I seem to have hired 2 people in the original agreement. So where is our fat friend? When will he come? He won't come. John Hung sat down and said, "TSK. This is not a very wise move. He doesn't seem to be aware of his situation." The old pirate said regretfully, "I hope it's Owen who catches him instead of Phoebe. Otherwise he will suffer." John Hung didn't care about the fate of the farmer's son, and said, "When do we start working? In fact, we are already working. Do you see the shirtless muscular man on your right? He is the armorer on the Ranger. He borrowed 200 silver pesos from me around this time last year. Now the number has doubled to 300. Go and help me get the money back." Chapter 107. John Hung flew out and knocked over a table. He lay on the ground for a long time before getting up again. The whistles and boos of the drinkers around him could be heard. The Ranger's armorer moved his wrist, took a glass of beer from the special worker who accompanied him, and drank it down with a chuckle. At the same time, a playful look appeared on his face. "Sorry. What were you saying just now? Your voice was too soft and I couldn't hear it." John Hung was a little helpless. He had a serious illness on the ship before and lost a lot of weight. Although he is recovered now, it is not so easy to make up for his strength. Now he is not even as good as the muscular man in front of him. Even when he just entered the dungeon, he was stronger than now. John Hung glanced at the old pirate at the side. who had already entered the mode of eating melons and watching the show. Eating the roast pork on the plate and drinking wine. Looking extremely comfortable. As if he didn't care whether the 300 silver pesos could be returned. John Hung stood up shakily from the ground. But before he could stand firmly, the armorer's fist had already hit him again. But fortunately John Hung then dodged this blow with a flexible step back. Otherwise he might have to lie on the ground for a longer time. After missing the first shot, the armorer immediately hooked his finger at someone provocatively. But John Hung didn't hesitate and directly drew out the short musket from his waist and pointed it at the opponent's chest. A round of boos broke out in the tavern. Everyone was enjoying the fight. But they didn't expect that one of the parties would not play by the rules at all. Seeing this, they immediately set a continuous boo. Facing the musket, the armorer of the ranger had to consider whether he could withstand the bullets, no matter how reckless he was. He spit on the ground. Despicable. This remark resonated with many real men. And the surrounding onlookers started to make a noise again. John Hung was unmoved. He was not looking for a fight. Since he could use the simplest method, he would use the simplest method to solve the problem. In fact, if he had known that the muscle man was so tough, he would have pointed his gun at the other's head before speaking. And he would have saved himself from being thrown out by this guy before he finished speaking. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, the armorer reluctantly took out his wallet from his pocket and threw it to the old pirate, who put down his knife and fork, opened it and took a look. Where is the remaining half of the money? That's all I have. I give you the rest in 3 months. The armorer said coldly. Okay. But I add 50 more as interest. The old pirate wiped his mouth. Fraser, you're a fucking vampire. The armorer was furious. That's not what you said when you asked me to borrow money. The old pirate waved to John Hung. Well done. Come and have something to eat. And then we go find the next person. Until sunset, John Hung followed the old pirate Fraser to find 4 debtors. 3 of them got some money back. And the remaining one was with his crew. About 10 to 20 people. John Hung waited and thought it was better not to die. And the old pirate didn't make it difficult for him. Finally, at the end of the day, John Hung helped Fraser get 429 silver pesos and a painting used as collateral, which was Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper. However, it was obvious that it was a fake at a glance. Mainly because the painting was not finished and there were only 7 of the 12 disciples. But Fraser seemed to like it very much and used the painting to pay 20 silver pesos. Not bad. Better than I thought. But your close combat is too bad. You can't even take down the stuff in the tavern. The old pirate was not polite at all. This won't work. These are just the best money to collect. The real trouble is still to come. Maybe you should find a way to improve your strength in this area. John Hung frowned. Sorry. I remember our previous agreement was only for this time. We will have no relationship after this time. The old pirate spread his hands. I don't want to drag it out for so long. But the problem is that you can't seem to help me recover all the debts now. So we are now in a dead end. How many debts have you let go? John Hung had an ominous feeling in his heart. You will know. But not now. Fraser grinned, revealing a meaningful smile. As he spoke, he threw the smallest purse over. 43 silver pesos. Your reward today. As I said, I have never been a stingy person. As long as you can help me get the debt back, I will give you 1/10 of it. This rule will not change in the future. Don't worry. I'm not in a hurry. Just come to the tavern to find me when you come back from the sea next time. After the old pirate finished speaking, he ignored John Hung's reaction and left humming a little tune while holding his pirated copy of The Last Supper. John Hung was a little surprised holding the bag of money. Debt collection is complicated and simple. John Hung originally thought that Fraser didn't want to do it himself just because he was old. But with this money, he could hire a few strong thugs to help him collect debts. As for the risk of thugs being greedy for money, there is also the risk. But it is not unavoidable because of the latter's shrewdness. John Hung was sure that debt collection was just an excuse. And the other party had other reasons for looking for him. But he didn't know why Fraser was targeting him. John Hung didn't like this passive feeling. After thinking about it, he decided to find someone to learn more about Fraser. He had asked several pirates on the ship before. But everyone, including the always enthusiastic Goodwin, seemed to be very secretive about Fraser's name and past. So this time he changed his target. John Hung returned to the tavern on the west side of the city again. He was lucky. The armorer of the ranger did not leave, and was still drinking there. Seeing John Hung coming back, he immediately became alert. "It's you again, despicable boy. You have already taken all the money in my pocket. What do you want to do? Better get out of my sight before I change my mind. Otherwise I will take your head." He stopped talking halfway, because John Hung took out the short musket again. But at the same time, the latter also put 10 silver pesos on the wooden table in front of him, and said directly, "Tell me everything you know about Fraser. And all this money is yours. Are you kidding me? Aren't you in the same group with him?" The armorer blinked. Considering his empty pockets, the money was obviously tempting for him. But he was also a little skeptical about John Hung's words. "Whether you want to believe it or not, we are not that familiar with each other," John Hung said. But he didn't explain much. Now he was the one asking the questions. Chapter 108. Fraser is the most experienced pirate on the island. I heard that he was already famous here before I arrived in Nassau. Some people said that he fought side by side with Henry Morgan, robbing Spanish settlements together. In the last battle, they looted £2 million, making the old bastard rich. After Henry Morgan was recalled to the country by the Queen and imprisoned, he also left Jamaica and came to Nassau, where he recruited soldiers. At his peak, his pirate group had 11 pirate ships, hundreds of cannons, and 700 or 800 men. What happened later? John Hung asked. I don't know. There were rumors that he wanted to secretly accept the Queen's pardon. After the news came out, his men mutinied. He was voted out of his position as captain, and the pirate group was disbanded. The old bastard is now just an ordinary sailor. The armorer gloated. But he is still your creditor. John Hung reminded him friendly. The armorer couldn't laugh anymore after hearing this, and couldn't help but swear. Okay. I have told you everything I know as you requested. And now it's your turn to fulfill the agreement. John Hung got what he wanted to know, and didn't hold back. He left 10 silver pesos on the table and said, "One last question. Where can I rent a house in town?" John Hung still had 58 silver coins left in his pocket. He could choose to stay in a hotel. But considering that he would be staying on this small island for more than 10 years, John Hung decided to find a place to stay. The place he chose was a little far from the pier, closer to the center of the island, in a farmland. But the advantage was that it was relatively quiet and cheap. Even if he bought it, it would only cost 160 silver coins. And if he rented it for 2 years, it would only cost 17 silver coins. But there was only an empty wooden house, which looked like it could collapse at any time. In fact, there were houses like this everywhere in Nassau. There was a time when pirate activities in Nassau were rampant, and Spain and France would regularly send navies to raze this place to the ground. So real estate here was not valuable. John Hung paid the money, purchased some daily necessities, and moved in. The next morning he began to repair and renovate the house. During the days he spent alone on the deserted island, he had built tile houses and wooden frames by himself, and he had some basic knowledge of construction. There was no problem with just repairing and reinforcing. The Bahamas has a subtropical climate, with an average annual temperature of around 23 or 24 degrees. Although it is spring now, the temperature is not low. John Hung took off his shirt, rode on the roof with his upper body naked, and repaired the holes in the roof one by one with a hammer and nails. A little girl of 6 or 7 years old from the neighbor's house next door secretly looked at him from behind the palm tree. John Hung gave her a kind smile. But the next moment the latter hurried home barefoot. But then a familiar figure appeared not far away. Marvin, the son of the farmer, had been separated from John Hung for less than a day, but his appearance had changed drastically. One sleeve of his shirt was torn off, and only one boot was left on his foot. In addition, his body was bruised and his eyes were swollen, and he looked very miserable. He came outside the wooden house and forced a flattering smile on his face. Can you give me something to eat? I've been hungry since last night. Don't you still have 25 silver pesos on you? Lost, Marvin said embarrassedly. The farmer's son planned to take a boat to escape at the dock last night, but obviously failed. He was beaten and his money was robbed. This was too embarrassing. Even with his thick skin, he was a little embarrassed to talk about it. He was really desperate now. So he had to ask people about John Hung residence and rush to seek refuge. John Hung and Marvin have been together for such a long time that he already knows what kind of person the other is. He is selfish, thick-skinned, cowardly and hypocritical. After breaking up in front of the stock exchange, he originally didn't intend to care about the latter's life or death. But now John Hung has changed his mind. This time the main task is different from the previous ones. It requires him to establish a power of his own in Nassau. He doesn't know what the standard of the so-called power is yet. But this kind of thing is definitely not something he can do alone. He needs a team. Especially among these pirates, who like democratic voting. The number of people often means everything. Even a tough guy like Fraser. After losing the support of his subordinates, the huge pirate group he formed also fell apart. No matter how useless Marvin is, he still represents one vote. And because of his escape, he will most likely be rejected by other people on the ship. So he has no choice but to side with John Hung. Even a rag has its uses. And a villain like Marvin naturally has his role. Therefore, John Hung did not expose the farmer's son's clumsy lie, but said lightly, "There are bread and cheese on the table. Go and get them yourself." The latter came to John Hung with the attitude of trying his best. There was no other way. He didn't know many people to begin with. And he didn't know who would take him in after this happened. Especially considering his previous disappointing performance. It was good that John Hung didn't add insult to injury and beat him up. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not pursue the previous matter, but also shared food with him. Marvin wolfed down the bread in his hand, and tears welled up in his eyes when he thought of his miserable experience along the way. Seeing John Hung coming down from the roof, he could no longer restrain his emotions, and choked up and said, "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong in all those things before. I will never do this again. From now on my life is yours. Even if someone puts a knife to my neck, I will never betray you again." Touched, John Hung believed that at least at this moment the farmer's son was indeed grateful. But this gratitude would probably not last more than 2 days. And then it would be excreted along with the food he ate. In fact, it would not take more than 2 days. Now if someone puts a knife to his neck, he would also choose to betray again without hesitation. Because this is his nature. But John Hung didn't care about it. He never expected the farmer's son to be reliable at a critical moment. After the contents of the wooden barrel were transported off the ship by the old pirate, the fate of the two was no longer bound together. John Hung wiped his hands and said to Marvin, "You eat slowly. I go out for a walk." The latter looked a little flustered, obviously worried that John Hung would find out what happened last night. John Hung had to add, "Don't worry. It's not because of you." Chapter 109. No matter where you want to be, the first thing you need to do is to understand the place first. And this is what John Hung has been busy with in recent days. He has walked through every corner of Nassau City, and had various pleasant or unpleasant exchanges with fishermen in the market, drunkards in the tavern, special workers on the street, black traders in the exchange, and of course pirates everywhere in the city. In order to make the process easier, he had to spend another 19 silver pesos. But this money was worth it. In return, he basically understood the situation in Nassau City. Many people regard pirates as a group of villains, hooligans, and uneducated barbarians who have left civilized society. In a sense, this secular view is not wrong. Almost no one who becomes a pirate is clean. So people will naturally think that a city run and lived by pirates is also full of chaos and sin. But from what John Hung has seen so far, this statement is probably biased. Indeed, if you throw thousands of energetic pirates who can drink and fight in the same city, you can hardly expect them to be law-abiding and not cause trouble. This is why Nassau is always very lively every day. But if you are willing to look more carefully, not only focusing on those street fights or jealousy in front of the brothel, you may be able to see the order hidden in the chaos on the surface. About 63 years ago, the first group of European immigrants set foot on the land here and built a fortress and a city. In order to commemorate King Charles, they initially called it Charlestown. However, the residents of the island soon discovered that honestly cultivating the land and fishing were far less profitable than taking advantage of bad weather to lure nearby ships onto reefs and then rob them of their property. As a result, most of the men on the island began to engage in piracy. Gradually, they were no longer satisfied with waiting for their ships to unfortunately run aground, and began to take the initiative to attack. At the same time, the unique geographical environment of the Bahamas also attracted the attention of other pirates. The large and small islands here can help them hide and avoid the pursuit of warships. Pirates looting in the Caribbean also objectively need a base for supplies and selling stolen goods. Nassau was born in this context. The name comes from a British prince, but ironically it eventually became a pirate kingdom. After years of continuous development, Nassau has formed a unique business system. Pirates go out to sea to plunder and sell the stolen goods to black merchants on the island. These black merchants use their connections to transport the stolen goods to nearby ports such as Charleston, New York, and Boston, turning them into legal goods and enjoying super high profits without taking any risks. This is the largest business on the island. Other businesses are basically based on this. For example, those brothels, casinos, and taverns make money from the silver coins that the pirates get, and appraisers are responsible for assessing the value of the pirates' loot. Some intelligence dealers sell the merchant ship intelligence they get in the tavern, and the fishermen here are the natural supplements for the sailors. In addition, some bold arms dealers and slave traders are also active here. Nassau has no nominal ruler. The organization responsible for maintaining order is a parliament-like organization composed of all kinds of people, including black market traders, pirate ship captains, and large landowners on the island. They jointly run the city. John Hung guessed that the so-called criterion for establishing power in the main task should be to join the parliament on the island, which is not easy. The large landowners can be ruled out first. These guys are basically the first batch of people to come to the island, with their own plantations and private armed forces. For him, who now has only 20 silver pesos, this is not realistic. Becoming a black trader is obviously more difficult. It is almost impossible to let a cargo ship carrying stolen goods pass through customs without a background in the upper class. In fact, there are many black traders on the island whose families are not small. They use the power of their families to wander around the governor's office and customs of the colony, bribe the officials there, and legalize smuggling. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Therefore, after all this, only becoming the captain of a pirate ship seems to have a certain degree of feasibility. But it was not easy either. Not to mention the famous pirates in history. Even those unknown people in this era were good at commanding a whole ship and making those unruly pirates go out to sea and act according to their orders. John Hung knew that he still had a lot to learn. He was not in a hurry. Although there were many things to learn, he had plenty of time. 4 days later, the Sea Lion summoned all the crew members and set out to sea again to start her journey. This was also the first time John Hung set foot on this warship. This 3-masted sailing ship that once belonged to Fraser was one of the best pirate ships in the entire Nassau harbor. It had 32 guns, including 24 9-pound guns and 8 12-pound guns, and had an overwhelming firepower advantage when facing prey. This time, they got the news that they were going to rob a Dutch supply ship and a Spanish merchant ship. John Hung performed very well in the battle and successfully rescued 3 companions with a short musket, which further accepted him by the pirates. Unlike Malvin, John Hung did not run away after joining the Sea Lion. Instead, he rented a house in Nassau instead of sleeping in a hotel. It seemed that he was ready to live there permanently. This also added a lot of points to him. Taking this opportunity, John Hung made a request to Owen, wanting the latter to teach him how to fight in close combat. John Hung had learned from other sailors that Owen was the pirate with the best swordsmanship on the ship. Owen was once a promising young officer, but because of something he offended his immediate superior. The latter sent him to the most dangerous place to complete an impossible mission. Owen killed his immediate superior in a rage. And then he had no choice but to leave his hometown and run to Nassau to become a pirate. Unlike most pirates, Owen has a very upright character and still retains some of his style in the naval school, which makes him seem a little out of place at first. But once the pirates get to know him, they are willing to make friends with him, especially when he rushes to the front in every battle, which wins the favor of many people. When the original bosun on the ship died in battle, the pirates elected Owen as the new bosun. Chapter 110. You want to learn swordsmanship? Owen was a little surprised to hear this, considering the huge risks faced every time they go out to sea. Most pirates on the ship are hedonists, who live day by day and rarely plan for tomorrow. Therefore, Owen specifically reminded him, swordsmanship cannot be learned in a short time. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to see results. Moreover, the practice process is very boring. Aren't your gun skills good? Why do you want to learn swordsmanship? Close combat is my weakness. Flintlock rifles can only fire 1 bullet at a time, and it is very troublesome to reload afterwards. I don't want to stand aside and watch every time I shoot. Learning some sword skills can at least protect myself. Yeah, That's true. The muskets of this era are very different from those of later generations. Although flintlock rifles have made great progress over matchlock rifles, the reloading process is still very complicated. Not only are the bullets and gunpowder separated, but in addition to the barrel, the gunpowder pool must also be reloaded with gunpowder after each shot. In addition, the misfire rate is also very high. Therefore, when fighting, both sides will first shoot at each other, and then start to show their knives and compete with each other's muscles. However, most people rely on their temporary bravery and strength advantages in battle, and their skills are not worth mentioning. Therefore, people like Owen who have received formal military training often have a considerable advantage in battle. Well, in this case, come to the deck when the sun rises tomorrow morning. I will teach you some basic movements such as slashing, Owen said. But then he added, you can practice swordsmanship, but don't delay your daily work. Thank you. I won't, John Hung said sincerely. There is a reason why Owen can win the support of all the pirates. He is very generous and upright. Even his sword skills are not hidden. John Hung wanted to learn from him, and agreed very readily. However, others were not so easy to talk to. John Hung found the sail and cable captain on the ship, an old man named Roscoe. According to the people on the ship, he has been drifting on the sea for longer than living on land. Judging the wind, predicting the weather and operating the sails are his three most proud specialties. With these three skills, he could be treated with courtesy by the captain and crew on any pirate ship even if he did not participate in the battles. However, he treasured his skills very much and did not want to lose his job if others learned from him. John Hung was not the first person to come to him, but just like the other guys who came to him before, he was rejected by Roscoe without hesitation. John Hung once raised the reward to 500 silver pesos, to be paid within a year, but Roscoe finally agreed to teach John Hung his skills only after he retired. However, it seems that John Hung may not be able to wait for that day. The old man is in great shape. Although he is old, his appetite is better than many young people. He eats and drinks whatever he wants. John Hung suspects that if nothing unexpected happens, Roscoe may continue to work until he leaves this copy. Therefore, after getting off the ship for the third time, John Hung went to the tavern to find the old pirate Fraser. How is your close combat skill? Can you help me collect debts? Fraser said, while throwing peanuts into his mouth. No. John Hung admitted that after drifting on the sea for 2.5 months, his swordsmanship skills were still at level 0. Just like Owen said, this is a long process that requires persistent practice and integrating basic movements into combat instincts to achieve results. For now, he is still a little far from this level, but Owen has already started actual combat training with him. And the good news is that after such a long period of recuperation, his weight has returned, and his strength is even better than when he first entered the dungeon. Although he can't compare with those guys who are born with supernatural powers, he is also outstanding among ordinary people. Then why did you come to me? The old pirate asked curiously. The Sea Lion was originally yours. As the most senior crew member on the ship, you must have known Roscoe well enough. Oh, that old fox. Although he has no principles and bottom line, his sail control skills are really good. It is difficult to find a better sail and cable captain in Nassau. Fraser sighed. Oh, I really missed that time. When we encountered pirate hunters, we had to risk entering the storm belt because of the disadvantage in speed. If it were someone else, the result would probably be the destruction of the ship and the death of people. But Roscoe and I cooperated to save the mainsail in the end, and later returned to Nassau safely. I have never admired many people in my life, and Roscoe is barely one of them. You must drink a glass to that guy's good skills. The old pirate picked up the beer in front of him. John Hung didn't beat around the bush and said directly, what should I do to make him teach me his skills? The old pirate showed a playful look on his face. You want to learn sail control. Why? It's always right for people to learn more when they are young. Fraser grinned. So you are going to convince me with this nonsense reason? He put down the knife and fork in his hand, stared at John Hung for a while, and then spoke again after a moment. But you are lucky today. I just encountered a problem recently. If you can help me solve this problem, I don't mind telling you how to make Roscoe obey. What trouble? There's a jerk named Jacob in the city. He just stole a bag of black pearls from me this morning. If you can find him in half a day and give my pearls back, I satisfy your request. That sounds fair. John Hung stood up. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that I also asked another guy to help. He left an hour earlier than you. So I can only wish you good luck. John Hung left the tavern and saw a group of kids playing on the roadside before he walked a few steps away. A guy dressed as a hawker passed by them. Several kids pretended to fight in a group to attract the hawker's attention, while the smallest one quietly reached into the hawker's pocket. After he succeeded, they immediately dispersed. This is Nassau. Theft is not uncommon here. After Zhang Hung rented the cottage, he never left valuables in it. In fact, every time he went out to sea and came back, he would always see a few guys who had taken over the house. Basically, he could only beat them up and throw them out. Therefore, it is not easy to find a person who stole the pearls among so many villains, especially when there is only one name as a clue. Chapter 111. The list you asked for is basically all the names of appraisers in Nassau. Marvin handed over a piece of paper and added, 2 of them are on vacation, and 1 has been at the exchange since morning. So these 2 people are really worth noting. Marvin pointed to the 2 names circled on the list. Thank you. You did a good job this time. John Hung's casual praise made the farmer's son's face bloom with joy. Considering the urgency of time this time, John Hung had to gather as many helpers as possible. In addition to Marvin, 2 other pirates he had saved before also volunteered to help. When the 4 of them gathered in front of the tavern, John Hung spoke. Okay. The plan is this. After Jacob succeeds, he will definitely find a way to understand the value of the bag of pearls so that he can offer a price to the buyer. Therefore, he will definitely find an appraiser to help appraise. Wait. You said before that the pearls were lost in the morning. So what if he had already found someone to appraise them in the morning? The farmer's son raised his hand. The appraisers on the island are very busy, and you need to make an appointment at least half a day in advance. Of course, if you are willing to pay more and give them a price they can't refuse, they will be willing to blow your trumpet on the spot. But believe me, a person who has been poor for a long time and survives by stealing can't afford this money. Another pirate named Silver is a descendant of the first batch of immigrants. He grew up in Nassau and is very familiar with this place. He is a local snake-like figure and explained. In this case, everyone on the list is a possibility. But we only have 4 people now, and we can't keep an eye on them even if we each take 1. Don't worry about the others. Focus on the 2 appraisers who are on vacation at home. John Hung decided after thinking. If that guy has a brain, he should be able to think that someone might be targeting him through the appraisers. So the best choice is not to make an appointment with the appraisers, but to visit them directly, for money delivered to their doorsteps. It is difficult for appraisers on vacation to refuse it. I think this method will work. The remaining pirate agreed. Seeing that no one had any more objections, the 4 of them split up and headed to the residences of the 2 appraisers. John Hung and Marvin were in a group. The target they were following was named Randall. He was only 29 years old, which was considered very young in the appraiser industry. However, he was quite famous. He was good at appraising a wide variety of items, and his valuations were accurate. He had many appointments every day, but he would set aside 1 day every week to spend time with his family. His residence was right next to the market in Nassau, one of the most prosperous places. John Hung and Marvin squatted in the straw shed opposite, casually placing some conchs and oysters and pretending to sell them. Marvin glanced at the sun outside the straw shed, pulled his shirt and said carefully, "Well, if there is a fight later, don't worry. I will solve the fight if there is one. You just stay aside." The farmer's son looked a little embarrassed. "I was going to ask how I can help you. That guy is probably carrying a weapon, and going up will only result in a loss of life. Believe me, you staying here is the biggest help to me," John Hung said calmly. Marvin knew that his fighting ability was very poor, but being told so directly still made him blush. John Hung then added, "Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, and it is not shameful to face up to your own weaknesses." This sentence also made the farmer's son's eyes light up. His cowardly reaction to the battle was often ridiculed by the pirates on the ship. Until he heard this sentence, he felt that he had finally met a confidant, and his previous timidity had a reason. John Hung and Marvin chatted casually, and time passed unnoticed. In the afternoon, 2 groups of visitors came to Randall's residence. However, one group was a black businessman on the island, and the other group was Randall's wife's sister. Obviously, these 2 groups of people could not be Jacob. Seeing that the sun was about to set, the agreed half-day time was getting closer and closer. But there was no progress. There was also no news from Hilford. John Hung couldn't help but began to question his previous judgment. Could it be that the guy named Jacob was not as smart as he thought? And he made an appointment with the 3 appraisers who were working. Or maybe his judgment was correct. But the other party was worried about being caught, and was not in a hurry to sell the pearls, and planned to wait until the storm died down before selling them? In this case, it is almost impossible for him to catch the target before the agreed time. No, that's not right. With the guy's financial situation, he can't wait that long. The sooner he gets rid of the stolen things, the sooner he can get them back in his pocket. Even if the owner finds him again, he can't do anything to him. While John Hung was hesitating, he saw Randall's sister-in-law coming out of the house again. She looked around with a basket in her hand and walked to the other end of the road. John Hung knew that he had to make a choice. In fact, it was meaningless to think about other possibilities now. If his previous judgment was wrong, there was no time for him to correct it. Instead of thinking about it, it would be better to follow the original path all the way to the end. John Hung pulled out a dagger and a short musket from under the straw mat and said to Malvern, "This stall is left to you. If I see a suspicious person after I leave, go find Silver and the others." Marvin's brain was working very quickly. Hearing this, he immediately realized, "Do you think that cunning guy didn't dare to show up himself, but asked Randall's sister-in-law to bring the things here for identification? I don't know. At this point, this guess is the most realistic. Only in this way can I get the pearl back before sunset." After John Hung finished speaking, he followed the young woman in the distance. He was a little unsure at the beginning. Then after following for a while, John Hung was sure. The woman in front was obviously more vigilant than ordinary passers-by. She would stop and look around from time to time. However, John Hung relied on his excellent observation skills and did not need to follow too closely, so he did not have to worry about being discovered by the other party. During this period, John Hung also considered whether to take action now to capture the person. But he had a headache when he thought that if he made a mistake, or the thing the woman was carrying was not the bag of pearls, if the intelligence was correct, his opponent this time should be just a small gangster in the city, and there was no need to worry too much about his combat effectiveness. So the safer approach was to wait until the two met and the person delivered the goods before taking action. Chapter 112. The two walked one after the other for about a quarter of an hour. And then John Hung saw the young woman in front suddenly flash into an alley. So he also quickened his pace and caught up. However, before he could reach the alley, he saw a figure rushing out from it. It was a guy with red hair, like a burning flame, holding a rapier in his hand. And there was blood on the tip of the sword. John Hung remembered that Fraser had said before that he had asked another person for help, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart. He did not hide his figure anymore and rushed to the alley at the fastest speed. He saw Randall's sister-in-law lying on the ground inside. But fortunately, she was just knocked unconscious and was not in danger of life. However, another man next to her, who was suspected to be Jacob, was not so lucky. He was stabbed directly through his heart. His eyes widened, and he looked like he was dying. John Hung just took a look and ran towards the guy with the sword without stopping. The latter also realized that he was being watched and sprinted in the crowd. He was shorter than the average person, so he was more flexible and squeezed through the crowded places like a swimming fish. But unfortunately, his red hair was too conspicuous, and it was difficult to cover it up no matter how hard he tried. He also chose the wrong strategy, wanting to use his excellent physical strength to wear the opponent to death. However, after a quarter of an hour, he was exhausted and panting, while the guy behind him had an unchanged expression and did not seem to sweat much. John Hung long-distance running, which lasted for such a long time, finally came in handy. Seeing that the other party was willing to use up his energy, he did not stop him. He had the opportunity to rush up and catch him, but he just hung behind him slowly, keeping a distance of about 10 steps. The red-haired guy also realized that this was not a solution, so he started to run in places with few people, and finally came to a reef beach and stopped. There were not many people in this area, which was very suitable for a duel. He turned around and looked at John Hung with a bad look. "What is your relationship with that thief? Are you his accomplice?" John Hung then noticed that the guy he had been chasing all the way was actually a girl. She looked young, only about 16 or 17 years old, but her dress was no different from other men in the city. In terms of personality, she was also very similar to men, even more direct than most men. Although she was asking questions, she had already grasped the blood-stained rapier at her waist. John Hung had no choice but to draw out his short musket and let the other party calm down. Sorry. I was commissioned by Fraser to help him find a bag of lost pearls. Did the old bastard ask for help from someone other than me? The red-haired girl looked suspicious, and then looked at someone with a more alert look. What are you going to do? Take the things from me again? Actually, there is a solution that can have the best of both worlds. The old pirate was enjoying his dinner, a piece of grilled lamb chops with lemon juice, and the next moment a small blue purse was thrown on his table, and black pearls fell out from the open purse. Fraser looked up and saw the two people standing in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face. Really? When did you get involved? Why? We have already found the things for you according to your request within the specified time. Do you have any opinions? The red-haired girl said in a bad tone. The old pirate had previously entrusted her to recover the pearl, but who knew that he would find someone else in the blink of an eye? It was obvious that he did not trust her ability, so her dissatisfaction was not without reason. One hand was already on the rapier at her waist, and it seemed that she would fight if she disagreed. Fraser raised his eyebrows. Anger is a good thing in a sense. Using your anger properly will make you stronger. But if you really want me to find you a ship to be a pirate, you'd better control your temper. Otherwise, something bad will happen sooner or later. I would rather die like a warrior than live like a coward hiding under a girl's skirt, the red-haired girl said proudly. It's a very impressive speech, although I don't completely agree with it. It's worth a drink just for this sentence, isn't it? The old pirate raised his glass. Where's our reward? John Hung did not pick up the glass in front of him, but asked. Fraser waved his hand and asked John Hung to lean close to his ear. After a while, John Hung frowned and said, So you never told him about this? I didn't tell him for his own good. Isn't he living a good life now? No. You didn't tell him just because you didn't want to lose your sail captain. Well, this is indeed one of the reasons. But fortunately I don't have this worry now. Fry crossed his legs and said leisurely. He took out a toy wooden horse from his arms and put it on the table. Show this to him. He will believe you. But make sure he tells you the final destination after he teaches you the technology. That old fox is never a kind and trustworthy guy. If he runs away early, you won't find a better teacher than him to teach you how to control the sail in the whole of Nassau. John Hung and the red-haired girl walked out of the tavern. The latter seemed to be in a good mood. She had just received a letter of recommendation, recommending her to work on the Golden Swallow. Although she was just an ordinary sailor, it was not easy because most pirates did not allow women to board the ship. As for the purely female pirate group, that is a scene that only appears in movies and comics. It is undeniable that there are many powerful characters among women. But in terms of physical strength and power, except for a few gifted people, most of them are far inferior to men. This will be more obvious in boarding battles. If they catch up with a boat full of people, the ending will be even more tragic. The matter here has come to an end. John Hung was about to shake hands with the red-haired girl and say goodbye. But unexpectedly, the latter took the lead and said, Hey, Oriental, do you have a place to live on this island? As you can see, I just arrived here not long ago, and I had a falling out with my companions this morning. In short, I have nowhere to go now. The red-haired girl shrugged. I wanted to borrow some money from the old bastard inside, but everyone on the island said that he was a black heart and a vampire. If you can lend me a place to make do, I am willing to share half of the spoils I got on my first voyage with you. What do you think of this deal? Oh, by the way, I don't think I have introduced myself yet. My name is Anne, and I am from County Cork, Ireland. Chapter 113. You're back. I made seafood soup with the conchs and oysters that I didn't sell this afternoon. It's fresh out of the pot and still hot. Marvin heard footsteps and happily poked his head out of the kitchen wearing a leather apron, only to see a strange red-haired girl. John Hung followed her and introduced the two parties. Annie, this is Marvin from the Sea Lion. Marvin, this is Anne from the Golden Swallow, the new guest here. She will stay for a while until, she finds her own place on the island. Seafood soup? Anne sniffed. Can I have a bowl? Marvin was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, Of course. I made a lot. Enough for 3 people. But, before he finished speaking, the red-haired girl rushed into the kitchen, regardless of the scalding heat, picked up the spoon and started drinking. She looked like she had been hungry for a long time. After gulping down a few big mouthfuls, she used the largest bowl she could find to fill herself with a bowl of oysters, walked out with it, and squinted at the farmer's son. But what? Well, I want to say that if it's not salty enough, you can add some more salt. Marvin was shocked by the aura of the red-haired girl and whispered, "It's just food. It's enough to fill your stomach. The taste is not important at all," and said while holding the bowl and sitting on the dining table in the living room. "I must oppose this heresy with my real name." Mr. Cook mustered up the courage and expressed his protest in a voice smaller than a mosquito. According to Anne herself, she was born in a wealthy family. Her father was a lawyer and owned a large orchard and other miscellaneous industries. However, her mother was just a maid and was their illegitimate daughter. Since she was born, the mother and daughter were arranged in a secret manner. Her father was quite reliable. At least, he did not treat them badly in terms of money. He also hired a teacher for and wanted to train her into a lady. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Unlike other girls, and had no interest in reading and dancing. Instead, she liked to play with swords and guns. Because of her childhood experience, she was more and more eager for freedom. Especially the pirate stories her mother told her before bedtime. She had an incomparable attraction. So she finally escaped from the manor with a passing sailor and escaped from her father's control. They ran all the way to Nassau, the legendary pirate kingdom, and was one step closer to her dream life. However, she did not expect that she would face the dilemma of not being able to find a job. Although she easily defeated the pirates in the tavern who were responsible for recruiting people, no pirate ship was willing to accept her. The reason is simply because she is a woman. And to make matters worse, James, the sailor who brought her to Nassau, also confronted her and said that it was impossible to provide her with food and accommodation indefinitely unless, and was willing to marry him. As a result, the irritable red-haired girl kicked the former fiercely, and then slammed the door and walked out. But now it seems that all this is in the past, and got a letter of recommendation from the Golden Swallow and got a job. At the same time, she also found a place to stay temporarily. It seems that her life is about to open a new chapter. Annie's matter was a minor incident. John Hung simply learned about the girl's experience and then ignored her. The only advantage of the house he rented was that it was big enough. Even if he gave Anne a room, there were still many empty rooms. Especially when he and Marvin went out to sea. Some uninvited guests often came here. It would be better to let and live here than to let those homeless people get away with it. There was no reason to refuse such a simple favor. But then John Hung turned his attention back to the most important thing at the moment. Given that this dungeon takes a long time, he is not in a hurry, especially in the early stage. John Hung has no intention of raising the flag and doing a big job. Compared with other players, his biggest advantage is time. John Hung can use 1 to 2 years to brush up his skills first, and then start the main task. He is lucky. The Sea Lion is one of the most powerful pirates in Nassau, which means he has a lot to learn on it. And controlling the sail is definitely one of his main goals. The day for their forced sailing was not far away. John Hung found the masthead of the Sea Lion on the last night before going out to sea. Unlike most pirates who left their homes or came out to make a name for themselves, Roscoe was a truly carefree person. It was said that he was the captain of a cargo ship. But he was suddenly intercepted by a Royal Navy warship halfway through the journey. The other side suddenly opened fire without any warning or negotiation, sinking Roscoe's cargo ship. What was even more fatal was that his wife and 5-year-old daughter were also on the ship at the time. Although Roscoe survived by chance, he lost everything. After returning home, no one believed his story. On the contrary, he was burdened with huge debts. In the end, he had to leave the civilized world and become a pirate, without a family or relatives. He was the most single person on the ship. He did not buy a property on the island. Every time he got off the ship, he went straight to the brothel. Well, considering his age, he was quite capable in some aspects. In short, for the old man, there were only 2 ideal endings in his life. Either dying on the sea or dying on the bed of a brothel. In order to ensure that no one would take advantage of him after his death, he hardly saved any money. When John Hung found Roscoe, the latter was playing the game of king and prisoner in the house. John Hung pushed open the door, took a look at the scene in the house, and then retreated. He closed the door, and half a minute later, a special worker wrapped in a bed sheet hurried out from inside. No one would be in a good mood if they were interrupted when doing such things. Roscoe couldn't help cursing while putting on his clothes. I have said it so many times. Unless one day I am too old to walk, you can't learn my skills. There is no room for negotiation. I will count to 3. And if you don't get out of my sight, you can't even think about retiring. Coral, your daughter. John Hung interrupted the old man's curse. She drifted on the sea for 3 days after falling into the water. When she was dying, she was lucky enough to meet a Spanish civilian ship. The people on it rescued her and later sent her back to England. But you were gone by then. So she was adopted by a kind-hearted family. When she grew up, she married a miller and gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. Now she is a grandmother. Impossible. You are lying to me. Roscoe was not happy when he heard this, but was furious. You despicable little liar. I don't know where you heard my story. So you made up such a clumsy lie to cheat me of my most proud technology. You will never succeed. This time, John Hung did not say anything, but directly placed the toy wooden horse in front of the old man. As expected, Roscoe's eyes changed immediately when he saw this thing, and he said excitedly, "This is the toy I made for Coral on the ship. Where did you get it from?" Chapter 114. Big wave! Big wave is coming! The pirate on the port side shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the wind and waves. A 6-meter-high wave hit the deck, directly knocking the pirates on it all over the place. John Hung grabbed the rope at the first time to prevent his body from being carried away. And Marvin in the cabin was not feeling well either. He was peeling a potato and almost cut off his finger. The whole hull was shaking violently, and the bacon hanging above his head was also dancing with the demons. Especially the sound of the huge waves hitting the hull sounded as terrifying as the end of the world. People couldn't help but doubt whether these wooden boards assembled together could withstand the power of nature. The farmer's son couldn't help shrinking his neck, squatting in the corner and praying. This is the sea, with its tenderness and cruelty. It is like a moody girl, smiling at you one second, but changing color and stirring up stormy waves the next. Compared with other panicked pirates on the ship, Roscoe's expression seemed unusually calm. The old man had spent most of his life at sea and had experienced many storms and waves. This scene could not scare him. He even had the leisure to use this opportunity to teach John Hung. Here, feel it. The current speed is almost the limit of the sea lion. If the wind is stronger, the sails will not be able to hold up. The truss lashings must be loosened and the topsail must be retracted in time. Otherwise the mast will break. Roscoe's attitude towards John Hung now is completely different from a month ago. The latter did not follow Fraser's advice and threaten the other party with the whereabouts of the old pirate's daughter. This is certainly the safest way to keep Roscoe on the ship. But there is no absolute standard for imparting skills. The difference between dedication and dissatisfaction is huge. Roscoe is the best sail controller in Nassau. But it doesn't mean that John Hung has nowhere to learn sail control without Roscoe. A resistant Roscoe may not be much better than others. Therefore, John Hung was willing to take this gamble. That night, he told the old pirate's daughter the address of her current residence. As a result, Roscoe left the brothel overnight. John Hung thought that he had worked in vain this time. However, when they gathered early the next morning, the old man magically appeared on the sea lion and said to John Hung with a stern face, "I have already told the captain that I want you to be my subordinate. I will stay in Nassau for another 3 months. This is the longest period. Don't blame me for not making it clear. Whatever you can learn in 3 months is enough." John Hung once thought that the old man had a change of heart. But then one night Roscoe got drunk and told the truth. He had always pursued a life of instant enjoyment and could not save any money in his pocket. It would cost a lot of money to go back to the UK from here, and he was embarrassed to go back empty-handed after not seeing his daughter for so many years. So he could only turn back and do 2 more jobs before leaving. But no matter what, in the end, John Hung had another teacher. And as the two got along, Roscoe's attitude towards him continued to improve. The old man had never seen such a self-disciplined person, whether he was a captain or a pirate. John Hung got up 2 hours earlier every day to do basic training such as chopping. About an hour later, Owen would come to the deck and the two began to practice against each other. After that, all the pirates would get up and eat. John Hung would come to him to learn how to observe the weather and operate the sails. In addition, he cooperated with Marvin to get familiar with several other old sailors through food or money, and learn from them the knowledge of steering, bombardment, and reading nautical charts. I heard that your only daughter is still alive. Congratulations. The helmsman Orf appeared behind Roscoe at some point, looking at Zhang Heng, who was retracting the sails on the top of the mast with interest. What do you think? Will he become a threat to us? I don't think so, the sail cable said. Shouldn't you be more concerned about Goodwin than him? I heard that he has the support of more than half of the people, and it won't be long before he challenges you. Orf said disdainfully. He's just a clown. Don't change the subject. You should know that your favorite student is very close to Fraser. I heard that he helped Fraser collect debts before. So? You didn't really think Fraser would just get off the ship and enjoy his retirement life? If I remember correctly, you were the one who suggested killing him. Roscoe snorted. I remember you were the one who tried your best to keep him alive. You know, I had no other choice. You have to admit that Fraser had a great influence on the crew at that time. Although he forged the pardon, there were still many people on the crew who were skeptical. If we killed him at that time, our situation would become very dangerous. Orf sat down next to Roscoe. The latter shook his head. It doesn't matter. It's all in the past, and I'm ready to retire. Orf knew the old man didn't want to continue this topic. We will miss you. Maybe many years later, I will tell my children that I sailed side by side with the best rigging captain in the Caribbean. Then I will also tell my granddaughter that when I was out at sea, the most boring and rigid helmsman in the entire Caribbean kept talking nonsense in my ear. Roscoe said with a straight face. Orf smiled. Give my regards to Koror. He patted the old man on the shoulder and left the deck. 3 months passed quickly, because the last robbery took a long time. When the Sea Lion returned to Nassau, strictly speaking, it had been almost 4 months since Roscoe began to teach Zhang Heng sail control technology. The old man also collected enough money for travel expenses and gifts. He was eager to go home and didn't want to delay any longer. So he said goodbye to the captain before getting off the ship. Zhang Heng checked his panel. The system did not list sail control as a separate skill, but instead included it in a skill called sailing, along with other skills such as steering and weather observation. His current skill has been upgraded to level 1. In addition, his swordsmanship also reached level 1 a month ago. This level is considered to be relatively outstanding among all the pirates. Although he still cannot beat Owen, he can still fight back if the opponent lets him go a little. Zhang Heng is quite satisfied with what he has gained during this period. But some people are not so happy. For example, another guest, Annie, is in a terrible mood now. Chapter 115. Can you imagine? 10-7. I rushed to the opposite deck and knocked down 2 of them. When I turned around, I saw 3 of my companions being beaten and the other 6 had already run back to the boat. Annie said angrily. And this is not the first time this has happened. I'm going crazy. Besides, our boat, the Golden Swallow, sounds intimidating, but it's actually just a fishing boat. If there's a little bit of wind and waves, we all go to sea to feed the fish. Every time we leave the port, we dare not run too far. The captain is a coward. When he sees a larger merchant ship, he runs faster than anyone else. People who don't know would think we are the ones being robbed. Zhang Heng didn't know what to say after hearing this. There are many pirates in Nassau, but most of them are small-time pirates. A dozen of them will go out to sea on any ship. When robbing, they will raise a black flag. If the other party is afraid to surrender, they can return with a full load. Otherwise, if a fight really breaks out, they will run away faster than anyone else. Strictly speaking, they can't even be considered pirates. They are just speculators who use the black flags to turn power. I really envy you. The Sea Lion has more than 30 guns, and a powerful captain. I heard that every time you go out to sea, you only look for those fat sheep that are hard to chew, and you dare to shoot at warships. This is what pirates do. I have always longed for such a life. Damn it. I wish I were a man. Fatty can get on the ship, so there is no reason why I can't get on. Annie became angrier and angrier as she thought about it. She slapped the chair beside her, and as a result, not only the wound on her arm was shaken open, but the clothes covering her body also slipped off. However, she didn't care at all, but looked at someone with expectant eyes. Hey, didn't the fat man say that you have a lot of friends on the Sea Lion? Can you introduce me to someone? Zhang Heng picked up the clothes on the ground and threw them at the red-haired girl's chest. I've said it many times that the Sea Lion does not accept women. No matter who says it. It's useless. Also, don't take off your clothes at home, since you are staying here. You must abide by my rules. What are you afraid of? Why can men be topless? But women can't, Annie said dissatisfiedly. The poor red-haired girl has now become a feminist fighter because of workplace gender discrimination. What are you talking about? Marvin walked in from outside with a bowl of crushed herbs. We are talking about how it seems that every male on this island can find a job he likes, while women either do housework and take care of children at home, or seem to have to go to a brothel to lie down and make money. And muttered. And then she said, why don't we form a pirate group and do it ourselves? I can fight 1 against 3. John Hung should be able to fight 2. And Fatty. Well, Fatty should be able to fight 1 against half. So the 3 of us together are stronger than those rubbish on the Golden Swallow. 1 against half. Is there such a calculation? Marvin was stunned when he heard this. It's a better choice to go home now than this kind of thing. Even if you don't like your father. Isn't your mother still worried about you? John Hung paused and said, if you need it, I can provide you with the money to go back. Impossible. Impossible. Annie shook her head repeatedly and said, before I escaped, I swore that I would not go back unless I was richer than that man. Besides, only the free life of a pirate is the most suitable for me. This is something that flows in my bones and cannot be changed. I like this island. I like this place. Every breath here is the breath of freedom. John Hung just thought that this child was hopeless. At this time, someone knocked on the door downstairs. The farmer's son left the herbs on the table for Annie, and then went downstairs with John Hung. When they opened the door, they found that the person standing outside was their old acquaintance, Goodwin, a well-known warm-hearted old man on the Sea Lion. The latter walked in, looked around curiously, and praised, this place is not bad. Although it is a bit far from the town, it is quite quiet. It seems that you have settled down. How is it? Have you encountered any difficulties? Are you used to the life on the island? John Hung and Marvin let the people in, and then the latter went to boil some water and make tea. The 3 of them sat down and chatted for a while, and Goodwin finally got to the point. The black gunner looked at John Hung and grinned. Roscoe has retired and plans to go back to England to see his daughter. You must know this. But this will leave the position of the rigging officer on the Sea Lion vacant. What do you think? Are you interested? Me? John Hung was a little surprised. In the past 4 months, Roscoe taught him all his skills without reservation. But this kind of thing is not achieved overnight. Knowing many things does not mean that you can do them. It also depends on a lot of experience accumulation. After the old man left, John Hung was not the best sail control person on the Sea Lion. As for the position of rigging officer, several old sailors, who were originally under Roscoe, were more suitable than him. Give yourself some confidence. We all trust you. You are Roscoe's only student. You should take over his position after he leaves, Goodwin encouraged. Believe me, there is more than one person on the ship who has this idea. Really? Marvin was probably the most excited person in the room. He was hugging John Hung thigh now, and naturally hoped that the latter would be as high as possible on the ship. The sail and cable captain was a very important position on any ship, considering that the 2 had only been on the ship for more than 7 months. This was undoubtedly a leap. John Hung did not comment upon hearing this. He just sat there quietly waiting for the black gunner's next words. Sure enough, the latter continued, it's time to change. I wonder what you think of our helmsman Orf. Many people on the ship felt that he was too weak in the negotiations with the captain and failed to protect the interests of the crew well, especially the newcomers, who were not given enough attention. We were at the front in the battle and did the most work, but we only got a negligible priority in selection. The important positions on the ship were basically controlled by the old people, and it was difficult for newcomers to stand out. Goodwin said with emotion, I'm not saying that the old man did a bad job. Our request is also very simple. We just want a more fair environment and increase the voice of the newcomers on the ship. What do you think of this proposal? John Hung listened to the black gunner calmly, and then asked, then who will be responsible for speaking for the newcomers? Goodwin straightened his upper body and showed his white teeth. I am a person with no ambition, but since everyone trusts me, I am willing to do something for everyone. Chapter 116. I plan to challenge Orf the next time I go out to sea. There will be many people supporting me. In fact, I have already won more than half of the votes. Our victory is in sight. Goodwin stretched out his hand and said sincerely, I don't want to say this before the final result comes out. It seems that I am arrogant, but Orf's era is over. Join us. The future is ours. The son of the farmer on the side was so excited that he wanted to shake the black gunner's hand of friendship immediately. But John Hung sat in his seat motionless. Goodwin's hand hung in the air for a few seconds, and his face gradually changed. John Hung said in a polite tone, "I am quite satisfied with the current situation, and I don't have any idea of changing it for the time being." Goodwin was still making his last effort. "I can understand that as a newcomer who has just been on the ship for more than half a year, you don't want to offend the old people on the ship and are afraid of retaliation. But you also have to know that when the war starts, no one likes fence-sitters." Although the black gunner said it very tactfully, the threat mixed in it was also very obvious. He warned the two not to think that only Orf would retaliate against those who stood on the other side. Marvin's heart was in his throat, and he wanted to shake the hand on behalf of John Hung. The latter was silent for a moment, and finally stretched out his hand. Goodwin saw that his intention was achieved, and the corners of his mouth rose up. But then he heard John Hung say, "Sorry. I still stick to my previous position, and don't want to get involved in this matter." The smile on the black gunner's face froze at this moment. "You will regret your choice." After he said that, his eyes moved to Marvin on the other side. "What about you?" The farmer's son was a little scared, but he had been with John Hung for a long time, and this empty threat was not enough to make him betray. However, he really couldn't understand why John Hung refused such a good opportunity. If Goodwin didn't lie, then his chances of winning this time were really great. The black gunner now had a cold face, and no longer had the enthusiasm of the past. In his previous plan, John Hung and Marvin's votes should have been easily obtained. Whether it was the harmonious relationship between the two parties before, or the promise he made, it could be said that he was very sincere. He really couldn't think of any reason for the two to refuse. This result was something he had not expected before he came. Goodwin did not want to sit there any longer, and he got up and left without even making an excuse. Looking at the black gunners gradually receding back, Marvin's face showed a trace of worry. Annie upstairs was quite happy, but she must have heard something and looked down. "If you can't make it on the Sea Lion, join me in the team. Apply your medicine well. Don't let the wound get infected," John Hung said. The farmer's son seemed to realize something and asked tentatively, "You don't think he can win? What are you afraid of? Just do your job. No matter who wins or loses. Can this ship still be separated from the cook?" Marvin curled his lips. "I feel sorry for you. If Goodwin can replace Mr. Orf, you can become the ship's master chief if you agree to him. Now, no matter who wins or loses, you are not the master chief." John Hung didn't care. He would not stay on the Sea Lion forever. Nor did he care about his position. As long as he could learn something, it would be fine. Even without the reminder of the old pirate Fraser, he would not stand on Goodwin's side, because compared with the newcomers, he cared more about maintaining a good relationship with those skilled old people. But he would not tell anyone about this. The rest time for the pirates this time was very short. In less than 3 days, the Sea Lion set sail again. Goodwin was not panicked, but felt confident. There was only one possibility for this situation to happen. That is, Orf panicked and did not want to give him more time to lobby. However, the black gunner did not care anymore. Even if there was a small accident with John Hung and Marvin, he had already received enough votes to support him to take the position of helmsman and become the second person in charge of the Sea Lion. On the night of the voyage, Goodwin gathered everyone on the deck and began his speech with confidence. "My brothers, I wonder if you have noticed that although we are still fighting bravely, and our skills are still strong, our income has declined in recent voyages. Aren't you curious about why this happened?" Griffin, the ship's accountant, rushed into the storeroom in a panic, where Orf was checking the supplies and freshwater reserves for this voyage. "It's bad, Mr. Orf. Goodwin is stirring up the crew to remove you." "So?" Orf ticked the boxes one by one on the notebook without looking up. "So, shouldn't you do something? If this goes on, you won't be able to keep your position as helmsman." The accountant stuttered. "Why do you say that?" "There is reason to believe that Goodwin came prepared this time. I heard that he has visited many people before, with newcomers as the main target. If the limit is 5 years, the ratio of newcomers to old people on the Sea Lion is now 2 to 1, which means he can get 2/3 of the votes," Griffin said quickly. Orf finally closed the item book in his hand, put it into the accountant's arms, and encouraged, "Well done. There is no problem with the account. Keep it up." The latter was stunned when he heard it. "Okay. I take care of the things at hand. And then, I should go to end the farce outside. When Orf walked out of the cabin, the black gunner's speech was also coming to an end. Based on the above reasons, we have reason to suspect that Mr. Orf can no longer perform his duties as a helmsman and safeguard the interests of the crew. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that there was no cheering around him this time. Seeing Orf, the crowd automatically made way for him under the latter's years of prestige. Although the two sides were now opponents, the black gunner did not want to lose his composure, so he cleared his throat and greeted politely Mr. Orf. However, Orf acted as if he did not see him. He glanced at the sailors on the ship, and his expression was a little surprised, because the person he thought would appear here did not appear. But this did not affect what he was going to do next. He retracted his gaze and said, I must admit that I haven't paid enough attention to you recently. I have heard those private complaints about the recent reduction in spoils. Some people suspect that I colluded with the captain and infringed on the interests of the crew. I can understand this. It is also human nature. He paused and continued. Some people think that I am old and not as brave as Mr. Goodwin in battle. I don't deny this. As for the conflict between newcomers and old people, there are conflicts on every ship. No matter how it is handled, there is always one party who feels that they have been treated unfairly. I saw it, but I didn't pay attention to it, so it was also my fault. The crowd gradually became agitated. Everyone thought that Orf would refute Goodwin's accusations one by one. But unexpectedly he admitted everything. What is this? Are you ready to admit defeat? Chapter 117. The atmosphere on the deck was a bit strange. When Orf appeared, the imagined heated debate did not occur. Orf really looked like an old man in his twilight years, being forced to retreat step by step by the fierce artillery fire of the black gunners, and was about to fall off the cliff. Although Goodwin always felt that he had a sure win, the smooth progress of the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations, and instead made him feel uneasy. Orf looked around at the people around him again and said, Yes, you have reason to be dissatisfied. This is indeed a difficult period, both for you and me. But what I want to say is that these hard days will be over from today. You asked me what I was doing recently, and I think it's time to tell you. The black gunner's ominous premonition was growing stronger. Reason told him that he should not let Orf continue speaking, but he could not find a reason to interrupt him. Everyone was free to make statements before the vote, and it was impossible for him to unilaterally criticize Orf without letting the latter defend himself. So Goodwin could only comfort himself that the overall situation was settled. He had won those people over one by one, and many of them had exchanges of interests with him. Such an alliance should be very stable. Seeing that everyone's attention was now attracted, Orf said with satisfaction, I have known most of you for a long time. You should know what kind of person I am. My past has never been hidden from you. Yes, before coming to the Sea Lion, I once sailed with Kidd, the greatest captain in the Caribbean, until he was arrested and hanged in London. Those guys raided his house, but only found a small amount of gold and silver. I know you must have heard the rumor that he hid all the looted items in a secret place. And now I can tell you that the rumor is true. Orf's words immediately caused an uproar. As a pirate, almost everyone knew Kidd's story. From 1695 to 1699, he was the most powerful pirate in the entire Caribbean. The merchant ship he drove, the Quidave, had 50 cannons. The powerful firepower even frightened many colonial ports. It is said that he accumulated amazing wealth in just 5 years. After his death, the whereabouts of these riches were unknown, and his ship, the Quidave merchant, was also missing. Since Kidd's death, I have been investigating the whereabouts of the treasure. Now I finally have a clue. I have reason to believe that we are very close to the treasure. Orf had to wait until the buzzing of the crowd died down before continuing. Forgive me for keeping it a secret from you before. It's not because I don't trust you, but because I'm worried that other pirates will hear this news. But now, I have to be honest with you. After Orf finished speaking, he finally glanced at Goodwin, who was not far away. The latter's back was soaked with sweat and his face was pale. Just 3 minutes ago, he thought he was fully prepared, but he still didn't expect to be overturned in such an unreasonable way. As a pirate, he certainly knew how tempting Kidd's treasure was. Even he couldn't help but be moved at some point. So what about others? His allies? How many people are willing to stand by him now, risking the possibility of losing a large portion of the treasure to dismiss Orf? He had planned for so long, and had been a good man for so long. caring for the newcomers who had just come on board, and enduring the strange conditions and hobbies of other allies. But now all these efforts have lost their meaning. Orf was really unwilling to accept it. Just like a drowning man desperately trying to grab the last straw. He said, "Vote. And vote. I haven't lost yet." However, Orf's last sentence completely shattered his remaining hopes. "Now, who is willing to set sail with me to chase the legendary treasure?" After a few seconds of silence, the pirates suddenly cheered and shouted, "Treasure! Treasure! Treasure!" At this moment, everyone's face showed enthusiasm, and no one looked at the black gunner, who was in a state of despair on the other side. At this moment, Goodwin seemed to be abandoned by the whole world. "The results are out." Marvin rushed down from the deck at the first time and said to John Hung, who was doing push-ups in the cabin, "The results are out. Goodwin has a sure win." But Mr. Orf completely reversed the situation with just a few words. "You didn't see Goodwin's face at the end. I felt sorry for him." The farmer's son paused and said excitedly, "Also, we are going to make a fortune this time. Do you know the guy named Kidd? The big pirate? I heard that when he was hanged, half of the people in London ran to watch. And now we are going to find the treasure he left behind." Marvin looked around and lowered his voice. "After being tied up by those pirates, to be honest, I felt that every day was like a year. But now, I began to think that this might not be a bad thing. It was fate that arranged for us to board this ship." "Heh." The farmer's son widened his eyes. "What do you mean by heh?" "Think about it. The treasure left by the great pirate king. Aren't you excited?" "Before, on the deck, I was thinking about how to spend the money after I got it. I want to buy 2 plantations in Boston, buy a group of black slaves, and then spend all the remaining money on wine and women. You know, the woman named Daisy in the brothel always looks down on me, and she doesn't even care when serving me. After I get the money, Marvin." John Hung finished his last push-up, stood up, and wiped the sweat off his neck, interrupting the farmer's son's sweet dream. "You haven't seen the treasure yet. It's not too late to do anything after you see it." "Sorry." The farmer's son also realized that he had lost his composure, mainly because the atmosphere on the deck was too hot, and everyone was stimulated by the 4 words "Kidd's treasure," and was in a state of excitement. This also made John Hung a little wary. Although he did not support Goodwin, it did not mean that he thought the latter's concerns were unreasonable. Orf, the helmsman, was indeed too close to the captain, which was not a good thing for other people on the ship, especially this time. Orf also let him see how an experienced helmsman manipulated the emotions of the crew. A strong captain and a shrewd helmsman. Their control over the ship is far stronger than many people imagine. Compared with him, Goodwin is like a toddler. The two sides are not in the same weight class at all. From the moment Goodwin decided to challenge Orf, his fate was doomed. Chapter 118. John Hung switched the British saber from his injured right hand to his left hand, blocking the opponent's 2 consecutive slashes. At the same time, he took 2 steps back under the reaction force. The sailor on the opposite side saw that someone was exhausted after a long battle, and was overjoyed. He stopped probing, and slashed directly at John Hung's chest. This knife was not fancy at all, purely relying on the advantage of strength. But this time John Hung unexpectedly did not retreat again, but instead went forward. When the 2 knives intersected, the sailor on the Navy supply ship felt a huge force coming from the tiger's mouth. His arm was swept away by this force, and his face showed horror. The next moment, the British saber in John Hung's hand was already on his neck, and he said, "It's over." A trace of dejection appeared in the sailor's eyes, and he could only throw away his weapons and surrender. John Hung looked around, and the battle on the deck was coming to an end. The guards who were still resisting were basically forced into a corner. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Only the captain was still in the captain's room, but it was only a matter of time before he was eliminated. This was the 3rd tough battle they had experienced in just 2 months. Although they still won, the losses were also serious. Owen had already started to replenish the manpower from the prisoners. The treatment of regular naval sailors in this era was very miserable. Take the British Royal Navy as an example. The monthly salary was only about £1, which was equivalent to half of a river lock keeper and a quarter of a carpenter. Moreover, the money could not be fully received as part of it would be deducted by the ship's chief accountant and officers. In addition, the salary payment date was irregular, and almost no salary was paid on a monthly basis. The most bizarre thing was that a cruiser in the waters of the Far East only settled its accounts once every 22 years. And the Admiralty finally refused to pay the money. The sailors had a hard time after landing. When the warships returned to the home port for renovation, the officers could only receive half pay. And the lower-level sailors simply stopped receiving pay and were left to fend for themselves. This was not the worst. Sometimes, in order to prevent people from running away, the Navy Department simply did not allow the sailors to land, and directly transferred them to other warships before entering the port, and continued to pay them in IOUs. In comparison, the treatment enjoyed by pirates was simply heaven. They made money together, ate meat together, and it was rare for the captain to deduct the crew's share. John Hung has been in this instance for almost 9 months. He was initially forced to join the Sea Lion for survival, and then had to step into the world of pirates because of the main quest. Now he has a better understanding of Nassau and the pirates living there. Many things need to be considered in the context of the history of the time. There was a reason why pirates were rampant in the 17th and 18th centuries. At the beginning of the Age of Exploration, it was difficult to distinguish between explorers, colonists, and pirates, as European countries fell into chaos. In order to compete for sea power, they created the infamous privateering license, which completely opened Pandora's box. From a modern perspective, these things may seem incredible. Suppose you are a merchant in this era, transporting a ship of goods to the colonies for sale, and it is robbed by people from other countries on the way. You cannot get it back through legal diplomatic means. Generally, countries will give you a privateering license to encourage you to get back your losses from others. In addition, there are many wealthy merchants and nobles who will sponsor some potential captains, help them get a privateering license, let them go out to sea to plunder, and then come back to share the spoils. The advantage of doing this is that you can do your best to strike at the maritime forces of other countries, and at the same time, you can have an additional unorganized navy without increasing the budget of your own country. Once the war starts, these privateers will also join the battle. If you rub enough, you can get an audience with the royal family, even be knighted and become a national hero. Henry Morgan is the best example. He was the pirate king of the Caribbean from 1665 to 1670, and later he successfully became the governor of Jamaica. In fact, it is not just the civilians. In order to make extra money and appease the sailors who can't get paid, the royal fleet will go out to plunder. There are also brokers in the port who are responsible for cashing in the spoils. Of course, most of this money eventually flows into the pockets of officers, and the bottom sailors can get very little. Fraser once said to John Hung in the tavern, "Do you know what the difference is between us and those guys? That is, they have letters of marque, but we don't. So we become hated pirates, and they are heroes. This is the law of this world." John Hung put away his saber, and with the explosion sound coming from his feet, the last place on the ship was breached. The captain of the Navy supply ship was killed, and the remaining sailors also surrendered their weapons. The ship's doctor was busy rescuing the wounded, and the accountant was counting the goods in the cabin. The casualties on the pirate side were also heavy, which is why no one wanted to fight the Navy. Even if it was just a supply ship, the firepower on the ship was considerable. Compared with the price paid, the benefits of robbing a Navy supply ship are often pitiful. After a fierce battle, the Sea Lion lost 17 people and many were injured. But the morale was miraculously not frustrated, especially when the helmsman Orf appeared in front of everyone with a small piece of bloody treasure map. The pirates look even more excited. There is no doubt that we are one step closer to the final goal. "Gentlemen," the helmsman encouraged. According to Orf, Kidd's financial report was hidden on an uninhabited island in the Caribbean Sea. He drew a treasure map before his death, but the treasure map was eventually divided into 6 parts and fell into the hands of those who participated in the arrest and trial. Now the Sea Lion is looking for the whereabouts of these treasure maps. Counting this one, they have obtained 4 of them, and victory can indeed be said to be in sight. But then Owen walked up to the helmsman. "Mr. Orf, can I have a word with you?" The latter nodded, and the two came to the stern. The boatswain's face showed worry. "I wonder if you have noticed that we have lost a lot of people recently." Orf nodded. "So how is the recruitment going? You know we can't fill all the vacancies with these guys." "Right. They are the Navy after all. If we recruit too many people at once, we have to think about whether someone will cut our throats while we sleep." "Then what do you suggest? We have been out for 2.5 months. I suggest we go back to Nassau for some supplies," Owen said. Orf looked into the bosun's eyes and said after a while, I don't want to hide it from you. Once the news of our treasure hunt gets out, it will bring some unnecessary troubles. But I will report your suggestion to the captain. Chapter 119. The Sea Lion returned to Nassau a month later. In addition to the shortage of personnel and supplies, the mast was damaged in a subsequent battle, which greatly reduced the speed of the ship. It had to return to the port for repairs. Orf originally did not intend to let everyone get off the ship, but the whole ship exploded when this order came out. Wanting the men who had been trapped in the sea for 3 months to stay on the ship when they saw land was like locking a cage of teddy bears together and expecting them to be pure and aloof. In the end, Orf had to make concessions and revoke the ban, but only told everyone to keep the treasure secret. The result was very gratifying. Within an hour after the first batch of pirates landed, the news that the Sea Lion was going to find Kid's treasure spread throughout the island. To this day, every corner of the streets and alleys is discussing this matter. However, this is not entirely a bad thing. At least the Sea Lion's recruitment process has become particularly smooth. Generally speaking, if a pirate group loses more than 40% of its personnel in a short period of time, then when recruiting people, those who are ready to join will have to weigh whether their lives are strong enough. However, this time was obviously an exception. The Sea Lion's recruitment scene was unprecedentedly popular. Some small pirate groups with fewer people even wanted to join the group. The applicants surrounded the beach so tightly that Owen had to transfer 10 more people from the ship to maintain order. And he rushed out of the room when she heard the news, and complained that Zhang Heng and Marvin did not tell her, and were not loyal enough. As a result, she went out with great enthusiasm. But in the evening, as expected, she came back with her head down. Because of the same old reason. She didn't even make it to the registration stage, let alone the subsequent assessment. She also had a conflict with someone while queuing. This girl was fierce. She didn't retreat even though there were 4 people on the opposite side. She just raised her fists and fought with those guys. In the end, 2 people were knocked to the ground by her. The other 2 were probably scared and retreated with their injured companions. Zhang Heng opened the door and saw Annie standing outside with swollen cheeks and bruises on her arms. He couldn't help but feel speechless. But he could feel that the red-haired girl's mood tonight was obviously different from before. He didn't say anything harsh, but just said, "The meal is ready. Let's eat together." The latter lowered her head and sat listlessly at the table. She no longer had the good appetite she used to have. She picked up a potato from the plate, but held it in her hand for a long time without eating it. Then she suddenly said something out of nowhere. "How about I marry you?" Marvin, who was drinking soup, almost stabbed the spoon into his esophagus when he heard this. Don't get me wrong. I'm not completely discouraged by reality. And I don't want to be a housewife. I just feel a little guilty for eating and drinking for free for you for so long. The red-haired girl grabbed her hair and said depressedly, "I originally thought that I could make money quickly with my skills. But now it seems that I am a little too optimistic." Speaking of this, she couldn't help blushing. She and Zhang Heng had agreed to share half of the spoils from the first voyage with the latter. But she only got a pot back from the first voyage, which was really not good enough to show off. And it was not technically easy to share half. In fact, after she fell out with the golden swallow, she became unemployed again and gloriously became a freeloader. During the day, she would go out and hang around, looking for fights, and come back to eat at mealtime. Her life was regular. Besides fighting, she could do nothing, including housework and cooking. Every time Zhang Heng and Marvin went out to sea, they had to prepare food and emergency change. When they came back, they couldn't help but suspect that the house was hit by a hurricane. Zhang Heng had found someone's underwear under his bed more than once. The red-haired girl now dreams of becoming rich overnight. So she was so excited when she heard the news of Kid's treasure. She felt that her chance to turn over was coming. But she didn't expect that she would be hit by the damn life. Although Zhang Heng has always advocated that the girl should go home and be a good lady. On the other hand, after such a long time of getting along, he had to admit that the latter had indeed put all her skills in combat. Objectively speaking, the profession of pirate is really suitable for her. With her personality, it is not realistic to ask her to stay in one place. But the problem is that there is no reliable pirate group that will accept women in the whole Nassau. Zhang Heng asked the red-haired girl opposite him, "What about you after you marry me?" The latter couldn't help but feel frustrated again, muttering, "I don't know. But at least it's not free food and accommodation anymore. John Hung put down his knife and fork and said, "How about this? If you can control yourself and don't cause trouble, then I let you get on my ship." "Your ship?" Annie was stunned when she heard it. "Where did you get the ship? Wait, don't you plan to stay on the Sea Lion?" "Yeah." It was the first time that John Hung revealed his idea of forming a pirate group in front of others. The farmer's son on the other side couldn't help but open his mouth wide. But he immediately thought of something and said, "Are you planning to go it alone after getting kids' treasure? With this money, we can raise a group of people. But by then we will all be rich. Why would we still be pirates?" However, John Hung's next words made Marvin completely stay there. "I don't plan to leave until I find the treasure. I asked Owen before that newcomers, like us who came from captives, can choose to stay or leave freely as long as they work on the ship for a year. So once the deadline is reached, I will apply to get off the ship. What if we still can't get kids' treasure by then? You know there are 2 copies of the treasure map out there." "Right," Marvin said. "Didn't you see the scene on the beach this afternoon? Now all the pirates in Nassau are trying to get on board the Sea Lion to get a piece of the pie. And you tell me you're going to give up getting off the ship at this critical moment?" Annie nodded at this time. "Although I really want to go out to sea. I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, I've survived for so long. So it doesn't matter if I wait a few more months." John Hung was silent. His intention to get off the ship had nothing to do with kids' treasure, but was just due to his keen sense of danger. During this period, he could sense that Orf's attitude towards him had changed slightly. The two had almost no interactions except for their first encounter. Before that, Orf had not paid much attention to him. But for some reason, John Hung always felt like he was being watched on the ship recently, including the previous battles. It seemed that there was always a pair of eyes silently watching him from behind. Not many people can do this, and Orf is one of them. Chapter 120. John Hung was not unmoved by kids' treasure. After all, as the farmer's son said, with such a startup capital, it would be much easier for him to set up a pirate ship by himself. Nassau did not lack sailors, but people with various skills and, most importantly, ships, especially ships with certain firepower. Most of the pirates were driving ordinary small fishing boats, which did not even have cannons. When the war started, they could only take the beating unilaterally and pray that they could reach the opposite deck before being sunk by shells. Therefore, if John Hung planned to work alone, the first thing he had to do was to find a ship. He had made some money from the sea raiding with the Sea Lion during this period, and with the income from collecting debts for the old pirate, he had saved a certain amount of money. But it was still a long way from buying a ship, even if it was just the most ordinary sloop. Kids' treasure could undoubtedly solve this problem. But the problem was that the timing of its appearance was too coincidental. It happened to be when Goodwin was about to challenge Orf, helping the latter to overcome this crisis of trust. What made John Hung more worried was what happened later. Orf used this news to stir up the emotions of the entire ship, and he defeated Goodwin's challenge with almost no effort, consolidating his position. However, strangely, he did not stop there, but continued to add fuel to the fire, making the fire burn more and more vigorously. John Hung only realized recently that Orf's target may never have been Goodwin. He never regarded the latter as a threat to himself. He just used this incident to solve the current trouble. Now the crew of the Sea Lion has completely fallen into a fanatical atmosphere, and his influence on the ship has reached its peak. The previous battles were the best proof. In the past, such actions that were not proportional to the effort would be rejected by the crew before they even started. But now, no one on the ship raised any objections. Even if Orf planned to lead the ship to hell, no one would object. In this case, if Orf really had hostility towards a crew member, his situation would undoubtedly become very dangerous. Therefore, after discovering that someone was secretly monitoring him, John Hung kept a low profile recently, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. He also deliberately reduced his interactions with other people. However, sometimes trouble comes to you even if you don't go looking for it. Late at night, John Hung was awakened by a knock on the door. He opened the window and saw a black carriage parked downstairs. "Who is it?" and yawned and poked her head out of the room. "It has nothing to do with you. Go back to sleep." John Hung recognized the carriage, put on his clothes, and went downstairs. Marvin's sleep quality has always been good, and he still snored loudly even in such a noise. John Hung did not take the British saber he seized from an officer, but only brought a short musket for self-defense. He walked to the front of the carriage, and a sturdy coachman opened the door for him. Behind the door was a familiar face. I don't want to bother you at this time, but by comparison, you probably don't want me to come in broad daylight. John Hung sat down opposite the old pirate. The carriage door closed, and the wheels of the carriage started rolling again. If you are here for Kid's treasure, you may be disappointed. Orf is very careful. No one knows where he put those maps. And as long as I don't leave the Sea Lion, I will still be a crew member on it. Even if I know where the treasure maps are, I won't tell you. Kid's treasure? Fraser showed his yellow teeth. No. 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 That kind of thing can only fool those idiots on the beach. You don't believe it yourself, right? Orf has always been good at this kind of thing. You have to admit that the guy is really talented in lying. But I have been fooled by him once, and I won't be fooled again. Then why did you come to me tonight? I brought you a gift and a message. The old pirate threw a small purse to John Hung, who opened it, and found that there were only some worthless small things such as some change and belt loops in it. To thank you for your hard work during this period, I decided to show my sincerity and give our mutual friend Vic the most complete rest. This is the only thing he has left in the world. From now on, you and your companions don't have to worry about someone using him to threaten you. John Hung raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Why do you do this? I find that you seem to have misunderstood me all along. Fraser moved his butt to make himself sit more comfortably. I have never been your enemy. We have known each other for so long. And I have never forced you to do anything. Right? Even if I ask you to collect the debt, I will pay you generously. If you want to learn sail control from Roscoe, I will also cooperate and tell you his secrets. You can't find another person as kind as me in Nassau. John Hung was silent. This was his biggest question. In the past 9 months, Fraser had obviously caught his handle, but he had always been very polite and never really threatened him. It was as if he was really collecting debts. Tonight, the carriage appeared downstairs. John Hung thought it was time to show his cards, but he didn't expect Fraser to take the initiative to return his handle. In this way, it seemed that even the only worry did not exist. I know how people here evaluate me in the past. I'm sure you've heard about the grievances between me and Orf. You're wary of me because you think I use you to stir up trouble on the ship at some point. But in fact, after retiring, I've completely let go of what happened back then. The old pirate shrugged. Few pirates in history have a good ending. In a sense, my current life is not bad. But the irony is that although I've let it go, the people who dealt with me back then don't seem to have let it go. What do you mean? I'm sorry that Orf's prejudice against me is so deep that he is still wary of everything related to me, including you. I just got some bad news. Orf plans to clear all unstable factors on the ship when he goes out to sea next time. Fraser paused for a moment and continued. Anyway, you were implicated because of me, and I can't just leave you alone. My influence on the ship has been almost cleared over the years. But if you are really in danger and need help, you can go to a carpenter named Kent. Chapter 121. John Hung stood outside the door, quietly watching the black carriage disappear into the night again. Then the door behind him was secretly opened a crack. Didn't I tell you to go to bed? John Hung knew who it was without turning around. The red-haired girl was very straightforward. I can't sleep when I think of you going out mysteriously in the middle of the night without telling us. Instead of spending time snooping into my privacy, you might as well think about how to recruit enough people. We will go to sea in 2 months. I will find a way to get a sloop, but it will take at least 10 people to operate it, especially the gunners. Do you have any candidates for this? No. I only look at whether my friends are loyal and good at fighting when I make friends, and never ask about their backgrounds. Annie puffed out her chest and said proudly, but she lost her temper when she saw Zhang Hung's eyes, and added, I will ask tomorrow. I will ask. After a pause, the red-haired girl took out a small dagger from behind her, and showed a trace of shyness for the first time. It was the first time that Zhang Hung saw such an expression on Anne's face. Usually, she was more heroic than men. Zhang Hung had seen her walking around the house in her underwear more than once, sometimes carrying a bottle of wine, and looking at people who came in with squinted eyes. She was very social, but she was rarely seen like this now. Well, thank you for letting me on board and helping me find a job. I see that the dagger on your body has a nick. I won it in a fight 2 days ago. I just don't have any use for it, so I just give it to you for self-defense. The red-haired girl stuttered. John Hung was a little surprised, but in the end, he said nothing. He just took the dagger and touched the girl's messy red hair with his other hand. Although Orf and others wanted to go to sea as soon as possible, the hull of the Sea Lion was severely damaged after several battles and had to be fully repaired. Even if the best carpenters on the island were assembled, the work lasted for half a month. And John Hung was very quiet during this half month. He basically stayed in his residence and rarely left. He also cultivated a small field behind the door and planted vegetables. He had done this kind of thing before on the deserted island, so he was very skilled. John Hung certainly didn't believe Fraser's words. Although the old pirate was very sincere that night, John Hung knew that this just meant that he couldn't hold back. This was the first time the latter took the initiative to visit him after being on the island for so long. If it was just to show goodwill, he didn't need to go there himself. Old foxes like Fraser and Orf are natural leaders with an innate charm. They are good at using the general situation to achieve their goals without people noticing. Even when they are manipulating people's hearts, they can make you believe that they are doing good for you. But if you really believe in their words, you will only be deceived. If Kid's Treasure is really a game designed by Orf, then Fraser's participation will undoubtedly make this game more dangerous. The best way now is to keep it the same. So John Hung did not go to the carpenter named Kent after being warned. But he did make some preparations in private. A man wearing a wig and a lace scarf around his neck walked in from outside. His name is Barr, a well-known arms dealer on Nassau Island. He put two things wrapped in oilcloth, one long and one short, on the table, then took the tea handed over by Malvern and crossed his legs and said, "Check the goods you want." John Hung opened the long oilcloth, and inside was a musket. Today, Europe is dominated by smoothbore muskets. But in fact, rifled muskets were already invented in the 15th century. But they were far less popular than smoothbore muskets. The reason was that loading bullets was too troublesome. Basically, it took 3 shots from a smoothbore musket to fire 1 shot from a rifled musket. And people with weak arm strength might not even be able to put the bullet into the muzzle. However, rifled muskets also have their own advantages. Their effective range and shooting accuracy far exceed those of smoothbore muskets. John Hung has always wanted to buy a spare, which might play an unexpected role in the critical moment with his level 2 shooting skills. In addition, Ball also brought 3 short muskets this time, plus the one John Hung originally had. So he had 4 short muskets on him, which meant that he could shoot 4 times in a row. There was no other way. In this era when a gun could only fire 1 bullet, John Hung could only use this method to enhance his firepower. He wore a black coat, put 2 short muskets on his waist, and the other 2 in the holsters on his chest, and pouted, but finally had to admit, "Humph, it looks good, but I don't know how it fights." John Hung ignored the red-haired girl who was eager to try, and paid the weapon merchant 140 silver coins according to the agreed price. Bear weighed the purse and said with satisfaction, "You can continue to come to me if you need it." What John Hung didn't expect was that he actually heard the system prompt after completing the transaction. Holding more than 3 firearms. Game points +3. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. John Hung still had a consistent attitude towards the game, and did not deliberately brush up the achievements. So far, he has obtained a total of 17 points since entering this world. In addition to the 3 points just obtained, 8 of them are related to looting, and 6 are related to sailing mileage. According to this speed, when this round of dungeons is over, he can easily get more than 200 points. This number is a bit scary, but John Hung knows that this calculation is not very accurate. Achievements are generally easier to get in the early stage than in the later stage. However, it is certain that because the time is stretched too much, he should have a lot more points than ordinary players this time. Of course, the price is that he will have to stay in this world for a long time. This town called Nassau may also become a part of his body. On the 3rd day after John Hung got the weapon, the Sea Lion finally completed its overhaul and raised its sails again amid cheers. Orr stood at the bow and began his routine speech before leaving the port. "Now there should be no one on this ship who doesn't know the destination of our trip, so I don't think I need to repeat this matter again." The pirates burst into laughter when they heard this. But then, they heard the helmsman change the subject. "This time we have recruited a lot of new people, and it is better to make some things clear. We don't care about your past or what mistakes you have made. But since you have boarded the ship, you are a member of this ship and must abide by our rules. Especially at such a special moment. We need everyone to unite and concentrate their strength together. Only in this way can we overcome the difficulties in front of us. In this process, if someone wants to play some tricks or do something behind others' backs, then he is the enemy of this ship, and we will treat the enemy mercilessly. Orf paused, then continued. I just received news not long ago that a traitor has appeared among us. Considering that we once fought side by side, I am willing to give him a chance to stand up, confess everything, and accept everyone's judgment. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what bad things will happen to him next. Chapter 122. After Orf finished speaking, the expressions on the faces of the pirates on the deck were different. Most of the newcomers, who had just joined in the past few days, breathed a sigh of relief. Orf made it clear that the traitor was someone who had fought side by side with him, which meant that they were safe in this matter, and could just sit back and watch the show. On the other hand, the expressions of the old people were a bit ugly. Some people remained silent. Some couldn't help cursing, and some questioned that Orf's accusations were unfounded. At the same time, everyone was looking at each other suspiciously. Orf, the instigator of all this, did not speak again after saying this. His eyes swept over the people on the deck again. When it was Zhang Heng's turn, the latter didn't know if it was his illusion. He felt that Orf's eyes stayed on him for about half a second longer than others. Then the helmsman spoke again. It's a pity that this traitor doesn't seem to have the courage to admit what he had done. It seems that I can only help him. After saying this, he walked towards the direction where Zhang Heng was, and everyone's eyes gathered here. Orf took out the short musket at his waist while walking. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Zhang Heng's mind, and one of his hands had already grasped the moment of shadow in his pocket. Orf stopped in front of him, and then politely said, Sorry, can you make way? After saying that, his eyes passed Zhang Heng and looked at the black gunner behind Zhang Heng. The latter's expression suddenly changed and he said angrily, Orf, you are taking revenge for personal gain. Revenge for my previous challenge to you. As he spoke, he looked around and said excitedly, Are you just going to watch him slander me like this? He can do this to me today, and he can do the same to you tomorrow. In the end, he is the only one who has the final say on this ship. The black gunner's words did have a certain effect. Hearing this, the pirates looked at Orf with suspicion. Power struggles happen on many pirate ships, but generally few people will kill the losers. This will make other pirates on the ship feel a strong sense of crisis. The loser will basically downplay the matter if there is no principled mistake. If Orf is really coming for Goodwin this time, the impact will be very bad. He might not be dismissed immediately because he holds the clues to the treasure. But once the treasure is obtained, the crew will probably unite to overthrow him. In fact, many pirates have already developed resistance to Orf because of the black gunner's words. But the latter is not in a hurry. If I remember correctly, you were the first group to go ashore when the Sea Lion docked last time. But within an hour, the news that we were looking for treasure was widely spread. Don't tell me this is just a coincidence. Goodwin is indeed a man who has seen many storms and waves. Hearing this, he showed no panic on his face. He snorted coldly and said, There were nearly 20 people in the first batch who came ashore. Why do you think I leaked the information? Because I asked Owen to ask everyone afterwards. And everyone could tell what they were doing during this period of time. And they could find someone to prove it. Only you said that you went back to your residence to sleep as soon as you came ashore. And no one could prove it. The black gunner was annoyed. Why? Do you need someone to prove that you are sleeping now? Of course not. But someone saw you coming out of Marshall's house later. How are you going to explain it? Orf said to the crowd. Some of you may not know who Marshall is. He is the largest lender on the island. But his debt collection method is even more powerful than his loan method. Orf looked at Goodwin again, whose forehead was already sweating. Before, you seem to have bribed a lot of people to replace me and win votes. I can't help but wonder where the money came from. Borrowing money from Marshall is expensive. No wonder you looked so hopeless when you lost. The news that you didn't become the helmsman must have spread as soon as the Sea Lion docked. Now it's time to repay the debt. You have no money. So you had to sell the news that we were looking for treasure to Marshall. Right? The black gunner was not only sweating profusely, but he was still making a final struggle, insisting that Orf had slandered him. But he looked a little timid. Goodwin had to admit that he had indeed borrowed money from Marshall. And this time, he went to the other party to ask for more time. But he denied that he had sold the news of the treasure to Marshall, saying that he had never betrayed the Sea Lion. However, the eyes of the pirates around him were getting colder and colder. The people who were originally standing near him also silently distanced themselves from him. And a flash of despair flashed in the eyes of the black gunner. He suddenly ran to the side of the ship. The Sea Lion had just left the port and was not far from Nassau. If he could successfully jump into the water, there was a high probability that he could swim back. But the next moment Orf pulled the trigger in his hand. The bullet penetrated the black gunner's calf, and the latter fell to the deck after running only 2 steps, and was then pinned down by other pirates. Orf said, "It would be too easy to kill him like this. Tie him to the mast. The sun is good these days. Let him get some sun." Goodwin cursed wildly. "Orf, you old liar full of lies. One day you will go to hell. I wait for you there." He wanted to continue, but his mouth was blocked by someone. Several new pirates, who had just boarded the ship, tied him to the main mast with ropes. Their actions were very rough, and they did not intend to bandage the wound on his leg. Orf put away the short musket in his hand. "Everyone who knows me knows that I am not a cruel person, and I don't like any punishment. But it is my duty to protect everyone's interests and ensure the safety of every voyage. I am not targeting Mr. Goodwin, but I hope everyone can learn from this and stop betraying this ship and your companions. Otherwise, Mr. Goodwin's today will be your tomorrow. Okay, now let's continue this treasure hunt." After Orf finished speaking, he waved his hand and asked the sailors on the deck to return to their respective posts. John Hung was checking the starboard side reinforcements. What he didn't expect was that the helmsman then walked up to him and said, "How is it? Is everything normal?" John Hung nodded. "There is no problem with the sail rigging." "That's good." Orf changed his previous cold attitude towards the black gunner and said gently, "Roscoe thinks highly of you. He said that as long as you are given time to grow, you will become the best sail controller on the Sea Lion. Before, everyone voted for the sail and cable captain. The final votes between you and old Mike were very close. Just a little difference. Don't be discouraged. Work hard. This position will be yours sooner or later." Chapter 123 Ambush. On the vast blue sea, the Royal Scarborough is patrolling its territory like a lion. This second-class battleship belonging to the British Navy has a displacement of 2,000 tons, 90 cannons, and nearly 700 sailors. It is a terrifying giant in the Caribbean Sea. Every once in a while, the Scarborough will regularly cruise out of the port, according to the orders of the Admiralty, to maintain order in several nearby sea trade routes. And pirates will flee wherever they pass. In fact, just hearing the name Scarborough is enough to scare the most powerful pirates. Therefore, the Scarborough rarely encounters actual battles every time it sails out of the port, unless you count the enemy's unilateral beating and fleeing in a panic. Captain Elmer is now sitting on the deck, sipping red wine while listening to the musician playing the violin. As a result, he was interrupted not long after he was immersed in the music. The lookout above his head suddenly shouted. An armed merchant ship was spotted in the southwest. Elmer frowned. A look of displeasure appeared on his face. The first mate walked quickly to the side of the ship, took the copper telescope, looked for a while and said, "The French flag is hanging on the mast. The draft is very deep. The speed is only about 3 knots. It should be carrying a lot of cargo." Captain Elmer finally put down the red wine in his hand and walked over slowly. Europe is now in the Spanish Succession War. In order to prevent the Bourbon dynasty from annexing Spain, the new Great Alliance including Britain has united to fight against France and its allies. The two sides are at war. At this time, the French armed merchant ship was encountered by the Scarborough, and it could only blame its bad luck. Elmer glanced at the sailors on the deck and saw that everyone looked at him with longing eyes. He smiled slightly and said, "If this is a gift from God, why should we refuse it?" The sailors cheered immediately after hearing this. Waiting for the Navy Department to pay wages, everyone would have starved to death. Extra spoils like this are the only motivation to support them going to sea. Even if the big head falls into the pockets of Elmer and the Admiral in the end. Everyone has long been accustomed to this kind of thing, and they are satisfied with a little soup. With the captain's order, the Scarborough immediately began to adjust its course and headed towards the unlucky armed merchant ship. At the same time, it opened its gun muzzles, revealing the densely packed black gun barrels inside, like a shark showing its sharp teeth. Although the war was about to start, the atmosphere on the deck was generally relaxed, and the violinist in charge of the performance was still performing diligently. The firepower gap between the two sides was huge, and there was no suspense in this battle. If the other side knew what was good for them, they would surrender quickly and give up the goods. In this way, if Elmer was in a good mood, he might be able to spare the lives of the people on the ship. The sailors of the Scarberry were all immersed in the joy of receiving extra money. Only one officer cadet on the ship was a little worried. He said to Elmer, "Sir, isn't it a bit too simple? Our route is no secret. Why do French merchant ships dare to appear at this time?" Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by his colleagues. "No conspiracy can work in the face of absolute power. Relax, Burnett. We are on the Scarberry. We have no natural enemies in the sea. Unlike the joyful atmosphere on the Scarborough, the pirates on the Sea Lion were generally silent, because they were about to face the biggest battle in their lives. It had been half a month since they left Nassau. Thanks to Goodwin's betrayal, Orf's prestige on the ship had soared again. Even if there were still people who were dissatisfied with him, they dared not show it. However, even in this state, when Orf said that they had to seize the Royal Scarborough first to get the 5th treasure map, even the most enthusiastic pirates in treasure hunting found it difficult to continue to stand by him and support him. Because this has nothing to do with courage. It is completely crazy. All pirates operating in the Caribbean know that the Scarborough cannot be touched. Although there is no explicit ban, pirates generally choose to avoid the Navy. The previous attack on the Navy's supply ship was already a very risky move. And the Sea Lion also paid a terrible price for it. For Kidd's treasure, everyone reluctantly accepted the action at that time. And the firepower of the supply ship was almost the same as that of the Sea Lion. As long as the command is proper, and the battle is heroic, it can win. But the Scarborough, that is a completely different matter. The most experienced gunner on the ship spoke first. The number of cannons equipped on the Scarberry is 3 times that of ours. And they are more powerful, and have a longer range than us. There is no way we can fight this battle. Not to mention that our hull is far less solid than that of a warship. With just one salvo, we will be completely torn apart. Mr. Orf, I have always trusted your leadership ability. But this time, I must object because this behavior is simply suicide. His words were also supported by the vast majority of pirates. Orf had to raise his voice. Gentlemen, I agree with you. We are indeed at a disadvantage in terms of firepower. In a head-on battle, we definitely have no chance. So our only hope is to board the ship. Boarding? I know we have recruited a lot of good people this time. But even if we count technical personnel such as cooks and doctors, we only have 173 people at most. How can we fight against 700 people? And the most important thing is that with the firepower of the Scarborough, we might be sunk before we even get close to it. Bosun Owen also questioned. Yes, you are right. It is like this under normal circumstances. Orf paused. Unless we don't have to approach the Scarborough. But let it approach us. How is this possible? Of course, it is impossible when the black sail is raised. Once the Scarborough finds out that we are pirates, the only option is to fire. But if we can make them believe that we are just a merchant ship, the situation will be different. No one will have trouble with a ship of porcelain. Right? Or swept away the things on the table and spread out the nautical chart. I got the news on the island that a Dutch merchant ship was pulling a ship of porcelain to sell in New York. We intercepted it halfway, moved the porcelain on board, and then hoisted the French flag and waited for it on the route of the Scarborough. Chapter 124. Is this why you insisted that I recruit 10 French-speaking people on the island? Yes. We need to leave 30 people on the deck, disguised as sailors on a merchant ship. Well, try to choose those who don't look too fierce and are thin. The rest of the people will stay in the secret mezzanine under the deck. Oh, and there are also cannons. There are too many cannons on the ship. Let's throw away half of them. Are you serious? Only leave a dozen cannons to deal with the most powerful British warships in the Caribbean? Believe me, there is no difference between 16 guns and 32 guns when facing the Scarborough. Orf shrugged and looked around. Any other questions? Even if we do as you say, and deceive the people on the Scarborough by chance, making them believe that we are a French merchant ship and successfully boarding, we are still at an absolute disadvantage in terms of manpower. John Hung, who had been silent before, also spoke up. Good question. We all know that there are 700 people on the Scarborough. But this number is actually inflated. Captain Elmer comes from an aristocratic family and has a very luxurious lifestyle. This has not changed even on the Scarborough. He has hired musicians, a separate chef, and servants, a bunch of miscellaneous people to entertain him. These people have no combat effectiveness, in addition to the original logistics on the ship. There should be only 600 people who can really fight. To paraphrase what you said before, I don't see any difference between 600 and 700 people, Owen said. I haven't finished yet. The situation in Marbella is tense. At the beginning of this year, the Admiralty recruited a group of experienced sailors from the New World. Now about 2/3 of the Scarborough are recruits. Most of them are fishermen and farmers in the colony. They have only undergone a short training of 1 or 2 months. Their combat level is very average. As long as we can stun them in the first round of attacks, they will most likely collapse completely afterwards. So our real enemy is only the 200 veterans. Now those who stay on this ship are real men. One-on-one. I don't believe you will lose to anyone. Orf's last words successfully aroused the blood in many people's bones. But there were still few people who responded. The key is that the Scarborough is famous, and has always been the nightmare of pirates near the Caribbean Sea. When they thought about challenging such a behemoth, the morale that was finally inspired fell again. Orf clapped his hands. Gentlemen, I know what you are worried about. I said from the beginning that this is not an easy journey. The treasure will not find us on its own. There is no doubt that we will experience hardships and challenges along the way. But as long as everyone works together. Owen couldn't help but interrupt him. Challenging the Scarborough is not a test. This matter is too dangerous. Even if every link in the middle is correct, it is still unknown whether we can take it. You said that the treasure map must be kept secret. For so long, we have been unconditionally following your command. But this time I'm afraid it won't work. If you want us to agree to this, at least tell us why you want to do this. Owen's words resonated with the pirates. Seeing the general trend, Orf could only nod his head. Well, anyway, we are very close to the goal. And I can tell you that I have received accurate information that the 5th treasure map is in the hands of Count Bellomonte. Count Bellomonte? The Count Bellomonte of New York, Massachusetts, and the governor of New Hampshire? At first, some pirates didn't know what this name meant. But they couldn't help but take a breath after hearing this. If there is a list of the most powerful people in the New World, Bellomonte must be one of the top few. The treasure map is in the hands of such a big man, and there is almost no possibility of it being taken back. Yes, he is also the one who sent Kidd to the gallows. After Kidd's death, a large part of his relics fell into his hands. Not only the 5th treasure map, but also clues related to the 6th treasure map. In other words, as long as we catch him, we can almost find the treasure. Orf then threw out another chip. And he himself is worth no less than a treasure. If we can successfully capture him, we can conservatively estimate that we can get a ransom of 400,000 pounds. This number made everyone breathe heavier. After all, Kidd's treasure was still a little far away, but the ransom was right in front of him. However, it was Orf's last sentence that really played a decisive role. Bellomonte will leave his territory in a month and a half and go to Charleston to attend his youngest daughter's wedding. That is our best chance. If we capture the Scarborough, we can block the port of Charleston and go ashore to capture people directly. I must have been crazy to vote in favor. Marvin's hand holding the potato peeler was shaking. We are doomed. Right? The cannons on the Scarborough will tear us all to pieces. Or those sailors will rush up and chop us up. God. I should have listened to you and voted against it. It's useless. Even if your vote is counted, it's still a long way from vetoing this action. John Hung said with a spoon in his hand. Still calm. If he could decide the direction of things, he would definitely not want to go to this step. However, the sea lion is now under the control of Orf, who is wary of him. Zhang Hung has been very low-key during the time on the ship. Although he voted against it, he did not dissuade anyone except mentioning it to Marvin. Complaining is meaningless now. Only by taking down the Scarborough together can we survive. Zhang Hung and Marvin were selected to join the group disguised as merchant ship personnel because they did not look so fierce. Now they are the cooks on this French merchant ship. Zhang Hung took off his black clothes and temporarily handed them over to the ambushers in the mezzanine for safekeeping along with his weapons. However, for safety reasons, he still kept a dagger for self-defense. The dagger was hidden under the pot of potato peels at Marvin's feet. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Griffin, the bookkeeper, ran down from the deck. The Scarborough has taken the bait and is heading this way. Mr. Orf asked me to tell you to be prepared and not to show your hand. He had obviously never experienced such a thing before, and he seemed very nervous, even stuttering a little. However, considering the role they were playing now, this was a normal reaction to encountering a British warship. Chapter 125. Where have I seen him before? The Scarborough just fired a symbolic shot, and the French merchant ship not far away slowed down and stopped obediently. Seeing that the other party was so sensible, Elmer's mood finally improved, and he sat back on the table on the deck and tied a napkin. The first mate commanded the Scarborough to move closer to the side of the Sea Lion, and the officer candidate who spoke earlier couldn't help but say, "Sir, we should keep the gunners on standby and send someone up to investigate the situation first." The first mate frowned. He was not a rookie who had never been to sea. Of course, he knew what to do. No one liked to be scolded by a subordinate. In fact, if it weren't for Burnett's background, he would have lost his temper. There was a reason why he was excluded by his colleagues before. Sometimes it is a good thing, but it will still offend people because of the wrong way of doing things. Do your job well, Burnett, the first mate warned. He did want to order the gunner to stand by, but he felt uncomfortable like eating a rat shit after being tossed like this. However, he had served in the Navy for so many years, and finally reason overcame emotions, and issued orders in an orderly manner according to the original plan. Although Burnett stood aside without saying anything, he looked like he had just won a battle. The first mate wanted to draw his sword and chop this guy, but fortunately, the first team of 24 people had already boarded the French merchant ship opposite, and finally diverted his attention. The captain on the opposite side was a French man with slightly curly hair. He stood on the deck with his sailors, feeling uneasy. He obviously knew what it meant to encounter the Scarborough. However, facing the overwhelming firepower, even if they were unwilling, they could only hand over the cargo list on the ship. The team leader pointed his musket at the people surrendering on the deck, and then sent a few men to check the cargo hold. A moment later, John Hung and Marvin in the kitchen were also brought up. The latter's calves were shaking all the time, especially when he saw the huge warship, the densely packed gun barrels, and the dark shadows on it. He felt even more desperate. His appearance also amused the group of British sailors on the deck. Some whistled, some grinned, but one of them frowned, looking particularly conspicuous in the crowd. "Lanny, what's wrong?" "I don't know. I just think the guy looks a little familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him," the sailor named Lanny said. "Now that you mention it, I've noticed it." Another person also echoed. The atmosphere on the deck became tense and vain. But then the man continued, "He looks a bit like your wife." "Oh, poor little Lanny. Can't wait to come out for some fresh air. Maybe our fat friend doesn't mind." "Fuck you, Stephen." After the two interrupted, the ship returned to its previous relaxed and happy state. This mission was easy, and most people didn't take it seriously. After a while, the people who went down to search came back one after another. "No problem. The porcelain below is all in good condition, and everyone can make a lot of money this time." The British sailors were all happy when they heard this. The captain nodded. "Keep an eye on these people. I report to the first mate and the captain." After that, he took the cargo list back to the Scarborough. After a while, the sailors on the Scarborough also began to mobilize, in order to facilitate the transfer of cargo from the merchant ship. The first mate ordered the laying of more boarding planks. At the same time, about 60 new sailors put down their weapons and freed their hands to move porcelain on the Sea Lion. Listening to the footsteps coming from above, the pirates in the mezzanine swallowed their saliva and said that so far, the plan was even smoother than they thought. Most of it has been completed. The Sea Lion and the Scarborough have successfully boarded. Next, they just need to wait for the group of unarmed British sailors to board the Sea Lion to launch an attack. However, the more nervous everyone was at such a time, fearing that the secret under their feet would be discovered by the people on the deck, and then all efforts would fail. Among them, there was only one person who was an exception. He sat in the corner, closed his eyes as if he was asleep. His huge body was like a mountain in the dark night, and his black beard rose and fell with his breathing. Obviously, the space in the mezzanine was very small, and people were crowded together, but there was no one around him within one step. Most of the people who chose to become pirates were unruly, but when they were in the same room with him, they were all well behaved like kittens. The eyes that looked at him were filled with awe, as if they were looking at a demon god. The plan to attack the Scarborough was obviously very dangerous, and even with Orf's plan, the odds were only 50-50. However, in the end, the majority of people voted in favor. In addition to the temptation of money and treasure, perhaps the man in front of him also accounted for a large part of the reason. The only thing that can fight fear is another kind of fear. The sailors on the Scarborough jumped onto the Sea Lion one by one and happily got into the cargo hold. The people on the deck who were responsible for guarding Zhang Heng and others were also relaxed. Only the man named Lanny was still staring at Marvin, looking like he was thinking hard. The farmer's son was also confused at this moment. He didn't know anyone in the new world except his father. He was caught by pirates on the way here. He was sure that he had never known the guy on the other side. He didn't know why the sailors on the Scarberry kept staring at him. Marvin couldn't help but wonder if he really looked like the other party's wife. Just when a few British sailors gathered together and laughed and talked about where to go to have fun after getting the money, the guy named Lanny suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "I know. They are pirates!" As he spoke, he raised his musket as fast as he could and pointed it at Marvin, looking nervous. The latter was horrified, not knowing where he had revealed his true colors. In fact, it was not just him, but Lanny's companions were also somewhat puzzled. They did not raise their weapons at the first time, but asked the latter, "What are you crazy about?" Lanny said quickly, "I remember where I saw him. I saw his portrait at the port. About 10 months ago, a merchant ship was robbed by pirates. The pirates killed the captain of the ship and many sailors on it, leaving only a small boat, a bucket of water, and some food for the remaining passengers. However, those people were later rescued by a passing ship. They said that 4 people on the ship had joined the pirates, including this fat man. His features were the most obvious, so I remember it most clearly. Oh, by the way," the group said, "there was another Oriental man, who should be the one next to him." Chapter 126 Fierce Battle. Marvin's forehead began to sweat coldly when Lanny was halfway through his words. And when he finished the last word, the farmer's son's face turned pale. He had never expected that the problem would come here. No matter how you look at it, the chances of survival for the people on the small boat before were not high. That's why he chose to join the pirates and become a cook on the Sea Lion in exchange for a chance to survive. But he didn't expect that the group of people were miraculously rescued. If he had known this, he would have stayed on the boat and is now basking in the sun comfortably on his father's farm. What's worse is the series of subsequent troubles brought by these people's survival. The fact that the 4 people became pirates was exposed, which cut off the possibility of returning to the civilized world. Unless the Queen pardoned them, they would always bear the identity of pirates. Of course, these are things to worry about in the future. There are more deadly things waiting for him now. After Lanny finished speaking, the group of British sailors in charge of guarding the ship also obviously took it seriously. They raised their muskets one after another, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this moment, someone pulled the trigger first. There was a bang of a gunshot, and the farmer's son's heart suddenly shrank at this moment. His brain went blank, thinking that he was dead this time. But when he opened his eyes, he found that there was no wound on his body. Instead, Lanny, who had exposed his identity before, lowered his head and stared blankly at the blood on his chest with an unbelievable look on his face. The beast woke up from its slumber. The man with a black beard under the deck opened his eyes at some point, like a lion, exuding an imposing aura all over his body. He took back the smoking short musket in his hand and said in a unique low voice, "The battle has begun. Let's hunt together." The guards on the deck couldn't believe what was happening. They had clearly taken control of the entire ship and had taken away the weapons from the crew. So where did the bullet come from? It wasn't until 2 seconds later that someone realized what was happening. However, it was too late. The deck under their feet suddenly opened up, and several sailors, who happened to be standing on it, fell directly down. Their throats were cut before they hit the ground. Then groups of pirates armed to the teeth came up from below, waving their weapons. The rest of the people had their heads chopped off before they could even turn their guns around. Because of Marvin's accident, the battle started half a minute earlier than expected. Most of the 60 unarmed British sailors who were responsible for moving things came to the Sea Lion. But there were still about 10 people standing on the deck. Seeing something was wrong, these 10 people immediately fled back to the Scarborough. But the others were not so lucky. Now the armed forces of the British Navy on the Sea Lion were the more than 20 people who had boarded the ship before. These people were also harvested in the first time. They were basically killed or injured in just one encounter. After Owen cut down a British sailor, he threw his clothes and weapons to Zhang Heng. At the same time, the pirates also lit the grenades in their hands. Unlike the models with handles in later generations, The grenades in the 17th and 18th centuries looked like pomegranates, which is also the origin of the name. At this time, the grenade was basically an iron shell filled with gunpowder lead bullets or metal pieces. But it was quite lethal when thrown into the crowd. The sailors on the Scarberry originally wanted to come to help, but the explosion caused a large number of casualties. Many new sailors, who were fleeing back, pushed and shoved each other, and unfortunately fell into the water from the gangplank. The gunner on the Scarberry asked the first mate, "Sir, should we fire? If we fire now, we can sink the ship in just a few minutes." However, the first mate was a little hesitant at this time, mainly because he felt sorry for the porcelain on the ship. As a result, before he could speak, Burnett on the side said, "No, our people haven't withdrawn yet. How can we fire now? If we do this, how can we expect these people to fight for us in the future?" His words were not without reason. The morale of the lower-level sailors on each ship was a headache because the Navy Department had delayed their wages, and the Scarborough was no exception. If they really opened fire at this time, although only a small number of people would be sacrificed, the more serious thing would be that the remaining people would be discouraged. And the most important thing was that there were more than 600 people on the Scarborough, which had an absolute advantage in numbers. Although they were ambushed by the pirates, the losses were not too serious. If they really fought, they would not lose. As a result, when he hesitated, the pirates on the opposite side had already killed him. Captain Elmer was in an unprecedented state of embarrassment today. Although he was not injured, he was also startled by the explosion just now. The red wine in his hand spilled all over him. After reacting, he was extremely angry. He asked his men to take his saber and said, "Why are you still standing there? Kill those lawless pirates and take back the porcelain that belongs to us." Since the captain had spoken, the others no longer had any objections. The first mate immediately began to dispatch musketeers to attack the opposite side with firepower. However, the pirates were more cunning than expected. They did not kill all the sailors on board, but instead rushed over among them. The musketeers aimed for a long time, but didn't have a chance to shoot. Instead, they were rushed in front of the enemy and their own people soon. At this time, the difference between the newcomers and the old ones was revealed. Under great pressure, the newcomers couldn't help but start shooting randomly, and the bullets flew everywhere. Most of them didn't know where they were shot, and a few fell on their own people. On the contrary, the pirates didn't get shot much. The man with a black beard took the lead and chopped down a sailor in front of him. Then he picked up the corpse as a shield and rushed to the front of the musketeers. He drew out the scimitar at his waist at an incredible speed and stabbed an enemy's chest directly. The tip of the knife protruded from the latter's back and stirred it twice. Blood spurted out and splashed all over his body, making him look like a devil in hell. After witnessing this scene, several people nearby even lost the courage to hold their guns and turned around to flee. This time it was a life-and-death battle. John Hung did not hold back and swung the saber in his hand to face the enemy in front of him. Unlike the bearded man, his sword skills looked lighter. John Hung had tried to incorporate karate steps into his moves before, and now he finally achieved some results. He mainly dodged and looked for opportunities to knock down the opponent's weapon. However, just when the blade was about to cut through the target's throat, it was blocked by another knife. "Your opponent is me," Burnett said proudly. He was very confident in his swordsmanship. When he was in London, he used his family's connections to visit many famous teachers. He believed that he would not lose to anyone. As a result, John Hung just glanced at him from the corner of his eye, pulled out a short musket from his waist, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 127 Compromise. After dealing with the unknown young officer in front of him, John Hung did not feel relieved, because soon 2 more people rushed towards him. He only had time to take a breath before he joined the battle again. The pirates' first wave of attack was fierce. They followed the scattered British sailors and rushed onto the Scarborough. As a result, the 90 guns on the ship were completely useless. But they were soon caught in a bitter battle. No matter what, there were nearly 700 people on the Scarborough, while the pirates could not even gather 200 people. Under the huge numerical disadvantage, even a cook like Marvin had to join the battle. The latter, holding a boarding axe in his hand, trembled as he charged with the main force. But he regretted it halfway through. The bullets flying in the air, the smoke, the screams in his ears, the corpses on the ground, and the flowing blood all tortured his nerves. The farmer's son wanted to turn around and run back. But there were figures all around him. His brain stopped working completely because of fear. When he came to his senses, he was already standing on the deck of the Scarborough. After rushing onto the ship, the nearby pirates scattered and each looked for their own prey. The next moment, something grabbed his calf. Malvern looked down and saw a British sailor with a bullet in his chest. His hands were covered with blood, and he was still muttering something. The farmer's son fell to the ground, and the boarding axe in his hand fell to the side. He almost rolled and crawled to get rid of the palm. There was only one thought left in his head. That is, to escape from this purgatory. But there was fighting everywhere around him. Less than 5 steps away from him, a pirate was shot at least 6 times. But he refused to fall down. He waved his sailor knife with red eyes, staring at him with scarlet eyes, until he was stabbed in the lower abdomen. On the other side, a musketeer, who was trying to reload the bullets in a panic, had his hand holding the gunpowder chopped off by an axe. Marvin didn't dare to watch any more, lowered his head, and crawled forward desperately. But after crawling a few steps, he was lifted up from the ground by a hand holding his neck. It was a sailor with an extremely burly figure. Judging from the blood on his body, he should have had a good record today. He grinned at the farmer's son, who was kicking his short legs desperately. He aimed the saber in his hand at the latter's back, and was about to stab him. But the next moment a string of blood suddenly burst out from his forehead, and his tower-like body shook, and finally fell to the ground. Motionless, John Hung took back the short musket. He had just dealt with the 2 opponents, and turned around to see Marvin in danger. So he rescued the latter. But he did not stay there for too long, and soon moved to the other side. The pirates had an absolute upper hand in the first round of hand-to-hand combat. The musket team was chopped to the ground by the enemy, who rushed to their front before they could play any role. Especially the new recruits among them. Their performance was particularly bad. They began to flee after a short time, and also disrupted the formation behind them. The pirates would not miss this opportunity, and rushed in to slash fiercely. In just 5 or 6 minutes, the British side suffered at least hundreds of casualties. However, John Hung knew that this was only an appearance, with the advantage of numbers on the Scarborough. As long as they could hold their ground, the pirates would be defeated sooner or later. Therefore, there was only one way to win this difficult battle, and that was to kill the commander of this ship. The morale of the lower-level sailors, especially the newcomers, was extremely unstable. Without a commander, they could easily collapse in the face of tragic casualties. The man with a black beard had the same idea as John Hung. He was also the pirate that scared the British army the most. He was often seen fighting against many people alone, jumping into the crowd and killing them. Wherever he passed, blood flowed everywhere. He seemed to never get tired. Later, before he started to fight, the British army on the opposite side would be in chaos. Many people were frightened by his violent aura, dropped their weapons, turned around and ran away. The 2 of them were now staring at Elmer, who was not far away. The latter had been urging his men to fetch his sabers before, but now that he saw the situation was not good, he no longer mentioned rushing over to fight, but began to look around, wanting to give up one deck and retreat to the next. But it was a bit embarrassing to tell others about this, and he hadn't made up his mind yet. The first mate beside him had been working with him for so long, so of course he knew what he was thinking. Elmer hoped that he could take the initiative to propose, and then reluctantly agreed. To be honest, he was also frightened by the fighting power shown by this group of pirates. But he was an old man in the Navy after all. He had participated in the Battle of Vigo Bay and fought against the French fleet. He was not scared by a group of fierce pirates. In his opinion, although the current situation was not favorable to them, it was not dangerous. He had already sent people to dispatch manpower below. As long as they held on for a while and waited for the reinforcements to come up, the situation would gradually be reversed. On the contrary, if they lost a deck at this time, it would not be so easy to get it back. Therefore, he chose to remain silent at this time. Elmer, who was standing aside, was anxious, seeing the pirates rushing towards him. He finally couldn't care about his face anymore and said, "I have to admit that we did underestimate those barbarians this time. Now we have suffered heavy casualties. This is not a solution. Does anyone have any good ideas?" As he spoke, he cast his eyes on the first mate beside him. The latter smiled bitterly in his heart. But since the captain had spoken, he could not remain silent any longer. Although Lord Elmer in front of him didn't have much knowledge and lived a luxurious life. He was born into a famous family, had good connections and resources, and was promoted rapidly in the Navy. What's more powerful is his wife. It is said that she has close relations with many bigwigs in Whitehall. The fate of offending him is probably not much better than being killed by pirates. The first mate thought about it, and could only take a compromise. He said, "The situation is not favorable. We need more manpower. It would be better if someone organizes it down there." Before he finished speaking, Elmer nodded and said, "You make sense. Let's not delay any longer. I go down right now. Hold on. I'll be back soon with people." After saying that, he ordered a team of guards to rush to the gangway. However, at this moment, a small group of pirates rushed over. Fortunately, the guards around Elmer were experienced enough and raised their muskets at the first moment, shooting the two pirates in the front into sieves. However, during this delay, the most deadly killer also caught up. Chapter 128. Put down your weapons. Elmer was really panicked this time, especially when the man with a black beard killed his two guards. The other side chopped off the head of one guard with the last blow. The bloody ball rolled to Elmer's feet, making the always pampered lord almost vomit. Seeing this scene, the remaining guards were also a little scared. Fortunately, the first mate reacted quickly and immediately realized what the pirates were aiming for. He commanded the nearby sailors to go to support. And at the same time, the people on the lower floor finally rushed out from the gangway. At the same time, several sabers slashed at the black-bearded man. Although the latter was brave, he was not beyond the scope of human beings. Faced with such a situation, he could only fight and retreat. The pirates finally reached the most dangerous moment. If Elmer successfully retreated to the second floor, their hope of winning this battle would be very slim. At this time, everyone's eyes were red. Not only the Navy, but also the nearby pirates rushed to support, and finally killed the people who rushed out. The two sides fought fiercely for the gangway exit. Taking this opportunity, the man with a black beard turned his attention to Elmer on the other side. However, he led his men to charge several times, but was stopped in the end. Instead, he had several more wounds on his body. The morale of the British sailors on the opposite side was greatly shaken when they realized that the terrifying figure was not invulnerable. On the other hand, the casualties of the pirates guarding the gangway exit were getting more and more serious. The balance of victory and defeat was gradually tilting. John Hung used the last musket to kill the enemy in front of him, and then took out the rifle from the oilcloth. He initially aimed at Elmer, who was obviously the captain of the ship from his previous performance, but hesitated when he was about to pull the trigger. The current situation is not quite the same as expected. Although Elmer is the person with the highest status on the Scarborough, it is the first mate on the ship who has been in charge of commanding the battle. If Elmer is killed at this time, the greater possibility is that it is not a group without a leader, but the first mate will officially take over the battle. This result is undoubtedly what John Hung does not want to see. He had little time to hesitate. The gangway could fail at any time. John Hung made a choice in the shortest time and decisively turned his gun. The first mate was also under guard, but because Elmer was in danger, he had to send all the armed forces at hand over there, resulting in only 2 or 3 people around him now. However, seeing that Elmer was temporarily safe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could hold on for the next 2 minutes, the situation would be completely reversed when all the pirates blocking the gangway were killed or wounded. He focused on the battle not far away, but he didn't realize that he had become someone else's prey. Although the 3 guards around him were always alert to the surrounding environment, it was difficult for people in this era to think that danger would come from farther away. After Simon's special training, John Hung now felt like holding a gun as if it was an extension of his body. Once he entered the shooting state, he automatically blocked out the distracting thoughts in his mind. He was as calm as a reef on the shore. He adjusted his breathing and gently pressed the index finger that represented the god of death. The guards beside him had no idea what was happening. They saw the first mate, who was standing there quietly, suddenly raise his head and fall backwards. It was not until they saw the blood splashing on the floor that the people around him were shocked. At the same time, John Hung heard a system prompt. Successfully killed a senior commander of the Royal Navy. Game points plus 15. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. The man with a black beard keenly sensed the fleeting opportunity. He ignored his bleeding right arm and led the remaining 6 pirates to charge at Elmer again. The short musket in his hand roared like thunder in the night sky. The British troops on the deck fell into a brief chaos after losing their commander. But the pirates were basically at the end of their strength at this time. The tug-of-war at the gangway exit finally decided the winner, and the British troops on the second floor broke through the blockade and rushed onto the deck. The addition of this fresh force was disastrous for the already exhausted pirates. Elmer showed ecstasy on his face, but the next moment his smile froze on his lips. The last guard standing in front of him also fell down, and then Elmer saw a pair of beast-like eyes. The moment he was stared at by those eyes, Elmer felt like he was falling into an endless abyss, and his soul and blood were completely frozen at this moment. The owner of those eyes put the scimitar in his hand on his neck, and then said in a low voice, "Let your men surrender." The Lord was full of reluctance. Obviously, if he just held on a little longer, maybe in just half a minute, the situation would be completely different. He could still hear the screams of those pirates in his ears, which also made him feel a little happy. Elmer thought of his origin and family, and wanted to show some integrity at this time. But the next moment, when the blade cut his skin, the Lord decisively threw all his courage behind his head and hurriedly said to the sailors on the deck, "Drop your weapons." The British sailors were a little hesitant when they heard this, and Elmer couldn't help but get angry. "What do you want to do? Disobey the order of my captain?" The sailors looked at each other, but unfortunately, the highest-ranking officer present at this time was only a navigator, who was not enough to convince everyone. Under Elmer's usual prestige, someone finally took the lead in putting down his weapon. Once someone started this, more people followed suit. At this time, the man with a black beard also said, "Your captain has surrendered to me. I am willing to swear on my name that I will not harm anyone who is willing to surrender with me." As soon as this sentence was spoken, more people put down their weapons. The remaining people saw that the situation was hopeless and had to give up resistance. In the end, the pirates on the Sea Lion miraculously won this battle with a huge disparity in strength at the cost of 47 deaths and 29 serious injuries. In the end, almost everyone who survived was injured. When the battle was over and everyone turned back to find the ship's doctor for bandaging, they found that the ship's doctor on the Sea Lion had died in the battle. Fortunately, there was a ship doctor on the Scarberry, and the guy with the best medical skills was forced to join the group on the spot. John Hum looked around and thought that the farmer's son could not escape this brutal battle. But when he was cleaning up the battlefield later, he found the latter behind a cannon with blood all over his mouth and trembling. Not far away from him was the body of a British soldier with his throat bitten to a bloody mess. Chapter 129. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 130. Queen Anne's Revenge. John Hung was surrounded by a group of pirates and rushed to the officers' dining room on the ship. In the previous battle, his amazing shooting skills left a deep impression on everyone, especially the last shot, which almost turned the tide of the battle by himself and won the pirates' praise and support. Therefore, as soon as the battle was over, many pirates dragged him to drink. The farmer's son was also dragged over. Everyone was also quite interested in how he bit off the throat of the British soldier with his teeth. Originally, Malvern was not very popular on the ship, but after this incident, the pirates' views on him changed. 2 pirates even got close to him, which made him flattered. As a result, the group met Orf, who was walking towards them halfway, and they all looked embarrassed. Although the battle was over, there were still many follow-up things. Almost every one of them had a lot of tasks to do. Going to drink at this time was not a wise choice no matter how you looked at it. However, Orf did not criticize anyone this time for the first time. Instead, he nodded to John Hung. "Well done." The pirates were stunned when they heard this, and then burst into cheers, puffed out their chests, sang songs, and continued to look for wine. Few people heard Orf's last sentence, but don't delay the work. And those who heard it tried their best to pretend that they knew nothing. Orf shook his head and knocked on the door of the captain's room. A low voice came from inside. "Come in. The prisoners are being transferred to the Sea Lion in batches by small boats. Owen is recruiting people there, mainly gunners. After all, we now have 90 guns." Orf paused. "Also, that guy is now locked up in the carpenter's room. To be honest, I thought you would kill him at that time. Do you think I am such a person who doesn't care about the overall situation?" The man with a black beard was still wearing the blood-stained coat he wore in the previous battle. The bleeding wound on his arm was not bandaged by the ship's doctor. But he didn't care. He took out 2 glasses from the drawer and poured red wine into them. The culprit of that incident is still there, compared with him. Elmer is just a small role. We can't get caught here. But as one of the accomplices, Elmer will pay the price. I can assure you of this. Orf took the wine glass inside. 14 years have passed in the blink of an eye. We have finally come to this point. To be honest, I thought there was no hope for several years. Now Belamonte is the only person left on the list. Our mission is finally about to be completed. I am not young anymore. After this is over, I plan to retire and find a deserted place to fish, grow flowers, and live a peaceful life. What about you? What are your plans? Is Miss Agnes still writing to you? The man with a black beard on the other side was silent for a moment. You and I both know this very well. Once we set foot on this road, there is no possibility of turning back. Right, Orf, the man said lightly. If civilization can't bring me justice, then I will destroy it with barbarism. Oh, this really sounds like what you would say. Then let me accompany you to complete the last part of the journey. Orf raised the wine glass in his hand and drank it all. After drinking, he stood up. The morale on the ship is not bad at the moment. But from my understanding of Fraser, he will not give up so easily. The old man is like a poisonous snake. But I don't know where he is lurking, waiting for us to reveal our flaws. And he will definitely give us a fatal blow. You are the helmsman of this ship. You will solve this hidden danger for us. Right? I try my best. We will be like before. You are responsible for fighting, and I am responsible for dealing with those guys on the ship. I can't imagine what will happen after you leave me. Orf shrugged, walked to the door, pulled the door handle, and was about to leave, but seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot the most important thing. This ship is ours now. Give her a new name. Name? Something was burning in the eyes behind the wooden table, but his tone was calmer than the sea in the doldrums. Then call her the Queen Anne's Revenge. Orf raised his eyebrows. Well, it sounds good. I like this name. Enjoy this victory that belongs to you. Teach. I will take care of the rest. After saying that, he walked out of the captain's room and closed the wooden door behind him. John Hung didn't know how many glasses he had been drunk. But fortunately, the alcohol content was not high at this time, and the pirates were celebrating this miraculous victory. With only 170 people, they took over the huge ship carrying 700 Navy soldiers, and captured more than 400 prisoners. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Such a record is enough for any pirate to brag about in the tavern for a lifetime. And everyone can only listen obediently below. With this ship, they can walk sideways in this sea area in the future, robbing whoever they want. And there is no natural enemy. The pirates are all people who can't sit still. After drinking for a while in the officers' restaurant, they began to visit this freshly baked trophy with great interest. After voting, everyone unanimously decided to keep the small band that belonged to Elmer. Now those poor musicians were following the pirates and playing triumphant songs. They had played songs that were popular in the upper class for Elmer before. But such elegant music was obviously not popular among pirates. They had been unreasonably asked to play something that would make everyone happy more than once. This feeling of watching the works of art being defiled was unbearable for every aspiring musician. But when they saw the shining knives in the hands of the pirates, the musicians finally decided to put aside their dignity and choose to have fun with the people. I can't believe we actually did it. A gunner stroked a 24-pound cannon on the second deck and said excitedly, with this thing, I can blow everything that stands in our way into pieces. Be careful, Bill. Only a real man can control such a big thing. Another old gunner spoke, causing the pirates to laugh again. I can't wait to have a big fight with her. Imagine the eyes of those merchant ships when they see us. I even feel a little sorry for them. A pirate gloated. After he said this, the music suddenly stopped, which made him a little dissatisfied. Why don't you continue to play? Did I ask you to stop? I asked them to stop. A voice sounded from behind him, or slowly walked out of the crowd. Chapter 131 Target. Sorry, I didn't disturb your celebration, Orr said, and at the same time, he looked at the pirates. Some guys standing closer to the side wanted to sneak away, but then they heard the old helmsman say, Don't be nervous. I'm not here to blame you for deserting your post. After all, we just won a very beautiful battle. I want to say that I am honored to fight side by side with you. There is nothing wrong with a little indulgence at this time. Right? As soon as he said this, the pirates breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the previous chaotic and lively atmosphere. Some people even teased Orf about how he was almost shot in the penis by a rookie sailor in the previous battle. Orf laughed and scolded back. And after a while he spoke again. I think I heard someone say that they wanted to do something big just now. The pirate who had spoken before stood up straight. Mr. Orf, everyone wants to know when we are going to do something big. With this ship, we can take down any prey now. His words immediately attracted a round of cheers and echoes. It was every man's dream to drive a warship like the Scarborough to fight. Although the wounds on their bodies had not yet healed, many people could not help but feel itchy. Very good. Then let's test the power of these cannons, Orf said with satisfaction. Now? The pirates were somewhat puzzled. The battle was over, and there was no other prey around them. How could they test the power of the cannons at this time? To shoot at the air? Who said we don't have a target? Orf pointed at the sea lion in the distance. Isn't that a ready-made target? The latter was now floating on the sea, looking a little listless. The deck was crowded with densely packed British Navy whose weapons had been confiscated. Most of them looked depressed, and some had confused eyes. They still couldn't figure out how they lost this battle. What's more terrible is that they didn't know what fate would be waiting for them after returning. Not only did they suffer heavy casualties during this voyage, but they lost the Scarborough. The first mate was killed, and even the captain was kidnapped. The opponent was not a regular army, but just a group of pirates. In the past, they were just beaten up by them and fled in panic. This was simply the biggest shame in the history of the entire Royal Navy. Now they were huddled on this ship and were nailed to the pillar of shame. Looking at the Scarborough not far away, many people couldn't help crying. On the other side, on the second deck of the Queen Anne's Revenge, the pirates fell into silence. The civilized world regarded them as beasts and villains. But these guys did not object to this statement, and even felt a little complacent, because only those who were strong enough could survive in this sea. They were accompanied by storms, and every time they went out to sea, they had to face the navy, reefs, pirate hunters, and even the threats of other pirates. The weak ones would be eliminated, and the ones left were fearless warriors. They regarded the Queen and the law as nothing. But this did not mean that they had no taboos. As men, they valued promises. Their captain had promised the opposing crew that he would not harm them as long as the Navy laid down their weapons. But now Orf wanted to break this promise and let them fire at a group of unarmed people who had surrendered. This was difficult for them to accept. After a long silence, someone couldn't help but ask, "We have never done this before. Is this the captain's order? Would it be good for me to forge an order?" Orf spread his hands. "According to the rules, we only need to accept the captain's orders unconditionally during the battle," another person said. "Now that the battle is over, I think this matter can be voted on." "Don't be silly. Do you know what the consequences of letting these people go back are? Soon every port will know that the Scarborough has fallen into the hands of pirates. They will recruit people and build more artillery. Do you think Belmonte will go to Charleston to attend his daughter's wedding at this time? If we miss this opportunity, it will not be so easy to capture such a big shot again." Orf frowned and said, "We can't take such a risk." What the captain said before was just to stabilize the situation at that time. After all, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It is impossible for more than 100 exhausted people to capture more than 400 soldiers armed to the teeth without some strategy. Gentlemen, don't forget the purpose of our battle. If there is no treasure, why should we take such a big risk to seize this ship? The old helmsman's last words finally moved the pirates on the deck. They had paid an unimaginable price to find Kidd's treasure. Now less than 1/3 of the original group of people were left. If they failed because of a moment of weakness at this time, no one could accept the consequences of such a thing. The last small boat carrying sailors approached the Sea Lion. The people on the deck threw down a ladder to take the people on board. No matter what, compared with those dead comrades, they are undoubtedly lucky to be alive now. Although the future was uncertain after losing this battle, there was still hope as long as they could survive. At this time, the barriers between officers and sailors were much less. The quartermaster was distributing hard biscuits with worms in them, and the captain's room was given to the wounded. However, at this moment, the crowd suddenly rioted, because they saw the Scarborough suddenly opened its muzzle not far away, like a deep-sea monster showing its sharp teeth. Oh my God! The basket in the quartermaster's hand fell to the ground, and the biscuits in it were scattered everywhere. He opened his mouth wide, and his eyes were full of despair. At the same time, panic was spreading on the deck at an incredible speed. The sailors fled in a hurry driven by instinct. But they were surrounded by the vast sea and didn't know where to escape. The only few people who were still sober and rational wanted to untie the ropes and raise the sails. But it was too late. No one knew the range of those cannons better than the people on the ship. Edward Teach stood quietly in the captain's room, watching the sea lion drowned in gunfire. It was like a tattered toy, beaten and ravaged by a willful child, and finally turned into fragments. The volley lasted for 5 minutes. When everything was over, there was only the silent burning sea, and the half-broken mast rose and fell with the waves. It's a pity that God is not here today. Chapter 132, Revenge Journey. John Hung was also on the other side of the deck, silently watching the fire in the distance. Even though he had experienced cruel wars before, it was still difficult for him to adapt to this pure massacre. Killing a group of surrendered sailors with artillery in a nearly execution manner and eliminating the enemy in battle are two completely different things. But now the ship has been firmly controlled by the helmsman Orf and the captain Teach. Not to mention that the interests of all the people on the ship are involved. John Hung knew that even if he spoke up, he would not be able to change anything. Back then, Simon was by his side in the snowy forest of Finland. But now he only has Marvin by his side. The farmer's son was not frightened for the first time this time, and his little eyes were faintly excited. John Hung had to remind him, "It's useless to kill all these Navy soldiers now. Your portrait has been posted in various ports, and your identity as a pirate has been confirmed." Marvin's eyes dimmed when he heard this, and he said with a sad face, "It's all over now. I heard that except for Nassau, the way to deal with pirates in various places is similar. As soon as they are found, they will be hanged directly. I can no longer inherit my father's farm. Can I only be a cook on a pirate ship for the rest of my life?" But it wasn't long before he cheered up again. "Fortunately, there is Kid's treasure. As long as I can find that treasure, even if I can't return to the civilized world, I can live happily in Nassau. I don't have to risk being killed at sea. And maybe I can even marry a few beautiful wives." John Hung didn't have the heart to break the dream of the farmer's son. Looking at the sea lion gradually sinking in the distance, he finally figured out a problem that he had never understood before. John Hung has realized that Kid's treasure is probably just a lie. Orf used this carefully fabricated lie to control the pirates on the ship to achieve his own goals. But what he has never figured out is why the latter has commanded everyone to confront the Navy several times in the past few months. Such behavior is completely useless to him. Until recently, Orf ordered to fire at the 400 British sailors on the Sea Lion who had been disarmed. Although his reasons were very sufficient, and he concealed it well, John Hung still caught a trace of hatred in his eyes. John Hung suddenly realized that Orf's challenge to the Royal Navy was not for any purpose. His target was the Royal Navy itself. Or in the Navy. Under normal circumstances, pirates would not provoke the Navy. Such a thankless task would not pass the final vote. However, the treasure map divided into 6 parts has now become 6 death warrants. Orf is using this method to induce the pirates to attack the selected targets for him. Unfortunately, the people on the ship did not realize that they were not embarking on a journey to find treasure and wealth, but a journey of revenge directed by the captain and the helmsman. All the above inferences are based on John Hung observation and analysis. He has no evidence to prove this. Now, almost all the people on the Queen Anne's Revenge are fanatics like Malvin, who are dazzled by the treasure. Considering the difficulties they have faced, they have come to this point. After paying so much, even if everyone has doubt in their hearts, they will refuse to believe it. This is where Orf is most powerful. Everything is under his control. He is only one step away from his ultimate goal. The last step. And now is also the time when he is most vigilant. At this critical moment, he will not allow anyone to ruin his plan. The smoke and the sound of guns gradually dissipated on the sea surface, and the sunset sank into the horizon. John Hung, who was on the side of the ship, felt something and turned back to see the old helmsman under the mast. Their eyes met. Orf nodded at him and pointed to the top of his head and said, "The sea breeze is coming. Can you go up and check the sails?" "Okay." John Hung agreed without much hesitation, handed his saber and weapons to the farmer's son, and then climbed up the mast in front of Orf. He moved quickly and climbed to the top in a short while. Then he said to the old helmsman below, "Everything is normal." Orf's eyes flashed with surprise. He originally thought that John Hung noticed something and would be wary of him. After all, The easiest way to make a sail controller have an accident is to tamper with the cable. Given the distance between the top of the mast and the deck, once he fell down, he would basically be doomed. But even if he thought about it, he probably couldn't have imagined that Zhang Heng was carrying a moment of shadow. Zhang Heng found more and more usefulness of this item. For example, if he fell from a high altitude, he could easily avoid damage by entering the shadow state. Therefore, when climbing, he didn't need to worry about Orf doing anything to the cable. The previous incident with the Black Gunner made Zhang Heng discover a habit of the latter. He liked to create an oppressive environment to observe the target's reaction. And Zhang Heng was sure that his current reaction would make the other party feel confused. Thank you for your hard work. Roscoe will be proud of you. Orf's face showed no strange color. He expressed his gratitude politely, and then went to check other places. Marvin on the side didn't even see anything wrong with the two people's performance. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry to get down from the mast. At the beginning, he asked Roscoe to be his apprentice to learn sail control, just because he thought that he might use this skill when he became a captain in the future. But after a while, he gradually liked this job. When you are at the highest point, you can always see something that other people can't see. Counting it up, he has been in this world for 11 months. In addition to the points and skills he has gained, his skin has also been tanned, because long-term climbing cables has worn calluses on his hands. More importantly, he has gradually become accustomed to life on the ship. Compared with later generations, the sea in the 18th century seems more mysterious and magnificent. There is nothing lacking here, except adventure and challenge. Now he is ready to become the captain and set sail. But before that he has to spend the last month on the Queen Anne's revenge. And this month may not be peaceful. Orf's revenge journey has embarked on the last leg. Although Fraser remains silent, no one will ignore this old fox. Zhang Heng will not believe that he only left a spy named Qin on the ship. And the real struggle between the two sides may still be in Charleston. At this time, Zhang Heng, who is caught in the middle, is undoubtedly the most dangerous. But this is also an opportunity for him. Chapter 133 Burial at Sea. The next morning, except for those who were unable to leave due to their duties, or those who were unable to get out of bed, almost all the pirates gathered on the deck, including Captain Teach and helmsman Orf. Everyone had a serious expression. In the previous fierce battle, the pirates suffered heavy casualties. 47 people died on the spot, and 7 of the 29 seriously injured people did not survive last night. It was unknown how many of the remaining 22 people could survive. Since they had chosen this path, the pirates were mentally prepared for such an outcome. But they still felt sad to see their brothers, who had been drinking with them the day before, leave this world. The farmer's son also had red eyes. But he was not sad for the dead pirates, but because he felt a sense of grief for the dead. He didn't know when it would be his turn to lie in the cold body bag. The sea breeze blew up the canvas on the mast, and no one spoke for a long time, until Captain Teach nodded and said in a low voice, "Let's start." For pirates carried the bodies wrapped in white cloth to the side of the ship. The helmsman Orf read out the names of the dead one by one, and then the corresponding bodies were thrown into the sea. These men who make a living on the ocean, their final destination will also be the endless ocean. When the last body was thrown overboard, Orf closed the list. "May the goddess of the sea Thetis accept and guide your souls, my brave friends." After that, he sprinkled a bag of salt into the sea, completing the final ceremony. When the canvas bags disappeared from the waves, Teach strode back to the captain's room, and only when he left did the pirates on the deck breathe a sigh of relief. They had mixed feelings towards the captain. On the one hand, he had always been very brave in battle, and was a nightmare to his opponents. On the other hand, Teach gave them a strong sense of oppression in their daily interactions. After standing with him for a long time, many people even found it difficult to breathe. Most pirates respected and feared him. Fortunately, he basically did not participate in the affairs of the ship. He stayed in the captain's room on weekdays, and Orf, the helmsman, communicated with the crew on the ship. The latter turned around and said, "This battle has caused us to lose a lot of reliable companions. At the same time, some positions on the ship have been vacated. I deeply regret what happened to old Mike. But this ship cannot be without a master chief. While everyone is here, let's vote together." Before he finished speaking, the pirates below started shouting, "Zhang Heng! Zhang Heng! Zhang Heng! It seems that we have no objection to the candidates for this position." Orf nodded to Zhang Heng. "Congratulations. You have become the sail and cable captain of this ship. Lead us to pursue wealth. After a pause, he continued, the following is the recruitment of the Vanguard team. A total of 20 places. John Hung was not surprised by this result. The newly elected sail and cable captain Mike on the ship had only been in this position for 2 months. As soon as the battle with the Scarborough started, he was unfortunately hit in the head by a stray bullet. According to the results of the last vote, John Hung, who ranked second, is naturally the most popular candidate to take over this position, especially since he performed very well in this battle. Although the strength of combat power has nothing to do with whether one can become a good sail captain, the logic of the pirates is so simple. Usually, there are 2 types of people who will win their votes. One is the one they think they should vote for, and the other is the one who they don't care. I just want to vote for him. Reason makes them vote for the first type of person. But usually, they finally choose the second type of person. After all, if everyone was so rational, no one would become a pirate. Moreover, John Hung was Roscoe's student, and there was no problem with his own ability. So the matter was passed unanimously in the chaos. John Hung also received 5 points for this. However, he didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. He would leave the ship in a month, and the position of sail and cable captain was dispensable to him. The smooth election this time proved that he still had a certain influence among the pirates, and Orf had more reasons to regard him as a potential threat. But John Hung didn't expect that it was another person who came to him first. At lunch, an old pirate with a lame leg placed the plate opposite him. Are you a religious person? John Hung raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Don't get me wrong. It's just a kind reminder. Under the rule of Titch and Orf, what happened this morning will continue to happen. We will all have this day eventually. Right? People living in Nassau usually use the ceremony of the sea goddess Thetis to send off the dead, believing that the dead souls will go to the depths of the sea. But if you have somewhere else you want to go, you can tell Dufresne. After all, this ship has always claimed to respect everyone's freedom, which of course includes freedom of belief. The lame old pirate sat down opposite John Hung. Since I boarded the ship, there has been only one exception. The child was an Arava from St. Vincent Island. It is said that the tradition of their tribe is to eat the dead. The Arava believe that only in this way can the dead be with their ancestors. So we were always afraid that he would die one day. Unfortunately, he was hit in the right leg by a cannonball during a sea raid. The ship's doctor performed an amputation on him, but he didn't survive. That time we all voted together and decided to break the rules. Oh, by the way, I don't think I have introduced myself yet. I'm Kent, the gunner on the ship. Gunner? The lame old pirate grinned. I know that people prefer to call me a carpenter because I once sawed an enemy in half with a saw in a battle. He looked around and suddenly lowered his voice, saying quickly, "This is not a place to talk. Orf spies are everywhere. We need to talk. I wait for you in the carpenter's room on the 2nd floor later this night." John Hung did not comment. The lame old pirate was somewhat helpless and could only add, "Do you know that there are many people related to Fraser on this ship? Why is Orf the most wary of you? Fraser's debt collectors are not randomly selected. Over the years, only 2 people have been his debt collectors. One is you, and the other is our current captain. In a sense, you are all Fraser's students." Edward? Teach was Fraser's debt collector? Yes. Fraser trained him to take over after his retirement. But he didn't expect that the successor he trained personally would eventually betray him together with Orf. You are in a very dangerous situation now, and only I can help you. Chapter 134. I have a question. What did he say? In the captain's room, Orf poured a glass of rum for the lame old pirate in front of the wooden table and spoke. The latter glanced at the silent tall figure opposite him, swallowed his saliva, and took the glass. He said he was quite satisfied with the current situation and didn't feel any danger. Orf frowned. He knows you are Fraser's man, right? The lame old pirate nodded. Fraser came to me before this voyage and specifically mentioned him, saying that he would contact me. But he didn't come to me for so long at sea, and he didn't even ask about me from other people. I took the initiative to contact him as you requested, but he looked completely indifferent. What about the others? The lame old pirate hesitated. Billy and Clay are not happy with the way you treat Goodwin. Clifton and some others are disappointed that the captain broke his promise and bombarded the prisoners. But they are not Fraser's men. Don't worry. I won't do anything to them. Orf patted the lame old pirate on the shoulder. I just need to understand the situation on the ship. You are doing well. Keep it up. Don't let Fraser get suspicious. After the lame old pirate left, the figure behind the wooden table finally spoke. Why do you think Fraser must have another student? I have been his helmsman for so long, and I know him too well. Orf stood in front of the window, the sun shining on his shoulders. He is indeed old. Even if he wants revenge on us, he does not have the courage to do it himself. And he also knows that we have been on guard against him all these years. He has no chance, and can only pin his hopes on others. The young man named John Hung? I see the shadow of you when you were young in him. Just as calm and courageous. Fraser has invested a lot of effort in him. With Fraser's character, he will not make meaningless investments. Therefore, he must be a very important part of Fraser's plan. But I can't see what his role is yet. A rare look of worry appeared on Orf's face. At the current speed, we will reach Charleston in 2 weeks at most. We don't have much time left. Orf, the man on the chair interrupted him. You are the best helmsman in the entire Caribbean. But you have always had an old problem. That is, thinking too much. Now that the ship is under our control, why do you still have to think about how Fraser will play? If you think there are problems with some people, list their names, and find a way to solve these troubles before I get off the ship. The man paused. We are so close to the end. Don't let anything stand in our way of revenge. John Hung commanded 2 sailors to repair a damaged sail on the deck. It had been more than 10 days since Kent came to talk to him secretly. The ship had been calm all the time. Neither Orf nor Fraser had made any movement. The biggest thing that had happened in these days was that a pirate was caught by patrolmen while sneaking on sheep in the breeding room at night and was whipped. This incident had become a source of happiness for everyone recently. However, what everyone was more concerned about at the moment was Kidd's treasure that was about to be obtained. As the Queen Anne's revenge in Charleston gradually approached, they were getting closer and closer to the 5th and 6th treasure maps. The pirates were very excited about the action tomorrow night. Most of the pirates had only robbed merchant ships. It was the first time that they drove a warship into an important trading port to plunder a colony. The 90 guns on the Queen Anne's Revenge were their biggest confidence. At sunset, Orf gathered everyone together and announced the action plan for tomorrow. We will first disguise ourselves as the Scarborough and return to the port, and send people to sneak into the city. I think Lord Elmer, who is imprisoned at the bottom of the ship, will be happy to assist us in this matter. 30 of them will follow the captain to the governor's mansion, where the wedding will be held. Our target, Count Bellomonte, is there. The remaining 20 people will be led by Owen to the prison in the city, and the rest will stay on the ship. We will launch the attack at 8 o'clock on time. First, we will deal with the cannons on the city wall, and then shoot at the city center. At this time, Owen, you will lead people to attack the prison. Release the prisoners inside to create chaos. Attract the guards in the city. And finally, the captain will attack the governor's palace. After successfully capturing Count Bellomonte, everyone will return immediately. Everyone is clear, right? Do you have any questions? I have a question, a pirate suddenly said. The night before yesterday, when I was getting up to go to the bathroom, I saw Billy coming back from outside. He looked very nervous. I was still lying in bed at that time, and he should not have noticed me. I saw him hiding something under the floor. John Hung knew that the long-awaited drama was finally here. The pirates didn't take it seriously at first, thinking that Billy had just secretly hidden some food. Although there were regulations prohibiting theft on the ship, there were many people who ran to the kitchen late at night to find wine or meat. So no one took it seriously. Some people even teased Billy. However, everyone soon noticed that the latter's face became very ugly, especially when Owen led people to turn out the things under the floor. It was a crumpled piece of paper with words written all over it. Billy looked a little struggling, but he finally stood up from his seat and said, "Yes, that thing is mine." He looked around. "We suspect that the captain and the helmsman used false information about the treasure to deceive everyone to achieve their ulterior motives. So you took advantage of everyone being asleep to run to the bottom floor to contact the captain of the Scarborough and express your willingness to let him go privately tonight in exchange for a pardon?" Orf took over his words and said lightly, "What?" Billy lost his voice. "What are you talking about? The paper clearly shows the questions we intend to ask you face to face. It seems that one of us must be lying." Orf handed the paper to Owen beside him. "Can you see if my eyes are blurry?" The bosun took the paper and read, "I am Elmer Anderson, the captain of the Scarborough. I was attacked by a group of barbaric pirates while sailing and was stranded here. Fortunately, I was helped. Once I get out, I am willing to use my family relationship to provide pardons for the following people." The pirates were shocked when they heard this. Betraying a companion on any pirate ship is the most unbearable crime. Billy was so angry that he trembled all over. He knew he was being plotted against. What was even worse was that he personally admitted that the paper was his. But now, it was clearly replaced by someone else. Although he tried his best to defend himself, no one would listen to him at this time. After reading it, Owen put the paper aside so that everyone could see it. However, the literacy rate among pirates was very low, and few people could understand what was written on it. But it was enough to have Owen, a person that everyone trusted, speak. John Hung heard his name among them as expected, but his expression was very calm. He had already made all the preparations he should make. The next step was to watch the good show. If everything went well, he would also get the biggest gain from this voyage. Chapter 135: The Fire. There were 17 names on the list, and except for John Hung, all of them had complained to the lame old pirate about the captain or the helmsman. They were mostly old men on the ship, and many of them had sailed with Fraser. The pirates had different opinions on how to punish them. Some radicals advocated killing the betrayers, but more people thought exile was more appropriate. During the argument, Billy insisted that the paper had been swapped. Unfortunately, the war was approaching, and there was no time to investigate the truth. In the end, Orr stepped in and decided to temporarily detain the 17 people in the cells on the bottom floor and conduct follow-up investigations after the battle was over tomorrow. When Owen read out John Hung's name, the farmer's son quietly moved his buttocks and distanced himself from the former. John Hung was not angry. If Marvin did not do this, he would not be Marvin. 17 people were taken to the bottom of the cabin, and as the iron door closed, the matter finally came to an end. The Queen Anne's Revenge anchored overnight 20 nautical miles away from Charleston. The next afternoon, the pirates on the ship changed into Navy uniforms, and Elmer, the former captain of the Scarborough, was finally brought out of the dark cabin. Half a month later, he looked much more haggard, no longer as energetic as when we first met. He was in tattered clothes and untidy beard. He couldn't help squinting his eyes when he saw the long-lost sunshine outside. Orf walked up to him and asked, "Have you remembered everything I taught you before?" Lord nodded hurriedly. "I am Captain Elmer Anderson of the Scarborough. Our ship encountered a storm while cruising, so we returned to the port for repairs less than a month after departure. I heard that the daughter of Count Bellomonte, the governor of New York, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, was getting married, so I brought people into the city to congratulate him." After a pause, he added in a flattering manner, "In fact, there is no need to go through so much trouble. No one in the New World can fail to recognize the Royal Scarborough. No one will dare to interrogate us. And Count Bellomonte and I are old acquaintances. I know you are old acquaintances. Don't worry. You will be together soon," Orf said meaningfully. Elmer thought Orf meant that both he and Bellomonte would be arrested, and his expression was a little embarrassed. After all, what he was doing now was not very authentic, which was equivalent to pitting Bellomonte. However, friendship was not as important as his own life. Moreover, Orf promised that as long as he cooperated well, he would find a time to release him after this matter was over. Take him down to take a bath and change clothes. The captain of the Scarborough cannot be so sloppy, Orf said to the pirate on the side. Then the old helmsman pushed open the door of the captain's room and said to the man behind the wooden table, "It's time." The latter stood up. His appearance had changed a lot compared to before. He wore a black tricorn hat, a red long jacket, and a belt around his waist. The most important thing was that his iconic black beard was shaved clean. He was like a different person now. From a pirate leader that countless people feared to a heroic naval officer. Orf was stunned for a moment, and said with emotion, "It's been so many years. I thought I would never see you wearing this outfit again. Some things are better forgotten." "Edward," Teach said lightly, picking up the saber and musket beside him. "I still don't know whether what we are doing now is right or wrong. If he were still alive, he would definitely not want to see you become what you are today. If you plan to reminisce, you'd better hurry up, because today I will clear all the old accounts." 50 people quickly assembled on the deck. Owen was also stunned when he saw Teach coming out of the captain's room, and then nodded to the latter. "The people have been selected. All of them are good players on the ship. Teach looked up at the setting sun and said to Elmer, who was standing at the front of the team, "Let's go!" Orf stood at the bow and watched the team of 50 people board the dock. Just as Elmer said, they pretended to be the Navy of Scarberry and did not receive any inspection. They entered the city smoothly. Orf did not leave the deck until their figures disappeared. The old helmsman knew that the war had begun, and he had to play his role well. It was night. Orf sat alone in the captain's room, looking at the grandfather clock in front of him. There was still half an hour before the agreed time. He went over what happened today in his mind, as usual, to make sure there was nothing missing. But for some reason, he always felt uneasy. The next moment, a fire suddenly lit up in Charleston, and something burned in the dark. Orf was stunned when he saw this scene. Had the people in the city already started? But why is it half an hour earlier? And the order is wrong? According to the original plan, the Queen Anne's Revenge should have launched the bombardment first to create chaos and panic, and then the other side started to take action. Was it because of some accident in the middle that forced them to take action in advance? The fire was also seen by the pirates on the deck. Someone hurriedly ran to the captain's room and asked the old helmsman, "Mr. Orf, what should we do now? Should we fire to support?" Orf was a little unsure. If the fire had nothing to do with them, firing the cannon in advance might put the 50 people on the shore who were not ready yet into a passive position. So he thought for a moment and said, "Let the gunners take their positions and wait for my orders." At this moment, a sharp-eyed pirate saw a group of Navy soldiers running out of the city. The group ran all the way to the small boat by the dock, jumped on it impatiently, and then rowed towards the Queen Anne's Revenge desperately. "They are our people." Seeing the flag signal from the bow, the pirates immediately lowered the ladder without Orf's order. The team led by the boatswain Owen came back, but there were only 12 people left, and almost all of them were covered in blood. Owen's lower abdomen was wrapped in gauze. He was carried aboard, and the first thing he said when he saw Orf was, "We failed." Elmer notified the defenders in the city by a method we didn't know. "We were ambushed and had to flee separately." "Where's the captain?" Orf's heart tightened when he heard this. The captain was the first to realize something was wrong. He shot and killed Elmer, but was then hit by at least 6 bullets. "Sorry, we couldn't get his body back," Owen said sadly, and the 11 pirates behind him lowered their heads in pain as they recalled that scene. "Mr. Orf, now that the captain is gone, you have to make the decision. We can't delay any longer. The garrison in the city already knows that the Scarborough has fallen into our hands. Soon the turrets on the city wall will open fire on us. The operation to capture Belmonte has failed. We have no reason to confront the garrison. Order a retreat." Chapter 136. I would like to hear more details. Orf's expression was uncertain in the night. He had never expected such a result. He had planned revenge for 14 years, but ended it in this way after paying so much price. It was just like the cruelest joke. If Teach was still there, he might be willing to consider giving up this action and waiting for the next opportunity. But now he was the only one left, and Orf was not sure if he could continue on this path. He was already old, becoming more and more sluggish every day, and his skills were also deteriorating. Time could bring him experience and wisdom, but it could not make up for his lost youth. Now his waist and legs would ache when he went to bed at night, and it was becoming more and more difficult to deal with each battle, and the wounds on his body were healing more and more slowly. Therefore, he knew very well that there would be no better chance, and tonight was the best chance he could get. Although Teach failed, the battle was not over yet. He still had the Queen Anne's Revenge, with 90 guns on board and nearly 70 sailors. If he could organize well, he would not have no chance at all. The problem is that once the news of what happened on the shore spreads throughout the ship, the pirates on the ship will definitely unanimously demand to sail immediately. Fortunately, only Owen and the 11 people he brought back knew about this matter. Most of the pirates were waiting in front of the cannon on the second deck because of his previous order. The few pirates on the first deck were Orf's own confidants. Orf was silent for a moment, and said to one of the pirates, "Go and tell the people below that everything is normal. Let them prepare according to the original plan and stay calm." Owen was stunned when he heard this, and he covered his lower abdomen and said, "Mr. Orf, as the boatswain on the ship, I can't turn a blind eye to your deceiving the crew." Orf looked at the others around him and said, "Can you give us some time?" He then stretched out his hand to Owen. "How are you? Can you get up? Let's go to the captain's room to talk. I need to know the situation in detail before I can make the final decision." The latter hesitated, but finally stood up with the help of the old helmsman. The two came to the captain's room. Orf closed the door and moved a chair for Owen to sit down. Then he said, "When and where were you attacked? Is there any point in discussing this now?" Owen smiled bitterly, but he still answered the old helmsman's question. "The battle started about 20 minutes ago. 1 street away from the governor's mansion. We basically fought and retreated, and finally set a hotel on fire to get away. You said Elmer was killed at the first time, which means no one knows what your real purpose is." Orf pondered for a moment. "The wedding will definitely be postponed if something like this happens. Bellomonte will not leave. The garrison will attack us in a while. We will fight back first, so that they can taste a little sweetness and attract all the garrisons. Then send 20 people. No, just 15 people will be enough, to sneak into the city and kidnap Bellomonte. I'm afraid you have lost your mind a little bit now. We have already lost. The manpower on the ship is not enough to complete your plan. And even if we can get 15 people out while attracting the firepower of the garrison, there is no suitable person to lead them." Owen shook his head. "I do it." "What?" "I said I lead them," Orf said with his belly sticking out. "Why? Do you think I'm too old to fight anymore? I hope you can regain your wisdom instead of being brave and bringing the ship and the people on it into a more dangerous situation." Owen asked. "What we need to do now is to accept failure and leave here, instead of continuing to increase the stakes in a gamble that is already hopeless." "Interesting," Orf suddenly said. "You have mentioned our failure 3 times in just 5 minutes. The bosun frowned. "Isn't this normal? If you didn't want to go all out and ask me to cooperate with your crazy plan, I wouldn't keep repeating this question." Orf ignored the other party's answer and continued. "From the short time you entered the room, your eyes looked at the grandfather clock at least 4 times. What? Are you in a hurry?" Owen was somewhat helpless. "I can understand your feelings after the failure of tonight's operation. I just saw the captain being shot. At this moment, I am as sad as you. But suspicion can't help us get through the current difficulties. The sooner we leave here, the less loss we will suffer. Let me guess why you are so anxious," Orf said lightly. "Is it because if we wait any longer, we will find that there is no garrison chasing you? Or are you worried that the captain will suddenly come back at any time and expose your lies?" The helpless smile on Owen's lips finally faded away. "And this time, he didn't speak again. I've known you for so long. But this is the first time I've discovered that your acting skills are so good," Orf said with emotion. "I have to admit that I was almost fooled by you. Do you want to know where I was exposed?" Owen raised his eyebrows. "I'd like to hear more about it. I've seen your list of the 50-man advance team. You said that you were with Teach when the battle started. But the 11 people you brought back in the end were all from your group. And none of them were from Teach's group. This is too coincidental." Orf paused and continued. "Your plan tonight was almost perfect. When the 50 members of the advance team landed, they lost contact with the ship. You separated from Teach with your confidants and immediately forged traces of battle, killing those who did not belong to your team. Then you suddenly came back covered in blood and told us that the operation had failed. At this time, most people would believe you without hesitation. You know how the crew will react after hearing this news. They will almost certainly choose to sail away immediately. In this way, you can eliminate the biggest threat on the ship without any effort. But without Teach, you are the most popular candidate for the captain. I spent so much effort just to let you replace Teach as the captain. It's a bit unworthy." Owen asked back. "Me? No. I have never been a threat to you. The failure of tonight's operation will trigger a series of reactions. Such a large number of casualties must be held accountable. Unless you are stupid, you will seize this point to challenge me. By then, let alone the captain. I can't even be the helmsman." Chapter 137 Joining Forces. "No wonder Fraser keeps saying you're the most difficult person on the ship," Owen said. "But I still lost this time." He suddenly sat up straight from his chair, no longer looking injured. "I'm sorry. If the situation hadn't deteriorated to this extent, I wouldn't have planned to use this trick." Owen stamped his feet. And then, there was a sound of fighting outside the captain's room. The bosun grinned. "You don't really think I don't have a backup plan, Edward? Teach is not here now. When he got off the ship, he took away most of the people who were willing to be loyal to you. Although there are so many people on this ship now, there are only 5 people on the deck who are willing to obey your orders unconditionally. I still have 11 people in my hands. Kill them, and then kill you. My story can still make sense. But it is a little more tortuous and needs an ending. What do you think of the ending where Worf killed people to keep his position in order to conceal the unfavorable news on the shore and silence them? The battle outside the door ended faster than expected. The winner was decided in the moment when the two men were talking. As soon as Owen finished speaking, the door of the captain's room was pushed open from the outside. His two men stood outside the door. However, their faces did not show the joy of victory, but a mixture of fear and disbelief, because there were two short muskets on the back of their heads. This was the first time that Owen's expression changed drastically tonight. He knew the fighting power of his men very well. 11 people against 5 people. And they were unexpected. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible for them to lose. Worf said, "You are very smart. One of the smartest people I have ever met in my life. You have never revealed any flaws in the ship for so many years. And you know our core strength very well. You waited until Teach got off the ship and launched your attack when we were at our weakest. You almost won. But unfortunately, you forgot a group of people." John Hung walked in from outside the door and put his saber back to his waist. At the same time, he came in with a group of old sailors who were imprisoned under the ship before. They took Owen's 11 men with them. "It's you. How is it possible?" Owen said in surprise. "You are actually worse people? Wait, are you acting everything that happened last night? And there was no note at all?" "No. The joint note does exist," John Hung said. "Billy and his men are indeed worried about Worf and Teach's leadership of the ship, including the previous treatment of Goodwin, the heavy casualties on the ship during this period, and the excessive enthusiasm for Kid's treasure. They wrote down the questions they wanted to ask Worf on the note, signed their names, and prepared to challenge the captain and helmsman together. But they were betrayed before they could do anything. Kent, one of the conveners, had a close relationship with Fraser, but in fact he had already switched to Worf. Kent apparently followed Fraser's instructions to unite all those who opposed Worf and Teach and encouraged them to challenge the authority of the captain and the helmsman, but secretly told Worf all the private activities of Billy and others. It was only after I discovered Kent's position that I figured out a problem that had been bothering me for a long time. As early as when Fraser visited me late at night in Nassau and told me Kent's name. He actually knew that Kent was not his man." Owen raised his eyebrows. "Oh, Fraser just wanted to expose me to Worf. In fact, it was not just Worf who couldn't see what role I played in this matter. At first, even I couldn't guess what role Fraser wanted me to play in this matter. He invested a lot in me, but he was always generous and didn't ask for anything in return. I was very curious for a while. If I didn't plan to play according to his script, wouldn't he lose everything? But then I figured it out. Fraser didn't care how I played this game at all. He just needed someone to attract Worf's attention. In a sense, Billy and I have the same role. We are all baits that Fraser put out to confuse people, to lower Worf's vigilance and create opportunities for you. It's just that my relationship with him is more conspicuous. In order to deal with Worf and Teach, Fraser did accept another student. But that person is you, not me." John Hung paused and continued. "Let's talk about the note. This actually happened 3 days ago. Billy and his friends wrote the note under Kent's instigation. After Worf knew about it, he forced Elmer to write the thank you letter you read, preparing to frame Billy and his friends. So according to the normal timeline, this incident should have broken out 3 days ago. Why didn't this incident break out 3 days ago?" "Because I stopped it," John Hung said calmly. "To be honest, I don't want to get involved in a feud between you and Worf and Teach. But Fraser went too far. Not only did he use me, he also planned to abandon me. I had no choice but to checkmate him. Did you decide to join forces with Worf at that time? Given the trust between us, this was not an easy thing to do. But we still tried to talk openly, although the process was a bit difficult. Fortunately, we finally reached a consensus. What do you want? Maybe I can give it to you." Owen had not given up his last effort and tried to extend an olive branch. John Hung shook his head. "My request is very simple. Since Billy and the others are disappointed with the ship, and Worf is worried about them, why not let them off the ship? I still don't understand why Worf would trust you and give you the right to move freely tonight. Is he really not worried that you are Fraser's student?" "Because of that note." At this time, Worf on the side finally added, "What happened last night was not just a show for you. With that note, they have a stain on their bodies. There is only one way to get off the ship, unless the remaining 60 people on the ship are killed. It is impossible to seize the ship. However, We have an agreement. After tonight, I will vindicate them and restore their reputation. Billy snorted coldly and threw the bound captives in the corridor outside. Remember your promise. From now on, we owe each other nothing. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at John Hung. We will wait for you in the boat. Captain. John Hung nodded. Thank you for your hard work. After everyone left, only Orf, Owen and John Hung were left in the room. Owen suddenly grinned. Captain? Great. You are the biggest winner tonight. I know you plan to leave the ship after 1 year, but I didn't expect that you have gathered the team. Billy and the others are the most experienced sailors on the ship. You saved them from Orf, and they will definitely follow you wholeheartedly in the future. Chapter 138. We finally meet. Charleston is destined to be restless tonight. Just half an hour ago, a hotel suddenly caught fire for no reason. The nearby residents worked together to put out the fire. However, before they could celebrate, they heard another cannon shot. A cannonball flew into the city, brushing against the city wall and smashing through the roof of a house. This was just the beginning. More cannonballs poured on the city wall. Most people in the city were confused at this time. They thought it was a sudden attack by the French fleet. But you have to know that the pride of the Royal Navy, the Scarberry, is still anchored in the harbor of Charleston. Without solving this biggest threat first, the other side wanted to directly clear the turrets on the city wall. This behavior was undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse and would inevitably pay a heavy price. However, not long after that, the residents in the city who were in doubt received an even more shocking news. The one who attacked Charleston was none other than the Royal Scarberry in the harbor. This naval giant ship, which had always played the role of the guardian of the colony, suddenly showed its fangs tonight and launched an artillery attack on Charleston without any warning. The turrets on the city wall were the focus of attention. After the first round of attacks, at least half of the turrets were destroyed. At this time, the defenders in the city suddenly realized it and began to mobilize people in a panic, trying to organize a counterattack. But the second round of attacks came immediately, and people and horses were thrown to the ground on the city wall again. The colony had been attacked in the past, but there were usually signs. When the enemy ships were seen from a distance, someone would give advance warning and everyone would be prepared. But tonight's attack was too sudden. Until now, the commander on the top of the city didn't know why Scarberry would attack his own people like crazy. The gunfire lit up the night sky. After 5 rounds of salvos, 1/3 of the city wall on the southeast coast of Charleston collapsed, and only a few shells fell in front of the Queen Anne's Revenge. And the splashes did not even wet the hull. After that, the Queen Anne's Revenge took a short break, waiting for the barrel to cool down. At this time, Charleston's coastal defenses had been basically destroyed and could no longer pose any effective threat. So 10 minutes later, the pirates on the ship began to freely shoot at the city as planned. One by one, the shells flew over the ruined city walls and fell into the streets, shops and houses. The crowd was immediately panicked and began to flee. The governor's mansion was located quite a distance from the coastline and was not affected for the time being. But the nobles and merchants inside looked unhappy. They were all well-known people in the New World. They came to the governor's mansion to attend the wedding, but they didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Almost 20 minutes had passed since the incident, and no one had found out the reason why the Scarberry launched the attack. Everyone felt sorry for their shops and mansions in the city. They wanted to rush back immediately, but were worried about encountering danger on the way. Now the city was in chaos. Only the governor's mansion had 40 guards, which was the safest place. Charleston's governor was directing the defense of the governor's mansion on the 2nd floor. He had received the news that the fort had been scrapped, but he didn't know if it was because of the lack of manpower that the enemy did not immediately organize a landing. However, what did not let his guard down? It was okay for the others downstairs, but upstairs were his own relatives and the big shot Bellomonte. If the latter made any mistakes in his territory, Whitehall would definitely not let him go. So he sent someone to notify the garrison to dispatch another 20 guards. After arranging all this, he was slightly relieved. On the other hand, Bellomonte on the opposite side seemed very calm from beginning to end, and comforted what? Don't worry. The largest plantation owners in the inland are my friends. They have a lot of private armed forces. I have sent people to find them, and I can borrow 200 people from them to help you through this crisis. What was overjoyed when he heard this? Great. I just arrived in the New World, and I am not familiar with many things. I will inevitably need your help in the future. I heard that Boston has developed rapidly under your governance, especially on the issue of pirates. Your iron-blooded stance has been unanimously praised by the military. When I left London, everyone was talking about your achievements. Belawanti smiled while holding the tea. This was indeed what he was most proud of. What wanted to say something else. But at this time a guard knocked on the door and said, "Governor, the reinforcements from the garrison have arrived and are now downstairs." What was stunned? "Someone is coming." "So soon? Then I go down and take a look." After saying that, he apologized to What and went downstairs. Sure enough, he saw 20 soldiers who had just arrived outside the gate. But the leading officer looked a little unfamiliar. What became suspicious and frowned. "What's your name? Who is the commander? How come I've never seen you before?" The officer grinned. "You should have heard of my commander's name. His name is Edward Teach. But people seem to prefer to call him Blackbeard." After saying that, he drew out the short musket from his waist and pulled the trigger at What, who was only one step away. The gunshot startled everyone in the hall. Seeing the governor lying on the steps, some female guests couldn't help screaming. The situation of the male guests was not much better. No one would bring weapons to the wedding. They were unarmed and faced with a group of soldiers armed to the teeth. Everyone was left with only fear and despair. Fortunately, the guards of the governor's mansion also arrived at this time and exchanged fire with the unknown soldiers. The two sides fought fiercely downstairs. Almost at the same time, the door of the study on the second floor was pushed open, and two people dressed as guards walked in and said to the surprised Belawanti, "Governor, What has found out that the Scarborough has fallen into the hands of pirates. They pretended to be the Navy to attack Charleston, and their target is you." "Me?" Belawanti was a little surprised. "The situation is urgent now. They have already reached downstairs and will come up soon. Governor What asked us to move you away immediately." The two guards held Belawanti's arms. "Wait, my daughter?" Belawanti shouted. "The sooner you leave here, the safer the people in this room will be. The carriage is ready. We will leave from the back door," the two guards said, ignoring the other people in the room, pulling Belawanti, who was still a little dizzy, downstairs quickly. The latter finally realized something was wrong when he saw the dilapidated carriage outside, and tried to struggle. But it was too late. The two guards disguised as pirates were no longer polite to him and roughly stuffed him into the carriage. Belawanti knew that he was in the most dangerous moment, and he wanted to jump out by grabbing the door. But at this time a saber was placed on his neck. A deep voice sounded in his ears. "Mr. Belawanti, we finally meet." Chapter 139 The Truth. Belawanti didn't expect to run into an acquaintance in the carriage. Lord Elmer, the captain of the Scarborough, was sitting next to him. But the latter looked a little embarrassed when they met. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. In addition, there was a man in a navy uniform sitting opposite them. The carriage sped along the street, and Belawanti pretended to be calm and said, "Who are you and why did you kidnap me?" "I am Edward Teach. I believe you must be familiar with this name," the man said lightly, and Belawanti's face suddenly changed when he heard it. Of course, people in the New World have heard of Captain Blackbeard's notoriety, especially people like Belawanti, who have been committed to fighting pirates. Naturally, they have long heard of the most famous pirate leader in the Caribbean. In fact, Belawanti has also planned several encirclement and suppression operations against Captain Blackbeard, but none of them succeeded, which made the latter more famous. Belawanti dreamed of catching the other party. But when Edward Teach really appeared in front of him, but he was not happy at all. However, Belawanti had seen a lot of things. His surprise only stayed on his face for less than 2 seconds, and then he regained his previous demeanor, which made Elmer feel ashamed. "It turns out to be Mr. Teach. I have heard of your name for a long time. This time I finally see the real person. Unfortunately, this is not the first time we meet." Belawanti looked puzzled. "Have we met before? When? First meeting? Is it the first time I met you? I was probably still in the Naval Academy at that time. I still remember the scene when you walked in with him that day." "Him? It seems that you are really a very forgetful person." "Earl, then I will give you another hint. In 1695. Do you remember anything?" Belawanti's expression suddenly changed. He was no longer calm as before. His eyes were full of doubt. "Who are you?" At that time, he was a hero of the Navy, the most prestigious adventurer in the whole of England, and was personally awarded by the Queen And you had just taken over the position of governor of the colony. And were still worried about how to eliminate pirates and restore maritime trade. In order to deal with Henry, the two most powerful pirates in the New World at that time? Avery and Thomas? Picture. You found him and begged him to go out to sea to capture pirates for you. He didn't agree at first because he was tired of war. But you didn't give up and kept trying to persuade him to fight for the prosperity of the New World. He was finally moved by your sincerity and friendship and decided to accept this mission. It was also at that time that I boarded his ship and became his quartermaster. That was my happiest day. I was able to set sail with my idol and work hard to build a beautiful new world. It's hard to find a more exciting future than this. It was something worth celebrating. But Titch's tone was chilling. However, this operation did not go smoothly from the beginning. We were stopped by the Navy before we left the port. They said that the war in Spain was intense and almost all the sailors on our ship were withdrawn. We had no choice but to recruit a group of people in the shortest time. We stumbled out of the port and drifted on the sea for 6 months. But we still couldn't find Henry. Orion Thomas? The atmosphere on the ship began to become tense. Many of the sailors we hastily recruited were local thugs and gangsters, who went to sea to seek wealth. Since they couldn't get the reward now, they didn't mind using something else to make up for it. Titch paused. There were only 3 people on the ship who had attended the naval school. In addition to him, there were only the first mate and I. However, the 3 of us couldn't control the situation on the ship at all. When I was trying to appease the crew, I was tied up, beaten, and thrown into the sheepfold on the ship. The sailors threatened to kill me in 3 days. In order to save my life, he finally had to agree to the sailors' demands. We chose a French merchant ship as our target. But we didn't expect that the ship belonged to the East India Company. During the battle, the Union Jack was hoisted on the opposite side. Although we persuaded the sailors to retreat, someone on the ship recognized him. From then on, rumors spread all over the New World that we had become pirates. That was the darkest period of my life. I didn't know what I had done wrong. God would let such a thing happen to us. It was He who comforted me at that time and gave me confidence, making me believe that as long as we return to the civilized world, we can clear our names and tell the world the truth. That was the only motivation that kept me alive at the time. But I didn't expect that the process would be so long. It wasn't until 4 years later that we met another group of pirates. The crew decided to join them and finally let us go. In the end, only 13 people, including me, were willing to follow him back to the colony. We decided to go ashore in New York, contact the Navy, and make public what had happened over the years. At that time, you had become the most outstanding governor of the colony by virtue of your achievements in clearing out pirates. You were worried that your political career would be affected if you were associated with us. So you sent someone to find us and told him that you understood and sympathized with everything we had experienced and were willing to help us clear our names. I reminded him. But he trusted you so much that he returned to you without hesitation all the loot we looted over the years, and the letters between you before leaving the port. He believed that you and your allies in Whitehall could clear our name. You always knew what kind of person he was. Didn't you? He always had some expectations for this civilized world, and was willing to believe in its kindness. Bellamont's breathing became rapid when he heard this. He adjusted his bow tie. But the cold voice in his ear did not disappear. But then you betrayed him, lured him to Boston, arrested him as soon as he set foot on the land, burned the letters that could serve as evidence, swallowed the stolen goods he gave you, and then had Mr. Elmer, your man, take him back to London for trial, and to ensure that he could not say anything against you. You also hinted that Elmer would take good care of him on the way. I heard that he was already insane before he returned to England, and they hanged him on the Thames and left his body hanging there for 2 years. They called him the most terrible pirate in the New World. And your capture was once again rewarded by Whitehall. The lord next door broke into a cold sweat after hearing this. He didn't expect that this matter would involve him. He stammered with tears in his voice. I really don't know about your affairs. At that time, I was just a runner. I couldn't refuse the Earl. Unfortunately, he stopped talking halfway. Elmer didn't expect the man opposite to be so straightforward until the last moment before his death. He didn't even give him a chance to defend himself. He took out the short musket from his waist and pulled the trigger. Edward? Titch didn't even look at the freshly baked corpse on the seat, but looked at the Earl beside him. His voice sounded colder than the sea. I told the pirates outside that I came for Kid's treasure, but I know better than anyone that Kid didn't leave any treasure. I came here tonight for only one thing. That is, to avenge him. Belamonte could no longer maintain even superficial calmness. His eyes were full of fear. He curled up in his seat and shivered constantly. Whatever you want, I can give you. I can provide you with pardon. And I can also give you wealth that you can't spend in your lifetime. Don't bother. I can just take what I want myself. Edward. Titch finally finished the last sentence and clenched the saber in his hand. At this moment, he no longer had the violent aura of the past, but only deep sadness. Chapter 140 Jackdaw. Not long after Zhang Heng left the Queen Anne's Revenge, he heard the sound of cannons behind him. The direction of Charleston was shrouded in flames. Zhang Heng knew that Orff and Teach's revenge had begun. But what happened afterwards had nothing to do with him. His career on the Queen Anne's Revenge was over. In fact, after tonight, Teach disappeared with his Queen Anne's Revenge. Zhang Heng met the latter 4 years later. So that's another story? The 16 people on the boat had chosen a helmsman during this time. Billy said to Zhang Heng, I just took a rough look. There are about 20 ships anchored in the port, including 12 small ships, 8 medium-sized ships, and 2 large ships. There are not many people on the ships, so they can be easily captured. Charleston is hundreds of kilometers away from Nassau. It is impossible for everyone to row back with just the small boats under them. Moreover, they are now in the treasure house, while the Queen Anne's Revenge attracts all the attention on the shore. It is the best opportunity to grab a new vehicle. You should have made your choice. Zhang Heng looked around. He knew that this was his future team. Owen was right. The people on the boat were basically the most experienced sailors on the Queen Anne's Revenge. They were experienced and skilled. More importantly, their identities were clean. They belonged to neither Orff nor Fraser. However, if Zhang Heng had not interfered, their fate in this power struggle would probably be the worst. Billy and the others looked at each other, with a hint of excitement in their eyes. The Royal Navy has another frigate here. It is a medium-sized ship equipped with about 30 guns, which is similar to the Sea Lion we took before. But it is more powerful and should be faster. With our current manpower, we can drive it back to Nassau. When the time comes, we just need to recruit some more people, and we can go out to sea. Another old pirate also said. In fact, the Queen Anne's Revenge is not the most suitable ship for plundering. It is too big, so it will inevitably sacrifice some speed. There are too many sailors on board. If it is just robbing an ordinary merchant ship, it does not need such strong firepower. And the spoils that each person can share will be very limited. What's more, it is too conspicuous. Zhang Heng nodded. Let's do it now without further delay. A quarter of an hour later, 17 people climbed up the selected naval frigate along the rope at the stern. There was no sailing mission at the moment, and there were only 10 people on board to guard. Zhang Heng did not make things difficult for them, but subdued them as quickly as possible, tied them up, and threw them into the small boat they had taken before. After that, everyone worked together to untie the sails and ropes and collect the anchor. At this time, the 2 small boats of the Navy on the dock had just been launched and were rowing towards this side. But they were still a step too late. The sea breeze blew up the sails, and Zhang Heng stood at the bow and steered the ship himself. He did not disturb the Queen Anne's Revenge, which was in a fierce battle, but steered the sailboat under him to the other side, and finally quietly sailed out of the harbor, looking at the port gradually disappearing behind them. Everyone on the ship cheered. I just checked. There is enough food and water on the ship. Enough for us. At this speed, we will be able to return to Nassau soon. The helmsman Billy walked up to Zhang Heng. Captain, there is only one last thing left. Give our new ship a name. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. It had been a year since he entered this round of dungeons. He had been trying to integrate into this cruel and beautiful world, eating, sleeping, fighting, and learning various skills with the pirates. However, he had not forgotten where his soul came from. So after thinking for a while, he said, from now on, this ship will be called the Jackdaw. The pirates did not understand the meaning behind this name, but simply thought it sounded catchy. So no one raised any objections. Zhang Heng looked at the stars above his head and said, now, let's go home. Annie has returned to her boredom recently. When Zhang Heng was around, at least there was someone to talk to her and listen to her complain about her boring life. When he left, she was the only one left in the house. In the past, she could still walk around the island and beat up 1 or 2 stupid people to relieve her loneliness. But since Zhang Heng promised to take her out to sea next time, she also promised someone that she would control her fists and stop causing trouble, and has a lot of problems. But breaking her promise is not one of them. So she seldom goes out during this period and lives like a stay-at-home girl. But even so, troubles will still come. And sat on the recliner in front of the gate and basked in the sun lazily. But not long after, the haunted figure appeared in front of her again. What do you think? We can go to Massachusetts. I have an uncle who grows tobacco there. We can go to him. He will provide me with a stable job. Enough for us to live a comfortable life in the new world. And we don't have to worry about housing and food. And raised her eyelids. But there was no reaction. The man continued. Accept the reality. Anne, you have been here for more than a year. Is there any ship willing to accept you? It's time to give up your unrealistic fantasies. Being a pirate is not playing house. You should be glad that I am not angry about the previous things. My promise is still valid. As long as you marry me, our previous debts will be written off. And rolled her eyes, and finally couldn't help but said, James, you are so shameless. We traveled all the way from Ireland to Nassau. Who paid for it? Wasn't it the silverware I stole from home? As a result, you turned against me when we arrived in Nassau and wanted to settle our accounts separately. Why don't you settle the previous accounts as well? Seeing that the red-haired girl finally responded, James was immediately happy. He didn't blush and said confidently, We agreed to settle the accounts separately when we got off the ship. You agreed at that time. Even so, I still supported you for half a year. You always said that you would pay me back after becoming a pirate. But now it seems that this is impossible. And he was amused by this guy's shamelessness. This kind of conversation was not the first time. In fact, if he hadn't been unable to beat the red-haired girl, James would have been unable to resist making a move. Just as Annie was seriously thinking about whether to break her vow and punch the annoying face in front of her, a little devil ran quickly from the field and shouted from a distance, Boss Annie? Boss Annie? There is a new pirate ship coming to Nassau. It's a naval warship. Honig, who is responsible for guarding the fortress and artillery on the island, was shocked. Fortunately, they raised the black flag in time. Huh? Another warship? Are people so brave nowadays? Annie recognized that it was a street kid. After being beaten by her several times, out of worship of power, the latter wholeheartedly worshipped her as the boss. He ran all the way from the dock barefoot, sweating all over his head, and looked very anxious. Their captain asked me to inform their bosun to gather at the dock. Then go and inform them. Why did you come to me? Annie said unhappily. The kid panted. I'm also very surprised. But now there seems to be no one else on the island named, and with fiery red hair except you. The boss. Huh? Chapter 141 Bosun. Annie was a little confused. She had been having troubles since she came to the island. She had been rejected everywhere for finding a job more than once or twice. Even the kids on the street knew about this. The naughty kid in front of her, named Harry, was betting with other naughty kids on which of the two things would happen first. Annie finding a job or Nassau being destroyed. He was caught by the person in question and was beaten up on the ground. She kept beating the person on the other side until he started crying for his parents. Then and stood up angrily. As a result, she walked 5 meters and turned back because she was getting angrier and angrier. She beat up the confused Harry again. So Harry also gloriously became the first person in Nassau to be beaten twice in just 3 minutes. But since then, he has been completely enlightened, deeply realizing the truth that whoever has the bigger fist is the boss, and tightly hugged Anne, the thickest thigh on the island, and became the latter's first younger brother. The red-haired girl suspected that this was another idle guy who was making fun of her. But at this moment, she was also a little angry with James, and finally exploded completely, and didn't want to care about any agreement anymore. Rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the dock angrily. But when she took 2 steps, she seemed to think of something and suddenly stopped. James on the other side obviously had not heard of Harry's tragic experience. He was still following the red-haired girl without knowing what was happening, and was planning to go and watch the fun together. So, under Harry's sympathetic gaze, he used his soft abdomen to take the red-haired girl's thundering blow. James was kicked directly into the field beside by Anne, and he bent over like a shrimp in pain and rolled on the ground, and retracted her legs, swept away the depression of the past few days, and felt much more relaxed. She was full of energy again. She moved her wrists and ankles, and said to Harry, who was looking at her with admiration, "Lead the way." So the two rushed to the dock one after the other, and saw the naval frigate Harry mentioned from a distance. In fact, since it entered the port, many people came to watch the excitement. The red-haired girl had to admit that the ship looked very handsome. It should have been built and launched by the Royal Navy not long ago. Somehow it was stolen. It had a streamlined and elegant hull. The important parts outside the hull were wrapped with iron plates to provide more protection in battle. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the row of broadside guns. You could feel a chill from a distance. You know, although Nassau is famous for its abundance of pirates, most of the pirates' equipment is still very backward. For example, Edward Teach, who was famous before, had a Sea Lion, which was just a converted armed merchant ship, mainly equipped with 9-pound and 12-pound cannons. However, the warship in front of, and even had a terrifying weapon like a 24-pound cannon. Harry's eyes were full of envy, and he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. This is too cool. It completely satisfies all a man's fantasies. And was about to agree. But she changed her mind when she remembered that the captain of this ship was making fun of her, and said, "Oh, if I could go out to sea, I would definitely be able to rob a more beautiful ship than this." Impossible. Harry did not succumb to the threat of the fist for the first time, and shook his head. "It's already perfect. It would be great if I could be on it. Even if I just clean it, I can brag about it for the rest of my life." Unlike Anne, this was not the first time he had seen this ship, but he still couldn't take his eyes off it. He scratched his head and said, "How did those guys do it? There is no trace of fighting on the hull. This is too weird. This is a Navy warship. Did the people on it get infected with the plague and die suddenly?" And didn't respond this time. Although this warship was good, it had nothing to do with her. Ever since she kicked James, her fighting spirit had been completely aroused. After so many days of holding back, she urgently needed to find a place to vent. She asked Harry, "Where are they?" Harry followed, and with great interest. He was looking forward to seeing her show her might and beat the people on the ship to a pulp. But now he was a little hesitant and advised, "Annie, why don't you just forget it? It's just a joke. Those people who can get this ship must be hard to deal with." The result was only a sentence from the red-haired girl. "In this case, we must let them know who is the most untouchable person on this island." And paused and said earnestly, "Harry, you must remember that bullying the weak and fearing the strong is a typical behavior of the weak. Only those who constantly challenge the strong are truly strong. It seems that you have heard some great truth." Harry was in awe after hearing this, and after a while he whispered, "Then, Annie, what happened to you beating me up when I was only 12 years old?" "Oh, I beat you up before just because you deserved it. It has nothing to do with strength." Annie patiently answered Harry's questions and finally found her target. There was a circle of people on the beach not far away. Although it was not as grand as when the Sea Lion was recruiting, it was still quite lively. It seemed that this group of people were also busy recruiting people. This was good news, which meant that they were short of manpower. Annie licked her lips, showed a cruel smile, and said to Harry, "Wait for me here. I will teach them a lesson they will never forget." Harry hadn't planned to go. He had already found a hiding place and hid himself. Before he could respond, he saw a hand fall on the boss's flowing red hair. Harry's heart suddenly sank, thinking that it was over. He had just bet 3 coppers on the boss, and was beaten up twice in a row. The scene was very bloody. He still shuddered when he recalled it. Now he was afraid that he would be dismembered on the spot for what he had done. As expected, Annie was completely furious. But when she turned around and saw the figure, she stopped her fist in midair. "Ah! Why is it you? When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? I sent a kid to look for you as soon as I landed. Why didn't you meet him?" John Hung said. Harry opened his mouth wide. He recognized that the man in front of him was the one who asked him to call Annie before. However, he didn't understand the boss's reaction now. For some reason, he looked a little flustered, as if he was caught by his parents when he made a mistake. Sure enough, what you fear will come true. John Hung then asked Annie, "Since you didn't meet the person I sent to look for you, why are you here?" "I just came out for a walk." "Ah." The red-haired girl's answer sounded very guilty. "Then why are you rolling up your sleeves?" John Hung asked curiously. But fortunately, he didn't dwell on this matter too much. And then said, "But it's good that you're here. so I don't have to look for you everywhere. Come with me and get to know the other people on the ship first. The others on the ship? Annie was confused. Yes. You are the bosun of the Jackdaw. You can't be someone you don't know. Chapter 142, A New Beginning. Ah? Then? Is that your ship parked over there? Annie's jaw dropped to the ground in surprise. Did you really find kids' treasure? But that doesn't make sense. Even if you have a lot of money, you can't buy a Navy ship. This is a long story. I tell you slowly when I have time. Now, let me tell you how I asked you to recruit gunners. Although the space on the Jackdaw is not small, John Hung does not plan to recruit too many people for his first voyage, including Anne. He now has only a core team of 18 people. John Hung plans to recruit 15 people on the beach, including technicians such as cooks and carpenters, later, and will recommend 7 to 8 people, mainly gunners, so that the personnel structure on the ship is relatively stable. After going out to sea a few times and getting used to each other, we can gradually add more people. Although it takes a long time for the team to form, the advantage is that we don't have to worry about other small groups sneaking in. What John Hung lacks the least now is time. John Hung has already informed Billy and others about Anne's appointment as the bosun. Female pirates were still relatively rare in the 18th century, and everyone generally had some concerns about this. But John Hung was very persistent in this matter, because it was the first order of the new captain. It was not easy for everyone to directly refuse or ask for a vote. So Billy and the others discussed and finally accepted the appointment. But there was an additional condition, which was to test Anne's fighting ability. This reason was reasonable. After all, in addition to organizing the sailors to carry out various tasks on the ship, the bosun must also set an example in battle. If the bosun of his side was chopped to the ground by the enemy in a face-to-face battle, then don't expect the people on his side to have the morale to fight. John Hung had no objection to this request. He could appoint and as the bosun of the Jackdaw. But if he wanted to convince everyone on the ship, he could only rely on the latter's own efforts. Fortunately, for Anne, John Hung was worried about everything except the latter's fighting ability. Looking at the two opponents who were a head taller than her, the red-haired girl's eyes were not afraid at all, but excited. The pirates watching the excitement around her had already made way for them. Billy, the referee, said to Annie, "This competition is for sparring. In principle, you are not allowed to use heavy hands, and you can admit defeat at any time. So don't worry. Next, you can choose an opponent from them. As long as you can defeat any of them, we will accept you as a companion." As a result, he was interrupted by the girl before he finished speaking, and pulled out the saber stuck in the sand in front of her, waited a few times to test the feel, and then grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth. "Don't bother so much. You all come together. Otherwise it will be meaningless if it ends too quickly." The pirates were immediately shocked by this arrogant declaration. John Hung did not watch the battle whose outcome was already known in advance. He had more important things to do. The most intuitive feeling after becoming a captain is that there are more things to do. Before he was on the Sea Lion, he basically focused on learning, watching more and talking less. In order not to arouse Orf's vigilance, John Hung hardly participated in any affairs on the ship before becoming the sail and cable chief. So he only needed to arrange his time every day. Now he needs to be responsible for the entire ship. And there will inevitably be more things to consider. John Hung first found Dufresne and asked him to purchase a batch of lemons before going out to sea. The dangers of the age of discovery came from all aspects, and scurvy was definitely one that could not be ignored. Due to the technical conditions at the time, most vegetables and fruits could not be preserved for a long time on the ship. Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, most of the food was mainly biscuits and dried meat, supplemented with some seafood. There was no problem in the short term. But once they could not get close to the land for a long time, they would lack vitamins and cause a series of troubles. In mild cases, the patient will suffer from physical weakness, lose teeth, bone pain, and even death. When Columbus explored the New World, most of the crew members died of scurvy. During Magellan's round-the-world trip, 2/3 of the crew members died of scurvy. People in later generations basically know that this is caused by a lack of vitamins, especially vitamin C. But in the era John Hung lives in today, most people have no effective means of coping except prayer. John Hung had seen some people with scurvy on the Sea Lion before. They looked listless and could only exert 50% to 60% of their strength in battle. This also reminded him that the first thing he should do when it was his turn to lead the ship out to sea was to stock up on green lemons. The latter is easy to store, and can be guaranteed not to spoil for about a month at room temperature. It is one of the fruits with the highest vitamin C content. In addition, John Hung also found a newly recruited cook and asked him to bake a batch of vegetables and dried fruits, so that the risks of scurvy can be basically prevented. The only regret is that soybeans were introduced to Europe from Xia Kingdom several decades later. This is the most easily available source of fresh vegetables on the ship. Bean sprouts do not need soil to grow, but only a little water to grow wildly. They are rich in protein and vitamins. John Hung has commissioned several merchants on the island related to the East India Company to help him collect them. But it will take at least a year. After solving the food problem, John Hung went to meet the black market merchants on the island, mainly to discuss the issue of the share of the spoils. Generally speaking, the larger pirate gangs on the island have fixed black market merchants as partners, and the two sides establish a mutually beneficial and win-win cooperation relationship. The pirates will directly take the loot they have robbed to the familiar black market merchants, and the latter will also offer a more generous price than the market. John Hung originally thought that he would be favored by many black market merchants because he owned the jackdaw, but the actual situation of the meeting was quite different from what he imagined. He visited several of the larger black merchants on the island. Although they were very polite to him, it seemed that it was more of a courtesy. The price they offered was not very favorable. According to Dufresne, who was traveling with him, the conditions were only slightly better than those for newcomers who went to sea for the first time, and they were completely incomparable to the original Sea Lion. The other party's answers were basically the same. They all saw the excellent hardware conditions of the jackdaw, but they were worried about the excessive youth of Captain John Hung. Some people also heard about what happened on the beach before, and thought that his practice of hiring a woman as a bosun was immature and ill-considered, which just confirmed their previous concerns. Therefore, they generally hope that John Hung and his jackdaw will renegotiate the issue of profit sharing after several successful hunts to prove their ability to gain a foothold in this sea area. After leaving the house, Dufresne frowned. Something is not right. In the past, when potential pirate groups appeared on the island, these guys were very enthusiastic. It seems that the rumors may be true. What rumors? Because of the huge profits brought by selling stolen goods. There are many black market merchants on the island, and the competition between them is also very fierce. Sometimes they even tear each other apart, in order to win over pirate ships that cooperate with other merchants to their side. Some people will secretly fund the ambitious elements hidden on the ship, and incite them to rebel and seize power. If those guys succeed, they will choose their sponsors as new partners in return. But recently I heard that the black market merchants on the island are discussing to end this chaotic and disorderly situation. They plan to form an alliance. Chapter 143 Uninvited Guests. No businessman likes competition, because competition means loss of profits. Whether it is to snatch customers and increase the purchase price, or to fund ambitious people to seize power, it will undoubtedly increase their costs. According to Dufresne, it is not that no one has considered forming a business alliance before, but the problem of interest distribution within the alliance has never been solved, because there is no interest distribution plan that can satisfy everyone. So those who were not satisfied continued their previous practices, raising the purchase price, increasing their partners by bribery and planning rebellion. And soon the merchants who joined the alliance could not stand it anymore. No one could sit still after watching their original partners being taken away one by one. So everyone threw the previous agreement behind their backs. And finally this new alliance, which was established less than 3 months ago, was disbanded in a vigorous battle for people. This happened 3 years ago. It stands to reason that the memory of those black market merchants would not be so short. And there was no reason to hit the wall again. Obviously, there was something wrong that they did not understand. Dufresne said, "I investigate this matter tomorrow to see what's going on." John Hung nodded. He had no good idea before he knew the details. The two of them then visited the weapons dealer on the island as planned. John Hung and his men had seized a naval frigate, which was fully equipped with weapons and equipment. There were 50 muskets and 60 sabers. There was no need to purchase more weapons for the time being, but the ammunition reserves would surely decrease in future battles, and they would need to be replenished irregularly. John Hung went to Ball, who he had worked with before. The 4 pistols and a rifle he had were purchased from Ball. The two sides had dealt with each other before and knew each other well. Compared with the black market merchants before, Ball's attitude was much more enthusiastic. Not only did he personally invite the two into the house, but he also asked the maid to make coffee. He first congratulated John Hung on becoming the captain and getting the jackdaw, and then got down to business. However, after hearing the purpose of the two people's visit, Ball couldn't help but frown. Other things are easy to say, but the shells of the 24-pound gun are a bit troublesome. The guns on the civilian ships are mostly 6-pound and 9-pound, and 12-pound guns are rare. The 24-pound gun is basically only used by the Navy. John Hung knew that what Ball said was true, and he was not deliberately raising the price. This should be considered a happy trouble for him. The firepower configuration on the Jackdaw far exceeded that of ordinary merchant ships. It was mainly 12-pound artillery, and there were 8 more powerful 24-pound cannons. However, how to collect shells became a trouble. Fortunately, Ball's words were not so decisive. The weapons merchant paused and continued. I have some connections in the Navy. I can help you think of a way to get shells, but I can't guarantee that it will succeed, and the price will probably not be cheap. John Hung understood this. The Jackdaw currently had sufficient ammunition reserves, so there was no need to rush. After that, Dufresne and Barr began to check the purchase prices of weapons and ammunition one by one. The former had served as a quartermaster on the Sea Lion for 5 years, and was very familiar with the market environment on the island. There was no problem of cheating the other between the two, and the whole process went smoothly. This is why all pirate ships want to hire experienced professionals. If it weren't for the power struggle on the Sea Lion, John Hung would have to rely on luck to find crew members like Dufresne and Billy. There were far fewer weapons dealers on the island than on the black market, so the competition was not that fierce. However, even so, Barr was in a good mood to get a long-term customer. Seeing that it was getting late, he invited the two to stay for dinner, but John Hung and Dufresne declined. The quartermaster's wife and children were on the island. After getting off the ship, they had not had time to go home. Seeing that everything was almost done, they did not intend to delay any longer. John Hung remembered that Annie should still be out and had not eaten yet, so he decided to go find the latter. However, when he arrived at the beach, he heard from people nearby that the red-haired girl was very powerful today. Not only did she beat the two people in charge of the assessment and made them admit defeat, but she also defeated several people who stood up to challenge her with one hand. In the end, the group of people were convinced and ran to the tavern to drink together. John Hung was not surprised at this result at all. This kind of thing sounded very Annie. Perhaps only she could win the respect of other crew members so quickly in this way. In fact, if it weren't for her gender, she shouldn't have been so miserable. But no matter what, with this incident, not only Billy and others were speechless, and would also be criticized less for becoming the bosun. John Hung did not go to the tavern to look for the red-haired girl again, nor was he worried about her getting into trouble, and had been on the island for so long, and there was not a day that she did not cause trouble. But John Hung had never seen her suffer any loss. And in terms of drinking alone, no one in Nassau should be her opponent. So John Hung went straight back to his residence from the dock. But when he was about to reach the door, he suddenly stopped. John Hung frowned. He noticed the half-open door. With Anne's carefree personality, there were only 2 possibilities for her to go out. Either she closed it tightly, or she left it wide open. There was almost no third possibility. In addition, John Hung also saw the curtains drawn behind the wooden window, which was also not something Anne would do. John Hung pulled out a short musket from his waist, but he was a little confused. He didn't have any enemies in Nassau now. At most, he had some disputes with Fraser because of Owen's matter, but the Queen Anne's revenge had not returned yet. It stands to reason that Fraser would not know what happened on it so quickly. Moreover, even if he knew, he should worry about the revenge of Blackbeard and Orr first, instead of provoking himself, who already had a warship. Therefore, John Hung could not guess who the uninvited guest tonight was. Or was he just an ordinary thief? However, John Hung did not relax his vigilance. He did not know whether the guy was still in the house. He gently opened the door with the saber in his hand. But then he bent over and rushed to the wooden window. John Hung did a comprehensive renovation when he took over the house, but he couldn't help being a little lazy at the end. There was a wooden window that was already very loose, and John Hung didn't care about it because he saw that it could still be supported a little. Unexpectedly, this window was now used in another way. John Hung broke in easily. Chapter 144 Alliance. John Hung was lucky. He saw the shadow in front of him as soon as he landed. It seemed that the other party should have been sitting at the table before. But the movement at the door attracted his attention. So he stood up and subconsciously looked in that direction. At this time, John Hung jumped in from the window. Before the shadow could turn his head, he was hit on the back of the head by the butt of the gun, and then slid to the ground without a sound. John Hung solved the trouble in front of him, checked the surrounding environment with the moonlight, and then carefully went up to the second floor and searched each room one by one until he was sure that there was no one else in the house before lighting the oil lamp. Annie came back from the pub after drinking, opened the door, and saw a young woman about 21 or 22 years old lying on the table, and John Hung was groping something on her body. "Wow. Did I come back too early? Sorry to bother you." The red-haired girl turned around and was about to disappear on the spot, but was stopped by John Hung, who said, "Stop it. Do you know her?" John Hung had just searched her body and did not find any weapons or dangerous goods. He was a little surprised when he lit the oil lamp. He did not expect that the uninvited guest in the house would be a woman. Although the latter entered the house without the owner's permission, she seemed to have touched nothing except a teacup in front of her. Judging from her skin and clothes, she should be born in a fairly wealthy family. Generally speaking, such a woman should not appear in a place like Nassau. Not to mention that she broke into someone else's house without permission. So John Hung could only guess that she was Annie's friend. However, the red-haired girl burped and shook her head. "I don't know her. I don't think I've looked at her properly since you came into the house. That's because I haven't had a female friend since I was a child." Annie spread her hands. Her face looked red under the influence of alcohol, but she was conscious. "It seems that there is only one way," John Hung said. "What?" "I ask her in person after she wakes up," because he didn't know the other party's intention. John Hung didn't use too much force. The woman in front of him, whose origin was somewhat mysterious, opened her eyes after being unconscious for less than 2 hours. John Hung also finished his dinner during this time. Annie was playing with a makeup mirror she had searched from the other party. "I thought you didn't like this kind of thing." "I don't like this kind of thing," Anne said lazily. "But I remember my father gave me a similar mirror on my 14th birthday. It seemed to be quite expensive. If I sell it, I should be able to exchange it for a lot of money. If you want it, I give it to you." The one who spoke was the mysterious woman who was in a coma before. When she woke up, she found that her hands and feet were tied up at the first time. But even at this time, she still maintained at least superficial calmness, which seemed inconsistent with her age and family background. Unfortunately, she chose the wrong way to show her kindness, and laughed and lifted her legs on the table, leaning back on the chair. "I never need others to give me things I like. I will grab them myself." However, after she made this heroic declaration, she saw someone raised an eyebrow and obediently moved her legs off the table. "You must be the captain of the Jackdaw, Mr. John Hung. I have to admit that you are younger than I thought." The mysterious woman's eyes also moved to John Hung beside her. "Who are you, and why did you sneak into my residence?" "Sorry. Please forgive me for coming uninvited. I have no ill intentions. I just want to meet with you to discuss business. Because we are in a special period now. We can only resort to this last resort," the mysterious woman said sincerely. "Special period? My name is Karina Portman." The mysterious woman introduced herself. "I am a trader. But in Nassau you seem to be more accustomed to calling us black market merchants. In short, I used to run a business on the island and cooperated with many ships. Captain Fuller of the Shooter, Captain Randall of the Duke, and Irwin of the Flying Fish, all of whom have established good cooperative relations with me." As Karina was talking, she was also observing the expression on John Hung's face. But unfortunately, she couldn't see anything, so she could only continue. "I heard that you have been out to sea for a long time and just came back today. You may not know much about the situation on the island. The black market merchants have been discussing the establishment of a business alliance as early as 4 months ago to solve the chaotic situation on the island. Now the preparations for this alliance are basically coming to an end. They have reached several consensuses, including reducing the share of the ship led by the new captain. You should have met with several black market merchants this afternoon. I believe the results will not satisfy you." John Hung did not comment. "Didn't something similar happen 3 years ago? I heard that the alliance didn't end well." "I know what you're thinking. But I'm afraid this alliance won't disband so quickly," Karina said. "The alliance back then was organized by several larger black market merchants on the island. And the rules they said were only rules between merchants. But this time, the situation is different because pirates have also joined in. I don't know if you have heard of Fraser. It is said that he has a high reputation among pirates. This time, he persuaded a group of powerful pirate groups to join the alliance. The merchants raised the purchase price of their spoils in exchange for long-term and stable cooperation. The value they can create accounts for 70% of all pirates in Nassau. In this way, merchants outside the alliance can basically no longer obtain any valuable spoils. So those who opposed it before can only give in. Karina looked helpless. There are only a few black market merchants on the island who have not joined the alliance. Zhang Heng finally understood why the black market merchants were so cold this afternoon. If Karina was not lying, the alliance would have absolute initiative once it was established. Although their costs would increase in the early stage, and they would need to pay higher prices to the pirates who signed the contract. Pirates are a high-risk profession. As time goes by, there will definitely be fewer and fewer pirate groups that take high prices. And there will be more and more new pirates like Zhang Heng. And their income will also be higher and higher. At this time, the market has been monopolized by the alliance. Without other black market merchants offering prices, they can only accept the purchase price set by the alliance. Chapter 145 Business. I heard that they initially planned to divide the purchase price into 5 intervals. The big pirate groups that signed contracts with them were in the top interval. And other relatively powerful pirate groups could get prices in the 3rd and 4th intervals. And so on. Newcomers, like you who came later, can only start from the bottom interval. Of course, as long as you can obtain enough spoils, the purchase price will continue to increase. But even if we estimate at the fastest speed, it will probably take 3 years for you to enter the 4th interval. This is not fair to you and your crew. Karina moved her wrists, which were swollen from being strangled. Zhang Heng glanced at Annie, who reluctantly pulled out the dagger from her waist and cut the ropes on Karina's wrists and ankles. What business are you talking about? Karina thanked him. I want to cooperate with you for a long time and buy the spoils in your hands. Don't worry. The price I offer is definitely higher than the alliance. I can directly give you the price of the 4th range. Karina was very confident about this offer. But then she heard Zhang Heng refuse without hesitation. Sorry. I'm not interested. Karina didn't expect to get such an answer. She looked very surprised. Why? You need a strong and stable partner now. You can get nearly 40% more from me, which is much more cost-effective than selling to the alliance. And I can promise that this price is only valid when you are the captain. This should be very helpful to maintain your position as captain. You have no loss anyway. Zhang Heng shook his head. You only calculated my profit but not my risk. If I sell the spoils to you, I will definitely offend the entire black market alliance, which means I will lose the support of almost all black market merchants on the island. Once something happens on your side, I will be at risk of not being able to cash in the spoils. Karina's smile was a little forced, but she still said, Don't worry about that. I've been in Nassau for so many years, and nothing has gone wrong. Really? If that's the case, why don't you join the alliance? Zhang Heng asked back. According to your previous description, you should have had a lot of partners before. So even if you join the alliance, the treatment should be pretty good. Then how many captains are willing to sell goods to you now? This is a question Karina can't avoid. She has thought about countless answers on the way here, and made up several versions of the story. In her opinion, Zhang Heng is just a lucky guy who happened to get a warship. He shouldn't be difficult to deal with. But when the two met, she knew how naive her previous thoughts were. The young man in front of her, who was younger than her, had a calmness that was completely disproportionate to his age. He was thoughtful, calm and rational, and more terrifying than any pirate she had met on the island before. Karina suddenly realized how lame and ridiculous the stories she had made up were. So when she opened her mouth, she had no idea what else to say. The atmosphere in the living room became silent for a while, with only the snoring of Annie. She was not interested in the profit distribution they were talking about, and she fell asleep on the back of the chair without knowing when. Zhang Heng put his coat on the red-haired girl, and then said to the businesswoman, If you can't tell the truth, there is no possibility of cooperation between us. Karina smiled bitterly. If I tell you the truth, there will be no possibility of cooperation between us. You can at least try. Zhang Heng poured 2 cups of tea and gave one to Karina. The latter hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke. The first sentence was earth-shattering. I am actually not a black marketeer on the island. When she finished speaking, she looked up to observe Zhang Heng's face, but found that the latter did not show any surprise, and could not help but become more discouraged. You have already found out? Then, am I like a clown in your eyes? Not so exaggerated. How long have you been on the island? 2 months. It's not easy to achieve this level in such a short time. Your clothes are fine, and your behavior is flawless. The most important thing is that you are familiar with the situation on the island. If it weren't for your skin color, I wouldn't doubt you. Zhang Heng paused. The black market merchants on the island are often exposed to the sun when checking the goods, and their skin is generally darker. And you don't look like someone who often leaves the house. Is that why? Karina's smile was full of bitterness. I used to live in New Hampshire. My father was a black marketeer in Nassau. When I was a child, he always told me stories about this place. He said it was a land of wealth, and only the most fearless warriors could survive on this land. But at that time, I was not interested in adventures. Then why are you here now? Because my father was arrested in New Jersey about 6 months ago on charges of piracy-related activities. They seized him and one of his transport ships. Ironically, the harbor master and the customs officers had just taken a large bribe from him a week ago. Karina sighed. After he was imprisoned, my mother had been trying to make arrangements. In the end, we found out that he had offended a local big shot because he sold a batch of similar products. We asked someone to mediate, but the other party had a big appetite. Even if we took out all the money in the family, there was still a big gap. So I thought of taking over his previous business and continuing to make money through trade in Nassau to collect the ransom. That's why I came here. But then you happened to encounter the establishment of the Black Traders Alliance. Yes, I didn't join because I was not qualified to join, Karina said helplessly. I tried to find several captains who had worked with my father before, but because he had been away for a while, the previous cooperation relationships were automatically invalidated. As for his old friends, they all said they could not help me. I was really desperate. I saw you and your ship at noon, so I wanted to try my luck with you. Karina was still making her last effort. My father also left a transport ship. He has built a lot of connections in various ports over the years. When I went to visit him in prison, he told me the names of those people. In addition, there is a charter. In theory, all customs in the colony must release the charter. Although I can't go to New Jersey now, there are several other ports besides this. I can sell the goods there. Chapter 146 Answer. What do you think? Zhang Heng found Billy and Dufresne and told them about Karina. There was no need to hide this from the core members of the ship, and there was no possibility of hiding it. The quartermaster spoke first. The Black Merchant Alliance is not a secret. I went to ask a few friends this morning, and what she said was basically true. New captains and new ships like us are at a great disadvantage in this matter. Before the Black Merchant Alliance was established, the price of the spoils sold by the Sea Lion was basically in the third range. Our current strength may not be as good as the Sea Lion at the time, but the development potential is definitely greater. There is no problem in getting a price in the third range. But now we can only accept the bottom tier. I am a little worried about the views of the crew. Dufresne was more tactful, but Billy was more direct. Let's not talk about the old guys for now. The new guys must have come here because we own warships and can make more money. But if they find that their hard-earned spoils can't be sold at a good price, or their income is lower than what they deserve, they will definitely be dissatisfied. With just this few people now, we can still control the situation. But if we want to continue to grow and develop, we will definitely have to compete with the other major pirate groups on the island for talent. And before that we have to solve the issue of compensation. The helmsman paused. In fact, some people have already contacted our crew in private. They think that our first voyage will not go well, and they want to poach us. It's not just about the price of the spoils, but also, and I, the captain, look very young and inexperienced. The first thing I did after I got the power was to recruit a female bosun, which made everyone think that I would not stay in this position for long. Zhang Heng helped Billy finish what he wanted to say, but didn't finish. That's about it. We trust you, not only because you saved our lives, but also because of your calmness and composure in the face of crisis. On the way back to Nassau from Charleston, you have proved that you can grow into a qualified captain. But others, who did not set sail with you, will inevitably doubt you. The current situation is not fair to you. Other new captains usually have more time to prepare and run in. Billy said. Owning a warship is a perfect starting point. But it will also make us the target of public criticism. Many people on the island are waiting to see us laugh. If the first voyage is not satisfactory, we will face the problem of personnel loss and difficulty in recruiting excellent personnel. An hour and a half later, Billy and Dufresne walked out of the study, said hello to Anne and Karina downstairs, and left quickly. The latter was nervous. She had basically told all the situations on her side last night. But John Hung did not express his opinion immediately after hearing it, and only said that he had to discuss it with the crew. So Karina did not return to the hotel, and simply stayed here for one night to wait for the result. John Hung looked at her with a new eye. This girl had lived a wealthy life since she was a child. According to her, until her father's accident, she was no different from those ladies in the upper class. Every day she would attend dances, listen to operas, or have afternoon tea with a few girlfriends. As a result, she found 3 stools and put them together last night, and she had to make do with them for the whole night. However, when she woke up in the morning, her neck seemed to have some problems, and she had been rubbing the back of her neck for the whole morning. After the two left, Karina hurriedly went upstairs again. She sorted out her clothes in front of the study, and John Hung's voice just came from inside. "Come in." The businesswoman took a deep breath and pushed open the door. John Hung's so-called study was very simple. There was only a table and a few stools in it. The bookcase in the corner was newly built before he went to see last time. There was no book on it now. But fortunately the light was good. The afternoon sun shone through the window, fell on the shoulders of the figure, and coated his hair with a layer of gold. John Hung was using a parallel ruler to measure the distance between points on the nautical chart. He looked no different from doing exercises in the library, which made Karina stunned. She had been in Nassau for 2 months and had seen many pirates. Most of them were crude and had low cultural level. It was difficult to communicate with them. However, the boy in front of her was obviously an exception. She had already felt his clear logic and keen insight during their communication last night. The current John Hung was something she had never seen before. If it weren't for the short musket hanging on his chest and the scar on his arm, Karina would have found it difficult to associate the figure in front of her with pirates. "The time has been set. We will go out to sea in 3 days." John Hung's voice brought her back to reality. Karina's heart pounded. The situation on the island was different from before. There were only a few pirates who had the strength but did not join the alliance. The remaining pirates were mostly poorly equipped and short of manpower. Basically, they could not rob anything of great value. In other words, if John Hung rejected her, her trip to Nassau would be a failure. Not only would she lose her father, but her family would also go bankrupt in their current situation. "My helmsman and quartermaster suggested that we negotiate with the alliance and try to raise the price range, because they don't believe in your ability. If it was your father who was here, they might be willing to take a gamble. But you are too inexperienced. You have never done anything like this before." John Hung's words made Karina feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. Although she was mentally prepared, Karina still felt dizzy. At this moment, she was finally knocked down. She was enveloped by a deep sense of frustration and collapsed in her chair, sobbing. After more than 2 months of hard work, she had no success. When she saw the Jackdaw anchored at the port, she thought she finally had hope. But she didn't expect it to fail. At this time, she felt desperate. John Hung felt a little sorry, but he had to do it, because choosing future partners is a cautious thing for any captain, especially when Billy and Dufresne were not optimistic. He had to know whether Karina was worth investing in. The result was beyond his expectation. The businesswoman only collapsed for half a minute before she raised her head again, although her tears were still rolling in her eyes. Her eyes were no longer confused and helpless. She seemed to have returned to the determination she had when she was sleeping on the bench before. "There must be some way. Is there anything else I can do?" "Well, if you can prove your ability, I can also convince my crew." John Hung pointed to the mark he had just made on the nautical chart. "Do you know where this is?" Chapter 147 Setting Sail. The weather was good the day the Jackdaw left the port. The sky was clear and cloudless. The sea breeze was blowing, and seagulls were circling on the top of the mast. There were many people watching at the port, which was a rare thing for a new pirate group. John Hung also vaguely heard about what happened on the island in the past few days. It was said that many casinos had set up bets specifically for him and the Jackdaw's maiden voyage, betting on how much loot he could grab on his first voyage. The odds of getting nothing were the lowest, which also meant that most people were not optimistic about his debut. After all, the performance and firepower of a ship are not everything. An excellent captain can win a battle against the wind, but an inexperienced newcomer like John Hung is likely to ruin a good situation. Billy arrived the earliest that day. As the helmsman of the Jackdaw, he had arranged the work of everyone and made preparations before going out to sea. John Hung, as the captain, was the last to arrive, and Anne was with him. Seeing the two people walking to the dock, many people whistled. If you don't count Anne's small fight on the Golden Swallow, there has never been a precedent of women becoming pirates in Nassau before, not to mention holding an important position such as the bosun. So today can be regarded as a historic moment. However, considering that the two of them are now living in the same house, it is inevitable that people can't help but fantasize in a certain direction. So when John Hung and Annie appeared together, foul language suddenly rang out around them. People are such creatures. In fact, many people on the island have suffered at the hands of the red-haired girl. They know that she is very powerful. But because of some dark psychology, everyone is more willing to believe that she sold her body in exchange for the position of bosun. Therefore, everyone is quite looking forward to what will happen after she gets on board. James stood in the crowd with red eyes, angry and jealous. He was the first person to come into contact with Anne. At that time, the latter was still a rich lady who was ignorant of the world. She lived with her mother and dreamed of an unrealistic pirate dream. It was he who lured and encouraged Anne to escape from home and come to Nassau with him. Of course, he knew what the real situation was here. When Anne had spent all her money and kept hitting a wall and had nowhere else to go, the only way left was to marry him. He had coveted the red-haired girl for a long time, not only because of her figure, but also because her father was wealthy. Although the father and daughter were in a cold war now, when the two of them were successful and Anne was pregnant, her father would definitely not ignore his grandson or granddaughter. The first half of the plan went smoothly, although he was kicked and almost lost his family after the showdown, and Annie ran away from her residence. James was still confident. Like most rebellious boys and girls, no matter where they ran, they had to bow to reality in the end. When the penniless red-haired girl was starving and had no place to hide from the rain, she would definitely come back obediently. But he didn't expect that John Hung would appear halfway, not only letting Annie stay at his residence, but also solving her food and daily expenses. James didn't believe that there would be such a good person on this island. So there was only one possibility, that the other party had the same idea as him. James was shocked and angry when he found out that he had a new competitor. He wanted to confront John Hung, but when he found out that the latter was a member of the Sea Lion, he backed off. Blackbeard's name was well known in Nassau. Anyone who dared to touch his crew must consider whether they could withstand his anger. So James only dared to secretly go to Annie after John Hung went out to sea to persuade her to leave the house and return to his side. However, the red-haired girl did not seem to have such an idea at all. After several times, James could clearly feel that Annie's disgust for him was getting stronger and stronger. In fact, if the two had not been companions for a period of time before and came to Nassau together, the red-haired girl's flying kick might have come earlier. That afternoon, James lay on the ridge for half an hour before he stood up again. Although he still didn't give up, he knew that he had no chance in the short term. Now when they walked together, James was the most enthusiastic person in the crowd. And unlike other people who watched the fun and didn't mind making trouble, he even cursed out loud, causing people around him to look at him sideways. "I warned you," John Hung said to Annie beside him. "If you walk with me, this kind of thing will happen." The red-haired girl said nonchalantly, "What are you afraid of? Since you dare to let me be your bosun, why should I care about other people's opinions? Besides, these guys only dare to take advantage of us with their mouths, and none of them can fight. When we return with a full load, they will naturally shut up. Are you so confident in me? Because you have the strongest bosun on the island on your ship." Billy and Dufresne were a little worried that John Hung and Annie would be affected by those guys on the shore. But seeing the expressions of the two, they knew that they were worrying too much. After the anchor was collected and the sail was hoisted, the Jackdaw sailed away from the port in the gentle sea breeze. At this time, Billy also stood in the middle of the deck and looked at John Hung at the bow. The latter nodded, and the Jackdaw's helmsman clapped his hands, attracting the attention of the sailors. "I got the news on the shore that a Spanish merchant ship carrying a ship of perfume is on its way to New York. We all know how popular this thing is in the New World, which is why we are willing to go to sea immediately. The ship is not far from us now. If everything goes well, we can catch up with it in less than a week. If we can grab this batch of goods, each of us can get at least 100 silver coins. Let's work hard and win our first victory together. All the pirates were eager to fight after hearing this. Nothing could tempt them more than a fat prey. The sailors on the ship were eager to join the battle immediately. Billy was satisfied with the sufficient morale shown on the ship. But he had been to sea so many times, and knew very well that every time a ship set sail, it was the time when the morale was the highest. As time went by, the boring life at sea would soon make people feel bored, and the morale would also decline, especially when the target could not be found for a period of time. The anxious mood would spread among the crew, and that was the beginning of trouble. Billy just hoped that everything would go well on the Jackdaw's maiden voyage. After setting the route, John Hung returned to the captain's room and took out the necklace Simon had given him from the drawer. Name, Hunter's Blessing. Quality, F. Effect, increases the chance of encountering prey. This item finally came in handy. Chapter 148 Changing Targets. Hunter's Blessing is different from Lucky Rabbit's Foot and has a unique effect. John Hung had never found a suitable place to use it. It was not until the 4th round of the game that he entered the world of pirates and took out this item after he got the Jackdaw and started his hunting journey. This necklace is very suitable for him now. After wearing it, he can increase the chance of encountering prey every time he goes out to sea. And it should be able to stack with the effect of Lucky Rabbit's Foot. But this kind of props with probability properties usually take a period of time to show their effects. And it may not be effective immediately if used alone. In fact, the Jackdaw had not encountered any prey worth shooting in the past 10 days. And the Spanish merchant ship carrying perfume that Billy mentioned had not appeared. Compared with the time of leaving the port, the morale of the ship had dropped. Although the sailors still completed their daily tasks on time, they were no longer as active as before and began to slack off to a certain extent. Billy and others saw it. But as long as it was not too much, they did not say anything. No matter how excellent the helmsman and captain were, it was impossible for the crew to stay in a state of chicken blood forever, unless there was a special event like Kid's Treasure to stimulate. In addition, the newly recruited cooks and carpenters seemed a little unreliable. The former cooked monotonous meals, which caused dissatisfaction among the sailors. Fortunately, a batch of dried vegetables and dried fruits prepared by John Hung came in handy. The pirates knew how rare these things were on the sea. In addition, they could drink lemonade every day, which suppressed the complaints on the ship. In addition, there were many problems with the carpenters. There was a guy with a good resume and good theoretical knowledge, but after getting on board, he couldn't even do the simplest repair of a wooden barrel, which was far from his description of himself when he applied for the job. John Hung was mentally prepared. There would definitely be various problems with the newly recruited personnel. In fact, it was much better for him to have the old people on the Sea Lion as his team than to start from scratch. Just 2 days ago, he and Billy handled a crew fight. Because the old crew discovered and stopped it early, the 2 people involved did not use weapons. So there was no bad impact. In the end, they were only fined for 2 weeks of deck cleaning. The atmosphere on the ship was generally fine. But on the 11th day, Billy still knocked on the door of the captain's room. It looks like we have to change our target. The helmsman was somewhat helpless. The situation they were facing was not uncommon. Most of the information about merchant ships came from intelligence dealers on the island, and the latter mainly collected information from ships docked in Nassau. There would be a certain time difference in the transmission process. In addition, temporary changes in routes or travel plans also often occurred. Getting intelligence did not necessarily mean that prey could be found. In fact, it was normal not to find prey, no matter whether they are merchants or pirates. Those who can survive in this sea area are not easy to deal with. Many captains will immediately activate the backup plan once they find that their travel plans have been leaked. I have another clue about the Duffy. It is a tobacco ship. However, tobacco is everywhere in the New World. The price is definitely not as good as perfume. But the good news is that it is also on this route. So we don't need to adjust the course. Just keep chasing it. Billy paused, probably because he didn't want to put too much pressure on Captain John Hung, and comforted him. We have only been out to sea for 10 days. And there is still plenty of time. The food and water we carry this time are enough for us to sail for at least 1.5 months. We will definitely return with a full load. However, I don't know if it was because the helmsman had just set a flag, The Jackdaw still had little harvest in the following week, and the shadow of the Duffy was not even seen. However, they finally encountered 2 other merchant ships along the way. Basically, there was no fighting. As soon as the Jackdaw hoisted the black flag, the other party immediately surrendered obediently. However, the pirates were not happy for long. These 2 ships were the kind that had little oil and water. One ship was carrying potatoes, and the other ship was carrying copper ore. The quantity was not small, but it could not be sold at a high price in the colony. Moreover, once these things were loaded on board, the speed would be greatly affected, and there would be no hope of catching other prey later. After discussion, everyone decided to give up the 2 batches of goods. However, this made the sailors anxious. Billy, as the sailor representative, felt it most clearly and was filled with self-blame. He bought the 2 pieces of information from a familiar intelligence dealer, and he also strongly recommended this route to John Hung, which ultimately led to the current situation. The Jackdaw had powerful firepower, but could not find any valuable targets. Considering the time it would take to return, they did not have much time left to hunt. So on the 19th day, Billy had to find John Hung again. "This is my mistake. We shouldn't have chosen this unpopular route. You warned me of the risks, but I was overwhelmed by the shipload of perfume. If we had chosen those popular routes, maybe we would have made a lot of money now." "Billy, this is not your fault. We discussed this matter together, and it was agreed by all the crew members. The current situation is not your responsibility," John Hung said. "Anyone on that island who gets this information will want to give it a try. But the problem is that this is our maiden voyage," the helmsman said with a wry smile. "We don't have much room for error now. We thought that having 2 clues would be safer. And there aren't many other pirate activities nearby. But for some reason, we still haven't seen those 2 ships. So I suggest turning immediately and trying our luck on the popular route. The nearest route from here only takes about 5 days. And if we're lucky, we have about a week to hunt. But that's also where pirate hunters and the Navy appear most frequently," John Hung said. "If you said you wanted to go there when we just left the port, I would definitely have no objection. But with the morale on the ship now, what do you think our chances of winning are?" Billy was silent after hearing this. He knew that John Hung was telling the truth inside. If we had known this, we should have taken that ship of copper, and at least given everyone some money. John Hung shook his head. "That little bit of stuff is meaningless. We are a warship, and the cargo hold has little space. If we want to rob, we must rob something valuable. Moreover, this is our maiden voyage. Only a big victory can make us famous." Billy was a little confused. Logically, the most anxious person these days should be Captain John Hung, because if the first voyage fails to grab enough spoils, it often means that the captain is likely to be dismissed after returning to land. But the latter does not seem to be panicked now. John Hung pointed to a small island on the nautical chart. "According to our course and speed, we should be able to reach here tonight." Chapter 149, Tamsui Island. John Hung knew how important the maiden voyage was for a new captain. Not to mention that he and his Jackdaw were still the target of public criticism in Nassau. Since he returned to the island, countless eyes have been watching his every move. A powerful warship and an overly young and inexperienced captain. This combination is as delicious as a pancake in the eyes of many people. Therefore, before docking, John Hung had to consider the worst possibility. He did not doubt the loyalty of Billy and others, at least after experiencing the Kid Treasure incident. These 16 people would not betray him in the short term. But he had to take into account the possibility that Billy and others would be used by others, especially when the information about the perfume ship and the Duffy appeared, and the locations of the 2 happened to be on an unpopular route. John Hung felt that this matter was a bit too coincidental, considering the previous tough attitude of the Black Traders Alliance. John Hung could already foresee that this maiden voyage would not be too smooth. Fortunately, he still had a card in his hand. Karina, like him, was an outsider on the island, especially when the Black Traders Alliance was established. It was a disaster for her who planned to inherit her father's business and earn ransom. At this time, she needed John Hung Jackdaw to provide her with spoils. And John Hung also needed someone to cash in the spoils he grabbed every time he went out to sea. Unlike Billy and others, John Hung had no intention of cooperating with the Black Traders Alliance from the beginning. Not just because Fraser was behind it. Many people did not realize the danger of this organization that was about to be established. Once the trade channels in Nassau were monopolized, the pirates on the island would not just lose their bargaining power, The captain of a pirate ship may be chosen because of courage, force, or experience, but in the final analysis, it is because of their ability to create wealth for the crew. And the spoils that cannot be cashed cannot be called wealth. In other words, when the Black Traders Alliance really monopolized the entire Nassau trade, they could easily achieve the purpose of dismissing the captain of a certain ship by refusing to accept the spoils of a certain ship. With such power, the status of black traders and pirates will also change. This is undoubtedly what John Hung does not want to see. In fact, other captains may not have noticed this, but the conditions offered by the Black Traders Alliance are difficult for them to refuse. In addition to the purchase price higher than the market, the Black Traders Alliance also promised that this price is only valid when they are the captain. In other words, when their crew members are ready to overthrow them later, they have to consider the losses that this action will cause. This will undoubtedly help to make their position more stable. As for what will happen next, most people are prepared to consider it at that time. Pirates are a high-risk profession, and few people will bother thinking about what will happen tomorrow. But John Hung can't be so short-sighted. Moreover, the existence of the Black Business Alliance has hindered his development. The appearance of Karina provides him with a possibility. Billy and Dufresne think that the latter is too inexperienced and lacks a foundation on the island, so they are not optimistic about her. However, John Hung is just the opposite. He hopes to have a dominant position when choosing a partner. It is of great strategic significance for him to have a channel that can be fully controlled and steadily cash in the spoils. Karina is the most suitable partner he can find at this stage. But before that, John Hung needs her to prove her ability first. The Jackdaw arrived at Freshwater Island at sunset. The area of this small island is less than 20 hectares, and no one lives on the island. There are thousands of such islands in the Caribbean Sea, most of which don't even have names. The reason why Freshwater Island has a name is because Magellan once stopped here when he traveled around the world. For many years afterwards, people were often confused by the name of this island. In fact, there was no fresh water on the island. The reason why Magellan called it this way was because when his fleet docked here, it happened to catch a heavy rain, so that the fleet that was short of water received enough fresh water. After knowing the truth, this originally uninhabited island became even more desolate. John Hung asked the Jackdaw to drop anchor not far from the island, and he rowed a small boat with 4 people including Annie and Billy to the island. Everyone jumped off the stranded boat and walked under the coconut trees on the soft sand. John Hung soon found traces of human activities nearby. He did not go any further and blew the whistle as agreed. Not long after, a figure walked out of the woods. John Hung was also a little surprised when he saw the person coming. He and Karina had agreed that Karina would send a man to bring the news, but he didn't expect that the person who came was the female businessman herself. The latter looked a little embarrassed. She might have lived on the island for a day or two, although the ship that sent her here left her enough food and water. It was already a great thing for a woman to live alone in such an environment for so long. Karina was also very excited to see John Hung, because the transport ship that brought her here had already returned to Nassau, considering that this is not a popular route. In other words, if John Hung couldn't pick her up, she might even die here. The businesswoman shivered and said, "I have checked according to your request. There is a ship that you should be interested in. It set sail from North Carolina half a month ago, and the ship is full of spices." Spice? Yes. It is nutmeg produced in the Spice Islands. The ship's appearance in the colonies of the New World was completely accidental. They plan to return to Europe. I heard that in London. The value of this thing is almost comparable to gold. How far are we from the ship now? John Hung asked immediately. I asked the captain of my transport ship, and he said that according to the speed of your ship, it might take more than 10 days to catch up with them if the wind is good. Get on board. John Hung said nothing, and took the lead to the small boat on the beach. And Billy was still immersed in this shocking news, and he still didn't know what was going on in front of him, until the 6 people got on the boat. John Hung explained, I asked Miss Karina to help me use her relationship in Boston to help me find out if there is any prey worth our effort on this route. But isn't she in Nassau? Billy opened his mouth wide. She returned to Boston as soon as we finished talking that day. I chose this place as the meeting point because it is the closest uninhabited island to Boston on our route. But I must admit that Miss Karina's efficiency is indeed amazing. I left her very little time. The fact that she was able to get here so quickly means that she only stayed in Boston for less than a day. Chapter 150 Limits and Doubts. Two pirates on the side of the ship cooperated. One of them threw a rope with a piece of wood tied to the front into the sea, and the other was responsible for timing. When the time was up, the person who released the rope reached out and grabbed the rope, calculated the number of rope knots released, and shouted, "Current speed is 10 knots." This was also the method used by most Western ships in the 18th century to measure ship speed. Of course, there would definitely be some errors, because the sea water itself was also flowing, but the impact was not too great. The method of measuring absolute speed would not appear until the 20th century. John Hung, dressed in black, stood on the deck, directing the pirates to adjust the sail angle according to the wind direction. The Jackdaw had just raised the top sails on the main and secondary masts, and was now close to full sail. The masts were under great pressure. Several pirates were busy pulling the back rope back and fixing it at the stern, while John Hung personally steered the ship and adjusted the draft depth of the bow. After a violent turbulence, the ship finally adapted to the current speed. When it gradually stabilized, John Hung returned the rudder to the previous sailor and told the lookout to continue to observe. Karina stood aside, watching all this silently. Her heart was not as calm as it seemed. When she was on the island before, she asked someone to learn about John Hung. She knew that the latter was just a passenger on a merchant ship a year ago. Later, he became a member of the Sea Lion with his excellent marksmanship. It is said that he was not used to life on the sea at that time. He was very seasick on the way back to Nassau and almost lost his life. However, in just 1 year, he went from an ordinary sailor on the Sea Lion to a sail and cable captain. Later, he left the Sea Lion with a group of old people. When he returned to Nassau, he was already the captain of a pirate ship. Such a rapid rise made people wonder whether he had enough wisdom and experience to lead his crew, which was the reason why the island generally looked down on the Jackdaw. Karina had thought so before, but she changed her mind when they met for the first time. The man in front of her was obviously different from the pirates she had met before. He had a maturity far beyond his age and a strange charm, but that was more of a subjective feeling. This time when she went out to sea with John Hung, she actually saw his command and leadership skills up close. John Hung's performance was totally unlike that of a rookie captain who was sailing for the first time. He handled various situations and challenges on the ship skillfully, as if he had practiced them countless times. However, after these days of getting along, the female businessman was not as surprised as before. In her opinion, no matter who has such a self-disciplined lifestyle and a continuous learning attitude, it is difficult for them to fail. Karina had seen John Hung and Annie practicing swords on the deck before dawn, and often saw John Hung asking the old sailors on the ship for advice and discussing various navigation issues. When he was free, he would read some books left by the original owner in the captain's room. The predecessor of the Jackdaw was originally a naval warship. There are many naval tactical books in it, and there are also some travel notes of various places. Especially the latter part is John Hung's favorite. He knows more about this era from the perspective of a later generation, which can certainly keep him sober. But there are also many things he cannot understand. These experiences and travel notes can help him better integrate into this era, and also let him indirectly understand many local customs and anecdotes. On the other hand, John Hung was also reevaluating Karina. This woman was more decisive than he thought. She did not send subordinates, as agreed, but chose to deliver the letter herself. In addition to ensuring that everything was foolproof, she also used this method to show her sincerity and cooperation. Although black market merchants are an important part of Nassau, they are different from pirates after all. Most of them have status and families in civilized society. These people are usually only responsible for purchasing and transporting the pirates' spoils, and will not actually participate in the looting process. In this way, if something goes wrong, they can quickly choose themselves out of it. It is very dangerous to board a pirate ship directly like Karina did, which is equivalent to completely tying her fate to John Hung. However, the latter has to admit that there is no way to win his trust better than what Karina is doing now. This woman is a natural gambler. Maybe she can really fight her way out of Nassau, which is almost controlled by the Black Business Alliance. But Karina didn't think about such far-off things now. Looking at the empty horizon in the distance, her anxiety became more and more obvious. It was the 32nd day after the Jackdaw left the port. Most of the water and food on the ship had been consumed, and the lemon juice supply had stopped. There were still some vegetables and dried fruits left. But because it was the first time John Hung did this, he couldn't take all the details into consideration. The humid environment at sea made the dried fruits and vegetables quickly damp and moldy. So everyone returned to the miserable days of eating biscuits and smoked fish. Even so, the remaining food and water are only enough to support another 20 days. In other words, the jackdaw is not far from returning home. John Hung was also a little helpless. Reality is not like playing games. Many times, even if you are fully prepared and have many backup plans, you may still face various unexpected situations. Even the best pirate captain in the entire Caribbean Sea cannot pat his chest and guarantee that he will return with a full load every time he goes out to sea. Although everyone understands this truth, he really needs a big victory now more than ever. As time went by, John Hung could feel the emotional changes of the people around him. Not only the newcomers, but also the old sailors, including Billy and Dufresne, began to become taciturn. Even Karina was shaken. She quietly knocked on the door of the captain's room last night and confessed to John Hung that she suspected that her father's affairs had spread throughout the colony, and his former friends in the customs had betrayed him. The so-called spy ship did not exist at all, but was just a fabricated lie, and it might even be a bait thrown by the Naval Intelligence Agency. The businesswoman looked around nervously and lowered her voice. I thought about it again. No matter how outrageous the Spice Island ship was, it was impossible for it to go to the New World. There must be something wrong. I remember when I was a child, my father seemed to mention that he seemed to have 2 enemies in Boston. John Hung had to go to the kitchen to get a bottle of rum and let Karina drink it. You said it yourself. This news is so outrageous. If it is a trap, shouldn't it be made more reasonable? Chapter 151 Leadership. Karina drank the bottle of rum, and under John Hung's guidance, she finally diverted her attention from the spy ship she was chasing. However, she didn't stay quiet for long. When the alcohol took effect, she started to talk about other things, most of which were related to her childhood. She talked about her father, who rarely showed up since she was born, her mother, who was addicted to dances every day, and her lover, who was covered in perfume, her sister, who was 2 years older than her, but liked to steal her things, and an old dog named Parker. Most of the things were intermittent, with her sighs in the middle. I thought we didn't like each other that much. I thought my mother would be with her lover after my father went to prison, and my sister would go to London to continue studying painting, because I was born broken. This is something I realized when I was 6 years old. Everyone there, including me, was busy with their own things and indifferent to others. But the strange thing was that when the bad news came, no one left in the end. The businesswoman paused. This is the most unreasonable part of the whole thing. We have been escaping from this black hole that swallows us all our lives. But when the opportunity is in front of us, why do we choose to stay? John Hung waited for Karina to announce the answer, but the latter talked about a salon she attended last year, complaining about how bad the desserts there were and how hypocritical the guests were. Then she finally lay on the table and stopped moving. John Hung did not wake up the businesswoman to let her go back to her room to sleep, but chose to leave the captain's room. Anyway, there was nothing else in it except books, so there was no need to worry about any secrets being discovered by Karina. He closed the door behind him, and there was no one in the dark corridor outside. John Hung did not walk far, but leaned against the wall on one side and closed his eyes. Until this moment, he finally felt a deep sense of fatigue. Unlike the high spirits when leaving the port, the Jackdaw was shrouded in an atmosphere of suspicion and frustration these days. After experiencing the events of the perfumed ship and the Duffy, the crew now had an instinctive suspicion of the so-called intelligence. Even if John Hung announced the news of the spy ship, it did not improve morale much. As time went by, more and more people were not optimistic about this operation. John Hung was not as calm as he appeared on the surface, especially considering the failure of the first voyage. The living environment of the Jackdaw would undoubtedly deteriorate further. More importantly, as the captain, he was certainly to blame as the first person responsible. When he returned to Nassau, he would face a more dangerous situation. Therefore, John Hung could not help but have doubts. He even considered the extreme situation mentioned by Karina. However, at this time, it was meaningless to look ahead and behind. It was better to go all the way. Everyone on the Jackdaw can panic now, but the captain cannot show even the slightest negative emotion, because in such a helpless time, everyone's hopes will naturally fall on the captain, hoping that he can lead the ship out of the predicament. His confidence and calmness are the last psychological comfort of the sailors. John Hung knows that the current situation is not completely a bad thing, because if he can really lead everyone to safely survive this crisis, then he can also quickly establish prestige among the new and old crew members and become a true leader. However, the question now is, can he really do it? John Hung doesn't know the answer to this question. In the previous rounds of the game, he basically only needs to take care of himself and do the things at hand. He is also such a person. When he was in school, he rarely participated in group activities and was more accustomed to being alone. It's not that he doesn't know how to communicate with others, but he simply doesn't like this kind of thing. However, the main task of this round of the game is to build power, which is indeed an unprecedented challenge for him. From the beginning, he was forced to deal with Fraser and Orf. During the time on the Sea Lion, John Hung not only learned various skills related to sailing, but also learned and thought about the way Orf and Teach led the crew. Fraser had helped him a lot in this matter. The old pirate once said that excellent captains do not necessarily have the same characteristics, but without exception, they are all people who can make the most of their own characteristics. Like Blackbeard Teach, although he rarely shows up to participate in the affairs of the ship, the crew on the Sea Lion are deeply in awe of him. For 3 whole years, no crew dared to challenge his position as captain, or Black Prince Sam. He is the most loyal pirate leader in Nassau, and the pirates under his command love him from the bottom of their hearts. There is also Honig, who was famous for his generosity before his retirement, and there were people following him everywhere. So John Hung had been thinking about what his characteristics were from a very early time. He didn't want to rule by fear like Teach, and it was difficult for him to get along with the lower-level sailors, like the Black Prince. Honig's generosity was also not something that everyone could learn. John Hung thought for a long time, and finally decided to use trust as his label. He hoped that the crew of the Jackdaw could trust him, especially when difficulties broke out. Everyone would think of him at the first time and believe in him unconditionally. Over time, the crew on this ship would implement every one of his orders without hesitation, even if they could not understand the meaning behind it. John Hung knew that this was the most difficult path, because there was no shortcut to this kind of thing, and it could only be forged through crisis. But the advantage was that once he succeeded, the pirate group he led would also have the execution and tenacity that other pirates did not have, and it would be difficult to defeat them again. But these were all later stories. If he could not lead everyone to survive this crisis, then everything would be in vain. You look very tired. A voice suddenly came from the darkness. John Hung opened his eyes and saw a face close to him. The red-haired girl stood in front of him without knowing when, holding an oil lamp. But combined with the surrounding environment, it looked a bit like a horror movie. Annie looked at the closed door behind someone and said suspiciously, "You? She came to me just to discuss tomorrow's plan." "What's the plan for tomorrow? Aren't we chasing that spy ship until we catch up with it?" The red-haired girl was a little puzzled when she heard this. John Hung had no way to refute. Perhaps Annie was the only one on the ship who had never wavered. He didn't know whether the red-haired girl was carefree or for some other reason. She seemed to never worry about the outcome of this operation. But seeing her look, John Hung felt relieved for some reason. However, before he could say anything, he heard the night watchman suddenly shout, "Ship spotted ahead." Chapter 152. Let's get started. The lookout shout woke up many people, and the pirates rushed out of the forecastle. Some of them didn't even have time to put on their clothes, and ran up bare-legged. Annie and John Hung had already stood on the deck, the latter holding a copper telescope, looking at the dark shadow in the distance. "How is it?" Billy's tone was a little nervous. "The visibility is too low now, and we can't see the details clearly. We can't be sure if it is that ship," John Hung said, while handing the telescope to the helmsman beside him. "The weather tonight is not good, and there is almost no starlight overhead. In this case, it is a miracle for the lookout to find the enemy, but it is unlikely to get more information. There are still about 4 hours before dawn, and John Hung does not plan to take risks. First, with this kind of vision, firing is basically a gamble on luck. Even the best gunner may not hit the target with 1 shot out of 10. There is no need to waste shells in vain. After all, what is fired is money. In addition, if the war starts at this time, if the enemy is accidentally sunk, it will be even more fun if the goods cannot be transported to the ship in time in the dark. So he said, "Follow it closely first, and be careful not to enter the enemy's range." Billy and the others had no objection to this. If the information from the merchant was correct, The spy ship only had a dozen 6-pound and 9-pound guns, which were far inferior to the Jackdaw in firepower. There was no need to attack in the middle of the night. It would be safer to wait until daytime. After all, they had been chasing for so long, and there was no rush. John Hung sent more lookouts. 2 people in a group, rotating every hour, to keep an eye on the ship not far away, and let the rest go back to rest and prepare for the battle after dawn. However, most of the pirates were already sleepless. After drifting on the sea for more than a month, the pessimistic atmosphere on the ship became more and more intense. Many people were ready to return empty-handed, but they saw hope when they were about to give up. Instead, they couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. After returning to the hammock, many pirates tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so they simply took out their weapons for maintenance. After about a quarter of an hour, the lookout on the opposite side should have also discovered the Jackdaw behind them. The ship suddenly began to accelerate. Billy and others were not surprised but happy. You know, the Jackdaw has not yet raised the black flag, and the vision is so bad that not only can they not see the situation on the ship in front, but the other party should also not be able to figure out where they came from. The fact that the other side resolutely decided to flee under such circumstances only showed one thing: there must be something valuable on that ship. Even if it was not spices, it would be something else. The people who were still on the deck were shocked when they saw this. After escaping for a while, the ship found helplessly that the distance between itself and the uninvited guests behind it was not only not widened, but was still shrinking. At this time, they could probably see that it was a warship chasing them, and they were just an armed merchant ship, full of cargo, with a maximum speed of only 4 to 5 knots. And it was impossible to escape. So they simply gritted their teeth and slowed down the speed of the ship, and at the same time turned the ship sideways with full left rudder, exposing all the side guns, ready to make a last-ditch effort. In a normal fight, this armed merchant ship would definitely not be the opponent of the warship behind it. But now the night has become their best cover. No one can see each other clearly at this moment. It depends on luck. If a shell falls directly into the opposite gunpowder magazine, the battle situation can be reversed immediately. The people on the ship knew that this was their last chance. Once the sun rises, the outcome will no longer be suspenseful. However, what they didn't expect was that the warship slowed down after seeing them slow down, and cunningly cruised nearby, like a shark that smelled blood and was not in a hurry to attack. As time passed, the merchant ship became more and more passive. They could neither fight nor escape, and the mood of the people on board became more and more desperate. At the same time, the Jackdaw was also making final preparations for the upcoming war. The sailor in charge of the helm strictly followed the captain's orders, maneuvering the Jackdaw to hold the prey in front tightly, hovering 1 nautical mile away from the opponent. The merchant ship on the opposite side fired a few shots tentatively, but unfortunately they could not even find where the shells finally landed, and finally had no choice but to give up. The two sides were in a stalemate until the sky turned pale. John Hung finally confirmed through the telescope that this was the spy ship they were looking for. From the size of the other party's ship, to the national flag it was flying, and the number of cannons on the ship, they were almost the same as the information provided by the merchant. After receiving this news, the pirates on the ship couldn't help but cheer, sweeping away the previous anxiety and confusion. After so many days of suffering and waiting, the fruits of the harvest were finally harvested. The morale on the Jackdaw was rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. John Hung stood at the bow and checked the battle plan with Billy, Annie and others for the last time. We will launch 2 rounds of artillery attacks first, targeting their masts and decks, with the goal of making their ships lose power and killing as many people on board as possible. Be careful not to damage their hull structure. If the spices in the cargo hold are soaked in water, they will not be sold at a good price. When the other party can't withstand the artillery fire and surrenders, we will let the Jackdaw approach and organize people to board the ship. After saying that, John Hung looked at Karina next to him. The female businessman had sobered up by then, but she was still a little confused when she recalled what happened in the captain's room. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to have talked about a lot of random things last night, and she couldn't help but feel worried, wondering if this would have a bad impact on the other party. However, she then heard the latter say to her, "Your identity is more sensitive, so you should stay in the captain's room first. Remember to close the window so that you won't be seen by the other side." John Hung also needed a merchant to help him sell the spoils to the ports of the colony. It was risky for the merchant to board the Jackdaw and show up in front of the pirates, and this move was enough to prove her sincerity and cooperation. However, if the merchant saw her later, it would be unnecessary. The other party would directly report the encounter with her to the customs, and then she would have no choice but to become a pirate. Karina obviously understood this, so she didn't insist, thanked her, and walked off the deck. When everything was ready, John Hung nodded to Billy. Get the gunners in place. Let's start. Chapter 153 The First Naval Battle. When the first rays of dawn fell, the roar of artillery also broke the calm of the sea. The first to fire was the spy ship Happiness in the distance. When they saw the black flag raised on the opposite jackdaw, their last glimmer of hope was shattered. In order to ensure the safety of the goods as much as possible, Happiness chose a relatively unpopular route, and did a good job of keeping the route confidential. It had been safe for more than a month since leaving the port. It was about to pass through the dangerous area where pirates appeared most frequently, but it did not expect that it would fail in the end. After daybreak, they were finally able to see the jackdaw clearly, although they were mentally prepared. When they confirmed that the ship they had been dealing with all night was indeed a warship, everyone's face still showed a trace of despair. The tragedy that happened in Charleston 2 months ago had already spread among the colonies. 2 governors and a senior naval commander died tragically on the same night. At the same time, Charleston was also heavily bombarded. This was probably the most serious loss the Empire had suffered in the New World in recent years. In addition, there were rumors that the Navy also lost a frigate that night. But compared with what happened before, not many people paid attention to it. Now, seeing the jackdaw in front of them, everyone on the Happiness could not help but think of this rumor again. The worst thing than encountering a group of pirates is encountering a group of pirates driving a warship. However, the men who can beg for food in this sea area are not cowards. Knowing that they are at an absolute disadvantage in firepower, no one is willing to give up. Moreover, the value of the cargo on the ship is enough for them to fight for it once. So the 12 cannons on the Happiness launched an attack on the rushing jackdaw without hesitation. As a result, most of the shells in the first round of attack missed, and only one shell flew past the side of the ship. A new gunner next to him suddenly became nervous and asked the black figure not far away, "Captain, should we fight back? Wait a little longer." John Hung shook his head as he looked at the Happiness in the distance. Now the jackdaw has just entered the enemy's range. Although it can theoretically fire back, the hit rate will definitely not be too high, and the power of the shells will be insufficient if it is too far away. With the firepower of the jackdaw, as long as the distance is close enough, it can completely stun the target in one round and avoid turning it into a long tug-of-war. However, this would require them to withstand several waves of attacks from the other side. But with the strength of the jackdaw, this was not a big problem. Soon, the second wave of attacks from the Happiness arrived. With the previous test firing, the landing point of the shells this time was obviously much more accurate, which showed that the gunners on the other side should also be very experienced. 3 of the shells hit the side of the ship, and 1 hit the sail. Fortunately, there was no major damage, which made the pirates feel relieved. But the third wave of attacks was not so easy. At this time, the jackdaw was not far from the Happiness, and even the figures of the people on the opposite side could be seen. The shells that fell from the sky smashed several holes on the deck, and another one fell on the place on the hull that was not protected by iron sheets. Seawater immediately poured into the bottom cabin. Seeing this, the carpenter on the ship immediately picked up the tools and rushed down to repair it. At this time, the voices requesting to fire on the ship gradually increased, and even Billy couldn't help looking at John Hung. But the latter still didn't say a word. Although John Hung had participated in many battles on the Sea Lion, this was the first time he led a naval battle in person. It was different from the previous feelings. At that time, he basically only needed to protect himself, wait for an opportunity to solve the nearby threats, and if he had the energy, he would save some companions in distress by the way, which would be considered as exceeding the task, except for paying attention to the situation on the field when seizing the Scarborough. Most of the time his vision was mostly limited to the place not far from him. This was similar to his action mode in the Soviet-Finnish War. But now, he was commanding an entire ship, and what he needed to think about became how to win a battle at the lowest cost. The firepower of the jackdaw is undoubtedly far superior to that of the Happiness on the opposite side. But the level of the gunners is just the opposite. This is more obvious when shooting at a long distance. But as the distance is shortened, the difference in accuracy between the two sides will also narrow. After all, as long as they are close enough. Even a novice will find it difficult to miss. Therefore, Zhang Heng chose to rush to the front of the Happiness under the gunfire. But when the fourth wave of attacks fell, people on the deck began to be injured one after another. Zhang Heng himself was also scratched on the arm by a flying piece of wood. But there was still no expression on his face. He continued to hold the telescope and observe the movements on the Happiness until he saw the gunners on the opposite side quickly loading the shells into the barrels and preparing for the next round of volleys. Zhang Heng finally issued a new order. Lower the sails. Slow down. And turn the rudder to the right. The pirates had waited too long for this sentence, and immediately folded the sails on the ship as quickly as possible. The Jackdaw avoided a new round of attacks by suddenly slowing down. At the same time, the hull began to swing, and finally became parallel to the Happiness. Although some sailing ships of this era were equipped with bow and stern guns, most of them were only used in emergencies. The firepower output mainly relied on the broadside guns, so before launching an attack, the hull needed to be turned sideways to the target. This was why Zhang Heng made sure to let the Jackdaw sail close enough before returning fire, because once the battle begins, it will be very difficult to adjust the distance. The pirates had been bombarded unilaterally by the artillery fire on the Happiness for a long time. When Zhang Heng gave the order, the gunners immediately gave the most fierce counterattack to the opponent. The cannons on the ship fired together. Although nearly half of the shells fell into the water, the rest caused considerable damage to the Happiness. One of the 24-pound shells luckily hit the secondary mast of the Happiness, which broke and hit the deck, directly crushing 2 sailors to death. The sails on it also covered 3 guns. After seeing the power of the cannons on the Jackdaw, the sailors on the Happiness were already in a panic. Although some people were still trying to fight back, they were soon overwhelmed by the overwhelming shells. If Zhang Heng had not specifically instructed the gunners on the ship to raise the angle, the Happiness would have suffered heavy damage after the second round of salvos. The battle was almost the same as expected. After 2 rounds of artillery fire, the enemy obviously realized that continuing to fight would only increase casualties. Although they were still unwilling, they had no choice but to surrender at the first opportunity. Zhang Heng was not as excited as the others on the ship, because he knew that the next moment was the most dangerous. According to Kalina's information, there were 30 sailors on the Happiness. And what was more troublesome was that there was a group of naval cadets who were hitchhiking, about 20 in number, all of them strong young men. The total number of these people exceeded the pirates on the Jackdaw. Chapter 154 Return to Port. It has been exactly 55 days since the Jackdaw left the port, and all kinds of rumors have begun to spread on the island. Some people said that Zhang Heng and his crew encountered a storm and lost their way at sea. Some people said that they saw them being captured by the Navy, and a fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides. In the end, the Jackdaw was sunk. Some people even swore that they encountered mermaids, and the crew on the ship were lured by the singing and jumped into the sea. However, no matter what the rumors are, they all have one thing in common. That is, they all believe that the Jackdaw will not come back. The supplies that Zhang Heng and his crew carried before going to sea are no secret. Now a month and a half has passed, even if the loss on the road is not considered. The food and freshwater reserves on the Jackdaw have run out, and it has not returned to the port yet. At this time, it is probably a bad omen. Such things are not uncommon among pirates, especially newly formed pirate groups. However, because Zhang Heng has a warship and recruited a female bosun, he attracted more attention. The people on the island had different reactions to the final result. The gamblers who had bet on the Jackdaw and got nothing were naturally excited, while the majority of the onlookers still felt a little regretful. Compared to this boring ending, they still wanted to see the Jackdaw return empty-handed and the exciting follow-up of Zhang Heng, the new captain, being overthrown by his subordinates. James was much more straightforward. He had a nice drink in the pub after hearing the good news to celebrate the death of Zhang Heng, the rival who stole his love. But when he remembered that Annie was also on the ship, he suddenly lost his joy. He had spent so much effort to lure the latter to the new world and invested a lot of money in the red-haired girl. But in the end, it was all in vain. James suddenly found that the rum in the glass tasted bland, and Harry was probably the only one on the island who was really sad about the Jackdaw. He seemed a little listless these 2 days. Without the red-haired demon, he could dominate the nearby streets again. His pockets were filled with copper soaps given by other little devils in the morning. But for some reason, he always felt that something was missing in his life. Harry put his hands in his pockets and kicked the pebbles at his feet out of boredom. He actually missed the time when he was beaten by that man on the ground. The fists full of power and anger fell like raindrops. In Harry's own words afterwards, this had surpassed the battle itself. Every punch seemed to convey some belief. Even if I was beaten, I could feel something burning in my chest. Unfortunately, he would never see that figure again. Thinking of this, Harry could not help but let out a long sigh of loneliness that did not match his age. The two naughty kids behind him looked at each other, suspecting that their boss had been beaten stupid. Just then, the three saw a figure running from the dock. The man went straight into a casino not far away, shouting as he ran, "He's back! He's back! The Jackdaw is back! Ha ha ha! I haven't lost yet." The two little ghosts were shocked when they heard this. During this period of time, everyone on the island had basically accepted the statement that the Jackdaw had encountered an accident. After all, if the latter could come back, it should have come back long ago. According to past experience, such overdue ships have basically encountered accidents. Unexpectedly, things would have a turn. Looking at their boss again, he had already disappeared. Harry ran to the dock in one breath. At this time, the area was already crowded with many people watching the excitement. Harry relied on his small body to squeeze in the crowd. Finally, his efforts paid off, and he was squeezed to the front. He saw the Jackdaw put down a small boat and rowed towards this side. But to his disappointment, he did not see anyone on board. And there was another woman sitting on the bow. The onlookers were probably numb, and they did not know where so many women came from on the Jackdaw. Compared with exploring Zhang Heng's private life, they were more interested in what the Jackdaw's maiden voyage would yield. However, after the pirates on the ship sent the female businessman ashore, they rowed back without saying a word. And Karina immediately found the captain of her transport ship. She did not know what she said to the captain. And then she saw the captain hurriedly summoning sailors to board the ship. During this period, no matter what people around them asked, they did not speak, as if they did not hear it. Their unusual behavior aroused more curiosity among the onlookers. Someone finally recognized Karina as a black marketeer. She had met some captains and colleagues on the island some time ago. But unfortunately, she failed to join the newly formed Black Marketeer Alliance. Many people thought she had left Nassau, but unexpectedly she was with the Jackdaw, which had just appeared recently. Then everyone saw the Breeze, which was anchored in the harbor, sail to the side of the Jackdaw. The two ships were connected by a gangway, and the pirates on the Jackdaw began to deliver boxes of goods to the Breeze, because they were still some distance away from the dock. The crowd could not see what the goods in the boxes were. They only knew that there seemed to be a lot of them. In addition, they also found that Karina later found the merchant responsible for mortgage lending on the island and stayed in the latter's house for about an hour. After that, the latter personally sent her to the door. By dusk, Karina had boarded the Breeze and sailed out of the harbor. But the pirates on the Jackdaw had not yet disembarked. Zhang Heng only sent a few tight-lipped old men to go off the ship to purchase some food, wine, and fruits to appease the pirates, who were a little restless because they could not get ashore. There was no other way. Although there was an unwritten rule in Nassau that pirates could not touch the transport ships of black merchants. The value of the goods this time was too valuable, and it was not certain that someone would take risks after getting the news. Although the subsequent events after the transaction were completed were no longer related to the Jackdaw. With Karina's current assets, she could not afford so many goods. She could only use the two properties in New Hampshire and the Breeze as collateral to raise a first batch of down payments to pay the pirates on the ship. The remaining half of the public funds that belonged to the Jackdaw could only be replenished after the merchant sold the goods. So Zhang Heng had to ensure the safety of the Breeze. In addition, the two of them were now allies. Not a one-time deal. He also needed the latter to help him continue to sell the spoils. And he could not watch the merchant fall into danger. He still remembered the lesson of Kid's treasure. As long as he put these guys on the ship back to the island, it would not take long for the whole island to know that there was a batch of valuable spices on the Breeze. Chapter 155. Who else wants to try? Although Annie herself didn't care, Zhang Heng still arranged a separate lounge for her on the ship. It was where the reserve officers on the ship lived. The space was not big, only about 6 square meters, but it was enough for one person to live in. Annie took off her shirt and lay on the bed, asking Zhang Heng to change the gauze on her back wound. There is no ship doctor on the Jackdaw now. And there is no other way, because it is not just the Jackdaw, but all pirate ships in Nassau are now short of ship doctors. Even many people who are not medical professionals are forcibly pulled onto the ship as long as they have a little knowledge of daily life. Some pirates will go out to sea to rob people when they are forced to do so. Even so, at least half of the ship still had no ship doctor. And the level of doctors in this era was generally worrying. Although there were surgical operations, there was no concept of disinfection. Therefore, John Hung was more accustomed to doing it himself. He bandaged the wound of the red-haired girl, and the latter sat up from the bed generously, without any hesitation, and put on clothes in front of someone. John Hung then said to Annie, "Thank you for your hard work." He was talking about the previous boarding of the Happiness, because he was worried that the opponent would see their disadvantage in numbers. John Hung brought almost all the people who could fight over, leaving only non-combat professions such as cooks and carpenters. John Hung also distributed weapons to them, and let them stand on the deck of the Jackdaw to fill the head. But even so, when he boarded the Happiness with 30 people, he could still feel the hesitation and unwillingness of the sailors on the ship, especially when handing over weapons. Everyone was hesitant, and the captain's eyes were evasive. After collecting the weapons, Annie took the initiative to take people to check the goods in the cargo hold. As a result, they encountered an ambush there. Some of the young naval cadets were unwilling to be held hostage by pirates, so they exchanged clothes with the sailors on the deck. A total of 12 people hid in the cargo hold. At that time, there were only 6 pirates around and the battle broke out without warning when the 7 of them walked to the door of the warehouse, and reacted the fastest and immediately lay on the ground. But the pirate behind her was not so lucky, and was shot in the head. Then the red-haired girl jumped up from the ground, and chopped down a naval cadet in front of her with a knife. At the same time, she pulled out the dagger from her waist with her left hand, and stabbed another person in the chest. However, her situation was also very dangerous at the moment. The pirates were originally at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and the people behind were caught off guard and had not reacted yet, which meant that Anne was trapped in the encirclement alone. Although she killed 2 people at the fastest speed, the attacks of others also came. The red-haired girl lowered her head and dodged a black gun not far away, but was hit by a knife in the back. As a result, she just groaned and shook her body. The wound on her back aroused her ferocity. She directly chopped the person who attacked her with a backhand knife. In less than half a minute, she killed 2 enemies in a row and seriously injured another one. But she didn't even blink. The naval cadets, who were training in the school, had never seen such a fierce opponent. The rest of them were all shocked by the aura of the red-haired girl, and no one dared to attack again. At this time, the 5 pirates behind also rushed in, so the morale of the cadets, which had been hard to gather, was completely broken. Although they still had the advantage in numbers, they all handed over their weapons obediently. The people above the cargo hold also heard the gunshots from below, and the sailors who had already surrendered suddenly became agitated. John Hung knew that this was not the time to pay attention to humanitarianism. In comparison, he was more worried about Annie's safety, so he decisively chose the fastest solution. John Hung pulled out the short musket from his chest as quickly as possible and pulled the trigger directly at the captain of the Happiness. As the captain fell to the ground with an unbelievable look on his face, the crowd suddenly quieted down. Many people thought that John Hung was young and would be hesitant and timid when facing a chaotic situation. They wanted to take this opportunity to fight. But after seeing this shot, the flames that had just risen in their hearts went out again. After regaining control of the deck, John Hung immediately sent 5 more people to help. However, at this time, Annie had already come up with the remaining pirates. The red-haired girl's back was still bleeding, but her expression was as if nothing had happened. She waved her hand and asked the pirates behind her to throw the 12 heads on the deck. She looked around and grinned grimly. Who else wants to try? Until this moment, the people on the Happiness finally gave up the idea of resistance. They waited until the pirates transported all the goods on the ship to the Jackdaw, and no one dared to move around. After that, John Hung asked people to move some food and fresh water from the ship back to ensure that the Jackdaw could return to Nassau smoothly. This battle not only made the sailors on the Happiness quiet down, but also changed the way the pirates on the Jackdaw looked at Anne, especially the 5 pirates who went down to the cargo hold with her and came back alive. When they looked at Anne again, they couldn't help but look at her with fear and admiration. On the way back, they exaggerated the details of the battle countless times. Most pirates were relatively simple-minded. Many of them had privately expressed their dissatisfaction with the captain's appointment of a woman as the bosun. But at the same time, they admired and respected the strong from the bottom of their hearts. After this incident, no one on the ship used Anne's gender to make a fuss, and the latter further secured her position as the bosun of the Jackdaw. But the price was that she could not get out of bed for 3 consecutive days. The opponent didn't hold back that blow. The wound was deep, and the girl's back muscles were completely torn apart. Fortunately, the battle ended quickly enough, and Zhang Heng treated Annie immediately. The red-haired girl's recovery ability was strong enough, so she was alive and kicking again before approaching the land. Annie pulled the wand while putting on her clothes, bared her teeth, and said in a strange way, "When did you become so polite? I came on board to help, not to cause trouble for you. Since you appointed me as the bosun of this ship, I must show some spirit of a bosun. I know you are very skilled, but under the circumstances, it would be more reasonable to retreat to the deck first," Zhang Heng said helplessly. "Then, they had the experience of a successful sneak attack. We would have to pay a higher price to take the cabin again, and those guys on the deck would become restless," the red-haired girl said confidently. Zhang Heng was a little surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Annie to think so carefully. This was not like her usual carefree personality. "So is this what you really thought at the time?" "No. I just thought that this was my first battle after becoming the bosun. I couldn't run away anyway. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing." Chapter 156 First Come, First Served. The Jackdaw stayed at the port for 3 days. During this time, many people petitioned Captain Zhang Heng to disembark, but were rejected. If they had encountered such a thing before, the sailors would probably unite to put pressure on the captain. However, when Dufresne, the ship's quartermaster and accountant, calculated the profits of everyone on this voyage, everyone quieted down again. Especially the newcomers, who had just joined, were thankful for their good luck to board the Jackdaw. They didn't want to lose their qualification to stay on the ship because of such a small matter. However, this situation barely lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, even if someone pointed a gun at their heads, these pirates, who had nowhere to vent their energy, were unwilling to stay on the ship. No one listened to the words of Zhang Heng, the captain, or Billy, the helmsman. Seeing that the boat was controlled, some people even prepared to jump into the water and swim to the shore. Anyway, it was not far from the dock. Zhang Heng calculated that the breeze should be safe at this time, so he did not stop anyone. So the pirates rushed to the ferry boat and rowed to the dock at the fastest speed. The onlookers on the shore were also shocked. These days, everyone was curious about what the Jackdaw had gained from this voyage. After waiting for so long, there was finally a result. But then the pirates who came ashore did not stop at all, and all rushed to the residence of the mortgage lender Caspi on the island. Fortunately, the latter was well prepared. When he saw the movement at the dock from a distance, he asked the guards to move a table to the door and also brought out a sack. Dufresne handed over the note signed by Karina and Zhang Heng. Caspi took it and carefully checked it 3 times before putting it in his pocket. Then, he entered the stage of distributing money that the pirates were looking forward to. This time, each pirate could get at least 40 Spanish gold coins, which was equivalent to 320 silver soaps, far exceeding the most optimistic expectations. Those with positions, such as gunners and cooks, received an additional 160 silver soaps. Zhang Heng himself received a huge sum of 120 Spanish gold coins. In addition to the double spoils as the captain, he also received a share from the elders. This was an additional benefit that only the 17 people who first seized the Jackdaw could enjoy. Logically speaking, this warship was the first trophy of the pirate group. But because it could not be directly discounted, it could only be subsidized to everyone in this way. According to the regulations, the elder's share will last for 3 years, and will not change with the change of the captain. Once he gets off the ship or dies, it will be automatically cancelled. As the bosun and the bravest person in this battle, and also got 80 gold coins. The red-haired girl got out of poverty overnight, and from the previous poverty of living under the roof of others, she became a wealthy woman with a small asset on the island. But then she generously handed 40 of the gold coins to someone. "According to our previous agreement, I will give you half of the spoils from my first trip to the sea." This was the promise Annie made when they first met. But because it had been so long, Zhang Heng had already forgotten it. Unexpectedly, the red-haired girl still remembered it. But if you say that Annie didn't spend much money staying at his place during this period, Zhang Heng had already paid the rent for the house. So it was actually just a matter of adding an extra set of tableware. If you really count the expenses, it's probably only about 2 gold coins. In John Hung's opinion, it's a piece of cake. But when he looked into the girl's eyes, he knew that, and was more serious about this matter than he thought. John Hung couldn't refuse the money, so he could only accept the half bag of gold coins. Soon, the whole of Nassau knew that the jackdaw had returned with a full load. And this result surprised many people. Just less than 2 months ago, most people were still pessimistic about this newly formed pirate group, thinking that its captain was too young and inexperienced. Even those who were interested in joining were still waiting and waiting, wanting to wait until the jackdaw's maiden voyage was over before making plans. But now all these people are in regret without exception, especially when a sailor on the jackdaw lost 20 gold coins in a night at the casino on the island. A wave of forming pirate groups to go out to sea was set off in Nassau. However, these people had no warships, no reliable personnel, and the captain was hastily selected. They went out to sea to pursue wealth on impulse, and most of them ended up miserably. Returning empty-handed was considered good, and the few who made gains had to face the price pressure from the black market alliance after returning. They only then realized that making money was really not an easy thing. On the other hand, John Hung gave the crew of the Jackdaw a month's vacation. This was also a sequela of the Great Victory. The first voyage of the Jackdaw could be described as perfect. Each crew member received a large sum of money, and their pockets were filled. However, their desire to go out to sea to plunder again was reduced to the lowest. Almost everyone was thinking about how to squander the money. Now the brothels, casinos, and taverns in Nassau seemed to be booked by the crew of the Jackdaw. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. It was obviously unrealistic to expect these guys to raise their fighting spirits right now. But John Hung could take care of some things during this time. John Hung, Annie, and Billy came to a tavern called Mermaid's House at sunset. At the door, they happened to meet a group of Jackdaw crew members coming out. Most of them were drunk, and there were a few good-looking girls beside them. When they saw the three of them, their eyes lit up, and they shouted that they must go back for another drink. But they were finally persuaded to leave by Billy. After the episode, the three of them split up according to the original plan. Annie and Billy went into the mermaid house, while John Hung went around to the alley behind the tavern. John Hung took out the watch he had just bought yesterday and checked the time. 2 minutes later, there was a commotion in the tavern. A skinny man with a mustache rudely pushed away the drinkers and waitresses in front of him and ran all the way to the back door of the tavern. He pushed them away without thinking, and while running, he was nervously looking behind him. Unexpectedly, he was tripped by someone the next moment, and he could no longer control his center of gravity. He leaned forward and fell directly into a pool of vomit by the wall. When he turned his head, he saw a black muzzle. But not long after, another angry man rushed out of the tavern. He was drinking when the mustache man knocked over his glass. He chased him out to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect that the mustache man showed a touch of excitement when he saw him, as if he saw a relative. However, his excitement did not last long, because John Hung had already taken out the second short musket and pointed it at the big man who rushed out later. Sorry. First come first served. Chapter 157 Intelligence Dealer. The mustache man is called Hank, a well-known intelligence dealer on the island. He knows many captains who travel to Nassau, and has accumulated a lot of intelligence sources. Many pirates have bought clues from him before. When Billy was still on the Sea Lion, he followed Orf to find the ladder. It was also at that time that he met Hank. The two of them drank together several times later, and their relationship should be considered good. Therefore, Billy came to him to buy intelligence before going to sea this time. Although Hank looks a bit unremarkable, he has his own unique skills in doing business on the island for such a long time. He will score a clue based on the value of the prey, the level of detail of the intelligence, and the credibility of the intelligence source, and finally estimate the value of the clue based on the three aspects. For example, the news about the perfume ship has high scores in terms of the value of the prey and the credibility of the intelligence source. Only the level of detail of the intelligence is slightly lower, but it can be regarded as a very high-quality clue. Therefore, Hank's offer was also very high, asking for 2 Spanish gold coins at the beginning, and Billy chose to buy out the deal for the sake of insurance, spending 10 Spanish gold coins. This trading model also means that Hank can no longer sell this clue to other pirates except the Jackdaw. Afterwards, Hank also reciprocated and gave him the news of the tobacco ship Duffy on the same route, which made Billy completely relieved and full of confidence in the Jackdaw's maiden voyage. But what happened afterwards was completely beyond his expectations. If it weren't for the businesswoman Karina boarding the ship halfway and providing the important news about the spy ship, the jackdaw would have been waiting for the cruel reality of returning empty-handed. Although Billy was not as cunning as Orf, he was not a fool. He had begun to suspect when the perfume ship disappeared for a long time. However, this kind of thing was indeed very likely to happen. He could not immediately deny the second clue just because the first clue failed. In this way, there was no point in him buying a backup clue. But the direction of the subsequent development of things just confirmed his worries. 2 consecutive clues failed at the same time. Billy also realized that he was cheated. But what he didn't understand was that he and Hank had been getting along well over the years. And the jackdaw had no conflict of interest with the latter. Why did the intelligence dealer suddenly set him up? Today, the 3 of them came to the mermaid house to find out about this matter. Hank recognized who the person outside the door was at the first time. Recently, Zhang Heng is probably the most famous person on the entire island. When the jackdaw first appeared outside the harbor of Nassau, Hank also ran to the dock to watch the excitement. He works as an intelligence dealer, and expanding his interpersonal network is naturally an important part of it. Therefore, he is not unfamiliar with the jackdaw and its new captain. The intelligence dealer struggled to get up from the ground, not caring to wipe off the stains on his clothes, and showed a bitter smile to the man in black in front of him. I made it very clear when I sold the clues that I can't guarantee that every clue is absolutely effective. Even the most credible clues will have various accidents, such as the target suddenly changing the route halfway, accidentally hitting other pirates, weather factors, etc. If you don't believe it, you can ask your helmsman. I emphasized the risks to him at the time. Hank took a breath and continued. Of course, I feel sorry for what happened to you. But fortunately you didn't suffer any loss in the end. How about this? Let's both take a step back. I return the money I received before, and this matter will be over. How about that? Zhang Heng on the opposite side did not comment. And at this time Annie and Billy also came out from the back door of the tavern. And the 3 of them surrounded Hank in the corner. Seeing that the situation was not good, the intelligence dealer quickly added, well, and before you go out to sea next time, I can give you a few more valuable clues for free. This time, I can guarantee that there will be no more accidents. Hank leaned his back against the cold stone wall, trying to stay calm. In the past, some people would come back to trouble him because of inaccurate clues. But he dealt with them tactfully. There were not many intelligence dealers on the island. They would compete with each other at ordinary times, but they would stick together at critical moments. Before, a colleague was killed, and after finding out who the murderer was, no one sold clues to the pirate ship anymore, and finally forced the pirate ship to change its captain. The intelligence dealer looked at Billy, who was an old man on the island and could not have not heard of the incident. As a competent helmsman, he should now remind his captain of the possible bad consequences of doing so. However, Billy did not react, just looked at him coldly. Then Hank saw the red-haired female pirate on the other side pull out the dagger from her waist and smiled at him. The next moment, the intelligence dealer felt a chill on his chest. He lowered his head and found in horror that his flax was cut open, and the tip of the dagger had pierced his skin, less than 2 centimeters away from his heart. As long as the red-haired girl on the opposite side exerted a little force, he would die here tonight. Hank was really panicking this time. He didn't expect this group of people to play by the rules. The information dealer's voice was already filled with tears, and he trembled. How much compensation do you want? At least give me a number. We can do without any compensation. Zhang Heng finally spoke. But we need you to answer a few questions for us truthfully next. What do you want to know? Hank looked a little surprised and doubtful when he heard it. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Heng and the other 2 walked out of the alley. Annie put the dagger back into her waist and frowned. Malcolm, do any of you know this guy? Why did he come to trouble us? Malcolm is the second in command of the Black Merchant Alliance. His family has considerable influence in the New World, Billy said. He was most familiar with the situation on the island and explained to the red-haired girl. Don't ignore his personal ability just because of the family behind him. Malcolm came to Nassau about 4 years ago. When he first arrived on the island, he had nothing but a transport ship. His family was far away in New York and could provide him with convenience at the port customs. But they couldn't help him much in Nassau. He started from scratch and now has a good cooperative relationship with more than a dozen pirate ships. Last year, Black Prince Sam also started to cooperate with him. So he is definitely one of the most noteworthy figures in the Black Merchant Alliance. Chapter 158 Invitation. So what good will it do for Malcolm if our maiden voyage fails? The red-haired girl asked puzzledly. Not everyone on this island supports the establishment of the Black Merchant Alliance, especially those small pirate groups with slightly weaker strength. However, because they are too weak, no one will pay attention to their voices. We are the only powerful pirate group on the island that has not joined the alliance. Many people are watching our every move. So the previous price negotiations were so difficult. In fact, the Black Merchant Alliance does not mind raising the purchase price for a ship. But if they do so, it is equivalent to breaking the rules they set and giving others a reason to fight for a higher price. If the result of our maiden voyage is not good, such troubles will naturally no longer exist. And was completely confused by this multi-party game. After listening, she said, to put it simply, we are now cooperating with Karina. So we should have nothing to do with the Black Merchant Alliance. So there will be no such trouble from now on. Right? At this time, John Hun also said, I'm afraid it's not like that. The current situation should be what the Black Merchant Alliance least wants to see. We returned with a full load, but chose to sell the spoils through channels other than them. They watched a batch of valuable goods flow out of the island, but didn't make any money. This is what makes them most uncomfortable, especially when they have already offered a higher price to the old pirate group on the island. And they need to make up for this part of the loss from the new pirate group. They are very likely not to sit idly by and watch our behavior. Oh, so domineering? We can do whatever we want with the spoils we got when we went out to sea. What does it have to do with them? Since the establishment of this damn alliance, the island has been in a mess. Why don't we just go over and kill them all? The red-haired girl said irritably. This is not a good idea. A familiar voice came from behind the three people. Several of the strongest pirate groups on the island are now on their side. You are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It is not wise to start a fight at this time. The three turned around and saw the old pirate who had just walked out of the bakery next door. Compared with before, the latter changed into a new set of clothes and looked cheerful. But he still wore the old gray boat cap on his head. And at the same time, he was holding a bag of freshly baked bread in his arms. Fraser, you dare to show up in front of us? Billy's expression immediately turned cold when he heard that voice. The old sailors on the Sea Lion were cheated by Fraser before, and almost lost their lives. As soon as they got ashore, they ran to the tavern where the latter often stayed. But they found nothing there. Unexpectedly, the other party appeared in front of him again today. Billy, you know this has nothing to do with personal grudges. Our goals are the same. We both want to liberate the crew of the Sea Lion from the lies and brutal rule of Orf and Teach. But with all due respect, your little tricks are not enough in front of Orf. So I can only try to solve the problem in my own way. The old pirate shrugged and admitted very straightforwardly. Yes, I did use you. So of course you have reason to be angry. But if things go according to my plan, you will be fine in the future. I know you don't believe me, but you should always believe Owen. The boy's performance on the ship before was obvious to all. He really cares about you. And this is not a disguise. So when he becomes the captain, he will definitely clear your name. Billy sneered. You're right. But the premise is that we can live to that day. If Jean Hung and Orf hadn't reached an agreement, we would all be dead before we arrived in Charleston. I won't believe your lies anymore. Fraser, not a word. You only care about interests. There is nothing you can't give up. Right? In fact, I'm not as cold-blooded as you think. I know you are dissatisfied with me. So this matter can be regarded as my effort to make up for the harm I have caused you. Fraser reached into his jacket pocket and saw Billy and Annie change color and draw their weapons. He made a calm gesture with his other hand holding the bread, and finally took out an invitation and handed it to Jean Hung. I admit that I was wrong. I saw that you were very good, but I didn't expect you to be better than I expected. If I could choose again, I would definitely try my best to win you over instead of using you as bait. Unfortunately, we can't change what has happened. Right? The old pirate sighed. You have talents that are no less than Teach's. And now you have a good ship and a group of excellent sailors. So the only thing that prevents you from becoming the strongest pirate group in this sea is time. And I can help you by this time. The old pirate paused. After my persuasion, Malcolm has realized that he made a mistake in how he treated you before. He is willing to apologize for what happened afterwards and restart the negotiations with you. There will be a dinner party at Terrence Manor in 7 days. and Malcolm hopes to meet you there. It turns out that you are behind the Black Business Alliance. You think too highly of me." The old pirate sneered. Raymond and Malcolm and their people had already begun to summarize their experiences and lessons after the failure of the first alliance, and began to explore the establishment of a new alliance. Or to be more precise, the previous alliance was originally an immature test product. They used it to practice and accumulate experience. And by the way, observe and test the reactions of all parties on the island. So the alliance would disintegrate so easily later. This time, they prepared for 3 years. And when they released the news a few months ago, the main work had actually been almost completed. As for me, I just happened to be there. Even without my help, they can still find someone else to contact the pirates for them. It will just take more time. Fraser said seriously. You haven't dealt with Malcolm, so you may not know how scary this person is. He is the most dangerous person I have ever seen in my life. I strongly suggest that you take this opportunity to repair your relationship with the Black Merchant Alliance. The focus of the Jackdaw is on the sea, while the Black Merchant Alliance controls the land. There is actually no conflict of interest between the two sides, since you can sit down and talk it out. Why do you have to oppose each other? Chapter 159 Ant's Cottage. The Jackdaw won a great victory on its maiden voyage, and the Black Market Alliance was not sitting still. John Hung was not surprised, especially after he and Karina established cooperation. The Black Market Alliance found that the Jackdaw had a channel to cash in the spoils, and the only negotiation advantage no longer existed. Naturally, they had to start looking for other solutions. Fraser was right to say that he and the Jackdaw needed time to grow, but at the same time, this sentence also applies to the Black Market Alliance, which is still a newborn. A group of black market merchants led by Raymond and Malcolm pursued profits and hoped to establish a trade order on the island and end the chaos that had always existed. They won a sufficient number of supporters and allies through a series of means. Almost all the most powerful pirate groups on the island stood on their side. But on the other hand, opposition voices always existed. What they are doing now is not in line with the spirit of freedom and adventure that Nassau has always advocated, especially among the small and medium-sized pirates. Many people are dissatisfied with the current price plan. However, compared with the organized Black Trade Alliance, they lack leadership and cooperation awareness, and have always been a loose sand. Sporadic resistance can't make any waves. Once the Black Trade Alliance successfully passes through the most dangerous period in the early stage and stabilizes, these people will only have one choice: to accept reality no matter how unwilling they are. However, John Hung's appearance now gave them hope again. The Jackdaw was the only powerful pirate group in Nassau that did not cooperate with the Black Traders Alliance, and it had become a banner for opponents. Things had developed to the point where it was no longer just a problem between the Jackdaw and the Black Traders Alliance. This had both advantages and disadvantages for John Hung. Whether he wanted it or not, he and his Jackdaw were once again pushed to the forefront of the romantic world. But on the other hand, countless eyes were now staring at them, and both sides could only solve the problem through means within the rules. This is undoubtedly more beneficial to John Hung, because as long as the Jackdaw develops normally, it will make the Black Merchant Alliance more and more uncomfortable. However, he did not expect that Malcolm, the second in command of the Black Merchant Alliance, would find him so soon. I checked. At the dinner party at Terrence Manor 6 days later, Malcolm invited many prominent figures on the island, including some well-known captains, large landowners on the island, etc., mainly to thank them for their support for the Black Merchant Alliance. There should be no problem with safety. Billy, the helmsman, was very competent. He investigated the matter as soon as John Hung received the invitation, and went to his house the next morning to tell him the result. Thank you for your hard work. John Hung thanked him. After the Jackdaw's helmsman left, Annie yawned and walked down from upstairs. Are you really going to attend that dinner? Well, Malcolm wants to know what kind of person I am, and I also want to know what the Black Business Alliance plans to do next. John Hung explained. Ah, I don't understand what you guys are thinking. If you meet an enemy, why don't you just chop him? Why do you have to talk so much nonsense? The red-haired girl muttered as she sat at the dining table and scooped up the jam beside her and spread it on the bread. Sometimes I also hope that things can be so simple. John Hung paused. Let's not talk about this. How is your house search going? Not bad. Harry asked around for me and finally found a house that is almost exactly the same as I imagined. It is very close to the dock. Only a quarter of an hour away. There are 2 taverns on the next street, and they are open all night. There is also a small open space in the back where you can practice swordsmanship. The most important thing is that it only costs 200 silver pesos. Harry said that the price can be cheaper. I think it is suitable for me. I plan to pay in the afternoon. Congratulations then. John Hung knew what this cottage meant to Anne. She fled her wealthy family and came to Nassau in pursuit of freedom. When she was a child, she often saw her mother, who was a maid, being cautious in front of her father. It was from then on that she became rebellious. The red-haired girl didn't want to live under someone else's roof like her mother did. So she took the previous agreement to share half of the spoils with someone so seriously. The two agreed from the beginning that Anne would only stay here for a while and move out when she had money. Now this day has finally come. After Anne got her share of the spoils, she immediately started looking for a house on the island. Until today, she finally found a satisfactory place to live and realized her long-cherished dream. But her dream has changed a bit today. From now on, no one can stop me from putting my feet on the table, the red-haired girl said proudly. And no one can force me to finish the soup in the bowl. John Hung originally planned to help Annie move. But at noon, the crew of the Jackdaw had a conflict with another group of pirates in the brothel. And John Hung, as the captain, had to deal with the dispute. The incident was not serious. Although there was a group fight, no one died. Only an unlucky guy on the opposite side was stabbed in the thigh. When John Hung arrived at the brothel, the two sides were confronting each other, and the unlucky guy who was stabbed in the leg had already bandaged the wound. He briefly understood what happened and knew that the conflict was because both sides were fighting for a special worker. Originally, the special worker had been reserved by the pirates of the Hunter. But because the pirates of the Jackdaw were willing to pay double the price, the special worker changed his mind. The pirates of the Hunter felt that their male dignity was insulted. So the two sides fought. This kind of thing basically happens in every brothel. Generally speaking, as long as a small amount of money is paid, it will be over. But now the whole of Nassau knows that the Jackdaw has made a lot of money. And the people of the Hunter can't help but be greedy. They asked for a huge amount of compensation. After being rejected, they relied on their large numbers to block the people of the Jackdaw here. The captain of the Hunter stood up from the table and straightened his collar. But John Hung was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and said directly, "Release them. No problem. As long as you pay 20 Spanish gold coins for medical expenses." The former grinned. "It seems that we can't reach a consensus on this issue. So let's follow the old rules." After saying this, John Hung directly drew out the saber from his waist. The captain of the Hunter changed his expression when he saw this. He didn't expect the other party to be so cruel. The so-called old rules mean that if two gangs of pirates disagree, they can use two methods to resolve the dispute: captain duel and group fight. John Hung's intention at this moment is undoubtedly to choose the first one. If it was 20 years ago, he would not mind accepting the challenge. But now he is old and out of shape, and the chances of winning in a one-on-one duel are not high. So he hurriedly said, "We have more people. Why should I fight you in a one-on-one duel?" However, he blushed as soon as he said this. And even the pirates on the Hunter behind him showed disdain on their faces. Among the pirates who advocate bravery, this kind of cowardly behavior of fearing war will undoubtedly be despised by everyone. However, in order to extort money, the captain of the Hunter had to put his face aside. "Group fight? Are you sure?" John Hung's expression did not change when he heard this. He put away his saber, turned his head, and looked at the prostitutes, who were watching the excitement not far away. 3 silver coins for knocking down a person on the Hunter. Who wants to join? As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people in the brothel stood up. Chapter 160. I'm glad you stayed. The conflict ended with the sailors of the Hunter not getting a single copper peso and running away in disgrace. To express his gratitude, John Hung treated the prostitutes in the brothel, who were disappointed that they didn't earn the reward, to a free drink, which was well received. Just after he had solved the problem, he was taken to the arms dealer by the quartermaster, who heard the news. There was news about the 24-pound shells he had requested before, and Dufresne came to discuss the initial purchase quantity with him, and also the matter of recruiting new cooks. John Hung was busy until sunset, and then he returned to his residence. He opened the door, but the red-haired girl was no longer in the room. John Hung came to the latter's bedroom and found that it was also empty. After the bombardment of Charleston, The farmer's son disappeared with the Queen Anne's revenge. No one knew where they went. Now that Anne had moved away, he was the only one left in the house. John Hung suddenly felt that the place was a bit empty, as if something was missing. In the past, he would hear a red-haired girl yelling downstairs that she was starving and why the meal hadn't started yet. But now she would never hear that voice again. John Hung found that he seemed to have gotten used to it without realizing it. He got used to that carefree guy being by his side. Getting used to her looking for fights everywhere and then going home on time. Getting used to hearing her complain about how women were discriminated against on the island and how all the pirate groups were blind. So he actually didn't seriously think about the fact that she would leave one day. Until Annie started looking for a house as planned. Step by step, she was getting closer to her dream. But at the same time, she seemed to have lost the reason to live here anymore. In the morning, the two talked about the new house. The red-haired girl excitedly talked about how she could do whatever she wanted in it. John Hung was also sincerely happy for her. But they both avoided the topic of separation intentionally or unintentionally. At night, John Hung finished his dinner alone at the table, took out a travel journal taken from the boat, flipped through it for a while, and went to bed. As a result, he was awakened by a rustling sound in the middle of the night. John Hung opened his eyes alertly in the dark and grabbed the saber leaning against the window. Now he was the only one left in the house. So the sound outside meant that there were uninvited guests. Now he has begun to have some potential enemies on the island, especially considering the tense relationship between the Jackdaw and the Black Merchant Alliance. But the two sides have not completely torn their faces apart. Now is the time when the storm is at its peak. Malcolm should not use such a low-level method. But John Hung will not pin his hopes on the opponent's rationality. In order to avoid becoming a target of the musket, he did not light the oil lamp immediately, but lay in front of the wooden door, listening to the footsteps going upstairs and stopping in the corridor. When the other party was most relaxed, John Hung's body also moved. The bedroom door suddenly opened, and John Hung rushed out from behind. But the shadow in the corridor also reacted quickly. Feeling the oncoming knife, he did not retreat but advanced, raised his fist, and hit John Hung. John Hung did not expect the other party to be so fierce. The uninvited guest obviously attacked after him. But the fist was faster than his saber. If this continued, the latter's fist would hit his chin before he hit the other party. So John Hung had to change his strategy and put away the knife to block the punch first. Then the two of them started a fierce close combat in the dark. But soon after the fight, John Hung had a familiar feeling. He had practiced with the red-haired girl many times before and was very familiar with each other's moves. So John Hung was sure that Annie had recognized him. But the girl had no intention of stopping, and became more and more excited. John Hung hesitated for a moment before he was hit twice in the chest. He had to cheer up again and try to deal with Annie's surging offensive. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the red-haired girl rode on him and pressed him to the floor. And the fight finally came to an end. John Hung didn't expect that this battle would actually raise his swordsmanship skills to level 2. When he received the system prompt, he looked a little speechless, while Annie on the other side was panting, and the blush on her face had not faded. "You lost? Why don't you say anything? Did you sneak back in the middle of the night just to fight me?" "Of course not." Annie let go of John Hung's arm, moved her butt, and got off the ladder. "I came back to tell you that I don't want the previous house anymore." John Hung was a little surprised. "Is this okay? Isn't that your dream? I thought that was my dream before." Annie leaned against the wall on one side of the corridor. "When I was a child, my father provided me with a house and food. My mother always lived under his will. At that time, I wanted to live freely if I had my own place to live in the future. This is also the goal I set for myself after I came to the island. Completing this goal means that I can live independently here. What you have done is very remarkable in this era," John Hung said. At that time, even the status of women in Europe was very low, not to mention Nassau, where pirates gathered. Although he helped her, it was amazing that, and could gain a foothold there. "But I don't want to leave here," the red-haired girl said. "I bought a house to live a free life. But if I can't choose the life I like after owning a house, then it's not freedom at all. Right? I mean, it's nice to have a house. And it's nice to be able to put my feet on the table all the time and not have to finish my soup. But I don't want to be bound by those things. Real freedom has nothing to do with these things, but the right to choose what kind of life to live according to my own wishes," Annie said. pushed someone to the ground again, took off her shirt, and rode on the ladder. I like you. I don't care whether you like me or someone else. And I don't care when you leave. Maybe this love will disappear one day. And then I will reserve the right to leave you. The red-haired girl's voice fell, and something was burning in her eyes in the darkness. After hesitating for a moment, the hands finally climbed up her body and gently stroked the scars of all sizes on her skin. Are they ugly? And said hoarsely, a little nervous. No. They are beautiful. Jiang Hung paused, wanting to say that he should not rush to the front again in the future. But thinking of Anne's personality, it would probably be useless even if he said such words. So he just said, I'm glad you can stay. Chapter 161 Terrace Manor. Recently, John Hung had a rare few days off. Perhaps because the news of the brothel spread. When other people on the island went to trouble the crew of the Jackdaw, they had to carefully consider whether they could withstand the captain's money offensive. So there were fewer jealousies and fights. John Hung no longer had to take time to deal with these messy troubles. Most of the extra time every day was used to practice swordsmanship with Annie. And he would also tidy up the vegetable garden he built. It must be admitted that tropical climate has natural advantages in planting. He didn't take care of the tomato, carrot, and cabbage seeds he had scattered before. And he often went out for a month or two. But when he came back, he could still see that many of them were growing vigorously. And now some of them can be harvested directly. However, compared to sparring, the red-haired girl was not interested in such things. She often just slumped in a chair outside the door and watched John Hung work in the vegetable garden. What happened at night was like a small stone falling into the lake, causing ripples, but soon returned to calm. After dawn, the two returned to their previous lives. Annie's attitude towards John Hung did not seem to change much. She did not feel like an ordinary little girl immersed in love. However, from then on, she often couldn't help but challenge John Hung to a duel. If this could be considered a way to express love. 5 days later, John Hung came to Terrace Manor as agreed. With him were Annie and Billy. Although there should be no danger at this dinner. As the captain of the Jackdaw, it would not look good if he went to the dinner alone. Malcolm held the banquet not in Nassau, but closer to the center of the island. A plantation under his name, where he usually lived. Unlike the simple wooden huts on the North Shore, the main building in the manor was built of stone, using the most popular Baroque style in Europe. However, there was no suitable stone on New Providence Island, so it had to be transported from other places. The price of each piece of rock was very high. In addition, Malcolm specially invited 2 famous designers from Italy. It took 3 years to complete the construction of this manor. Tonight was also the first time it unveiled its mysterious veil to outsiders. It seems the guy has made a lot of money in recent years. And looked at the statue of Apollo and Daphne in front of the door and said, this is also the purpose of his dinner here tonight. To tell all the guests who come here that they can make money as long as they cooperate with him. John Hung could guess some of Malcolm's thoughts. It seems that his goal should have been achieved now. Billy sighed. He turned his head and looked around. Some people have come here one after another during this period of time. Most of them showed surprise on their faces after seeing this exquisitely carved statue. A man dressed in formal attire and looking like a butler outside the door checked the invitation in John Hung's hand and nodded to the 3 people. Welcome to Terrace Manor. I wish the 3 distinguished guests a pleasant meal tonight. After saying that, he shook the bell in his hand. And immediately 3 black maids came over. They looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. One of them, who was slightly shorter, walked up to Anne and said in somewhat broken English, hello. I'm Daisy. I entertain you tonight. I will do my best to meet all your needs. As a result, the red-haired girl raised her eyebrows. I don't need it. I don't like people following me. The black maid in front of her showed a trace of embarrassment when she heard this. And she still had a smile on her face. But the smile had become a little forced. The butler on the side noticed the situation here. After checking the invitation letter of another guest and arranging the maid to entertain, he came over. He glanced at Daisy, who was a little at a loss in front of him, and said politely, Dear guests, what happened? Are you dissatisfied with Daisy? I can replace your maid immediately. Annie was about to say something, but Jiang Hung spoke first. Nothing. We just wanted to ask Daisy to take us to tour the manor. The housekeeper smiled. I believe you will like it here, but the area here is very large, and it may be difficult to tour it in a short time. Besides, the special program tonight is about to start. It's better for you to go to the banquet hall first. There will be free time after the dinner. If you like, you can stay here. Just tell the maid next to you." John Hung nodded and thanked her. Then he started walking towards the brightly lit building not far away. Annie was not stupid, and she immediately thought of something when John Hung interrupted her. After leaving the gate, she asked the black maid beside her, "What would happen if I rejected you just now? Will they punish you?" The latter remained silent, and stretched out her hand, and pulled open Daisy's clothes. Sure enough, she saw a lot of whip marks on her back. Then the hot-tempered girl wanted to pull out the dagger from her waist. Billy on the side hurriedly stopped her and said, "Don't mess around. Although I don't like this kind of thing. They are sold here, which is equivalent to goods. In theory, no matter what Malcolm wants to do to them, he can't be blamed by others. And it's not a good thing for her if you stand up for her. We are just guests and will leave after tonight. But they have to continue living here." Daisy's face showed a trace of gratitude when she heard Billy's words. Annie snorted and reluctantly put away the dagger. The three of them soon arrived in front of the banquet hall. And Daisy, who was walking in front, pushed open the door. If the building outside was just luxurious, the decoration inside could be described as magnificent. In the center of the dome was a huge chandelier with more than 100 candles placed on it, illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. The walls were covered with reliefs and ribbons, and there were soft Persian carpets underfoot. This long-lost feeling is like returning to England. A large landowner who followed the three people and could not help but sigh. At this time, many people had come to the banquet hall, but they were divided into two distinct groups. Most of the merchants were more reserved, although they praised the decorations and carvings in the house. They just stood aside and admired them quietly. The pirates didn't care so much. Many of them touched the valuable things directly when they saw them, and they also estimated the price of the things in their minds, thinking about how much they could sell them for if they picked them up before leaving. Chapter 162 Order. Billy took advantage of the time before the banquet to introduce John Hung to some captains and merchants he knew. Pirates usually acted on their own, but it was not to say that they had no intersections. Sometimes, when they encountered prey that one person could not eat, they would ask other trusted pirate groups for help. Therefore, it was always good to know more people. Although all the pirates who came to the dinner tonight stood on the side of the Black Merchant Alliance, the two sides were only in a cooperative relationship. Unlike Malcolm, they had no hostility towards the Jackdaw, as long as it did not affect their ability to make money. They did not care who the Jackdaw cooperated with. Half an hour later, almost all the guests had arrived, but the host Malcolm had not yet shown up. Instead, the butler who had greeted everyone at the door walked in again, cleared his throat and said, "Before the dinner begins, Mr. Malcolm has prepared a small pre-dinner entertainment for all the distinguished guests. I hope you will enjoy it." After that, he shook the bell in his hand again. This time, two black figures, like iron towers, walked in from outside the door. As soon as they entered the door, they gave the guests a sense of oppression. The two were naked from the waist up, wearing only a pair of pants, with shackles on their feet and hands. Their muscles were like iron, just like two beasts that had broken out of the forest, causing some female guests to exclaim in amazement. In order to escort the two people in, the manor mobilized a full team of guards. The guards drove the two people to the temporary stage on the west side of the hall with their muskets, and then opened their shackles. They all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Only the butler remained fearless. He walked up to the two people and said, "This is not the first time for you to participate in the performance. You should know the rules very well. I won't waste my words. As long as you kill your opponent within the specified time, you can survive. Otherwise," he pulled out the short musket from his waist and pulled the trigger without hesitation at a black maid who was holding a plate to add wine to the guests not far away. The latter's chest splashed with blood and fell to the ground without a sound. The butler put the short musket back to his waist without changing his expression and waved his hand. Immediately, two black maids, who were still trembling, carried their companions' bodies out and tried to wipe the blood on the ground. Half a minute later, the banquet hall was as if nothing had happened. "I don't want this to happen to you. After all, Mr. Malcolm spent a lot of money to buy you. You are warriors and beasts. You should not want to be shot and killed without dignity. So, please bring some joy to our guests next time." The butler walked off the stage after he finished speaking. The remaining two black men looked at each other, and a hint of ferocity flashed in their big eyes like copper bells. The next moment, They pounced on their opponents without hesitation. The guests in the audience also became excited when they saw this. The pirates screamed and knocked on the cups with spoons to cheer. The rich businessman, with a bulging belly, also surrounded them with his female companion. No matter how many centuries have passed, humans still enjoy this primitive competition that releases male hormones. Unfortunately, in the civilized world, there are fewer and fewer gladiatorial fights like those in the ancient Roman arena. But now the appearance of black slaves has filled this gap. In the 17th and 18th centuries, when slaves were equal to goods, people could enjoy the fierce fighting and killing of their own kind without any moral condemnation. Order is a good thing, isn't it? A voice came from behind John Hung. If there was no order, these guys would still be in a small tribe in Africa, fighting each other for a few worthless prey and women, without any spectators around them. Now they can use their strong bodies and hard-trained fighting skills to please us and bring joy to all the guests in this hall. The speaker was a tall, thin middle-aged man with a serious look and deep eyes. He was wearing a well-tailored suit and appeared in the banquet hall at some point. This sentence also applies to the other black slaves in this manner. Before the slave traders caught them on the Gold Coast, they all lived in an inefficient and chaotic state. They spent most of their time looking for food and fighting for territory every day. They were no different from wild animals, wasting their strong bodies in vain. The thin middle-aged man spoke quickly. Now, they are trafficked to the New World. We set various rules of rewards and punishments for them, and divide the work according to their different characteristics. Some people work in plantations, some go to mine, and some, develop their entertainment uses, freeing them from the inefficient labor of finding food. In the end, their bodies are effectively used to create unimaginable wealth. Isn't this the meaning of the existence of order? You mean to create wealth for yourself? For them, life now is worse than when they were hungry. And said bluntly, as the others were talking, the fight on the stage reached its climax. The black man, with a scar on his left face, took the initiative. He threw his opponent under him, and then punched him in the head. The sound of bones colliding was a bit dull in the air, but as blood splashed on the stage, the crowd below also became enthusiastic. The thin middle-aged man did not deny this. They are just goods and tools. The wealth I create with these tools belongs to me. But the Black Traders Alliance is different. We are in a cooperative relationship. I need you to bring us spoils continuously, and you also need us to sell these spoils in the colonies and convert them into wealth. Neither of us can leave the other, no matter how much people dislike it. They cannot deny the fact that the establishment of the Black Traders Alliance has enriched the pockets of most pirates on the island. This is the value that a good and stable order can bring. The thin middle-aged man said calmly, I know what you want to say, but no matter what kind of order, the rules always favor the stronger party. Especially in Nassau. The Black Market Alliance is willing to give the captains here a higher purchase price because they are strong enough and can bring back more valuable goods when they go out to sea. In fact, the black market merchants on the island did the same thing before. Giving more dividends to powerful captains has always been an unwritten rule. But now we have standardized it and listed it as a clause. So our people were not deliberately making things difficult for you in the previous negotiations. Chapter 163, Pit. This is a fight without a referee and without accepting surrender. The black man with a scar on his left face on the stage has the upper hand, while his opponent looks like he has fallen into a coma. However, he has no intention of stopping and continues to punch until his opponent's face is bloody and his facial features are unrecognizable. The cheers from the audience are getting louder and louder. But at this time, the black man with a scar on his left face seems to be a little tired. There is still a lot of time left before the deadline. He can't help but take a breath. Stand up from the ground. Walk to the other side of the stage. Pick up a bronze statue that is almost as tall as a real person, and prepare to use this thing to give his compatriots on the ground a final blow. However, the next moment, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. By the time the black man, with a scar on his left face, realized that something was wrong, it was too late. He was hit hard on the back of his head and staggered 2 steps. He could no longer hold the bronze statue in his hand, and it hit his feet instead. This bronze statue weighed at least more than 100 pounds. It fell vertically and directly smashed his foot bones. However, before he could scream in pain, he was grabbed by the arm. No one expected that the bloody man behind him, whose facial features could no longer be seen, still had so much strength at this time. The next moment, his arm veins bulged, and he actually twisted the opponent's arm off alive. The latter was sweating from the pain, but it brought more cheers from the audience. This sudden turn of events also attracted cheers from the crowd. One-sided bullying is certainly good, but it can never catch up with such a dramatic change to stir up the emotions of the guests. This time, the bloody guy obviously learned from the previous lesson of Scarface. He did not relax at all and quickly broke the opponent's other arm, and then strangled the opponent's throat with his own arm. The black man, with a scar on his left face, made a meaningless hoarse sound from his throat and twisted his body desperately. However, he lost both hands and completely lost the chance of a reversal. Soon his eyes turned outward, and he was not far from death. The thin middle-aged man did not watch this fascinating bloody fight. Instead, his attention was focused on John Hung. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. At this moment, he seemed to be evaluating the latter. He paused for a moment and continued. I admit that the Alliance made a mistake in treating you and your jackdaw. We underestimated your strength. At the same time, my men took some impolite actions without my consent, which caused trouble for your maiden voyage. I invited you to my manor to attend the dinner tonight to apologize to you in person, and I hope you can reconsider your cooperation with the Alliance. Renew cooperation? John Hung raised his eyebrows. You have proven your strength. I am willing to persuade the Alliance to raise the purchase price for you. I can even consider giving you the top price, as long as you terminate the cooperation with the businesswoman named Karina. The thin middle-aged man finally threw out his chips. You don't really think that you can compete with us with just a rookie who has just entered the industry, right? Karina's father was once a black market merchant on the island. Many people in the Alliance know him. For her father's sake, we didn't make things too difficult for her before. In addition, she did a good job of keeping it secret. We didn't know about your cooperation until the jackdaw returned to Nassau. So the whole thing went so smoothly. But once the Alliance gets serious, with her ability and as a woman, it is impossible for her to survive in Nassau. In that case, Mr. Malcolm, why are you so anxious to restart the negotiations with us? Although I have always believed that order will make our world a better place. Everything is always difficult at the beginning. As early as 3 months ago, the Alliance had already clarified the new pricing rules. We have spent so much effort to establish the current trade order on the island. And this is just the starting point. It is not an easy thing to promote it. Although we will eventually overcome all difficulties, it is always a good thing to speed up this process. Malcolm took a glass of wine from the maid. Recently, many small and medium-sized pirates in Nassau regard you as the banner of resistance against the Alliance. Your deeds have inspired them, which has also brought some trouble to our work. Have you played poker, Captain John Hung? Of course. In my opinion, the most important thing to win poker is timing. When the cards in your hand are good enough, you should bet decisively. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for you to win so much money again, Malcolm said meaningfully. Now is your best chance, Captain John Hung. Once Karina is out and the Alliance stabilizes, those restless guys will have to accept reality, and all the cards in your hand will be useless. Then you will regret not accepting my advice today. Is this a threat? No. It's just a kind advice. I admire you very much. The last person who made everyone in Nassau know him in such a short time was William Kidd. Your future is limitless, so you should be more cautious in choosing your partners. I don't want you and I to become enemies one day in the future. On the stage, the black man, with a scar on his left face, finally breathed his last and ended his struggle. Only one leg was still cramping unconsciously, and his opponent finally used up his last strength and fell to the ground together. The latter's head was still bleeding, staining the floor red, and at the same time, he was greeted with a long applause. The butler directed the maids to clean up the stage. Malcolm nodded to John Hung. Excuse me. He walked onto the stage with a glass of wine, not caring about the blood on his feet, and gave a brief welcome speech to the guests tonight, thanking everyone for their help in the establishment of the Black Business Alliance, and then announced the start of the dinner. The violinist who had been waiting for a long time played a melodious music, and the maids brought the freshly cooked dishes to the table one by one. The black man who had just won a hard-fought victory was dragged out of the banquet hall with the corpse. Malcolm did not stay at the dinner for too long. He seemed to have a lot of things to deal with. He left soon after finishing his speech. The 3 people from the Jackdaw did not plan to stay overnight in the villa. They ate something and prepared to leave. However, when John Hung was about to reach the gate, he suddenly stopped. He saw two people digging a hole with shovels under a coffee tree not far away. Chapter 164 Contradiction. Those were two black slaves, who must have been working for a long time, and were sweating all over. They had dug the pit very deep. So they put the shovel aside, and threw the two bodies on one side into the pit. Zhang Heng recognized that the two bodies were the two people who performed the gladiatorial show on the stage before. The guy with a scar on his left face was dead, and the other one seemed to be breathing weakly although his face was covered with blood. The two black slaves picked up the shovels on one side again, and began to fill the pit with soil without any expression. As if noticing the movement here, the man who looked like a supervisor came over and pulled up his pants. "What's the matter, guys? That guy should still be breathing." Zhang Heng pointed at the pit. "Oh, his nose is broken, and one eye is blind. He can't perform in gladiatorial combat anymore. It's just a waste of food to keep him alive. Besides, his injuries are too severe. It will cost a lot of medical expenses to cure him. So Mr. Malcolm told me to get rid of him directly." The supervisor said, "Since you don't want him anymore, why don't you give him to me?" The supervisor's eyes rolled, and the next moment a purse flew into his hands. He opened it and counted it, and found that there were a full 20 silver coins in it. He was overjoyed, and without any hesitation, he said, "From now on, he belongs to you, sir." After saying that, he looked at the two black slaves standing still. "Why are you still standing there? Move the person to this gentleman's carriage." However, this time the two black slaves stood there without moving, and looked at each other. The supervisor's face suddenly darkened, and he raised the whip in his hand. The two black slaves flashed a trace of fear in their eyes, obviously remembering some bad memories. So they finally moved again, and lifted the half-buried black gladiator in the pit onto the carriage hired by Billy. And then Billy didn't think much about it. They just thought Zhang Heng rescued her out of pity. Especially the latter, who was still thinking about what Malcolm said that night, and seemed a little worried on the way back to the city. It seems that the Black Merchants Alliance is preparing to take action against Karina. What should we do? What do you think? I don't like that guy. Annie snorted coldly and said bluntly, "His theory of order may be very popular in the colonies, but this is Nassau, the free city. We are not those black slaves in his manner, who can be manipulated by him." Billy smiled bitterly. "That's true. But the Black Merchant Alliance is indeed very powerful on the island now. All the powerful pirates in Nassau are on their side, and we are probably supported by only some small pirates who are not very powerful. I know those guys very well. Although they are numerous, their role is limited. We can't be relied on at critical moments. Once Karina can't hold on, we will lose our only channel for cashing in. At that time, there will be no other choice but to bow to the Alliance. So we can't abandon her and cooperate with the Black Merchant Alliance now." Zhang Heng finally spoke up. Malcolm's ambition is not that simple. He founded the Black Traders Alliance not only to establish a unified standard trading system to increase profits, but also to control the pirates on the island. If he really succeeds, who will be the captain of each ship in the future will only be a matter of his words. By then, no one on the entire island will be able to resist him. Zhang Heng paused and continued. "In fact, the Black Traders Alliance is not without weaknesses. We always regard it as a whole, which makes it look scary. But in fact its internal structure is not as solid as we think. The core of the Black Traders Alliance is Raymond and Malcolm. Raymond is the oldest and most wealthy black marketeer on the island. It was because of him that all the black market merchants on the island were brought together to discuss a distribution plan that everyone was relatively satisfied with. However, Raymond was already old. Although he served as the president of the Black Market Alliance, he actually only participated in the work of building the system and adjusting conflicts. Malcolm, the second in command, was the actual person in power. However, he rose too fast in Nassau and offended many people in the process. When forming the Black Market Alliance, he had to rely on Raymond's prestige. Billy's heart moved. "Is there a conflict between the two of them?" "I don't know," Zhang Heng said simply. "Huh?" As the top two figures in the Black Business Alliance, they must maintain a harmonious relationship at least on the surface. But what goes on in private is not known to outsiders. However, according to the information I have learned these days, Raymond knew Malcolm before he came to the island, so their relationship should be very good. Billy smiled bitterly. "No, I think it's the opposite. Malcolm and Raymond are both very successful businessmen. At their level, they rarely act on emotion. Meeting Malcolm tonight basically confirmed my previous guess about him. He is an extremely rational and confident person. Although he doesn't like us and thinks we have caused trouble for the Black Business Alliance, he didn't express any disgust in his words. In order to eliminate the negative impact we have brought as soon as possible, he is willing to choose to let bygones be bygones. Similarly, when dealing with a matter, he rarely considers the impact of friendship. Therefore, it is impossible that he and Raymond have not done things that are sorry to each other in all these years of getting along. What we need to do is to find them out. You want to alienate Malcolm and Raymond and stir up conflict between them? It is difficult to break through the external forces of the Black Traders Alliance. But as I said before, they are not united internally. Once the relationship between Raymond and Malcolm deteriorates, the Black Traders Alliance will lose its stability. However, this is not enough. In addition to creating internal chaos, we must also maintain sufficient aggression externally to accelerate its collapse. Zhang Heng said, I will talk to Karina about this matter after she returns to the island. But the most important thing right now is how to divide Raymond and Malcolm. Billy thought for a moment. If the things you mentioned really exist, they must be absolute secrets for the two of them. It may be difficult for outsiders to find out. Or we can directly find a way to create conflicts between them? This is also a plan. But I don't want to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Raymond and Malcolm are both very smart people. If something is deliberately created, they can easily see through it at a glance. And it may backfire. Chapter 165 Escape Plan. The carriage drove into Nassau under the cover of night, and finally stopped in front of Zhang Heng and Annie's residence. Zhang Heng and Billy carried the Black Gladiator into the house, and temporarily placed it in the empty room of the farmer's son, while Annie got off the car halfway to find a doctor. Billy and Zhang Heng chatted for a while, and as it was getting late, they said goodbye and left. After that, Zhang Heng returned to Marvin's room. The Black Gladiator closed his eyes and lay motionless on the bed. No different from when he was buried in the pit. If it weren't for the weak breathing, people would even suspect that he was dead. The blood on his face had now coagulated into lumps, and he looked even more hideous. Zhang Heng moved a chair and sat down beside the bed, then said, I have to admit that you are very talented in pretending to be unconscious. After he finished speaking, there was no response in the hut, and the Black Gladiator on the bed still closed his eyes and fell into a coma. Aren't you curious about how I found out? Zhang Heng seemed to be talking to himself. At that time, everyone in the banquet hall was attracted by the fight between the two of you on the stage, and I happened to be observing the surroundings. As a result, one thing aroused my interest. I found that whenever you were attacked, some black female slaves would be very nervous. At first, I thought they were worried about their compatriots, but later I found that when you fought back against your opponent, their expressions would relax again. So I began to realize that they were just worried about you. What's interesting is that when you were completely knocked down and beaten, they showed reluctance, but also seemed to have a kind of faint expectation. Their expressions confused me a little. Until later, when everyone thought you were dead, you suddenly turned the defeat into victory, and killed your opponent under almost impossible circumstances, and they didn't seem to be surprised. This also made me wonder, did they know all this would happen? Zhang Heng paused. The battle that took place on the stage tonight was actually carefully choreographed by you. You wanted to escape from the manor, so you chose to conceal your strength and deliberately got seriously injured in the battle because you knew how they dealt with those worthless wounded in the past. The two people who were responsible for burying you under the coffee tree were obviously your companions. So when I spent money to buy you, they seemed a little at a loss, because this was different from your plan. This time, when Zhang Heng's voice fell again, the Black Gladiator, who looked extremely weak on the bed, finally reacted. He jumped up and pounced on Zhang Heng beside him without any sign. His two huge hands were about to strangle the latter's throat. However, the next moment, his action stopped in midair, because he saw the short musket in Zhang Heng's hand. I have no ill will towards you. On the contrary, you should be glad that you met me tonight. According to your original plan, even if you can hide from the supervisor, it will be difficult to slip out of the gate under the eyes of the guards. Even if you finally escape the gate by luck, that area is almost all plantations, and you look too conspicuous, so you can't get far at all. The Black Gladiator did not give up his vigilance after hearing this, and said coldly, So this is your way of showing goodwill? Pointing a gun at me? Zhang Heng was relieved when he heard the Black Gladiator speak. What he was most worried about was that the former did not know English. Because unlike those black female slaves who worked as maids, the black slaves who were trained to be gladiators did not need to master too many words. Their masters only needed them to show their animal nature. So they often did not bother to let them learn the local language. At that time, almost every tribe in Africa had its own dialect, and tribes often could not communicate normally. If the black gladiators only knew the language of their own tribe, it would be very difficult for both sides to communicate. I have seen what your arms can do before, and I don't want to be strangled by someone for the time being, Zhang Heng said. Whether you believe it or not, I saved you just by chance, and I don't intend to get anything from you. I originally planned to let you go after treating your injuries, but I was a little worried that you would break the neck of the doctor who treated you. So I had to talk to you in advance. We may come from a backward place, but we are not beasts, the black gladiator replied, and the hostility in his eyes was slightly reduced. Sorry. Zhang Heng put away the short musket in his hand. Anyway, you are free now. You can choose to stay and let the doctor treat your wounds. If you are in a hurry to leave, the door is always open. Zhang Heng did not lie. He saved the black gladiator by chance. Although he saw the latter's purpose of escaping the manor, this matter had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of intervening at first, until he happened to see the latter being buried when he was leaving. So he helped him. The black gladiator looked at Zhang Heng with suspicion. He stood up and walked to the door, but the latter remained silent behind him. Zhang Heng didn't even pay attention to the direction he left. However, after a few minutes, the figure of the black gladiator came back from the darkness. La Couture. Oh, is this your name? No. This is the name of the man I killed today. He is the strongest warrior in our tribe, and my best friend. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows, showing surprise for the first time tonight. He is also a participant in your escape plan? The black gladiator nodded, with a deep sadness on his face. Yes. The biggest difficulty of this plan is to control the injury. I must make my injury look serious enough, but not so serious that I will die. The boundary in between is very difficult to grasp. If the person fighting me tonight was not Lakuchua, I might have been beaten to death directly, and I would not have had the opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Who are you? Zhang Heng couldn't help but feel a little curious. He could move the hearts of many slave girls, and make the warriors in the tribe die for him. Others were also cooperating with his escape plan. My name is Larry. I come from a large tribe of tens of thousands of people. My father is the chief of the tribe. However, since those cunning slave traders came to my hometown, our lives have been completely changed. Chapter 166 Quarrel. Those slave traders sold weapons to our hostile tribes and provoked a war between us. We were caught off guard and suffered a great loss. Many people in the tribe were captured over the years, and the number of people was reduced by half. In order to survive, we had to migrate all the time. But those slave traders always seemed to find us. They also came to my father and expressed their willingness to exchange weapons for the prisoners we captured. But my father refused without hesitation. After that, our living environment became increasingly harsh, until several nearby tribes joined forces under the instigation of the slave traders and launched a surprise attack on us. My father and brother died in that battle. They killed the elders in the tribe and sold the remaining young and strong men to the slave traders, who provided them with weapons. Larry said, and I was one of them. So those female slaves and Lakuchua were all from your tribe. Did they know your identity? But how is it possible? As far as I know, in order to prevent slave riots, slave traders usually sell people from the same tribe to different buyers separately. Zhang Heng said. Among the people who were bought with me, only 4 were from my tribe. One of them died of disease soon after, and another tried to escape but was caught and whipped to death. Now there are only 3 people left, including me. To be honest, I didn't expect to meet Nawasha and the others here. They were a group of people who were abducted at the beginning of the tribal war. They were mainly women, probably because they thought they were less threatening. The slave owners did not separate them completely. Many of them were sold here. As for Lakuchua, he and I were captured together, but then we were sold to different buyers. Malcolm likes to watch gladiatorial fights. He has been collecting powerful gladiators. He heard about Lakuchua's power and bought him back a month ago. Larry introduced himself and paused before saying, I heard you say in the carriage that you were going to deal with Malcolm? Zhang Heng nodded. There is a grudge between the Black Merchant Alliance he belongs to and my jackdaw. It's no secret. The whole of Nassau knows about it. He invited me to his manor for a dinner tonight. And he was also looking for the possibility of reconciliation. And you don't plan to accept his proposal. Why? Larry stared at someone's eyes, as if he wanted to see through him completely. I don't like to put my fate in the hands of others. John Hung did not hide it. Malcolm and I have no personal grudges. But once the Black Business Alliance he leads is successfully established and has a foothold on the island, it will not be good news for all those who pursue freedom. Nassau will then be completely controlled by capital. Larry did not quite understand the meaning of John Hung's last sentence. But he could see that the other party did not deceive him. And at least for now, John Hung should have chosen to stand on the opposite side of Malcolm. So he was silent for a while, and then spoke again. After my father and brother died in the war, according to the rules of the tribe, I am the new chief. I have the obligation to save the brothers and sisters of the tribe from suffering, break the shackles on their feet, and let them breathe the air of freedom again. This is why I must escape from that manor no matter what. John Hung said, I admire your ideals. But unfortunately, I am afraid I can't help you too much. As a person of the later generations, he certainly has no good feelings about the black slave trade, the dirtiest and bloodiest page in the modern history of mankind. But saving Larry is one thing, and helping the latter liberate other slaves in the manor is another thing. Now is almost the most dangerous time for the Jackdaw and Karina. John Hung has to focus all his attention on Malcolm and his Black Business Alliance, and has no extra energy to help Larry. The Black Gladiator shook his head when he heard this. I'm not begging for your help. I want to cooperate with you. Cooperation? Yes. You want to know what the disagreement is between Malcolm and Raymond. I may be able to help you, Larry said. There are many tragic endings for black people sold to the New World by slave traders. Becoming a gladiator and fighting with their own kind like beasts for the amusement of their masters is one of them. But sometimes this is not completely a bad thing, because compared with our compatriots who do hard labor, we occasionally hear more things. In the eyes of those white people, we are just walking goods in labor. Their private property. They don't care about our thoughts and feelings. Without their permission, we can't leave the manor for the rest of our lives. So they don't deliberately avoid us in many things. From the first day I was sold to Terrence Manor, I have been preparing to escape from there one day. In addition to learning more words in private to understand this world, I am also working hard to collect various information, hoping to find a way to escape. Larry paused. About 8 months ago, Malcolm and Raymond had a private gathering. Malcolm asked me and another slave to perform a gladiatorial show in front of him. But during this period, both of us were a little absent-minded. And then, there was a short quarrel. John Hung raised his eyebrows, and Larry's words aroused his interest. The focus of their dispute seemed to be a businessman, because it didn't have much to do with my escape plan. It was too long, and I couldn't remember the name. I only knew that he was also a black market businessman on the island, doing the same thing as Malcolm and Raymond, and seemed to have a certain reputation. Raymond once went to him to sound out the matter, and talked about forming a black market alliance. But he was strongly resisted. He said that this was playing with fire and getting burned, and warned Raymond that Malcolm's ambition was too big. Raymond discussed this matter with Malcolm afterwards, and they both felt it was a bit tricky. The man was not one of the most profitable businessmen on the island, but he had a long career and a certain influence. Raymond advocated slowly communicating with the other party. But soon after that, the guy was arrested in the colony. Raymond suspected that Malcolm was the one who did it. But Malcolm said that the matter had nothing to do with him. The two had a dispute over this matter, and finally parted unhappily. John Hung hard moved. He thought of what Karina had told him about her father's experience when they first met. The two happened to coincide in time. John Hung didn't expect that the female businessman's father was arrested in New Jersey, and was actually related to the Black Business Alliance. It seems that things may not be as simple as they seem. Chapter 167 Karina's Harvest. How is it? Is this information helpful to you? Larry said. John Hung nodded. What do you want? The Black Gladiator did not answer this question immediately, but continued. Although I have left Terrence Manor, there are still many people from my tribe there. If you want to deal with Malcolm and know more about his secrets, I can help you contact them to assist you. You should also know that even if the Black Merchant Alliance is finally disbanded and Malcolm is driven out of Nassau, it still cannot change the fate of other people in that manner. So I decided to change it myself. Larry looked resolute. Different people will have different reactions when facing difficulties. Some people will give up on themselves and become desperate, while others will choose to embrace those sufferings, endure its baptism, and eventually become stronger. The Black Gladiator is obviously the latter. After experiencing the deaths of his father and brother, the destruction of the tribe, and being branded as a slave, and losing an eye and nose bridge in order to escape the manor, and having to kill his best friend with his own hands, Larry did not become depressed, but gradually began to show the temperament of a chief. This black man, who is as strong as a black bear, possesses wisdom far beyond his appearance. We cannot be free in our hometown, in those colonies, or in this free city, so we can only leave here. I heard that there are many uninhabited islands in this sea area, some of which are outside the normal shipping routes. There are freshwater and arable land on the islands. We can fish, hunt, and grow crops. It will be difficult at the beginning, but we will survive in the end and reproduce like our ancestors. Zhang Heng said, I have a ship and people. When I go out to sea, I can help you find a place that meets your requirements. I can also take you there later. But the problem is, how do you escape from that manor? Although I sympathize with your plight, it is impossible to attack Malcolm's manor directly and release the slaves. Otherwise, it will anger the big landowners on the island. The development focus of the Jackdaw is in Nassau, and many of the crew members' families are also on the island. I must consider them. I hope you can understand that I can only wait for you at the agreed time and agreed cost. Larry was obviously aware of this. The Black Gladiator did not make excessive demands. He just said, we can solve this problem ourselves, but I need a batch of weapons. Not too many, but small in size, easy to carry and hide. Daggers will do. In addition, I need at least 5 short muskets. Don't worry about these things. You can give them to me after your troubles are solved. There is no problem with weapons. I am willing to accept your cooperation proposal, and hope that you can get what you want in the end. Zhang Heng was the first to reach out his hand after he finished speaking. Larry was a little surprised to see this. This was the first time that someone outside the tribe made this gesture to him since he left his hometown. It meant that the Oriental man in front of him did not regard him as a commodity or a beast like others, but regarded him as an equal to communicate. The Black Gladiator was stunned for about half a second. Then he also stretched out his palm and shook the hand opposite. At this time, the two also heard footsteps coming from downstairs, and the doctor had already walked to the front door. Zhang Heng stood up and said, you should take care of your injuries and have a good rest these days. My other partner will be back soon. I trouble you to tell her what you heard before. Karina returned to Nassau a week later. She brought the nutmeg to New York, which was one of the best ports her father had run before. The customs there had been taken care of, so no one made things difficult for her. They released the goods without even checking them. However, it took her a lot of time to find a buyer. The local demand for spices in New York was not great. Although this shipload of goods was valuable, it had to be sent back to Europe before it could be sold. Many merchants who were engaged in shipping were interested, but none of their bids satisfied Karina, who had to continue looking for buyers. It was not until 10 days later that a merchant who specialized in selling food heard the news and came. After half a day of bargaining, the two sides finally reached a mutually satisfactory price. Karina got her first pot of gold after becoming a black market merchant, excluding the acquisition fee paid to the Jackdaw, the interest on the mortgage, and the transportation fee. She made a net profit of about 500 gold coins. Such a generous reward made the merchant very excited, and also gave her hope of collecting the ransom and redeeming her father from prison. Unfortunately, such valuable prey is not common. Otherwise she would be able to let her father see the light of day again in less than 2 years. Karina sent 100 gold coins to her mother for circulation. In recent days, the family's savings have been basically spent to rescue her father. This money can give her a break. The remaining 400 gold coins, part of which will be used as donations to continue to maintain the personal connections in various ports, and the rest will be used as the principal for the next acquisition, so that some interest can be reduced. After finishing the work at hand, the businesswoman did not give herself a holiday, but rushed back to Nassau as soon as possible. What Karina is most worried about now is what will happen to the cooperative relationship between the Jackdaw and her during the time when she is not on the island. If it is not the first time to sell stolen goods, it is equally important. She does not even want to leave the merchant. It is not that she has not thought that the cooperation between her and Zhang Heng is just to put pressure on the Black Business Alliance. and kick her away when they take the initiative in the negotiations. But now she has no capital to demand that the jackdaw treat her equally. Even if she knows that the other party intends to do so, she can only cooperate, because at least she can make some money. But Karina didn't know why. She always seemed to have an inexplicable expectation for that person. Perhaps because she always easily overlooked the other person's identity when they were alone together. John Hung was different from all the pirates she had seen. She subconsciously felt that the man's words might not be so untrustworthy. And when she returned to Nassau, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was no bad news during this period. The jackdaw was still in opposition to the Black Merchant Alliance, and the small and medium-sized pirates on the island still regarded the ship as a banner against the Black Merchant Alliance. But when she found John Hung, she got a piece of news that made her a little unbelievable. Chapter 168 Flowers in the Greenhouse. My father was imprisoned because of Malcolm? Karina opened her mouth wide, looking a little confused. It was the first time she heard this news, and she was a little overwhelmed. The black man in front of her, who was blind in one eye and had a collapsed nose, and called himself a gladiator, also made her feel a little uneasy. So far we have no definite evidence. John Hung poured a glass of wine for the businesswoman to calm her down a little. But the time when your father was imprisoned was indeed a bit too coincidental. Raymond's suspicion was not unreasonable. Your father has obviously become an obstacle to the establishment of the Black Business Alliance. Malcolm is the biggest beneficiary of his elimination. Billy has also asked the familiar black market merchants on the island these days. In fact, after your father was imprisoned, there were people who suspected that someone was behind it. But in the end Raymond came forward and endorsed Malcolm, and the matter was exposed. After that, you should have met your father. Did he say anything at that time? Karina recalled. After the incident, we spent a lot of money to bribe the jailer. But the meeting time was very short. My mother and sister took up most of the time, and there were only a few minutes left when it was my turn. I was planning to take over his business at that time, so we mainly talked about business matters. Although my father gave me his connections and the remaining transport ship, he actually didn't agree with me coming to Nassau. In the end, he told me that the most dangerous thing on the island was not the pirates, and told me not to trust anyone easily. The businesswoman paused. Actually, when I first arrived on the island, Malcolm was pretty nice to me. Although he insisted that black market merchants without cooperative pirate ships could not join the Black Market Alliance to participate in the profit sharing. And he also made it clear that it was impossible to persuade several other merchants to return the several cooperative pirate ships that originally belonged to my father to me. There were indeed several powerful pirate ships on the island that had not yet completed the negotiations. Malcolm gave me the names of some captains, and asked me to try to fight for them. However, because I was a woman and had just arrived in Nassau and knew almost no one, I could neither help them in the negotiations nor have enough money to bribe the important people on the ship. In the end, I failed. But at that time, I was really grateful to Malcolm. He was one of the few people on the island who was willing to help me. If I hadn't been desperate, I wouldn't want to go against his Black Market Alliance. I never thought that my father's imprisonment was actually related to him. Karina took a sip of the wine in her hand, but she still couldn't calm down. The businesswoman put down her glass and stood up. No, I'm going to confront him and ask him to release my father. Are you going to just go over and make him admit that he did it? John Hung said. If he doesn't release my father, then I will tell other people in the alliance about his good deeds. Since he was able to attack my father before, he may also attack others because of other things in the future. The businesswoman said. It may indeed cause him some trouble. But as I said before, we don't have enough evidence to prove that Malcolm killed your father. And John Hung glanced at the black gladiator beside him. The latter added calmly, and your only witness is a slave. Not to mention that, strictly speaking, I only heard the quarrel between Raymond and Malcolm. There is also bad news. Your existence has had an adverse effect on the Black Merchant Alliance, and Malcolm is also ready to take action against you, John Hung said. The businesswoman's face changed when she heard this. Since she had found the jackdaw, she was mentally prepared for this kind of thing. But when it really happened, she still felt a huge pressure, especially when she learned that her father was in prison because he opposed the Black Business Alliance. She didn't know what kind of ending would be waiting for her. However, from the first day she landed on this island, she knew that she had no way out. At first, she was just trying to raise the ransom to rescue her father from prison. But after making a lot of money from selling spices this time, Karina found that she actually gradually liked what she was doing now. This may sound a bit crazy, because a few months ago, she was still busy attending salons and balls with those noble ladies and celebrities, enjoying the good living conditions created by her father, and knew almost nothing about the cruel world outside, until she came to Nassau and wanted to take over her father's business. She had been constantly hitting walls on the island during this period, experiencing hardships that she had never experienced in the past 20 years. In order to join the Black Traders Alliance, she gave up her reserve and ran around, seeking help from her father's old friends, bargaining with those pirates who she used to regard as barbarians, trying to guess the other party's thoughts and needs, trying every means to strive for cooperation with them, and seize every opportunity in front of her. Things like breaking into a strange man's house alone in the middle of the night to recommend herself would never happen to her in the past. Karina herself was wondering why she hadn't collapsed until now. She was like a flower growing in a greenhouse, suddenly leaving the comfortable environment and being ruthlessly abandoned in the wilderness. But after enduring the raging wind and snow, she also got the opportunity to grow wildly. This is a life that you can never experience in salons and balls. There are crises, betrayals, and challenges from all sides here. But there is no boredom. Karina could feel something boiling in her blood, something she had never experienced before. If she had only thought about returning to her previous life after her father came back. She was no longer willing to return to the greenhouse after earning her first pot of gold and seeing the rewards of her hard work during this period. Karina took a deep breath. I will be prepared. No matter who the opponent is, I will not be easily defeated. But this may not be enough, Zhang Heng said. Next, I hope you can be more active and make the Black Merchant Alliance feel more pressure. At the same time, I will start with your father matter to provoke the conflict between Malcolm and Raymond. However, I must point out that once you do this, your situation will become more dangerous. Although there are frictions between us and the Black Merchant Alliance, it is not too serious. If we really confront each other, it is not ruled out that Malcolm may use some means outside the rules to deal with you. We are now racing against time to see who will collapse first between you and Malcolm. I actually have no other choice. Right? If so, I have nothing to worry about, Karina said without hesitation. Chapter 169 Seafood and Spoils. A month later, the crew members on the Jackdaw had had enough fun on land, and had spent a lot of the gold coins in their pockets. Some even returned in debt. Zhang Heng didn't know how that guy did it. Last time they went to sea, everyone got at least 40 gold coins, which was enough for ordinary people to live a good life for 2 or 3 years. But on the bright side, these guys are now thirsty again and miss the smell of the sea. It just so happened that Karina also brought back some valuable intelligence this time. So the Jackdaw set sail again after a period of repair and personnel replenishment. At the same time, the businesswomen and black gladiators, who were still in Nassau, also took action. Karina launched an offensive before the Black Merchant Alliance took action. She rented a warehouse at the dock and sent a message to the small and medium-sized pirates on the island, saying that she was willing to buy the spoils they got when they went out to sea at a more favorable price than the Black Merchant Alliance. This news still attracted a lot of attention on the island. Although Karina was a woman and had just arrived on the island, she began to be known as a partner by more people thanks to Jackdaw's dreamy maiden voyage, especially among small and medium-sized pirates. Everyone knew that there were other channels outside the Black Merchant Alliance that could also sell spoils. The Black Merchant Alliance was not as polite to these people as it was to those powerful pirates, because they themselves could not grab anything valuable. So the purchase price they offered was very low. Moreover, there was no agreement between the two parties. Karina's choice of them as a target was effective very quickly. However, the captain of the Breeze, Malone, looked at the long queue in front of the warehouse and felt a little amused. Most of those guys were dressed in rags and had a variety of weapons. Although they all called themselves pirates, Malone thought they were more like beggars and gangsters. It was conceivable what kind of spoils these guys could offer. An old pirate trembled and walked to the table. Malone even suspected that the other party was older than his great-grandfather, who had been buried for many years. The old pirate placed a basket of crabs on the table under the puzzled gaze of the accountant. The latter had to point to the sign behind him that said Second-Hand Goods Trading Office and said politely, "Sorry, sir, we don't accept seafood. Be careful with your words. Kid, when I was your age, everyone in Nassau knew me. Even Henry Morgan had to be polite to me. This is the spoils I got on this voyage. the old pirate warned. But this can't change the fact that they are seafood. Sir, the young accountant said straightforwardly. Malone knew the young man. His name was Jim, and he was recruited to the ship by him last year. It was not easy to find people who could do arithmetic and read these days, and the latter had been working diligently. When the news of Mr. Fagan's accident came out some time ago, more than half of the crew members on the Breeze ran away. What Malone did not expect was that Jim, who was the easiest to find a job, stayed. After making money this time, the first thing Malone did was to ask Karina to raise the salary of this South Carolina guy. But now, he was leaning against the door of the warehouse, watching the latter explain the difference between seafood and spoils to the other party. And he was helpless. I stole it from those fishermen. So it's a trophy. Your boss said you buy trophies. So it's my trophy. The old pirate stared and shouted. What's the problem? Jim's forehead was sweating. I think there may be some misunderstanding. Sir. The businesswoman on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing that the other pirates behind the team were impatient, she said to the accountant, Give him 5 copper soaps. We take it. Let the next person come over quickly. Jim's face also showed a trace of relief when he heard this. He sent away the old pirate, who was still somewhat dissatisfied with the vampire muttering. And the next pirate, who came over, took out 2 glass balls from his pocket. This is really a complete disaster, Malin muttered to himself. And then he said to Karina, who came over to take a breath. Do you know that no matter which colonial port we take these things to, we will definitely not be able to sell them? Didn't we discuss this matter when you first arrived in Nassau? We can't make any money from these guys. I thought we had reached a consensus. Why are you starting to spend energy on these guys now? The captain of the transport ship sighed and continued. Excuse me. I think what we are doing now is just a waste of time. It is better to let poor hard-working kids like Jim have fun in the brothel on the island with this money. Looking at his appearance, I bet he is still a virgin. Thanks for reminding me. I know how to tell whether the goods are valuable. Captain Malone, the businesswoman said, if you can find a second jackdaw on the island to cooperate with us, I will be happy to drive away those guys over there. If not, just shut up. If you are really bored, either go to the brothel and find a special worker to do it yourself, or come and help. I still prefer the former. Malin put down his arms and prepared to slip away. But he took a few steps and stopped again. Is there something wrong with my hearing? Or did you really say the 3 words hack yourself just now? What's the problem? Karina asked back. I just remembered the scene when Mr. Fagan first took you on the Breeze. How old were you at that time? 8 or 9 years old. Dressed like a porcelain doll. You held up your skirt to prevent it from touching the deck of the ship, as if it was dirty there. Frowning the whole time, just wanting to end it quickly. I can't imagine that the little lady back then would become what she is today. You really did it. Miss Karina began to accept and integrate into this place. And faster than everyone imagined. Your father will be proud of you. Malone sighed. It's still early. It's not easy to survive in this place, especially since our current opponent is still a behemoth. I have to rack my brains to get a chance to breathe. The businesswoman paused. But thank you, Uncle Malone, for not leaving our house even after what happened. Malone waved his hand. Mr. Fagan gave me this job when I was at my lowest point. I will never forget this kindness. But now, I don't want to waste my energy on meaningless things. So I will go to the brothel to find a special worker to do it myself. Chapter 170 Garbage. 2 weeks had passed since the Jackdaw set sail, and the farce in front of the warehouse had lasted for 2 whole weeks. Although most of the things were worthless, there were so many people coming that Karina spent 30 or 40 gold coins one after another. But in return, she only got a bunch of useless garbage, in Malone's words. The only thing with a little value in it was probably 12 boxes of potatoes. But they couldn't be sold for much in the colony. It was obviously not worth it to let the Breeze make a trip for such a small amount of things. No one knew what the businesswoman was after. But the Black Traders Alliance responded immediately, issuing a statement that any pirate who cooperated with Karina would only get the lowest price for their loot from the Alliance in the future. This also meant that the Black Traders Alliance began to block Karina. Malcolm's response was simple and direct. Once this statement came out, the quality of the things the businesswoman could receive became worse. Any pirate who had a little bit of ideals would have to think twice before selling things to Karina. Of course, those who have no food to eat are still unaffected. They don't think about tomorrow at all. They go wherever they can get more money. However, these people are not the target group of the Black Business Alliance. Malcolm thinks it's good to let these guys discuss Karina. The second-hand goods trading place of the female businessman is now also jokingly called the garbage collection station by the people on the island. Many merchants of the Black Business Alliance are waiting to see the joke. Malone has been very depressed recently. People who know him on the island always ask him when he will take these waste products to the colony to sell them. So the captain of the Breeze simply hides in the brothel and doesn't go out until the people sent by Karina find him. Going out to sea tonight? Malone got up from the bed and put on his clothes while smiling bitterly. Don't be ridiculous. Are you really going to listen to those guys and ship those things to Boston and New York? Who should we find to buy them? What is the cost? And how much profit can we make after this trip? I have arranged people there in advance. As long as you ship the goods over, someone will take over. And then you can go back to Nassau. What the captain of the Breeze didn't expect was that the female businessman actually walked in from the door the next moment. Malone was shocked. But luckily he had put on his pants. Then he heard Karina say to the naked special worker next to him, "Can we have some time to chat?" The latter smiled slightly, blew a kiss to the female businessman, then picked up the clothes on the bench and left the room with her hips twisted. Karina asked the sailor, who came to inform Malone to close the door, stood guard at the door, picked up the bottle of wine on the table and poured herself a glass, moistened her throat, and said, "Can the goods be loaded on the ship in one afternoon?" Malone shrugged his shoulders. "I have to gather the sailors first, purchase supplies for the sea, add water to the boat, check the sails. So, that's about it. If you insist, we can leave here before sunset." "Very good. Don't be too anxious. Leave after dark." Malone frowned. "Traveling overnight? Are you afraid that the boxes of potatoes will sprout?" Karina heard the teasing in the captain's tone of the Breeze, leaned back, rubbed her temples, and said tiredly, "Do you know how much money we have lost during this period? I know you may not like to hear it, but I have to say that I have reminded you a long time ago that if we can make money from those guys, you don't have to ask those captains who cooperated with your father to come back in the first place. I don't expect to make money from them. At least not now," Karina said. "I just need them to help me spread the message and tell the pirates on the island that they can make more money by cooperating with me than with the Black Merchant Alliance. I am sure Malcolm also received your message. So he asked the Black Merchant Alliance to issue a statement. And now the powerful pirates on the island will not come to us. No, they just won't come to us openly." "What do you mean?" "When I was very young, my father always told me stories about this place, about how brave and fearless the people here are, and how their courage to pursue wealth is not restricted by any rules. Many people think that those captains stand on the side of the Black Merchant Alliance because they have signed a contract with the Black Merchant Alliance. But in fact, this is not the case. Most of them don't care what is written on it. They choose the Black Merchant Alliance because the latter can provide them with higher income, so that they can feed their own people and keep their position as captain. That's not a problem. But that's why they won't leave the Black Traders Alliance and choose to cooperate with us." Malin sighed. "Do you know what I've heard people say about us here recently?" The businesswoman raised her eyebrows. "Those bastards think we won't stay long. And they firmly believe that the reason why the Jackdaw is willing to continue cooperating with us is because..." The captain of the Breeze hesitated. "I have tapped into my talent as a woman? That's about it. Everyone here seems to think that we will be driven out of Nassau by Malcolm and his Black Business Alliance sooner or later. To be frank, no one will choose to cooperate with us under such circumstances. What I am doing now is not to strive to establish a long-term and stable cooperative relationship with anyone," Karina said. "I just provide them with a way to earn extra money." "Extra money?" Marlin didn't quite understand what a female businessman meant. "My target is not the big pirates in the top zone. The Black Trade Alliance has already fed them well. To be honest, there is not much hope for the guys in the third and fourth zones. However, there are quite a few pirates in the first and second zones who are quite strong. It's just that because they were established relatively late like the Jackdaw, the Black Trade Alliance has lowered the purchase price for them. I can offer nearly 20% more, which should be quite tempting to them. However, the premise is that the transaction between us is not known to the Black Trade Alliance. How is this possible? Once my Breeze goes out to sea, everyone will know." Malin suddenly stopped talking here. His eyes widened. "You have been buying up those garbage for the past 2 weeks. Are you preparing for this?" Karina nodded. "About 5 days ago, the helmsman of a ship secretly contacted me and wanted to sell a batch of cotton cloth with high quality. They were a little dissatisfied with the price of the Black Merchant Alliance. So they came to me. Now the batch of goods is in our warehouse. I need you to help me transport it to Boston. Jim has already gone there first. He will contact the merchants to purchase it directly. Chapter 171 Target Goddess Spear. According to the information provided by Karina, the Jackdaw is chasing a ship called Goddess Spear. The latter is a whaling ship wandering in this sea area. They have been at sea for more than a year this time. Finally, their patience has finally paid off. Some time ago, a ship returning to the port said that they saw them hunting a huge sperm whale. The latter is a behemoth of 70 feet long and quite cunning. The Goddess Spear waited for 3 months in the place where it often appeared before taking it down by chance. But now all the efforts have paid off. The whole body of the sperm whale is a treasure. The fat can be refined into whale oil. The spermaceti oil in the huge skull cavity can be used to make spermaceti. And the intestines are pregnant with extremely precious ambergris. It is a gray or slightly black waxy substance. When it is just taken out, it often smells very bad. After drying, it will appear amber and emit a strange fragrance. This high-grade spice is mainly used as a fixative for perfumes. The price has exceeded gold. So Zhang Hung Jackdaw is not the only one eyeing the whaling ship. However, the first pirate ship that caught up with the Spear of the Goddess did not end well. In this era, whaling was an extremely dangerous job. And the men who dared to do this job were real men. They did not panic when they saw the black flag behind them, because there were not enough cannons on the ship. The captain did not order a counterattack in the face of the cannonballs, but waited until the pirates boarded the ship before engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the other side. As a result, these sailors with harpoons and fishing nets beat the pirates equipped with muskets and machetes to a pulp. In the end, they captured the pirate ship, took away the gunpowder and weapons on it, and when the situation was settled, they cut the throats of the surrendered pirates and threw their bodies on the deck, hoping to scare away the pirates behind them. This approach did have a certain effect. Some pirates with less strength did retreat when they saw the piles of bodies and large amounts of blood on the deck. But the powerful pirates became more excited, because this just proved that the other party's ship did have valuable goods. Otherwise the sailors would not be so desperate, and a mere whaling ship would not scare them away. The Jackdaw led by Zhang Hung did not withdraw from the competition. With the victory of the first voyage, the Jackdaw completed a new round of personnel recruitment, and the number of crew members increased to 62. The quality of the recruits this time was much higher than before, especially the gunners. Billy directly poached the chief gunner of a powerful old pirate group, and the new cook found by Dufresne was also very powerful. He was originally the chef of a hotel on the island. His cooking skills were praised by all the crew members in the past half-month at sea. The originally boring life at sea did not seem so unbearable. More importantly, both new and old crew members are now full of confidence in Zhang Hung as the captain, with the previous gains as a foundation. Billy didn't even need to give a speech to mobilize the morale of the ship when leaving the port this time. No pirate was afraid of fighting when they saw the ship being slaughtered halfway. This is also the reason why Zhang Hung felt that he could continue to chase. At this time, he could have 1 or 2 tough battles to improve cohesion and increase practical experience for the Jackdaw. The previous exchange of fire with the Happiness was not a decent battle at all because of the huge gap in strength between the two sides. It was more like a shooting practice. Except for a few shots at the beginning. The Jackdaw basically pressed the Happiness to the ground. Only Anne, the bosun, was attacked by the naval cadets in the cabin and encountered some danger. And it will definitely not be so easy to deal with the Spear of the Goddess this time. In fact, compared to the whaling ship, Zhang Hung was more concerned about the situation of several other major competitors. They encountered a pirate ship less than a week after leaving the port, and they encountered another pirate ship not long ago. Both sides raised the black flag at almost the same time. After that, the helmsman of the opposite side came over in a small boat for a brief communication, exchanged the intelligence at hand, and finally reached a consensus. Both sides maintained restraint and quietly parted ways. This was not because of friendship between colleagues, but because the other side was afraid of the firepower of the Jackdaw. And both sides had not gained anything at this time. So they chose the most peaceful solution. Zhang Hung looked at the direction where the ship was going away, and was a little absent-minded. He didn't know how Karina was doing in Nassau. Before leaving, the female businessman probably discussed the next plan with him. Zhang Hung also took out 100 gold coins to invest. in addition to helping Karina relieve some of the cash pressure. John Hung did this to make the female businessman feel more at ease and strengthen the alliance between the two sides. In addition, he also promised to invest another 800 gold coins in the future. In this way, the two parties were tied together. Karina no longer had to worry about being kicked out at any time. And John Hung could enjoy a 20% profit share. This share did not only refer to the income brought by the jackdaw. If Karina could attract more ships to cooperate in the future, John Hung would also get extra returns every time they returned with a full load. Billy was also tempted, but he could not afford too much money because he had a family to support. So he only invested 30 gold coins in the end. On the contrary, Annie did not need to buy a house for the time being. So she followed John Hung and invested 40 gold coins. The two eventually became small shareholders. Besides, Larry should also start to find ways to contact the tribesmen in Tross Manor according to the plan. John Hung was distracted for a moment, and then returned to reality. There was no point in worrying at this time, since he had already gone out to sea. He could no longer control what happened on the shore. He could only choose to trust the ability of his allies. After all, as a pirate, his focus was still on the sea. If it weren't for the Black Merchant Alliance, he would not have devoted so much energy to land. The sooner the jackdaw becomes stronger and enters the ranks of the top pirate groups, the more he can control his own destiny. So every trip to the sea is important to him. This time, John Hung also wants to take down the prey. Compared with other pirates, he has Hunter's Blessing and Lucky Rabbit's foot on him. And there is no interference from false clues. These two things should be able to play a role in this pursuit. In addition, just 2 days ago, he received a system prompt that his sailing skill has also been upgraded to level 2. Now everything is ready, and the jackdaw can finally show its fangs. Chapter 172 Clark's Ship. On the 21st day after setting sail, John Hung could feel that they were getting closer and closer to the target. A few days ago, another pirate ship exchanged fire with the spear of the goddess. However, this time, the whaler with weapons and equipment became more difficult to deal with. Both sides suffered damage. The final battle ended with the pirate ship's secondary mast being hit, and the spear of the goddess once again successfully escaped danger. Afterwards, the jackdaw encountered the pirate ship that was returning to the port for repairs. Billy happened to know the bosun on it, and the other party gave them the intelligence on hand. There were about 50 sailors and 17 guns on the spear of the goddess, 9 of which were taken from the pirate ship they slaughtered before. Besides, the 50 sailors were all strong and muscular. But the speed of the whaling ship was not fast, because it was full of whale oil and spermaceti, and the maximum speed was only about 5 knots. Calculating the time, if everything went well, the two sides might meet in about half a day. However, the weather had changed at this moment, and everyone saw the huge dark cloud hovering overhead. Merk, the sail chief on the ship, was already dispatching people to climb up the mast, waiting for the wind to get stronger to fold the sails. And some people were praying to the goddess of the sea, Thetis. John Hung was studying the nautical chart in the captain's room. He did not forget what he promised the Black Gladiator. He marked all the uninhabited islands he encountered along the way. First, he eliminated some islands that were too small and lacked the necessary resources for survival. He also crossed out some islands that did not have a hidden environment. In addition, those that were too close to the normal route were obviously not a good choice. In the end, there were only 2 or 3 options left. John Hung planned to take some time to go up and take a look on the way back. As soon as he closed the nautical chart, the ship began to shake. When he first came to this world, he would stagger when encountering such a situation. But now, as long as the wind and waves are not too strong, it will not affect his normal movement. This is also an extra advantage brought by practicing swordsmanship at sea. He needs to constantly adjust his center of gravity according to the ups and downs of the ship. The advantage is that even if he returns to land, he can quickly return to normal with an unbalanced center of gravity. John Hung opened the door and walked to the gangway. Raindrops flew in from the entrance and hit his face, mixed with the unique fishy and salty smell of the sea breeze. On the deck, Billy was talking to the lookout. "Is everything still normal?" John Hung asked. "I was just about to go down to find you." "We are fine. But there seems to be a small problem in front of us to the right," Billy said, handing the copper telescope in his hand to John Hung. The latter put the telescope in front of his right eye and saw the small black dot rising and falling in the wind and rain. The spear of the goddess? I don't know. I have been observing it for a while. It seems to be parked there. But we will know soon. At the current speed, we will be able to approach it in half an hour. Be careful. Try to avoid its side when chasing. With the previous experience of the pelican, it is possible that the other party will repeat the same trick and pretend that there is no one around, waiting for us to take the bait. Zhang Heng added that it is reasonable that the two sides should not meet so soon. But it is possible that something unexpected will happen in the meantime. In addition, there are various other dangers in this sea area besides the spear of the goddess. Wait a minute. I will take a team up to do some reconnaissance. Annie on the side also spoke up. Zhang Heng nodded. And then he waited. The Jackdaw entered combat readiness. All the crew members were in place. And the gunners were also guarding the cannons, because the wind direction was not favorable for them. It took almost 40 minutes for the Jackdaw to catch up with the ship in the distance. But before that, Zhang Heng had seen the full picture of the ship in advance through the telescope. Unlike the ships traveling in the Caribbean Sea now, the appearance of the ship in front of him was a bit strange, with a round stern and four thick masts. But the cross sails on it were already tattered, and the tall forecastle and poop made it look U-shaped from the side. And the hull was full of conchs and green seaweed, which looked uneven. With just one glance, Zhang Heng was sure that this ship was definitely not the spear of the goddess they were looking for. Is this a carrack? Billy's words were also a little uncertain. After all, this type of Spanish sailing ship had basically disappeared in the early 17th century. But it was very popular in the 15th and 16th centuries. This design allows it to carry more cargo and adapt to ocean trade. More masts can also give the ship more power. When Magellan traveled around the world, 4 of the 5 ships were carracks. However, due to the high cost and difficulty in operation, especially when facing the wind, the high forecastle and poop made it very easy to catch the wind. In the Elizabethan era, the carrack gradually began to withdraw from the stage of history and was replaced by the galleon, which is more concise and easier to operate. To this day, even an old sailor like Billy has never seen this old-fashioned ship again. This guy looks quite old. The helmsman sighed. He saw the words engraved on the stern, which should be the name of the ship. But because of the long time, the area has rotted and the handwriting is blurred. Zhang Heng called out to Annie, who was about to lower the boat, and said, "There should be no one on it. I go with you." Billy and 4 other sailors also boarded the boat with 5 oil lamps. The sea was rough and the boat was floating around. Although it was not too far away, the 7 people still spent a lot of effort to get close to it. The cables on the side of the boat were rotten and could not bear the force. Fortunately, Billy had anticipated this and brought a grappling hook with him. After the hook was fixed, and climbed up first, followed by another sailor and Zhang Heng, and Billy was responsible for the rear. After landing, the red-haired girl raised the oil lamp in her hand, shone around, and then said, "The deck is fine." At this time, Zhang Heng also flipped over from the side of the ship. If it was just speculation before, now he can be sure that this ship does not belong to this era. Although the ship is also equipped with artillery, the model is very old, compared with the more than 30 cannons on the Jackdaw. It is like a toy and has no self-protection power in the nearby sea. Search in groups of 2. Pay attention to safety. After Billy also boarded the ship, Zhang Heng divided the work and divided the areas responsible for everyone. The 6 people dispersed as told, and Zhang Heng also walked towards the captain's room. Chapter 173: The Missing Crew. The smell in the cabin was a bit unpleasant. Zhang Heng saw moss everywhere. He tore off a piece of clothing to cover his mouth and nose, and walked a few steps. The doors of the rooms he passed along the way were open. The rooms were messy, with tables and chairs turned over on the floor, and a few tattered clothes. Considering the time the ship had been drifting in the sea, this was normal. However, Zhang Heng noticed one thing. That is, there was no one in each room. Not only no living people, but also no corpses. In addition, for some reason, the windows were nailed shut with wooden boards. This is why the cabin is so stuffy. Zhang Heng used the saber in his hand to split open 2 windows, letting the sea breeze in, and the smell in the cabin became much better. When he walked, he found 3 gold coins in the gaps of the wooden boards under his feet. But he didn't know why their owners left them here. Zhang Heng didn't stay in these rooms for too long, and soon came to the captain's room at the end. This is also the only room in the entire corridor with a closed door. Zhang Heng stretched out his hand and pushed the door. But it didn't open unexpectedly. There must be something stuck behind it. So Zhang Heng stepped back a few steps and bumped into it with his shoulder. After 3 consecutive times, he finally pushed the door open. At the same time, he also saw the thing stuck behind the door. It was a chair. But the back of the chair had been broken by him. Zhang Heng just took a look and moved his eyes away. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Probably because the door was closed. The captain's room was much better than other rooms. At least it was not so humid. The books originally on the shelf were scattered all over the floor, and most of the papers had turned yellow and moldy. But the table was still in place. However, like the previous rooms, there was no one here, and the windows were sealed tightly. Zhang Heng hung the oil lamp in his hand on the hook on the wall, searched briefly, and found a pearl necklace, a ring and some silver coins in the drawer, together with the gold coins he had picked up in the cracks of the floor in the room. It seemed to prove that the accident on the ship was not caused by encountering pirates during the voyage. However, Zhang Heng encountered some trouble when looking for the captain's log. There were more than one notebook on the table, but he didn't recognize the words on it. With his language reserves, he could only judge that it was neither English nor French. There are many languages in Europe, and he didn't know which language it belonged to. He could only use the dumbest way to pack up those notebooks and take them away. Zhang Heng then spent another quarter of an hour carefully searching the room again, confirming that there was nothing worth noting. He then turned around and prepared to leave. But the next moment, he suddenly stopped. The state of the empty rooms before could be explained by the hasty departure of the people inside. But the situation in the captain's room was obviously completely different. The windows here were also tightly closed, and the only entrance and exit door was also blocked by a chair. But the question is, how did the person who moved the chair to block the door leave here? Even with Zhang Heng's calmness, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he thought about this question. Of course, considering the time the ship had been drifting on the sea, there was a small probability that the chair would be stuck in front of the door with the turbulence of the waves. But this still couldn't explain the sealed windows. After all, the necklaces and rings in the drawers, and the gold coins in the floor showed that the people on the ship left in a hurry. If that was the case, why would they have the time to seal all the windows? Is he hiding from something? Just then Zhang Heng heard footsteps coming from behind him. He turned around as fast as he could, and at the same time pulled out the British saber from his waist. What he saw was the face of the red-haired girl. "Why are you here?" "I just checked the cargo hold downstairs, and heard a knock on the door, so I came up to take a look. It was really strange. There was no one on the ship, but the goods downstairs were still there, and hadn't been unpacked. Unfortunately, the woolen cloth inside was too damp, and couldn't be sold anymore." The girl paused. "You seemed a little nervous just now. Something is wrong with this ship. Since we haven't found anything valuable, let's leave here." "Where are Billy and the others?" Zhang Heng said. "He and Monty are checking the bottom floor. Do you want me to notify them?" "Forget it. Let's go together." Zhang Heng was worried about Annie being alone, so he took the notebooks and the oil lamp and left the captain's room. The red-haired girl was as carefree as ever. Leading the way, the two found the stairs going down, but the strange handrails above were gone. It looked like someone had deliberately chopped them off. Billy said this ship has a history of more than 100 years. "Is that true?" and asked as they walked. "From the decorations and architecture here, they don't look like things from this era." Zhang Heng replied. "Where did all the people on it go?" "I also want to know the answer to this question." "By elimination. It should not be done by pirates. There are no traces of fighting in the captain's room, so the probability of sailors rioting is not high. Well, if there is a plague, we should be able to see corpses. In fact, unless something extreme happens, few crew members are willing to abandon such an intact ship." As Zhang Heng was talking, he heard Billy's voice not far away. "You'd better come here. I found something." The two quickened their pace and came to the bottom floor. Billy and another sailor were standing there with their heads raised. Their surroundings seemed normal. "What's wrong?" The helmsman of the Jackdaw raised the oil lamp in his hand, and Zhang Heng and Annie saw the dense scratches on their heads. "Is this done by rats?" The red-haired girl frowned. "I've never seen rats on a ship do such a thing in my life," Billy said. "How is it? Did you find anything over there?" Annie shook her head. "Everything looks normal in the cargo hold. There's still a lot of bacon left in the kitchen, so the people on the ship shouldn't have encountered any food crisis. In addition, we found 2 boxes of silverware in the stern. The remaining group of pirates responsible for checking other areas also rushed back. And this time, they finally brought back some good news. Although everyone still didn't know how the crew members on this ship disappeared. At least this expedition would not return empty-handed. Then Billy and the others moved the 2 boxes of silverware onto the boat. And when the last person jumped on board, the 7 of them rowed towards the Jackdaw. When the boat was about to reach the Jackdaw, John Hung looked back at the mysterious Clark behind him. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but he vaguely saw a row of dark shadows standing by the side of the boat, quietly watching them leave in the rain. But when he looked again, there was only the shadow of the mast. Chapter 174 Poetry. John Hung returned to the captain's room on the Jackdaw and wiped the rain off his head with a towel, and quickly changed her clothes. John Hung poured a glass of rum for the red-haired girl to warm her body, and then he drank a glass himself. This kind of wine is a standard for sailors, but the taste is not very good, although it is made from sugarcane juice. It is a bit bitter and far inferior to the taste of wine and brandy. However, it is cheaper and has a longer shelf life than fresh water. Generally, the bottled water on the ship will become unpalatable after a month, and various plankton will breed in it. But rum can be stored for 1 or 2 years, and is a must-have on the ship. After drinking a glass, John Hung's stomach immediately rose with a warm feeling. And at this time, there was a knock on the door. Billy walked in with a somewhat embarrassed young man. "This is Mr. Vincent." The helmsman made a simple introduction. "I let all the crew members on the ship look through the notebook you gave me. We are lucky that Mr. Vincent happened to recognize the words on it." John Hung also recognized him. He was the ship's doctor who had just boarded the ship. He was recruited by Billy himself, but he seemed to prefer botany. He was hijacked by a group of pirates while on the ship for research and was forced to become the ship's doctor. A year later, the pirate group disbanded and merged into another pirate group. Vincent regained his freedom, but because he was afraid that his pirate experience would be dug up, he had to stay on the island. He lived next door to Billy and usually made money by keeping accounts for places like taverns and brothels. Under Billy's persuasion, he finally decided to go to sea again with the Jackdaw. This is a cargo list, but it's written in Dutch. It records the cargo that a ship carries on each voyage. They are all quite common things, such as cotton, woolen cloth, or wood. The young ship's doctor was talking to the captain for the first time, and he seemed a little nervous. He was worried that John Hung would not believe him. So he explained, "My father is Scottish, but my mother is Dutch. I lived in the Netherlands for a while when I was a child, so I also know some Dutch. What about these?" John Hung also gave the other 2 notebooks to Vincent, and was about to leave, but she stopped at this time. She was curious about the mysteriously missing crew members on the ship, and wanted to know what happened to them. The young ship's doctor took the notebook, opened one of them, read 2 pages and said uncertainly, "This should be a collection of poems." "Poetry collection?" "Yes, and they are love poems." Vincent flipped through a few more pages. Most of them are written to a woman named Betty, but the quality is not very good. This is the first time I have seen someone use storms to describe their lover, and most of the descriptions are very explicit. The young doctor blushed after he finished speaking. "Can you read one to us?" "Oh, okay. No problem." Vincent secretly glanced at and beside him. The red-haired girl didn't react at all. The young doctor flipped through it and found one that looked good. He cleared his throat and said, "Betty, my love, I praise you. I worship you. You are the storm. You are my master. Your chest is like the fruit that bends the branches. Your legs are like a valley flowing with honey." Vincent's forehead was sweating after reading this. He couldn't help but loosen his collar and looked up to ask John Hung, "Should I continue reading? Since you have read this far." "Okay." The young ship doctor touched his ears, which were a little hot, and continued, "You wrapped me with your body, whispered in my ears, and made me fly. I love you so deeply that I will do anything for you, even more than my own soul. I am willing to accompany you for the rest of my life." "There is no more," Vincent said. "If you like Dutch poetry, I can find much better than this." The young doctor found that the 3 people in the room were looking at him. So he picked up the 3rd notebook and said after a while, "This one looks like a record of their supply in various ports. It has the port name, date, and supply statistics. So there is no captain's log here? I don't think I've seen anything like it." Vincent shook his head. Could it be that you forgot to take it? And asked. It's unlikely. I checked all the books in that room, including the ones that fell on the floor. Except for these 3 books. There are no handwritten ones. They are all printed. John Hung asked the young ship's doctor again. Are the handwritings of these 3 notebooks the same? 2 of them are similar. The cargo list and the supply record. And the love poems are slightly different. Vincent flipped through them again, and then confirmed. Yes. These 3 notebooks should be from 2 people, Billy said. The first 2 are usually the work of the accountant. Unfortunately, without the captain's log, it is difficult for us to know what happened on the ship at that time. As soon as he finished speaking, Vincent suddenly said, Wait, something is strange here. The young ship doctor still had the last supply record in his hand, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. I know these 2 ports. They are quite far apart. It took my brother and I almost a month to take the ship. How could they have only less than 15 days between the 2 supplies? The speed should be more than 9 knots. Were there such fast cargo ships in that era? Given the state of the ship, it should be possible to sail at full sail and full speed, Billy said. But in reality, this is impossible. The wind speed will remain at the same level for 15 days, which will not break the mast and provide the maximum speed required for sailing. The probability of this happening is about the same as 1,000 gold coins falling in front of you. But it seems that the captain of the ship doesn't think so. Vincent pointed to the record above and said, They only replenished the fresh water and food needed for about 16 days of sailing at the first port. And there was only 1.5 days left before the final sailing time. No wonder they had an accident in the end. But when we boarded the ship, their supplies were still sufficient. The ship obviously did not have an accident because of the captain's arrogance, John Hung said, and then said to Billy, I remember there is a more complete nautical chart on the ship. Find it, and let Vincent see if he can mark the ports it stopped at along the way and calculate its average speed. Then we will know whether its previous sailing time was an accident. Chapter 175 Three-Way Melee. How is this possible? Vincent looked at the calculation results in his hand, his face full of disbelief. How did that ship manage to maintain the highest speed during so many voyages? If the above records are not false, then its speed should be more than twice as fast as that of contemporary merchant ships. This is a bit too exaggerated. Billy also said that he should be the one with the most say among the 4. He has spent half of his life on the sea and knows that there are many factors that affect the speed of a ship. Usually, no matter how skilled the sailor and the helmsman are, they cannot control the changes in the natural environment. So now we not only don't know where the people on the ship went, but we also have another question. Why can the ship sail so fast? Annie raised her eyebrows. These 2 questions may be the same question. John Hung patted the young ship doctor on the shoulder. Can you translate these 3 notebooks? Especially the love poetry collection? The latter nodded. No problem. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do recently. Very good. But for now, we should focus on the spear of the goddess, John Hung said to Billy. We should be very close now. Let's raise the top sail again after the weather clears up. Understood. The empty carrack mysteriously appeared in the rainstorm, and disappeared mysteriously when the weather was about to clear up. The sailors responsible for searching for the target climbed up to the observation tower after the rain stopped. But it was no longer visible in the vast sea. It was like a ghost, appearing and leaving silently. If it weren't for the 2 boxes of silverware on the ship, everyone couldn't help but wonder if all this was just a dream. John Hung also carefully checked the 2 boxes of silverware. But like the ring and necklace, he did not get any hints to obtain game props. He also made reasonable use of the game rules. After all, judging from the situation on the ship, the people on it might have encountered some supernatural phenomena. If the things that caused them to encounter unexpected things were also brought on board, it might cause trouble for the jackdaw. However, the final result was somewhat beyond his expectations. John Hung's investigation of the Clark ship was not simply out of curiosity. He did not forget what the Tang-Su weirdo had said to him before. The latter had told him that as the game progressed, he would gradually come into contact with the truth of the world. Ever since he got the double-scale watch with 24 extra hours and started the monthly game, his life has gradually deviated from the normal track. At first, he thought that the real world had changed. But with the appearance of Moresby, especially after witnessing the wall that swallowed people, he gradually realized that perhaps it was not the reality that changed, but the way he looked at the world. Maybe those things have been there for a long time. But few people noticed their true appearance. Except for Shadow Moment and Shadow Key. The items in John Hung's hand can all be searched for related legends and stories on Google or Baidu pages. This may not be a coincidence. Although he has obtained some supernatural items in the previous rounds of the game, he rarely has the opportunity to get in touch with the stories behind those things. If he can figure out what happened on the Clark ship, maybe he can also have a further understanding of the real world. Know what those things are, where they come from, and what their purpose is. However, he did not forget his main mission for this voyage. Although the 2 boxes of silverware were worth some money, there was not much left after 62 people divided them, especially after the great victory of the first voyage. Perhaps everyone's expectations for this voyage were raised invisibly. Therefore, the top priority now was to capture the spear of the goddess first. It had been 22 days since the Jackdaw left the port. This time, they were lucky and encountered several merchant ships. However, in order not to waste time, John Hung did not order an attack. So on the afternoon of the 22nd day, the Jackdaw finally found its target on the sea. But the current situation is somewhat special. The ship ahead should be the Black Prince Sam's Vita. We are in trouble. They really came here after hearing the news, Billy said. The Black Prince's Vita is a pirate ship as famous as the Nassau and Blackbeard Sea Lion. It is also one of the most powerful pirate groups in this sea area. In terms of ship performance alone, the Vita is even better than the Sea Lion. This ship was first launched in London 2 years ago. Its name is taken from the West African trading city of Vita. It is the best slave ship in the Atlantic Ocean. It adopts a relatively rare dual-purpose design of paddle and sail. It is very fast, especially when there is no wind or headwind. It can be powered by the oars at the bottom. At the same time, the ship is also equipped with heavy firepower. Captain Lawrence had confidently said that he would make investors rich in the future. But he was defeated by the pirates led by the Black Prince on his first voyage and had to surrender. Although he saved his life, the Vita became Sam's flagship. After recognizing the Vita, Billy turned the copper telescope to the other side. There was another pirate ship northwest of the Spear of the Goddess, which was why the Vita did not launch an attack. Billy focused on the black flag raised by the other side. But the pattern on it was something he had never seen before. This ship doesn't look like it's from Nassau. Nassau is the most famous pirate port in the Caribbean. But that doesn't mean all pirates come from here. There are also pirates of all sizes active outside New Providence Island. And you may occasionally encounter them during normal sailing. The Vita and the other unknown pirate ship also discovered the new predator at this time. But the Spear of the Goddess did not make any movement. Probably because there was no difference between 2 pirate ships and 3 pirate ships to them. However, with a previous experience, no one thought that the whaler was ready to surrender. They were obviously waiting for an opportunity. At this time, the more chaotic the situation, the better it was for them. The current situation is a bit tricky. The 3 ships just surrounded the Spear of the Goddess from 3 directions. And at the same time, they were on guard against each other. But their psychological activities were different. The artillery on the unknown pirate ship was not as good as the Vita in terms of quantity and power. It had been at a disadvantage in the confrontation before. But the Vita had to consider the possibility of the Spear of the Goddess escaping after the 2 sides started fighting. Seeing that a third party joined them at this time, they were relieved. However, thinking that they had another competitor, their mood became complicated again. Chapter 176, Sharing Plan. The prey is right in front of them, but they can't make a move. This situation is not common for pirates. At the moment, the Vita is the strongest. The Jackdaw is second. And the unknown pirate ship is at the bottom. But this is only relative. In fact, the latter's ships and firepower configuration are also quite good among pirates. It's just that they are not lucky today and encountered 2 more perverted ones. Now none of the 3 parties has the ability to swallow the prey alone. No matter who makes a move first, they will inevitably be sandwiched by the other 2 sides. And the sailors on the Spear of the Goddess will not sit and wait for death. So 5 minutes later, the Vita took the lead in sending flag signals, inviting the captains of the other 2 ships to negotiate on the distribution of the spoils. As the first pirate ship to discover the Spear of the Goddess, the Vita obviously didn't want to delay any longer. Although the cargo on the Spear of the Goddess was valuable, the 3 ships would not share that much. If more people joined, there would be no profit at all from this trip. It would be better to try our luck by robbing passing merchant ships. The Black Prince has a good reputation in Nassau. He is a very loyal man, which is why his men are willing to follow him, Billy said. Although he is on the side of the Black Merchant Alliance now, he will not hinder us because of this matter. At present, it seems that there is no good solution except negotiation. Let's talk about it first. John Hung nodded. He and Billy agreed. So he said, send a message to the Vita. I go there. The unknown pirate ship on the other side was a little entangled. Although they had heard of the Black Prince, this was their first contact with him. They didn't know how many of the rumors were true. However, seeing that John Hung and his men had already lowered the boat, if they didn't go over, they were worried that the two sides would form an alliance and kill them first. So they had to send out the boat in the end. Because it was a negotiation, John Hung brought few people, only Dufresne and another pirate. To prevent accidents, Billy and Annie stayed on the Jackdaw. The reason why John Hung agreed so decisively was not only because of the good reputation of Black Prince Sam, but also because he was carrying Moment of Shadow. With this thing, if there was any accident, he could escape to the nearby area even if he couldn't return to the Jackdaw. On the other hand, the captain on the other side was very nervous. He brought 8 men who were armed to the teeth and looked like they were facing a great enemy. For some reason, Black Prince Sam did not attend the dinner at Terrence Manor. So this was the first time John Hung met him. To his surprise, this pirate captain who was as famous as Blackbeard looked not much older than him. Only about 26 or 27 years old, with blue eyes and long black hair, tied into a ponytail with a ribbon. It each gave people the feeling of a mountain in the dark night. Then Sam was like the first ray of sunshine in the morning. His smile is very contagious, making people forget all their worries. No wonder his nickname includes the word prince. It has nothing to do with his dress or even his profession. Some people are born kings, and will make people around them follow him willingly. The pirate group led by Sam is also the most stable pirate group in Nassau. Since he became the captain, no one has ever challenged his position, and no one has even thought of it. There are many legends about him. It is said that he often takes out his own share of the spoils to subsidize the wounded and the dead in the battle. He has no residence on the shore, and wakes up in a different place every day. He is also generous to the captives. As early as when he first became a pirate, he would give his old ship to those poor people after robbing the ship so that they could escape. Sometimes he would even share the stolen money with the poor on the island. Therefore, his pirate group often calls itself the Righteous Thieves Group. When John Hung observed Black Prince Sam, the latter's eyes also fell on him. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but John Hung felt that Sam's attitude towards him seemed surprisingly friendly. Captain John Hung, I have heard of your name for a long time. Recently, people in the streets of Nassau are talking about you and your Jackdaw. I should have met you earlier, but fortunately it's not too late now. Sam smiled and stretched out his hand. The other group of people who came up later saw that the situation was a bit bad. Obviously, they didn't expect John Hung and Sam to come from the same place. Seeing that the two were still planning to talk, the guy who looked like a captain interrupted and said, "Time is precious. We all don't want anyone else to join us. In this case, let's start the negotiation quickly." Black Prince Sam nodded and said politely, "What's your name?" "I am Captain Hutchison of the Severe Winter. My crew and I have been chasing this whaler for more than a month. It is our prey. If you two are willing to return it to me, you will also gain the friendship of the Severe Winter," Hutchison said. "There has never been a first-come first-served principle in this sea area." On the other side, the black helmsman of the Vita sneered. "According to the comparison of the strength of the three of us, I think 443 is a more reasonable profit-sharing plan." Black Prince Sam didn't want to beat around the bush on meaningless matters, so he directly gave what he thought was a reasonable distribution plan. "I have no objection to you taking 4 shares. After all, I have heard of the name of the Vita. But forgive me for being frank. Why did this guy get 3 shares? I have been in this sea for so long, but I have never heard of the Jackdaw. Is it just because he and you are from the same place? The other 4 shares I mentioned are for him instead of you. And the reason is simple. Because he owns a battleship." "Heh. Since when did this sea area start to measure the strength of a pirate group by the quality of the ship? Then everyone doesn't need to fight anymore. Just compare the ships every time we meet." Hutchison's eyes widened. Black Prince Sam frowned. "Watch your words, Captain Hutchison. We respect you, so we asked you to come to the negotiation. If you don't know how to respect others, Then this negotiation can't go on. Okay. 3 is 3. But I want to pick 2 things first. And then we will divide the remaining goods according to this ratio. We all know that the most valuable things on the ship are the ambergris. You took them away as soon as you came up. What else do we have to share? The black helmsman of the Witta couldn't help but speak again. Sorry. I thought this was just a discussion between captains. The captain of the Winter complained. Eric. Black Prince Sam looked at his helmsman, who shrugged. I go see if those guys on the second deck are lazy. Chapter 177 Pincer Attack. After the black helmsman left, Hutchison finally spoke again. I can't accept this kind of division. How should I explain it to my crew when I return to the ship? Tell them that the other 2 ships got the same amount of spoils. And only we got the least spoils. The Black Prince Sam said. This has nothing to do with the captain's ability. You are the weakest among the 3 parties. If your crew is rational enough, they should also accept this distribution plan. Oh! If my crew were sensible enough, they wouldn't have become pirates. Hutchison wiped the sweat from his forehead. Please, you 2 are also captains. You should know how difficult this position is. As for me, I have no objection to this division. But I can't just accept it. Otherwise those bastards will think I'm weak and incompetent. And they will dismiss me before I even reach the shore. I'm afraid we can't make any more concessions. Black Prince Sam said. I'm not asking you to give in. Hutchison glanced around, took 2 steps forward, and lowered his voice. I mean, is there any way to make this matter less obvious than it seems? I can give up my priority selection and accept the existing allocation plan. But you have to give me a way out so that I can go back and explain to my crew. Do you have any suggestions? Hutchison looked at the spear of the goddess in the distance. How are we going to take it down later? As usual, we bombard the enemy first, and then send people aboard when they surrender. These guys on board are real men. You should have heard what happened on the Pelican. So we have to be prepared for battle, and each of us will send a portion of our men. I personally prefer each of us to bring 20 men. Black Prince Sam said. How about we not send any men? Hutchison rubbed his hands. This way I can convince my crew to accept the share by saying that I can get the spoils without doing anything. Black Prince Sam frowned. You don't plan to participate in the battle, but you want to enjoy the share of our battle? Strictly speaking, I will not participate in the battle on the deck. My Winter will cooperate with you in the bombardment. Later, when you take action, I can also be responsible for the surrounding vigilance to prevent others from disturbing you. Hutchison said. This is just a gimmick, so that I can use this gimmick to appease my crew. Although the sailors on the spear of the goddess are brave, they are not fools. It is very unlikely that they will resist when surrounded by 3 pirate ships. So the probability of you encountering resistance after boarding the ship is actually very small. Am I right? Black Prince Sam looked at Zhang Hung on the other side. Zhang Hung knew that the former had been persuaded, but out of courtesy he still asked for his opinion first. So he said, I have no problem. Then we will send 30 people from each ship and launch an attack together in a quarter of an hour. Black Prince Sam made the decision, and the other 2 had no objection. The 3 parties did not want to drag it out, lest new competitors appear. So after discussing the distribution plan, Zhang Hung and Hutchison returned to their respective ships as soon as possible to prepare to command the next battle, and wiped her saber, showing an eager look. But then she heard Zhang Hung say, You stay this time. Huh? The red-haired girl said dissatisfiedly. Why? The opponent is quite strong and should need me at this time. Didn't you always use the Pelican incident to warn us to be cautious? I'm not worried about the spear of the goddess. The Vita must have sent elite troops. And with us, it's enough to deal with the sailors on the ship, Zhang Hung said. On the contrary, once we leave, the Jackdaw will become unprecedentedly weak. Compared with the other 2 parties, the number of people is our biggest disadvantage. If the severe winter withdraws, I will take nearly half of the people on board. I don't plan to take all the good players away. I will leave some for you. If everything goes well, there won't even be a fight over there. You are the captain. You have the final say. A quarter of an hour passed quickly, and the Vita was the first to blow the horn of attack, followed by the severe winter and the Jackdaw. The 3 pirate ships sandwiched the spear of the goddess from 3 directions. The latter was unwilling to surrender, and indeed fought back without hesitation. The captain of the spear of the goddess obviously understood that it was unrealistic to sink 3 ships at once, so he decided to choose one of them as the key target of attack, hoping to repel the opponent and make the other 2 feel scared. The Vita was the first to be excluded because it was the largest ship with the thickest armor, and it was difficult to deal with at first glance. The Jackdaw's battleship had a very conspicuous appearance and looked difficult to deal with. So the Spear of the Goddess finally aimed its guns at the severe winter. Hutchison couldn't help but curse. This world is full of people who value appearances. He obviously got the least spoils, but he had to bear the firepower attack of the Spear of the Goddess. However, he was also very cunning. Seeing this, he deliberately slowed down and then personally controlled the winter to dodge. He was able to become the captain of a ship, so he must have some skills. It is impossible for him to sit in this position simply by fooling the people below. In fact, his steering skills are very good. He dodged most of the 2 rounds of attacks from the Spear of the Goddess. The winter just looked a little embarrassed, but it didn't suffer any serious injuries. With his restraint, the Vita and Jackdaw also quickly approached the target. John Hung ordered to open fire first, and then the guns on the Vita also roared, facing the attacks of the 2 ships at the same time. The Spear of the Goddess looked a bit miserable, and the deck was in chaos. But even so, they did not surrender. The people on the ship probably realized that the enemy was strong this time, and it was impossible to turn defeat into victory by boarding like before. So they kept gritting their teeth and holding on. Unfortunately, in the face of the huge gap in strength, this was just a meaningless struggle. 5 minutes later, the Spear of the Goddess had to send out the flag of surrender. John Hung led the 30 selected people to stand by the side of the ship, waiting for the 2 ships to approach, lowered the boat, and finally boarded the whaler on the opposite side. The smell of gunpowder on the deck had not yet dissipated. Several sailors bandaged the wounds of their injured companions while looking at the robbers in front of them with vigilant and unwilling eyes. John Hung did not rush to check the cargo in the cabin, but waited until Black Prince Sam also boarded the ship and handed over the list of items in his hand. "We are lucky. There are more cargoes on this ship than I expected before. Even if the 3 parties divide it, everyone can get a lot of money," Black Prince Sam said happily, and his words caused cheers from the pirates behind him. But in contrast, the sailors on the Spear of the Goddess looked at him with hatred. Chapter 178. The Most Escaped Severe Winter. Soon after, John Hung led his men off the ship, and also received a warning from the lookout that a ship appeared in the southwest. The red-haired girl took the copper telescope and saw a 3-masted sailing ship. The latter also discovered them at this time, but instead of being afraid, it accelerated and rushed over here. At the same time, a black flag was raised on the ship. It seems that the guy also wants to get a piece of the pie. Dufresne frowned. However, the severe winter also moved as agreed and went to intercept the newly arrived pirate ship. When passing the Jackdaw, Hutchison also signaled and with a flag, telling her not to worry and just leave the matter to him. However, soon after the battle between the 2 sides, the severe winter was beaten back step by step. The red-haired girl thought that the opponent might be useless, but she didn't expect it to be so useless. She didn't even delay for a moment and started to run away. The severe winter only lasted less than 10 minutes before turning around and running back. The Black Prince Sam on the Spear of the Goddess also frowned. He didn't expect his ally to be so useless. They had just confiscated the weapons and started to check the goods against the list. But now is not the time to pursue responsibility. He asked his men to send a message to the Vita and asked the Vita to help. In terms of firepower, the newly arrived ship was actually on par with the severe winter, so it was not difficult for the Vita to deal with it. Not to mention that the severe winter was helping, so it should be enough to defeat the other party. After receiving the order, the black helmsman on the Vita immediately led his men to the battle site. But he did not like Hutchison and deliberately took a detour, hoping that the latter would suffer more. It would be best if the severe winter was sunk by the newly arrived pirate ship, so that they could save their share of the spoils. Unfortunately, the winter was not good at fighting, but was very good at escaping. Hutchison once again demonstrated his excellent steering skills, steering the winter to avoid rounds of bombardment without any danger, especially when he saw the Vita not far away. He immediately turned around and fled to this side, as if he had seen a savior. The black helmsman of the Vita was so amused by this guy that he even wanted to kill him first. But in the end, he suppressed his desire and ordered the gunners to take their positions and prepare for battle. Although reluctant to admit it, strictly speaking, the severe winter did play a role. At least it successfully brought the target to the Vita. However, it was not known whether it was to panic or for some other reason. But the severe winter was right in front of the Vita's guns. preventing the latter from firing shells. On the contrary, the pirate ship behind could launch an attack without restraint. The black helmsman cursed and sent a flag signal to the severe winter, telling Hutchison to get out as far as possible. Fortunately, the winter was not stupid enough. After receiving the flag signal, it immediately circled and got behind the Widow. The black helmsman was too lazy to complain. Anyway, he was confident that he could defeat the ship in front of him with or without the help of the winter. He did not care where the latter went and ordered to open fire. In the first round of attack, the Widow showed its style as the overlord of the Caribbean Sea. The pirate ship that had just beaten the winter to a pulp was suppressed. Whether it was firepower configuration or personnel quality, there was a visible gap between the two sides. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the latter was defeated. The black helmsman looked relaxed, just like the other battles he had experienced before. Once the Vita started to exert its strength, the outcome would no longer be in suspense. He even had the leisure to look back and admire the embarrassed posture of the winter behind him. As a result, his eyes fell on the open gun window of the winter, and his face suddenly changed. The black helmsman had an ominous premonition in his heart and shouted to the pirate at the helm, "Quick! Full left rudder!" However, it was too late for him to speak. The next moment, the winter swept away its previous weak appearance and showed its fangs. Hutchison's wonderful performance deceived everyone and won himself the best attacking position. He almost fired at the Vita, and the dense shells seemed to tear the latter apart. The Vita was caught off guard and suffered a great loss. The starboard side suffered a devastating blow. The pirates on the ship were staggering. The attack on the other pirate ship also stopped, so the latter did not hesitate to start counterattacking. The sudden change attracted everyone's attention, including those on the Jackdaw. However, they did not expect that there was danger approaching them quietly at this moment. The pirates on the observation deck did not forget Zhang Hung's instructions and remained vigilant. However, they saw a vast sea and did not see other ships. In fact, he felt that he was a little too nervous, because even if there were more enemies, it would take at least half an hour from the appearance to the entry into their range. This time was enough for them to prepare. Therefore, when the first enemy suddenly appeared from the side of the ship and cut the throat of an unlucky guy, no one realized that they had been ambushed. The first to react was the pirate on the lookout, although he was also attracted by the sudden rebellion of the severe winter on the other side. He was the first to notice the abnormality on the deck, because he was always in a high position. He finally shouted the word enemy attack. But then, he was shot in the neck by a blowgun and fell to one side. However, with his reminder, the pirates on the deck also discovered the invaders. Seeing the wet clothes of the group of people, Annie immediately understood where they came from. When the severe winter went to intercept the later pirate ship, it passed by the Jackdaw. This group of people should have sneaked into the water at that time, but they did not dare to take action immediately. They waited until the Vita on the other side was besieged before taking the opportunity to launch an attack. The red-haired girl was not surprised but happy. She was just complaining that she was doing nothing on the ship. But a battle came to her, and licked her lips, drew the saber from her waist, and rushed to meet it immediately. With the boatswain leading the way, the pirates of the Jackdaw quickly joined the battle after the initial panic. Dufresne was secretly glad that Zhang Hung left the main elite on the ship. The latter even brought a cook, a carpenter, and a ship doctor among the 30 people he brought to make up for the loss. In addition, the pirates on the lookout tower discovered it in time. So the first wave of sneak attacks from the opposite side only killed 3 or 4 people, and did not cause widespread panic. Afterwards, and took the lead on the Jackdaw side, and quickly stabilized the situation. The number of crew members of the severe winter, who attacked from underwater, was not large. Only about 20 people. It was not that Hutchison did not want to send more people, but he was worried that if there were too many people, they would be discovered. In addition, he also needed to deal with the Vita, which was also his most important enemy. In comparison, he did not take Zhang Hung and his Jackdaw too seriously. Chapter 179 Collision. The sailors on the Spear of the Goddess were overjoyed to see the internal conflict among the pirates in front of them. They were unwilling to see their goods being robbed in this way, and they could not help but get restless. However, to their surprise, the 2 captains in front of them did not look panicked at all. Zhang Hung did not expect Hutchison to play this trick. He let and stay on the Jackdaw just out of caution, because the strength of the Jackdaw lies in the cannons on the ship, not in the crew. So the people Zhang Hung left behind were mainly gunners. But most of them were young people in their 20s and 30s. And they were not at a disadvantage in close combat, especially with Annie around. So they quickly gained the upper hand. Zhang Heng also realized at this time that Hutchison's surprise attack on the jackdaw was not really intended to take down the jackdaw in one fell swoop, but was just to delay the latter as much as possible and prevent the jackdaw from joining the battle on the other side. Obviously, the Vita was his real target. But what surprised Zhang Heng was that the Black Prince Sam was not worried at all at this time. The Vita was now sandwiched between two ships, and the situation looked very bad. But the Black Prince Sam was still calmly commanding the men to maintain stability on the deck. Seeing Zhang Heng looking at him, he even smiled and said, "Many people say that I am the best captain in this sea area, and put me on the same level as Honig and Blackbird. I can only say that they think too highly of me. I started to go to sea 4 years ago, and came to Nassau a year later. At that time, I was just an unknown person. I met Eric, the helmsman, in the tavern. Their original captain secretly withheld part of the spoils that originally belonged to them. After the matter was exposed, he was dismissed. I was unemployed at the time, and they just needed a captain, and we both happened to be drunk. So when I opened my eyes the next morning, I became the new captain of that ship." Black Prince Sam paused. "After becoming the captain, I still wanted to work hard. I made a lot of preparations for my first sea raid. Really a lot. But unfortunately, I accidentally drank too much the night before. So when I opened my eyes again, we had already returned with a full load. Until today, few people know that my navigation skills are actually very poor. My artillery skills are not good, and I still don't know how to mobilize before the war. But even so, my pirate group still became one of the most powerful pirate groups in Nassau. And it took less than 3 years. All this is because I have a group of the best men. They are willing to trust me, and I fully trust them. This is why we can travel across the 7 seas. If someone thinks that I am not on the ship and despises the Vita, then they will definitely pay the price." The Black Helmsman was in a bit of a mess after being hit by 2 rounds of artillery fire. The main mast of the Vita was hit by a cannonball and fell down. The huge canvas covered many people. Most pirate groups would start to panic after suffering such a blow, especially since the captain was not on the ship at this time and lacked a backbone. However, the pirates on the Vita returned to their respective positions as quickly as possible after a brief daze. The gunners continued to load shells. The ship's doctor began to treat the wounded. The carpenters repaired the leaks, and even the cook helped to clean the deck. The Black Helmsman climbed up from the ground while cursing, brushed off the sawdust on his body, and directed the Vita to turn the hull. Of course, the other 2 ships would not miss such a good opportunity, and the gunfire became more fierce. However, the solid hull of the Vita also played a role at this time. It was not sunk under such an attack. Several carpenters on the ship ran up and down, repairing the cracks, and it miraculously survived. Then the Vita also put up the secondary sail. Hutchison was a little strange. He didn't know what the Vita meant. The opponent was now facing them with the bow and stern. In this way, the broadside guns on the Vita were useless. The bow gun and the stern gun could still be used, but this little firepower was of no help at all. Moreover, lowering the sails also meant losing power, and it was completely in a passive situation. Any sensible captain would not make such a choice. As a result, he saw the bottom of the Vita suddenly open. 2 rows of oars extended, and began to stir the seawater, and the Vita also rushed towards another pirate ship. Hutchison was shocked. Although he had heard of the name of the Vita, he was not a local pirate in Nassau after all, and the information he collected was limited. He did not know that the other party was a dual-purpose ship with oars and sails. In the headwind state, the Black Helmsman decisively ordered the sails to be put away and the oars to be used instead. The Vita is now the fastest ship in this sea area. The other pirate ship obviously didn't expect the Vita to be so strong, and it was ready to fight them both, in order to achieve the greatest damage. The 2 sides were very close. It was too late to order the ship to turn around. It could only continue to fire, hoping to sink the Vita before that. But his plan failed. Seeing that the 2 ships were about to collide, the Black Helmsman showed a grim smile at the corner of his mouth. Both sides were injured. This idea is too naive. Before the Vita collided with the other side, the pirate ship shook violently, and then a big crack appeared on the underwater hull, and the surging seawater poured into the cabin. Such a big crack was beyond the ability of the carpenter, and could not be repaired at all, which meant that sinking was inevitable. The pirates on the deck fled in fear. And the captain was still confused at this time, not knowing what happened. Hutchison, who witnessed all this from a distance, was also a little unbelievable. But he soon thought of something and said in a lost voice, "Hit the horn?" The ram is a protrusion fixed to the bow of a ship to ram enemy ships. It is usually hidden underwater, and was widely used by the ancient Phoenicians, Greeks and Romans. However, it had basically withdrawn from the historical stage in the 18th century when artillery bombardment was popular. It was not until the mid-19th century that it was revived again on ironclad ships. Hutchison did not expect that the configuration on the Vita was so retro. And it was equipped with a ram that had long been abandoned by other ships. If this information had been known earlier, it would not have been a big problem. As long as they kept a safe distance from the Vita, it would have been fine. But now they have suffered a big loss and lost a ship directly. Hutchison regretted it so much. But it was too late to say anything now. He could only watch the other ship gradually sink. And the sailors on it fell into the water one after another with no other choice. And the Vita had already turned its bow. Chapter 180, Turning Defeat into Victory. "Captain, what should we do?" the sailor on the Winter said nervously. Hutchison's expression was also very tangled at this moment. The Vita, not far away, had been hit by 3 waves of artillery fire when it turned around and charged before. The hull was severely damaged, and it was obviously at the end of its strength. However, the opponent not only did not repair, but turned around and rushed towards this side again, showing a posture of destroying both sides. On the other side, the Jackdaw also dealt with the invaders climbing up from the side of the ship, and was ready to come to assist the Vita. So Hutchison hesitated again, and finally issued an order to retreat. The Jackdaw chased after it for a while, trying to attack the Winter with its bow gun, but was dodged by Hutchison's coquettish operation, and wanted to chase after the Winter again, but was stopped by Dufresne. Although the Jackdaw had an advantage in firepower, there were too few crew members on the ship, only more than 20 people left. This number of people could not even gather gunners, and could not fully exert its firepower advantage. If they continued to chase, it would most likely lead to a counterattack from the Winter. So the Jackdaw turned around after chasing for a while. Hutchison looked at the returning Jackdaw with a bleeding heart. This time, they suffered a great loss. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the 2 ships and swallow the spoils on the Vita and the Spear of the Goddess together, so that they could become famous in one battle and enter the ranks of top pirates. But he didn't expect that he would lose more than he gained. Not only did he not get anything, but he also lost a ship and half of his men. Perhaps the only consolation was that his severe Winter was not seriously damaged in the previous battle. So he did have the idea of taking down the Jackdaw to make up for the loss. But the other party did not follow up. So the severe Winter could only leave in disgrace. This battle came and went quickly. Although the process in the middle was thrilling and tortuous, it actually took less than 20 minutes from the time when the severe Winter fired at the Vita to the former's escape. The situation of the Vita was a little more serious than Hutchison had judged. The bottom cabin was leaking seriously, although the carpenter had been repairing it. The seawater had already reached the knees of the rowing pirates. The black helmsman's previous U-turn was just a show. In the current situation of the Vita, it was impossible for the Vita to fight a second round. The severe Winter had not completely left the Vita when they organized emergency repairs. Everyone, including the black helmsman Eric, was mobilized to find everything they could find to plug the holes in the hull. At the same time, others used water pumps to pump out the accumulated water at the bottom of the ship. After working for a long time, they finally controlled the situation and made the drainage speed exceed the water intake speed. At this time, the Black Prince Sam on the Spear of the Goddess had also taken inventory of the cargo. The betrayal of the severe Winter made the distribution easier. Now both sides just had to split it in half. With a bit of apology on his face, he said, "Thank you for your help this time. Logically, I should give you more spoils. But the Vita was severely damaged this time. It would probably cost a lot to repair it completely. I owe you a favor this time." Zhang Heng had no objection to this distribution plan and said, "Captain Sam is too polite. If the Vita was not there, we would be the ones caught in the crossfire. We were able to complete the counterattack and sink a ship on the opposite side under such circumstances. I think only the Yiji gang in the sea area can do it." Black Prince Sam shrugged. It was not easy for the Vita to turn defeat into victory in the situation it was in at that time. He did not hesitate to praise. "Eric is very good at commanding battles. In fact, He can be a captain himself. I have told him many times. But he doesn't seem to be interested in this. The two chatted while completing the distribution of goods. Black Prince Sam is probably the most talkative person among all the top captains in Nassau. He has an indescribable charm that makes people feel close to him. Although he has always been very humble. He attributes the strength of the pirate group to the strength of his subordinates. But if someone really thinks so, then they are totally wrong. Everyone in the pirate group can find a replacement. But the captain, Black Prince Sam, is unique. Without his strong personal charm, it is impossible to unite the pirate group. People with strength usually have bad tempers, which is an eternal truth. Looking through the entire pirate group, the only one who can convince everyone is Black Prince Sam, a captain who seems to be ordinary in every aspect. The Jackdaw sailed back from a distance, and also rescued several pirates who fell into the water on the way. They were all from the pirate ship that was sunk by the Vita before. After some interrogation, she finally figured out the origin of this group of people. The pirate group led by Hutchison had only recently emerged. They were not pirates, but armed privateers. However, they encountered a merchant ship on the way. The latter was flying the British flag. It should be an object that could not be plundered. However, after discovering that it was carrying a large amount of silk, the Winter could not resist the temptation and attacked the merchant ship. Later, in order to prevent the news from leaking out, it also killed all the crew members on it. But unexpectedly, it was betrayed by its own people in the end. Hutchison got the news in advance and fled the port with the remaining crew members. However, they had no clues about the prey and traveled on the sea for 2 weeks without any results. At this time, they encountered two groups of pirates fighting for a ship of loot. Hutchison helped one of the pirates eliminate the opponent. And in the end, he not only shared the loot, but also received thanks from the other pirate ship. However, Hutchison suddenly turned around and attacked the latter, destroyed the defenseless pirate ship, and took the loot for himself. Having tasted the sweetness, Hutchison thought that robbing thieves was also a good business. So he decided to allocate some of his manpower to the newly captured ship, and recruited a group of new people on the shore to guard the area where pirates often appeared, robbing passing merchant ships while also attacking pirate ships returning with full loads. He was very cunning. The two ships acted separately and were not too far apart. They transmitted messages through the reflection of mirrors. One ship entangled the other ship, while the other ship pretended to pass by. At first, it would help the attacked pirates to deal with Hutchison's own pirate ship, and then turn against him at a critical moment, and finally defeated the opponent effortlessly. Hutchison's skill of dodging cannonballs was also learned at that time. Many pirates, who were stronger than them, suffered at their hands. This time, Hutchison just changed his tactics slightly, but the core idea did not change. However, he did not deal with the Witta simply for the spoils. During this period, Hutchison's pirate career went smoothly, and his ambition began to expand. Making money could not fully satisfy him. He also wanted to make his name spread throughout the sea. If he could take down the famous Witta, he could replace the Black Prince and become a famous pirate. Unfortunately, he hit a wall this time. Captain Sam had already disembarked with some elite soldiers, and he deceived everyone with his superb acting skills and successfully completed the pincer attack on the Witta. In the end, the Witta, which had been forced into a desperate situation, killed one of his ships. Chapter 181: The Changing World. As rumored, after emptying the cargo on the spear of the goddess, Black Prince Sam did not make things difficult for the sailors on the ship. He only dismantled half of the cannon on it, and confirmed that it had no ability to fight back. He then moved some wood to repair the Vita, and let the people go. However, the sailors did not thank him for this. They worked so hard on the sea for so long, but got nothing in the end. When they looked at the pirates, their eyes were full of hatred and anger. Sam, however, looked indifferent. He told John Hung, "We are bandits, so it's normal for some people to hate us. I let them go without expecting them to be grateful to me. I just didn't want to do it myself. If some of them become pirate hunters in the future, I also welcome them to come and hunt me down. Life is too short. It's most important to stay happy. There's no need to always worry about what will happen in the future." John Hung didn't expect that the Black Prince Sam was not much older than him, but he was so free and easy. Perhaps this was why others liked him so much. John Hung was still a little wary of the Righteous Thieves group at first because of the Black Merchants Alliance. But after getting in touch with Sam, he found that the latter was indeed a friend worth making. especially in the cruel and cold-blooded pirate world. It is a miracle that he can maintain this character. However, John Hung was still a little strange. When he was on the Vita before, the friendly attitude shown by Black Prince Sam to him was obviously beyond the scope of the first meeting. So he took this opportunity to ask the question he had always wanted to ask. Have we met before? Oh, you are talking about this. Black Prince Sam smiled. You and the red-haired miss and helped me a favor. Although you don't know it yourself. Didn't you catch a thief on Fraser's behalf before? And finally killed him. And I had been looking for him for a while at that time. I have a friend. Not from my ship. But a very good friend. He worked on another ship and had just become the helmsman. He was very happy that day. So he drank a few more glasses. But when he left the tavern, he found that his purse was missing. It was full of pearls he had just exchanged. The money he exchanged for pearls was the public property of the ship. The crew trusted him and entrusted him to exchange for something more convenient to carry and store. As a result, the next morning, people found his body on the reef beach. Sam's eyes flashed with sadness when he talked about this matter. The man you killed was a habitual criminal, and he liked to take things like pearls. He usually wandered around the residence of pearl merchants, looking for prey. But I didn't know these things until later. My friend was a very stubborn person. He couldn't think of any other way to prove that he didn't embezzle the pearls. So he could only use the dumbest method in the end. Black Prince Sam shook his head. I don't hate the guy who stole his pearls, because that was his way of survival. Just like us. But I also want to avenge my friend. But this is just my own personal grudge. I didn't use the power of the pirate group. But the guy was more slippery than I thought. And I had to go out to sea. So I couldn't devote too much energy to land. Later, when I came back, I heard that he was dead. Fraser only recently told me your names. Anyway, this matter is over now. And my friend can rest in peace, Black Prince Sam said. At this point, John Hung finally figured out the cause and effect of all this. In order to prevent Hutchison from causing trouble again, he took the initiative to propose that the Jackdaw accompany the Vita back to Nassau. Black Prince Sam would naturally not refuse, because this matter made the relationship between the two of them much closer. On the way back, the latter often came to John Hung in a small boat to chat. And John Hung learned a lot of secrets from him that only the captain knew. On this day, the two talked about the distribution of power on the island. Black Prince Sam raised his eyebrows, seeming a little surprised. You want to join the island's parliament? John Hung nodded. This was related to his main task. He didn't have a ship before, and he wasn't famous enough on the island, so he didn't think about it. Now the Jackdaw and his name have spread throughout Nassau, although a large part of this is due to the conflict with the Black Merchant Alliance. Crises often coexist with opportunities. Now he has withstood the pressure and led the Jackdaw to successfully overcome the initial troubles. He has also become more famous. So joining the parliament can be put on the agenda. Actually, that parliament is useless. Black Prince Sam scratched his head. It's an organization for everyone to maintain order. But in fact, it hasn't held many meetings since it was established. Nassau is a no-man's land, and no one on the island likes to be controlled. The big landowners don't care about anything other than their own land. Pirates have their own way of dealing with things. As for those black market merchants, they seem to have their own set of rules. And after the establishment of the Black Market Alliance, they will not use the parliament to resolve conflicts. The last time we sat together for a meeting was 2 years ago. Someone got the news that the Spanish were planning to attack here. So the island was tense for a while. But then, the matter was dropped. Since then, even fewer people want to join. The main reason is that when you first enter the parliament, you have to take an oath to defend Nassau. People didn't take it seriously before, but now they find that there may be a war. Joining the parliament has no practical benefits other than the title. So fewer people are interested. Black Prince Sam shrugged. Are there any requirements for joining the parliament? There are no hard and fast requirements. Generally speaking, as long as you have strength and reputation and have made contributions to the island, you can join. The only threshold is that you need to be jointly nominated by more than 7 members of the parliament. Black Prince Sam said. The brothel owner Clay, because his girls provide good service and have made indelible contributions to the stability of the island, is said to be one of the first people to be elected into the parliament. What? Are you really interested? I can help you with the 7 recommended people, as a reward for helping me kill Jacob. Did I trouble you, Captain Sam? John Hung said. Black Prince Sam didn't take this little thing to heart. He was very interested in the Battle of Queen Anne's Revenge bombarding Charleston. He was just about to learn more details from John Hung, an eyewitness. But at this time, the light outside the porthole suddenly dimmed. The two looked up together, and saw the dark clouds above their heads. Has the weather changed so quickly? Black Prince Sam touched his nose. It was fine before. This damn weather is even more fickle than a woman. Chapter 182: The Sudden Storm. The rainstorm came faster than anyone expected. Black Prince Sam did not stay at the Jackdaw because he was worried about the Vita, which had just had its hull repaired. However, as soon as he got into the boat, raindrops began to fall from the sky. And at the same time, the sea was also full of wind and waves. Thick lightning flashed across the gloomy sky, and thunder roared like the end of the world. The two ships were less than 30 meters apart, but Black Prince Sam's boat took 10 minutes to row, up and down in the huge waves, and finally approached the Vita. One of the pirates was swept away by the big waves behind him while climbing. The pirates on the Vita were helpless, and could only watch their companions disappear in the waves. It was impossible to get off the ship to save people in such bad weather. On the other side, John Hung did not return to the captain's room. He stood at the bow of the Jackdaw, and Billy was loudly commanding the crew to prepare for the storm. John Hung frowned. He was different from Black Prince Sam. The latter might just think that this bad weather came too suddenly. But John Hung not only learned the technology of sailing from Roscoe, but the old pirate also taught him the wind judgment and weather forecast that he was good at. Although John Hung could not be as accurate as Roscoe in weather forecasting, he could judge the weather changes in a short period of time. This storm appeared too suddenly, and without any signs. Just a quarter of an hour ago, the sky was still clear and cloudless. According to the experience Roscoe taught him, the sea should be relatively calm at least until tonight. However, in just over 10 minutes, the weather in this sea area changed drastically. John Hung had only encountered such a situation once before, when the Clark appeared, but the wind and waves were not so strong that time. Now the sea seemed to be completely angry, and huge waves hit the side of the ship one after another. John Hung held the rope with one hand to stabilize his body, and took out the copper telescope he carried with him with the other hand. He first looked at the Black Prince Sam. The Vita was busy again, but there was nothing going on for the time being. So John Hung moved his eyes to a farther distance. However, to his surprise, he did not see the ghost ship from more than 100 years ago on the sea this time. On the contrary, after a while, the terrifying storm began to weaken slowly. The waves became smaller and smaller, and the raindrops became sparse. Until 5 minutes later, the sun shone through the clouds again. The sea returned to calm, and the dark clouds that had covered the head before disappeared. It was only a short 20 minutes, and even Annie, who was always calm, found it a little unbelievable. After the rain stopped, she shook off the raindrops on her hair and said, "What is this? A prank?" John Hung was also a little puzzled, but for the sake of caution, he went to the warehouse as soon as possible and checked the 2 boxes of silverware again. He found nothing unusual, and he picked up the ring and necklace in the drawer. But he also did not get the system prompt to obtain the props. Coincidence? This made John Hung a little unsure. He always felt that he had missed something about the Clark. But now, he really had no other clues. He could only wait for Vincent to finish translating the 3 notebooks to see if he could get more information from them. This sudden short storm was just a small episode in a long voyage for most people. Soon, the pirates on the ship shifted their attention to other things, such as who always sneaked into the kitchen to steal bread at night, and where to have fun after landing this time. The Jackdaw was getting closer and closer to Nassau, but John Hung didn't know that there was a storm waiting for him on the shore. The second-hand goods trading office of the female businessman Karina was very popular on the island recently. Pirates came to the door in an endless stream. Karina also had a boldness that was totally inconsistent with her gender. The second-hand goods trading office accepted everyone, as long as it was not worthless. The female businessman was willing to bid for it, which won a good reputation among small and medium-sized pirates. At the same time, Captain Malone also bid farewell to his happy brothel time and became busy again. The breeze began to shuttle between Nassau and the ports of the colony, exchanging the spoils that Karina secretly purchased from the pirates on the island for bags of gold coins. Although most of this income was subsidized to the second-hand goods trading office, And because Karina offered a high price, the profit was not very ideal. Far less than when her father Fagin was on the island. But they finally started to make a profit anyway. At least not everyone was idle and rotten when the jackdaw went out to sea. However, the good times did not last long. Not long after, the news that Karina was trading privately with pirate captains through the second-hand goods trading office was leaked. And it spread all over the island almost overnight. Then the news that her father was detained by the colony was also exposed. This happened a few months ago. It was not a secret among black market merchants. Some well-informed people on the island had heard about it. However, it was suddenly publicized today, and the malicious intentions behind it were obvious. Several captains who had traded with the businesswoman before suddenly became a little restless. They just wanted to make extra money, and didn't want to be tied to Karina's small boat that seemed to be sinking. Moreover, they all insisted that it was not their subordinates who leaked the information. They even suspected that the information might have been leaked by Karina herself. After all, if they had a falling out with the Black Trade Alliance because of this matter, Karina would be the one who benefited in the end. The businesswoman had to visit them in person and try to communicate with them, convincing them that the Black Trade Alliance would not really implement the sanctions in the statement. This was equivalent to pushing them to her personally. However, in the end, it had little effect. Only 2 captains said that they could continue the transaction if Karina could solve the problem of leaks. Malone shook his head. This problem cannot be solved. We have done a good job here. We have arranged people to guard the warehouse. Even the sailors on the ship don't know what is transported every time. So it is impossible that we leak the secret. Instead, it was the pirates. They are numerous and talkative. As the saying goes, don't expect a group of pirates to keep any secrets, especially when they are drunk. Karina shook her head. Most of their pirates don't know that they sold the goods to us. This matter is only done by a group of confidants. Others only take the money in the end. The Black Trade Alliance may hear some news, but their investigation should not be so fast. Chapter 183 Smoked Fish Alley. Karina walked to the carriage and Malone opened the door for her. But the businesswoman stopped and did not get in. Karina looked at the cafe opposite, where Malcolm was eating lunch with a napkin tied around his neck. When he saw the businesswoman looking over, he gestured to her to invite her in. The latter hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over. Malone also wanted to follow, but was stopped by 2 muscular men outside the store. He was a little anxious, but Karina nodded at him, indicating that it was okay. What would you like to eat? Malcolm cut off a piece of fried egg with a knife and said to the businesswoman sitting in front of him, I recommend the coffee and tuna sandwich here. The taste is still very good. Just like you. People who know me know that I don't like others to reject my suggestions. Malcolm said to the waiter beside him. Add another coffee and fried egg. And a tuna sandwich. Karina smiled and didn't dwell on this little thing. She looked around and said, I have been in Nassau for so long, but I haven't really walked around the city. I didn't even know there was a cafe here. It's not your fault. This cafe is closed on ordinary days. It only opens when I'm here. Sitting here makes me feel like I've returned to civilized society. If you were 10 years younger, I might have fallen in love with you. I've known your father, Fagin, for a long time, but I never knew he had such an outstanding daughter. Malcolm ate his fried eggs and took a sip of coffee. When you first appeared in front of me, I thought you were a liar who came out of nowhere. But now I believe you are your father's daughter. You two have the same characteristics. Once you set a goal, you will never give up. Maybe it's because life doesn't even give us the right to give up. Karina thanked the waiter who brought the coffee. Are you still angry with me for what happened when you first came to the island? Should I be angry? Even if I'm in my position, I can't do whatever I want. Malcolm put down the fork in his hand and wiped his hands with a napkin. Or to be more precise, it's because I'm in this position that I can't do whatever I want. People only see that the Black Business Alliance is powerful now. But they don't know that it was not easy at the beginning. We have to deal with threats from all sides. Not only outside the Alliance, but also inside the Alliance. There are too many exchanges and compromises. I'm sorry. What does this have to do with me? The businesswoman asked back. I've already taken what you didn't want to give me. Now I don't need anyone's pity. I don't care how much effort you put into building this alliance, nor how important it is to you. If you're just going to play the emotional card with me today, then forget it. I'm not as leisurely as you are, and I still have a lot of things to do. I leave you now, Karina said and stood up. Don't you even care about your own father? Malcolm said calmly. The businesswoman stood still. A flash of hatred flashed in her eyes. But thinking of what Larry was doing now, she finally restrained her emotions, turned around, and tried to make her voice sound no different from usual. My father? I feel sorry for what happened to your father. A cousin in my family happens to have some relationship with Earl Slaughter, who imprisoned your father. Maybe I can help you plead with him and solve this matter as soon as possible. Malcolm looked into Karina's eyes and said, You should also want your father to come out of prison. Right? What's the price? After leaving Nassau, the last batch of spices on the Jackdaw should have made you some money. With your and your father abilities, with this money as startup capital, you should be able to support your family even if you do some other business. Karina opened her mouth to say something, and Malcolm extended a finger. This is not a deal. But I'm giving you one last chance for your father's sake, so that this matter can be resolved peacefully. You should know that the tricks you are playing now will not last long. My patience is limited. What if I refuse? Karina said after a moment of silence. Malcolm raised his eyebrows. A little surprised. Maybe I really underestimated you. I always thought you came to the island just to make money to rescue your father. But now you have made this your career. Right? Unfortunately, you came at the wrong time. I changed my mind and don't want to drag it on with you anymore. So the game and reminiscing time are over. If you don't leave, then something cruel may happen next. A quarter of an hour later, Karina came out of the cafe, and Malone immediately went to meet her. How is it? Did he not embarrass you? The businesswoman shook her head. It's the same old thing. Malcolm thinks I'm still a little girl and thinks he can scare me away just by intimidation. Don't worry about him. The Jackdaw will be back soon. Before that, we have to do our work. There are still some stocks in the warehouse. I'm afraid I have to trouble Uncle Malone to make another trip. The captain of the Breeze nodded. I have already purchased supplies. After dark, we can ship those things on board and leave the port. Very good. You go and prepare for the sea trip. I'm going to go to Smoked Fish Lane next. Let's separate here. Karina got on the carriage. Why don't we go together? The rest of the things won't take an afternoon. Smoked Fish Lane is one of the most chaotic places on the island. There are thieves and villains everywhere. A young girl shouldn't be in such a place alone. Ma Long frowned. It doesn't matter. I have friends there. Karina had already closed the car door and said, Be safe, Uncle Malone. And left. I should be the one to say this. Malone looked at the back of the carriage and said helplessly. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. Karina jumped off the carriage. Several hooligans squatting on the ground whistled at her. Although the businesswoman seemed very relaxed when she responded to Malone, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this time. However, she had survived the pressure from Malcolm before, so there was no reason for her to be scared by a few hooligans here. So the businesswoman took a deep breath and walked into the alley. However, not long after she walked out, she ran into a group of little ghosts, and they spilled the squid ink on her. Karina was a little helpless. She took out her handkerchief and wiped it for a long time, but couldn't wipe it off. At this time, misfortunes never come alone. She found that the hooligans she met at the entrance of the alley were following her. Chapter 184 Slaughterhouse Owner. Looking at the malicious smiles in front of her, Karina was really nervous at this time. She subconsciously took 2 steps back. There were other people in this alley, but those guys seemed to be accustomed to this kind of thing. They looked indifferent and indifferent. Poverty made them numb to the outside environment. The leading guy smiled and walked forward 2 steps. Just when he was about to say something, a black shadow covered his head and his smile froze on his lips. Cozy? She's my guest. Andy. A black man with a muscular body like a bull appeared behind the businesswoman and spoke coldly. A few young men who looked like gangsters looked at each other. The leader, Andy, immediately raised his hands and squeezed a smile from his freckled face. This is a misunderstanding. Cozy, we won't embarrass your guest. After that, they retreated to the alley honestly, and Karina breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Check if your purse is still there, the black man named Cozy said. The businesswoman was startled and reached into her arms. She searched all over her body, but couldn't find her purse. Then she seemed to remember something. Those kids? Don't worry. I know where they are, and will help you get your purse back, Cozy said. Let's go. He's waiting for you. The black man took the businesswoman to a slaughterhouse, where several workers were busy killing pigs, and ignored the 2 people who came in. Karina followed Cozy down to the cellar, and finally saw the Black Gladiator there. The last time they met was a month ago. Karina was entrusted by Zhang Heng to give Larry a sum of money for activities. After that, the latter disappeared and did not contact her again until 2 days ago. Thank you, Cozy. The owner of the slaughterhouse nodded to Larry and turned to walk out of the cellar. Cozy is not from the tribe, but he can be trusted. No one dares to mess with him in this alley. He has helped me a lot recently. When there were only 2 people left in the cellar, the Black Gladiator spoke. I'm sorry that I can only meet you here. Malcolm is a very cautious person, but he also has weaknesses. He focuses on those powerful opponents. He will spend time and energy to study them, such as Captain Zhang Heng and you. He will analyze your personality, behavior patterns, family background, and even childhood experiences to find effective means to deal with you. And everyone's energy is limited. Malcolm focuses on you and ignores others, especially those who are not important to him, even if they live around him, such as me, or other black slaves in Terrence Manor. In his eyes, we are no different from the trees in the manor. When I was dragged out of the banquet hall, he no longer cared about my life or death, and the supervisor would not tell him that I was sold. But if he found out that I was in contact with you, he would realize that I was not dead yet, and start to evaluate the threat I might bring, which would cause trouble for my activities. I can understand, Karina said. Let's talk about your father. Larry briefly explained why he chose to meet the businesswoman here, and then turned the topic back. I used my method to contact the tribesmen in the manor. As I said before, they are no different from trees in Malcolm's eyes. But most of them can't help much. Those young laborers can't leave the orchard and farmland at all. Most of the maids are only responsible for cleaning and some reception work, and they can't touch anything valuable. There is only one exception. Her name is Leah. Leah? She is a very special child. She showed her uniqueness when she was in the tribe. Malcolm must have noticed this, so he focused on training her. He didn't let her receive guests like other people. He not only taught her the language, but also specially trained her to read. After that, she began to help Malcolm with some paperwork, such as writing greeting letters and invitations. In addition, every Saturday, Leah was responsible for cleaning his study. No one except him was allowed to enter that place. Larry paused. Anyway, I contacted Leah through someone in the tribe, and she agreed to help find evidence that Malcolm framed your father. But she only had a quarter of an hour to clean the study each time, and she had to finish her work first before she could move freely for the rest of the time. And she also had to avoid the attention of the guards outside the door. So it took so long to finally get something. The Black Gladiator took out a letter from his body. I don't understand what's written on it, but Leah said this thing might be able to help you. Karina took the letter, opened it, and read less than 2 lines before her expression changed. The content of the letter was very simple. It was sent from Malcolm's family. The content was a bit vague, just telling him that he would invite Earl Slaughter to dinner at home in the evening, and that the trouble had been basically dealt with. The date of the letter was exactly half a month after his father was imprisoned. In connection with what Larry had heard before, the content of this letter confirmed that Malcolm was indeed related to his father's imprisonment. Larry looked at the businesswoman. How about it? Can this letter help you bring him down? The latter tried to suppress the fire of hatred in his heart and keep himself rational. Finally, he shook his head and said, this thing may cause him some trouble, but it is not enough. We need more direct evidence to prove that my father was imprisoned by him. Karina hesitated for a moment, and finally returned the letter to the Black Gladiator. Put it back. Don't let Leah be suspected. Larry nodded. Don't worry. We are very close. I will let Leah continue to look for it. I will inform you if there is any harvest. Also let her be careful. By the way, is the money I gave you last time enough? There's still a lot left. Miss, come back to me if it's not enough. After Karina finished her meeting with the Black Gladiator, she left the slaughterhouse. Outside the door, Cozy not only returned her lost purse to her, but also personally escorted her out of the smoked fish alley. After thanking her, Karina took a carriage to find Malone. She watched boxes of goods being transported to the breeze, but for some reason, she always felt uneasy. Chapter 185 Make an Offer. 7 days have passed since Malcolm's warning. Although Karina acted very relaxed in front of others, she was actually a little uneasy in her heart. However, nothing happened in the next few days. There was still a long queue in front of the second-hand goods trading office. The captains who cooperated with Karina privately did not receive the warning from the Black Trade Alliance. After a while, when the rumors were almost over, their minds became active again and began to believe what the female businessmen said before. Malcolm did not want to really deal with this matter and completely pushed them to the opposite side of the Black Trade Alliance. So people began to visit Karina secretly again. However, just when everything was about to get better, bad news suddenly came. Karina woke up from her dream, and she didn't even have time to put on her clothes. She just put on her pajamas and ran barefoot to the dock. Although it was already late at night, there were many people gathered on the beach. Honig, who was responsible for the defense of the island, also brought people to the scene and was confronting a group of people. However, most of the people's attention was focused on the two sailing ships at the port. These two three-masted sailing ships had never appeared on the island before. Just like the group of people who got off the ship, they were all new faces. But the sturdy hull, the black gun barrels, and the black flags flying on the masts all proved their identities. This is a new group of pirates, and they are very powerful. It is not that there were no new pirates docking in Nassau before, or since Nassau became famous. More and more pirates would choose to come here for supplies. Logically, the residents of Nassau are no longer surprised by this. However, the situation this time is quite special, because this group of guys is particularly arrogant, and they fired 2 shots before entering the port. Fortunately, they only fired these 2 shots at the deserted beach. But even so, many people were scared and swayed. Honig frowned. Who among you is the captain? A man with a mermaid tattoo on his arm was directing 2 men to stick wooden strips on the beach. Hearing this, he walked out of the crowd. What's your name? Captain Wilton. Just call me Wilton. But I heard that the merchants I robbed prefer to call me Executioner Wilton. The man pulled out the knife from his waist. And seeing this, the pirates behind Honig immediately raised their muskets. Wilton smiled, took out another apple from his arms, and peeled it with the knife. Honig remained calm and said, The Executioner? I've never heard of him. Wilton bit his apple and said, It's not your fault, because I never leave anyone alive when I rob, and people who know this name are basically dead. He said this extremely cruel thing in a nonchalant tone, and there was a hint of enjoyment in his eyes. Even the pirates on the beach, who had experienced battles for many years, couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they heard it. Honig, as a veteran of Nassau and a captain who was once named with Blackbeard and Black Prince, would not be scared by a few words. He snorted coldly. I don't care who you are or where you come from. If you dare to fire another cannonball at this place, I can guarantee that your story will end here. To everyone's surprise, Wilton behaved politely this time. He put down the knife in his hand and said, We are new to your place and don't know the rules here. I am willing to apologize if I have offended you. When we sailed before, we always heard people talking about the legends here. We just want to see this place known as the hometown of pirates. Seeing that the other party had given in, Honig's expression improved a lot. He waved his hand and asked the people behind him to put away their guns. Nassau is a free and open place. As long as you don't cause trouble, you will be welcomed here. He was about to leave, but a voice came from behind him. Captain Honig, I remember there seems to be a rule on the island that pirates here cannot attack the transport ships of black market merchants. It was Karina who spoke, with anxiety on her face, because the Breeze, which should have been in North Carolina, was parked in the port of Nassau, between the 2 new pirate ships. The person who ran to inform her told her that the Breeze came back with the 2 pirate ships. There is only one possibility for this to happen. That is, the Breeze has been hijacked. This is why Karina is so anxious. The cargo on the ship is secondary. She is most worried about the safety of Marlin and other crew members. Honig stopped when he heard this. He also noticed the Breeze on the side and asked Wilton, Did you rob her ship? The latter shrugged. We are pirates. Isn't it natural to rob merchant ships? Honig looked at the merchant again. You'd better return the ship to her. What else? Otherwise you probably won't be able to sell your loot to her anymore. Wilton smiled. Thank you for your reminder. I think we will find a way to solve this problem. Honig didn't say anything else. Karina widened her eyes and stopped Honig, who was about to leave again, saying in disbelief, Is that all? The latter raised her eyebrows. Haven't you black market merchants already formed a black market alliance? Now this matter is up to you to solve by yourselves. And strictly speaking, They didn't violate the island's regulations, because they were not pirates on the island when they robbed you. After saying that, he pulled out the sleeve that was held by the businesswoman. I'm sorry. I'm only responsible for the overall safety of the island. This matter is not within my jurisdiction. Looking at Honig's back as he left, Karina's face showed a helpless look. She looked at the crowd watching the excitement around her. Many of them had sold things to her at the second-hand goods trading place. But now they turned their heads away silently when they saw her. It was obvious that Wilton's group was not easy to mess with. Although without the second-hand goods trading place, everyone would lose a channel to exchange money in the future. It was better than forcing themselves to die. Karina looked around and didn't expect that the person who spoke first was Wilton. He pointed at the breeze not far away and smiled. Is that ship yours? The businesswoman turned around and said angrily. Malcolm, the vice president of the Black Merchants Alliance, can only use such despicable means to deal with me. I warn you, if anything happens to the people on that ship, I swear I will kill you one by one. She was interrupted by Wilton before she finished her words. I don't know what the Black Merchants Alliance is, and I don't care about the grudges between you. But it seems that you are indeed the owner of the ship. Great. I was just about to find you to discuss a deal with you. Karina laughed in anger. You robbed my transport ship, and you still want to do business with me? Why not? Walden scratched his neck. You have to exchange the loot for money. And I have a batch of special goods here. And you should be the only one who will pay for it. He clapped his hands. And the pirates behind him rowed back to the ship in a small boat. After a while, they brought 4 more people over. Karina recognized that the 4 people were all crew members of the Breeze, with their hands and feet tied. But seeing that they were safe, the businesswoman was relieved. But the next sentence of Wilton made her tremble with anger. Ah, the goods are here. Name a price. Chapter 186 Not for sale. Wilton looked at the merchant. Why? Don't you want these goods? The latter kept biting her lips and didn't speak. It doesn't matter. We are all civilized people. We won't force anyone to trade. Miss. Wilton waved his hand. And immediately one of his men pulled up a crew member of the Breeze, took him to the place where the wooden strips were inserted, and tied the latter, who was a little overwhelmed. Wilton finished eating the apple in his hand, spit out the core to the side, then rubbed his hand on his clothes casually, pulled out the knife again, and walked to the wooden strips. What do you want to do? Karina had an ominous premonition in her heart. You know, I have been curious about the human body structure since I was a child. Wilton used a knife to pick open the target's clothes. It was a very young boy with freckles all over his face. He looked only 16 or 17 years old. Karina remembered him. The boy was recommended by his uncle. His name was Booker. The two worked together on the Breeze. Booker was a very cheerful person and often had a smile on his face. However, now there was only fear in his eyes, especially when the knife moved down his chest. What do you want? The businesswoman said angrily. Wilton smiled, and the knife stopped in front of the boy's lower abdomen. Like I said, I just want to talk to you about a deal that is consensual. Karina's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, but she was isolated and helpless at this time. Wilton and his men had nearly 200 people and 2 pirate ships, while she was alone on her side, plus a person who came to report the news. The latter was a loader at the second-hand goods trading office. She had no choice but to agree to the other party's request. How much do you want? The businesswoman finally had to compromise. That's right. If you had said it earlier, it would have been fine. Wilton took back the knife and said with a smile. Just when everyone thought the danger was over, no one expected that Wilton would suddenly turn around. A cold light flashed between his fingers, and the next moment, the knife stabbed directly into Booker's abdomen. The latter screamed, but Wilton's eyes flashed with excitement. Not only did he not stop, but he continued to use force with his wrist, allowing the knife to move up along the belly button, and finally completely cut open the boy's lower abdomen. Karina had never seen such a bloody and brutal scene since she was a child. She covered her mouth and was shrouded in great fear. Karina had heard a lot of horror stories about pirates when she was a child. These men who lived on the sea were regarded as beasts and thugs by the civilized world. However, after coming to Nassau, she found that real pirates were different from those in the stories. They were also human beings and had all kinds of emotions. Moreover, most people here were very reasonable. And there were also people like Zhang Heng who were both wise and graceful. So her impression of pirates was completely reversed. Until Wilton appeared. which reawakened the horrible memories of pirates in her mind. Blood stained Wilton's right hand and knife. He took 2 steps back and tilted his head to admire his masterpiece. Interesting. You know, even if a person's stomach is cut open, he will not die immediately. The businesswoman looked at him with a completely different look and trembled. Didn't I promise you? Yes. But this is an exception. Wilton took the handkerchief handed over by his men and wiped the blood off the knife. This is mine. Not for sale. After all, besides making money, I have to find some fun. Right? After saying that, he showed 2 rows of white teeth to Karina, with Booker's increasingly weak howling on the other side. His smile made people feel cold. Don't worry. I won't make a random offer. Now a strong black slave is worth 5 gold coins. So I will sell these experienced sailors to you for 10 gold coins. The captain will double it. I think this price is very reasonable. In addition to the 4 here, there are 28 people on the ship, adding up to 32 people. Oh! No. Now it's 31. So the total is 320 gold coins. The businesswoman tried to calm herself down, but she could hear her voice trembling when she spoke. I don't have that much money on hand right now. That's troublesome. Walden raised his eyebrows. TSK. The price I give you is already very favorable. It can't be cheaper. But if you really don't have enough money, you can consider buying half. I can bring all the goods to you for you to choose. How about it? This feels good. It's up to you to decide their life and death. Those who are picked will be grateful to you and work harder for you in the future. As for those who are left behind, Wilton paused. Of course they will hate you. But it doesn't matter. I will help you solve these problems. As an additional service for this transaction. No. I want all of them. Not one less. Karina insisted. Didn't I make it clear before? I will give you as many people as you give me gold coins. There is no room for bargaining here. Walden shook his head. Although I don't have that much cash, I still have the property in the colony. Give me some time. I will get enough money. Karina was filled with humiliation at the moment. Her own transport ship was robbed, and the other party tortured and killed a crew member in front of her, and then planned to sell the rest to her. Now she not only agreed to the deal, but also begged the other party to give her time to collect the ransom. Wilton touched his chin and seemed to be thinking about the businesswoman's proposal. After a while, he walked in front of Karina, picked up a strand of her hair with a knife, and leaned over to smell it. Karina had goosebumps all over her body. But with the tragedy of Booker before, no one knew what the madman Wilton would do next. The businesswoman could only stand there, close her eyes, and pray that all this would pass quickly. However, after a while, she heard the devilish voice in her ears. We are new here and unfamiliar with this place. We just need a guide. How about this? You come to guide us, and I will agree to your request. Who do you think I am? Karina opened her eyes, shocked and angry. Those special workers in the brothel? It doesn't matter. Young women have their advantages. If you serve us well enough, maybe I will return your transport ship to you. Karina's body was shaking more and more, and she couldn't tell whether she was angry or afraid. However, just when she was about to feel desperate, a familiar voice came from behind Wilton. I don't think she likes others to get so close to her. Chapter 187 Ceasefire. Tonight, everyone's attention was attracted by what was happening on the beach. So no one noticed the jackdaw and Vita that had just returned to the port. Zhang Heng saw the fire and the crowd on the beach on the deck, but he didn't take it seriously at first. After the jackdaw was anchored, he took Annie and Billy to the dock in a small boat. But then, he also noticed the strange position of the breeze, and the 2 strange 3-masted sailing ships in the port. Zhang Heng realized what might have happened. Before the boat reached the shore, he saw the tied-up crew members of the breeze, and the tragic death of Booker. Zhang Heng frowned and said a few words to Billy, who nodded. After Zhang Heng and Annie got off the boat, he immediately rowed back to the jackdaw with the other 2 pirates. After that, Zhang Heng walked ashore on the soft sand. The crowd of onlookers saw him, and consciously made way. Wilton turned around and raised his eyebrows. Sorry. Who are you? Captain Zhang Heng of the Jackdaw. So, Wilton spread his hands. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Miss Karina is the Jackdaw's partner on the island and my friend. Oh, I see. Walden nodded. Then I'm afraid you have to find a new partner, because Miss Karina has neither a ship nor a man, and she owes me a lot of debts. She is planning to be our guide and have fun with us, so that I will spare her men's lives." Karina could no longer control her anger after hearing this, and slapped Wilton in the face. The latter reached out and touched the place where he was hit, and looked at the female businessman. Karina was frightened by his eyes, and took 2 steps back. But then she saw a smile on Wilton's face again. But that smile not only did not make Karina feel relieved, but instead made her heart feel chilled. Wilton turned his head, and said to his men behind him, "It seems that Miss Karina is not aware enough of her situation." As soon as he finished speaking, someone took Booker's body off the wooden plank and dragged the second prisoner over. Karina's breathing became rapid. She looked at John Hung for help, but she didn't know what else he could do at this time. Although John Hung had returned, he and N were the first 2 people to land on the Jackdaw, and more than half of Wilton's crew were on this beach. The power gap between the 2 sides was huge, and no one could do anything in this situation. Wilton played with his knife and walked towards the second prey. During this time, he looked at John Hung with a provocative look. The latter was indeed as he expected. He could only remain silent when witnessing this scene. Wilton chose the chest this time. He tapped twice with the tip of the knife, fully appreciating the frightened expression of the prey, and then raised the knife in his hand again. However, the next moment, 2 cannon shots suddenly came to his ears. Wilton frowned. "Who fired again? We are here to do business, not to cause trouble. There are still some tough guys here. In addition to Honig just now, there are 2 guys called Black Prince and Blackbird. We should be polite on their territory." As a result, after he finished speaking, a group of his men looked at each other in bewilderment. After a while, someone said, "Captain, it's not us who fired the cannon." "Well, it seems that someone is attacking our ship." Wilton's expression changed. He looked in the direction of the port and saw that his flagship, the Skull, was under fire. Although he left a lot of people on his ship, they obviously didn't expect to be attacked and had no preparation for it. After the first round of shelling from the opposite ship, they didn't even have time to open the gun port. "Return the Breeze and its cargo. Release all the crew, and I will stop the attack," John Hung said. "What else? Otherwise I will sink your flagship," John Hung said calmly. Wilton's face darkened when he heard this. "I have been a pirate for so long, and no one has ever threatened me." "Then congratulations. Now you have it." John Hung's expression remained unchanged. "You can continue to hesitate, but I can't guarantee that your ship will still be there in 5 minutes. Aren't you afraid of violating the rules of the island by doing this? Attacking ships docked in the port is prohibited in any city. You are not a pirate on the island, so it seems that there is no problem for me to do this." Walden's fingers tapped the back of the knife. The speed became faster and faster, as if he was thinking about something. "By the way, if you are counting on delaying time and letting another ship attack, I advise you to give up this idea, because I can guarantee that your other ship cannot move at all." Wilton was a little skeptical at first, but when he saw the Vita parked not far away and the densely packed gun barrels on it, he knew that the other party was not bragging. Seeing this, his other ship did not dare to act rashly. Wilton looked into John Hung's eyes, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "Are you sure you want to be my enemy? What about you?" John Hung's eyes did not dodge at all, and he kept looking directly at Wilton. The latter finally chose to give in and waved his hand, saying, "Let him go." Wilton's men cut the ropes on the captives. After the sailors of the Breeze were freed, 2 of them immediately ran to Karina's side. The remaining middle-aged man staggered to Booker, who had died earlier, and cried loudly while holding the latter's body. He was Booker's uncle, and the one who brought Booker on board. Unexpectedly, he led his nephew to a dead end. Wilton looked at John Hung, who was indifferent. Wilton gritted his teeth. "Notify the brothers on the ship to release the rest of the people, and return the ship and cargo to them." Then he said to John Hung, "Are you satisfied?" John Hung finally took action this time. He raised his hand and made a gesture. The lookout on the Jackdaw, who was holding a telescope and observing, immediately notified Billy. Half a minute later, the Jackdaw stopped attacking, but the Skull was already wounded. Although it did not sink, it had basically lost the ability to fight back. The firepower of the Jackdaw was far beyond that of ordinary pirate ships. The cannons on the ship were equipped with warships, and at such a close distance, basically no shot missed. Wilton's face turned pale after learning about the damage to the skeleton, but this time he didn't say anything, just looked at John Hung deeply, and then hurried back to the ship with his men. Annie frowned. Are we really going to let them go? This guy doesn't look like a pushover. After all, there are many of them on the shore. If we really push him into a corner, he will attack us. John Hung paused. But you're right. He will definitely come back to seek revenge on us after he repairs the ship. So we have to solve this problem tonight, and notify the crew on the ship to prepare for battle. Chapter 188 Preparation. Are we just going to let it go? The helmsman on the skeleton said angrily. Let it go. Wilton, who had been gloomy all the time, stopped and turned around, his eyes flashing with terrifying murderous intent. I have been at sea for 20 years, and no one has ever dared to talk to me like this, threaten me in front of me, and ask me to spit out what I have eaten. Never. If we let it go, then no one in this city will respect us anymore, and no one in this sea area will be afraid of us from now on. The helmsman was still a little worried after hearing this. But if we attack them, will it break the rules of the island? Didn't you say that there are still many powerful characters here? The ship that blocked us tonight seems to be the Black Princess Vita. I heard that their number is not less than ours, and they are all brave and good at fighting. Don't get the priority wrong. Ross, our base is not here. Someone contacted us before and asked us to attack that woman. So we came here. We won't stay here for long. I don't care what means you use. Repair the ship for me as quickly as possible. Once the skull is repaired, we will act immediately. Kill that guy, and everyone he knows. Cut off their heads, and throw them in the square in the center of the city, so that everyone on the island knows the consequences of provoking me. And then we will set sail, and leave here immediately. Got it, Captain. On the other side, Karina looked at John Hung excitedly. She didn't expect that he would return to Nassau at the most critical moment, and solve her troubles as soon as he landed. He not only saved the crew on the breeze, but also took back her transport ship and the cargo on the ship. The female businessman realized how important the existence of the jackdaw was to her. Although she had developed well during John Hung's absence, she was always a little worried. It was not until he came back that her heart finally fell back into her stomach, because she knew that no matter what difficulties occurred, this man in front of her would have a way to solve them. Since arriving on the island, she felt like she was in a wolf pack. She had been keeping a high level of tension and forcing herself to stay tough, because only in this way could she avoid being treated as prey. Only when she was with John Hung could she relax a little, although they had not known each other for a long time. Karina did not know why her trust in the man in front of her was almost blind. The businesswoman walked quickly to John Hung, with joy in her eyes. Let's talk later. Send someone to help me keep an eye on that group of people. Tell me immediately if there is any movement, John Hung said. At this time, Honig also led his people back to the beach. He had just received Wilton's assurance not long ago. Unexpectedly, he heard the sound of cannons from the port not long after leaving. Honig thought Wilton ignored his words, and suddenly a surge of anger surged in his heart. While rushing over here, he sent another man to the fort to continue to mobilize people. However, halfway through the journey, he found that the skull was just a victim this time. Honig came to the beach and saw John Hung standing there, frowning, and said, "Was it your ship that was firing just now?" John Hung nodded. "We shouldn't have violated any island rules. We just helped Miss Karina get back what belonged to her. You attacked a ship anchored in the port without permission. I don't need to tell you that you should know the seriousness of this problem," Honig said coldly. "If I don't punish you, then no ship anchored in the port will be safe in the future. We attacked a ship of unknown origin anchored in the port, and this ship also robbed black market merchants on the island. Not to mention that they just bombarded Nassau a quarter of an hour ago," John Hung said. "So strictly speaking, we were just helping the island defend itself," Honig sneered. "Do you think I can't see the difference between the two? In fact, we are indeed eliminating the potential safety hazards on the island." The voice of Black Prince Sam came from not far away. He had just approached the shore in a small boat and said, "Well, this is actually my idea. I don't like those new guys. They were a little too arrogant after they came to the island. So I decided to teach them a lesson with Captain John Hung so that they can be more honest from now on, and they won't cause you trouble in the future. I'm just a little curious. Is there anything going on the island that you haven't gotten involved in?" Honig shifted his gaze to Black Prince Sam and said expressionlessly, "How about we switch jobs at the next parliament? You be responsible for guarding the fortress and maintaining order on the island, and I continue to be my captain. I haven't been out to sea for 6 or 7 years, and I kind of miss life on the sea." Although the food isn't that good, at least there aren't these kinds of shitty things going on every day. I don't think anyone on this island can replace you. People here respect you, Mr. Honig. Only your prestige can convince everyone. Black Prince Sam said sincerely. I doubt your statement. Honig snorted and glanced at Zhang Heng beside him. However, for the sake of Black Prince Sam, he did not pursue the matter just now. He just warned Zhang Heng again before leaving. I don't care about the conflict between you and the Black Merchants Alliance. But I hope both of you can maintain enough restraint and solve the problem within the rules. I don't want to see similar things happen again. Zhang Heng nodded and watched Honig leave the beach. Black Prince Sam seemed to want to say something, but Zhang Heng spoke first. Leave the rest to me. The Vita has helped us a lot. If this continues, it may affect the relationship between you and the Black Merchant Alliance. Black Prince Sam shrugged. Our cooperation is limited to the spoils trade. I don't work for Malcolm, but it seems that you already have a plan. In this case, I won't bother you anymore. If you encounter any trouble later, you can come to me. My men know where I am. Zhang Heng thanked him, and after Black Prince Sam left, he also took action. He and Annie acted separately and visited an old friend. The island's weapons merchant Ball. Late at night, half an hour later, Zhang Heng purchased all the things he wanted, and Karina arranged the most reliable people to deliver them to the reef beach not far from the dock. Another hour later, Annie and 40 crew members of the Jackdaw also quietly arrived here. Chapter 189 Massacre. It was late at night when the Skull arrived in Nassau. After a series of events, most of the sailors were already very tired and sleepy when they returned to the ship. Because they were in the port, they did not need to arrange people to be responsible for night patrols. However, after the previous attack by the Jackdaw, Wilton did not take it lightly. He specially selected 4 teams to take turns to monitor the Jackdaw not far away with telescopes, so that they could know immediately if there was any movement on the other side. After that, Wilton locked himself in the captain's room and drank alone. During this time, he recalled what happened on the beach, drew out the knife from his waist, and stabbed it hard into the wooden table. He had changed his mind and decided to wait until he caught the guy named Zhang Heng. He was not in a hurry to kill him, but to let him have a good taste of his methods until he regretted being born into this world. When Wilton drank the 6th glass of wine, most of the sailors on the Skull had fallen asleep, unaware that danger was approaching them. Zhang Heng looked at the time, stood up, and nodded to Annie beside him. It's time. Let's do it. After saying that, he hid his pocket watch and musket under a rock and walked into the water first, followed by the red-haired girl. The crew of the Jackdaw had also changed into uniform black clothes, biting the dagger with their teeth, and quietly swam towards the Skull not far away. Speaking of which, this was the inspiration Zhang Heng got from Hutchison, who used this method when he attacked the Jackdaw before. Although he failed to capture the Jackdaw, the 20 people on board also completed Hutchison's tactical intention and delayed and others on the ship. If the sailors on the lookout had not discovered it early, there might have been even greater casualties. This time, Zhang Heng took over the team, but the situation was very different from before. Hutchison launched the underwater raid during the day, and in the middle of a battle, the sailors on the Jackdaw were basically fully armed, and the night was more conducive to hiding the attackers. At the same time, most of the sailors on the Skull were sleeping, with only a few on guard, and almost no defense. No one thought that the two sides had just clashed a few hours ago, and Zhang Heng would choose to take action so quickly, and he was more fully prepared tonight. Everyone gave up firearms that would cause a lot of noise, and used daggers as their main weapons. They only brought a few grenades to prevent accidents. In addition, Zhang Heng also picked a hunting bow from the collection of weapons dealer Ball and brought it with him. He and Annie were the first to climb onto the skeleton. Zhang Heng lowered his body, found a corner, opened the oilcloth bag on his back, and took out the hunting bow and arrows inside. While Annie was observing the distribution of people on the deck, Wilton arranged 3 people in each group to monitor the situation of the Jackdaw. One of them was on the lookout, one was on the bow, and the other was on patrol. The red-haired girl hid behind the rudder and silently counted the footsteps outside. When she counted to 7, she flashed out and cut the throat of the stunned pirate in front of her. After that, she didn't stop and touched the back of another pirate on the bow. The latter was dozing off and didn't realize that he was approached. However, at this time, The pirate on the lookout finally discovered the danger. But he was shot in the heart by John Hung before he could sound the alarm. At the same time, Annie also cleanly eliminated the last person. At this point, all the threats on the deck were dealt with. John Hung returned to the side of the ship and gestured for the 40 crew members of the Jackdaw to board the ship one by one. Then everyone reached the forecastle as quickly as possible. This time, John Hung's order was very simple, which was to kill all living things in front of him. In the forecastle of the Skull, a bloody massacre was taking place. The sailors of the Jackdaw worked in pairs, one covering the target's mouth while the other cut the target's throat, starting from one side of the room until reaching the other side. This method ensured that no one was left out. Soon, a strong smell of blood spread in the room. John Hung chose the time when people were sleeping the most. The sailors on the skeleton were immersed in dreams and had no idea what was happening around them. However, with so many people acting together, it was impossible for there to be no accidents. 3 minutes later, a group of people cut the wound too shallowly when they took action. Not only did they fail to kill the target, but they also caused the latter to struggle violently, which then woke up more people. However, the overall situation was already decided at this time. 2/3 of the pirates in the sailor cabin had become corpses. The rest of the people just woke up from the hammock, and before they could take out their weapons, they were stabbed in the heart. Only a dozen pirates managed to touch the weapons and began to resist. But it was too late. The plan went more smoothly than expected. The whole killing lasted less than a quarter of an hour. John Hung and his team killed more than 100 enemies. By the end, the people who took action were numb. No one counted the specific number, and the grenades in their arms were not used. However, when John Hung pushed open the door of the captain's room, he found that there was no one inside. Only the porthole was open. John Hung quickly looked out and saw Wilton swimming hard towards another ship below. So John Hung pulled out a feather arrow from behind, put it on the bowstring, and then released his fingers. With a whoosh, Wilton's shoulder hurt, but he knew that he had reached a life or death moment. So he didn't dare to look back, but swam faster, took a deep breath, and dived into the water. John Hung's second arrow missed the target and frowned. Tonight's goal was only half completed. Although the pirates on Wilton's flagship skeleton were basically dead, there were still about 60 people on the other ship. If Wilton escaped to it, he would not only be able to escape Nassau smoothly, but he might even turn defeat into victory. After all, there were not many people left on the Jackdaw. If Wilton took advantage of this time to fire recklessly, John Hung and his men would not have time to get back. Therefore, John Hung did not hesitate this time and directly changed to Arrow of Paris. This item is worth more than 400 points. He was worried that if it was shot out and carried away by the tide, it would be a big loss if it could not be found. But now, he has no time to think about such things. When Wilton emerged from the water to breathe next time, John Hung shot this arrow from Greek mythology, because the time in between was too short. He only roughly aimed at Wilton's body. Fortunately, Arrow of Paris has a built-in weak point locking effect. John Hung saw the arrow's head sink into the water. After a while, he saw Wilton's body floating out from below. Chapter 190 Demonstration. Honig was an old man. It was very late when he returned to the fortress after dealing with the things he had done last night. But he opened his eyes again not long after lying down. Perhaps because they knew that they had little time left. The elderly always cherished every day they had left. Honig got dressed, put on his tricorn hat, and ate the hot breakfast that his men had just brought back from the town. His mood gradually improved, especially when he climbed the city wall as usual and looked down at the city of Nassau below. He felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Nassau has no governor recognized by England. The closest person on the island is Honig, who has assumed some of the governor's duties. The latter occupies the fortress and artillery positions and controls the island's coastal defense. Of course, what he said to Black Prince Sam last night was just angry words. In fact, he is quite satisfied with his current situation. He has been planning his retirement life for a long time, although he was still very famous at that time. And he and Fraser were known as the two most powerful captains in Nassau. His skills are no longer as good as before. Many years of pirate career have brought him not only wealth, but also various hidden diseases, especially rheumatism, which has tortured his knees for a long time. So 8 years ago, Honig decided to leave the sea, led his men to seize this place, and lived a different life from then on. He agreed with the Parliament that he and his men would defend Nassau and maintain the daily order here. And the merchants on the island would pay him a coastal defense maintenance fee regularly. This maintenance fee is not much, and it is almost negligible compared to the ongoing trade on the island. But the advantage is that there are many people paying the fee, so it is also a considerable income when combined. Even though it was not as good as when he went out to sea as a pirate, the difference was not much. More importantly, he did not need to take any risks, and he did not need to go out to sea anymore, which also avoided the worsening of rheumatism. However, Honig also had his troubles. He and his crew were away from the dangerous and unpredictable sea, and lived a life where they could sit and make money. However, this kind of life was also terrible for the wear and tear of Will. Because of the lack of fighting and staying in the fortress for a long time, their bodies began to rust. And more importantly, they lacked fresh blood. When you are a pirate, you will lose people after every battle, but there will be new people to replace you. This is actually a mechanism of survival of the fittest. The unqualified old people are replaced by better new people. Now on land, the people around Honig are all old faces from the previous ship. Even if these people start to become lazy, Honig will not fire them because of their previous friendship. He will use the money to hire new people with stronger fighting ability. Even if he hires new people, he can't trust them like the old people. Fortunately, with his previous reputation, other people on the island have not yet discovered the decline of their strength. But Honig knows very well that the combat effectiveness of his group of people is now not even half of what it was when they first landed. Since he can snatch the fortress from others, then others can also snatch the fortress from his weakened hands. The more times like this, the more he needs to show his tough side. So last night, when the skeleton bombarded the beach of Nassau, Honig led his men to the scene as soon as possible. However, when confronting that group of people, especially when facing the young and strong Wilton, although he concealed it well, he still felt a little tired. Fortunately, Wilton finally chose to give in and promised not to cause trouble in Nassau again. After getting the upper hand, Honig also said that he would not pursue the former's previous bombardment of Nassau. As for Karina's damage to her interests, it was not within Honig's consideration. Everyone knew that the days of the female businessman on the island were coming to an end. Honig thought that the matter had ended here, but he did not expect that after Zhang Heng came back. In order to help Karina, he attacked Wilton's ship anchored in the port without hesitation, further intensifying the conflict. At this point, the situation began to slide in the direction that Honig least wanted to see, especially when the Black Prince Sam also got involved. If a large-scale conflict broke out between the two sides, and he was unable to control the situation, someone with ulterior motives would soon notice his weakness. So he warned Zhang Heng. Honig saw that Wilton and his group should just be passing by and would not stay in Nassau for too long. The best result would be for everyone to spend this time together in peace. But things did not develop in the direction he expected. Honig was sitting on his chair, which he had taken out from a governor's study during a coastal raid. It had always been one of his favorite things. Just sitting on it reminded him of the glorious days when he dominated the seven seas. He was enjoying the rare tranquility and peace on the wall. But he found that a group of people had gathered on the beach last night, crowded around it. And it seemed that there were even more people than last night. Honig frowned. What happened again? A bald man, with a protruding belly behind him, shrugged. He was the helmsman on his ship before, and was one of the smartest people in this sea area. But now, he has completely become a drunkard. Not long after dawn, he got drunk again and burped. Who knows? Maybe there are fishing boats selling seafood. I have seen fishing boats selling seafood. Domingo, I am sure that it is not a fishing boat selling seafood. Send someone to find out what happened in that damn place. We are in a sensitive period now, and I don't want to see any more accidents. As you wish. Domingo staggered out, and Honig couldn't help sighing as he looked at his fat and out-of-shape back. Half an hour later, the person in charge of scouting the news came back in a panic. And before he even entered the gate, he shouted, Wilton! Wilton! Honig felt a headache when he heard the name now. Has that guy done something again? No. Wilton is dead. The news brought back by the people who went to the beach to scout made Honig a little unbelievable. He really couldn't imagine how Wilton, who had 2 pirate ships, more than 200 men, and was very powerful, could suddenly die after just one night. However, Honig then heard something even more unbelievable. Not only Wilton, But also his men were found dead on the ship this morning. Most of them had their throats cut. As for Wilton, his body was thrown on the beach, where he had executed the sailor from the breeze before, and his stomach was also cut open.